PRX who have now set the new bar.
Yeah, and PRX have set a very strong one as well, and perhaps not to be toppled by anyone else but PRX. We'll have to wait and see in 2024. But I like that you brought up the stylistic differences as well, because Genji last year was still playing what we used to call old Korean Valorant, right? Yeah. Very textbook, waiting for the utility, getting the info, and PRX just does not deal with that. They just say, we're done with it. We want to just play some more Valorant. We want to get through the games as fast as possible. But the new Genji, I mean, they are firing on all cylinders. They've got not just texture, but meteor there to also flex onto the double duelist, or even on the Sentinel. People who can always go for those frags, go for the contact plays. Karon also continuing to be touted as a great aimer. I think PRX is going to have to watch out, because if they
โอเคเสร็จแล้วส่วนสไปส่วนจูนะครับ
ไม่
เป็น2-0นะครับผมเปิดจอเล็กได้เนี่ยฮะจริงๆตัวเดนรูบี้นะจริงๆแล้วนะครับผมชวนหัวหน้ามาดูด้วยก็ได้นะเขามีชายสวัสดีครับผมดูไหมฮะสวัสดีน้องอันวานะฮะสวัสดีน้องมินตินนะครับสวัสดีน้องทิรานะสวัสดีกินแอปเปิลนะครับผม
coming forward, and now these are all the stats combined, like kills, assists, etc. But this tells the story. It's texture.
สวัสดีแตงวัสบีนะสวัสดีน้องมินตี้นะครับ
I mean, maybe the numbers don't tell the exact story because he did seem stable, but he also didn't.
โอ้เมื่อคืนการโชว์ล็อกหัวทีมครับผม
I mean, yeah, texture what dropped the 30 bomb in the one map, etc. And Meteor was still putting up solid numbers despite only playing duelist in the final map of that series or something like that when they were running double. But I mean, it's just an incredible performance, and as you were just highlighting, texture versus something, a bit of a duelist matchup that we were kind of robbed from last year, given the texture was the one who was playing widely that Sentinel role, being a bit of a flex for the side of Global Esports. Now that he is back in the driving seat, he is there in the front lines. This is going to be an incredible match. I've always looked forward to, you know, something versus Buzz, something versus Saya player, etc. Now we get this matchup, and it's bound to be absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and this stat line, obviously, Textures is coming off of that opening match, so it is a bit skewed. But even if you kind of think about averages, Textures currently on track to average a pretty high stat line all throughout. So something very stable scoreline, very impressive. But hopefully he's also upgraded, because that's the only way he's going to be able to match.
พี่นะเฮ้ยงอนอะไรวะเปิดทีมเขางอนเลยวะ
It's getting to that time.
Let me tell you about the time I saw PRX do this.
I don't know if this is going to make it through to the next segment. We'll have to see.
งง
But I mean, like, you know,
ต้องพูดไปเลยครับ
this iteration, not to mention they're one of the most
ทีเด็ด3คู่
we mentioned Karon a while ago. He's going to have a lot on his shoulders, Achilles, because
ต้องปั๊มไปเลยครับไปเปเลข2-0นะครับผม
we saw flexing over into the controller role.
บี2-1 T1 2-1ครับผมให้เปเปเล็กให้บีทให้ T1 นะ
But you also, even then, you know who you're playing against now, but you don't know what the hell they're going to be doing and who's going to be playing what. So there's still a ton of curveballs that can be thrown here by PRX to catch Genji off guard.
And on top of that, continuing to talk about Karon, everyone who faces PRX for the first time says the same thing. It just wasn't what I thought it was going to be. I thought I was prepared for this, and it was still much faster, much stronger than I would have ever imagined. So I don't know if Karon's going to be ready for it in the first map at the very least.
ผมมีนามันไปยุโรปปะวะ
Right? Yeah, even like, I wasn't prepared. I wasn't prepared, and you're already on the same team. So this is going to be so exciting. I cannot wait for this matchup to begin. And as we know, like, you know, we have the spotlight on a lot of the rookies, a lot of the new faces onto the rosters as well. So I can't wait to see how Karon is able to, you know, step up, I guess, and what his next level is. Especially since we've just begun our year here, Achilles, and we're already getting matchups like this. It's so exciting, and it's such a fresh.
เดี๋ยวแมป2ไม่อยู่ครับผม
It really is. And I mean, this is just kind of a product of the tournament itself.
มันไม่ได้ไปไหนนี่ของซาอุมันไม่ได้ไปไหนหรอ
Suddenly, maybe you're at Madrid, you know. So it's high octane.
Middle East.
That's something that PRX thrives in.
Genji,
they also can do that, but there is going to be so much added pressure on Karon. I mean, that first matchup already a bit of a high stakes one for them. Obviously, every match
น่าจะเริ่มปีหน้า
is going to be high stakes, but inheriting that kind of rivalry that was coming through between Genji and RRQ was a bit of a big thing for him, but he managed to stand up to the task. But this is gargantuan comparison.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very tough order.
I
think that we're about to throw it to the stage right now, so let's check out what's happening.
ทำลายตัวแควกเลยเหรอไอ้แควกมันแม่นอยู่แล้วแควกมันลายมาถามพี่เมื่อกี้
퍼시픽의 강자 페이퍼렉스와 이제 젠지의 경기를 앞두고
น้องแอมอันยองครับผมมาแล้วฮะ
만나볼까 합니다. VCT Pacific Kickoff. Everyone, the wait is over. For me, I have Genji
อุ้ย
and
ยี่เวเลนเดอร์ยังอยู่วะ
have a little chat with them. So for
Huh?
Genji's coach Solo, I'm gonna ask you about the RRQ match you had last time. So how do you felt with that match? RRQ와의 경기를 지난번에 이제 이기셨잖아요. 최근에 어떤 소감이 있을지 궁금합니다.
สวัสดีทาง YouTube ด้วยนะสวัสดีน้องทามารบสวัสดีป๊อกกี้สวัสดีแบบมอนจิราสวัสดีน้องช็อปนิพัฒน์นะฮะ
그래서 저희도 조금 많이 생각하고 그리고 저희는 저희 조가 죽음의 조라고 생각을 했거든요.
ผม
그래서
มาทำแบบ2ประเบะแบบ1ทำเรียบร้อย
RRQ 선수들이 너무
ไม่เป็นไร
잘해서
ยิง70-0สวัสดีน้องคิงจีนะฮะโทษนะ
네, 그래도
เจนจีหรือเปล่าเมาส์มาหรือเปล่า
Honestly, it was a tough match
ไปทำ
because
งานแล้ว
I
โอเค
heard
ครับ
from
สู้ๆครับ
everyone
ผม
that RRQ was one of the high-ranked team, so it was tough, but it
น้อง
was
กระเป๋าสวัสดี
really
ครับ
happy
ผม
to eventually win the game. 그럼 다음으로 또 승리를 축하하면서 이렇게
เสื้อใหม่เป๊ป
가볍게
มองเห็นตั้งใน
올라왔더니
สนามบิน
그
อิน
두
ชอน
번째
คือ
상대가
ยังไงอ่ะ
PRX입니다. 기분이
그러면
어떠신지
또 그러나 봄.
궁금해요. So you were really happy with the win with RQ, but next you met PRX right away. So how do you feel about that?
저희는
ส
그
วัสดีครับวันนี้ทุกคนนะไม่ได้ทักทายขาดตกบกพร่องใคร
무조건 PRX 만날 생각을 계속 하고 있었기 때문에 네, 그리고 워낙 퍼시픽에서 제일 잘하는 팀이기 때문에 네,
อุ้ย
저희가
NDG แค่ตื่นสนามเอง
조금 긴장하고
อ๋อ
잘해야 될 것 같습니다.
พี่ไปเกาหลีจะถ่ายรูปคู่กับพิธีกรใหม่ตอนแรกว่าจะขอเยถ่ายรูปคิดท่านี้ไปครับผม วันนี้เปลี่ยนใจแล้วจะไปถ่ายรูปกับพิธีกรท่านี้แทน
So
ย่อ
I think we'll be confident to win through the match.
ผมได้กิน 2-1
그렇다면 이제
น้อง
시즌이
วิรากรสวัสดีครับผม
준비되지 않았어요. 그래서 이번 준비 과정이 좀 어려웠을 것 같은데 어떤 준비를 하셨는지 또 궁금한데요. So basically, you didn't have that much time, but how did you
สวัส
prep
ดีโชค
for
สวัสดี
the
ครับผม
match against PRX?
PRX가 최근에 경기 안 한 지 꽤 됐고 다른 팀처럼 뭐 첫 번째 경기를 하지도 않았고 그래서 정보가 너무 없기 때문에
น้องต้มตามสวัสดีครับผม
대충 뭐 공격적으로 하는 것도 알고 있고 그 부분에 있어서
ใช่แล้ววันนี้ก็ไปฟิตเนสมาครับผม
생각도
แต่วันนี้ไปแบบ
하고 있고요. 그리고
ไปแบบเร็วๆ เพราะว่าต้องรีบกลับมาวัด
저희 방식대로 저희
ก็เดี๋ยวออกไปรับลูก
하면은
คือส่งลูกตื่นไวกับปกตินึงส่งลูกเสร็จรีบขับรถไปฟิตเนสเสร็จแล้วกลับมาบ้านอาบน้ำแล้วมาสตรีม จริงๆต้องฟิตเวทเทรนนิ่งเสร็จใช่ป่ะต้องเดินบนลู่แล้วก็ยกเลิกเดินบนลู่ก็ปกติจะเล่นแบบเอื้อระเหยชิวๆแบบเกือบ2 ชั่วโมงอาจจะยกเสร็จอันนี้เราอัดชั่วโมงเดียวรีบมาเลยสวัสดีชาลินนะครับผม
So the first question is, lastly, you won.
เจนจีชุดนี้ดูลงตัวดีนะครับอาจมีลุ้นนิด
What do you think about the
ๆ
kick?
เก็บไปลุ้นนัดหน้าผมนัดนี้ไม่มีลุ้นฮะ
watching everyone, I think
ครับเพ่
everyone has agreed it, you know.
ไม่ต้องเวท
I think
พี่
both teams have improved
วิ่งเทลเลยข้ามไปวิ่งเทลกับผมเลยดีกว่า
ใช่หรอ
I mean, I hope that we
ผม
also
มันก็
can show
อยาก
good show.
อยากแบบว่ามีบอดี้นิดนึงพี่
네, 여태까지 킥보드 경기를 보면서 다 모두 실력이 항상
ผมรอฟิตร่างกายเนี่ยให้พี่พาไปสักทัวร์
답변을 해줬습니다. 그럼
네,
다음
네.
질문으로 넘어가 볼게요.
엄청 띠엠레방아.
팀에 대해서 개인적으로 어떤
랑타오,
생각을 가지고
후디오
있는지
허비.
보겠습니다.
รองเท้าคู่เดียวนะ
So what do you think about Genji
กับใจที่เหลือใจล้วน
ใจล้วน
I mean, I thought they had
ไม่
a
คือ
really good show against RRQ.
แต่รองเท้านี่คุ้มอยู่นะผมคิดอยู่ว่าจะซื้อ เพราะว่ามันเอาไปใส่ลู่วิ่งบนลู่ได้ไง
So I'm looking forward to a good game.
คือวัน
And then
วันก่อน
I
อะ
think,
ผมเดินบนลู่ใช่ไหมแล้วผม
also
ไป
very
ปรับ
happy
แบบ
to
ทัน
share
อะ
the stage with Solo. He's one of my
ผม
heroes.
ลงมาผมปวดเข่าเลยผมคิดอยู่เลยทำไง
He's
ดีวะเนี่ย
1.6 and yeah, he was like
มัน
the
เป็นที่รองเท้าป่ะพี่
And also the
ไม่
last time
ไม่
I
อะ
think
พี่
we
เป็นที่
coached
เป็น
against
ที่
each other
ขา
was
พี่แหละ
at LCQ
อ้าว
2021 where he won.
มันไม่ชินกับมุมนั้นไง
Looking for a little bit revenge today.
ไม่เคยปกติชันแค่3แค่4ใช่ไหมอันนี้ผมปรับชัน6อะ
상대를 경기를
어.
봤는데 정말
แล้วก็
잘한다고 생각이
ตัดวิ่งไป
들었고 또 개인적으로
เกือบ10
솔로
นาที
코치와도 정말 기대가 되는 친분도 있고 또 저번
เรีย
작년
บร้อยลงมาปวดเข่าเลย
2021에서도
웨이트
인연이
와이어
있기
피.
때문에 이번에는 좀 이겨야 될 것 같다 시원하게 보여주겠다라는
가랑
말을
랭이 왜 그러네.
전했습니다. 또 마지막으로 이제 각오 한마디 들으면서 마무리 해보겠습니다.
ปวดเข่าอย่าลงส้นเหรอ
So lastly, tell us your mindset heading
ต้อง
into
ลง
the
ด้านหน้า
first
เท้าเหรอ
match.
I think in PRX our mindset.
เพื่อจะขึ้นชกกับพี่บาสเปล่าโหเดี๋ยวเจอหมัดพี่บาสน็อกไป เห็นกันอยู่
And we start from zero. Our achievements of the past don't mean anything this
อา
year.
ยุเหรอ่ะอุ้ยอายุไม่เกี่ยวครับผม
Try not to
ของนี้
underestimate anyone. and just play our best.
Okay, nice. 저희는 항상 매년
왜
새로운 마음가짐으로
욕 바오,
여기서
욕 바오.
다시 시작하기 때문에
욕เหมือน
이번에도
เมื่อก่อนไม่ได้แล้ว
새롭게 더 강하게 시작해 보겠다고 아주 겸손한 답변을 들었습니다. So thank you, Alex and Solo. Wish you best of luck. 네, 지금까지 알렉스 감독과 솔로 감독 만나봤는데요. 두 팀의
라이간이 호타 빠이
남다른 각오를
마드리드.
들어보니까 재밌는 경기가 될 것 같은 느낌이 드는데 잠시 후에
สองทีม
선수들을 만나러 또 가보겠습니다. So after listening to the coaches,
แบบ
I
ยังไม่มา
can
เดี๋ยวดูพร้อ
tell
มกัน
this
นะ
one's going to be a max
ตัวนี้แจ็ค
entertainment.
นะฮะ
So shall we go meet the players?
Gotta love these interactions with the coaches and Alex playing up against
Pop
one of
ball,
his
pop,
idols.
Nathan.
Of
Pop,
course,
Laya,
that's
pop.
gonna be exciting.
I like the deep lore that he's bringing out there.
Yeah.
It's like, this guy since 1.6. I even mentioning the
กดก็
LCQ
ได้
all the way back in 2021.
อ๋อ น้องนัทโดนแบน PS เหรอ
He has a lot of respect for Solo,
โอ้
but
น่าสงสารจริง
ultimately is just
ตัวนี้เขา
has
ที่
a
น้ำ
good
นะผมพูด
mindset
ที่โค
coming
เตอร์
into
นะ
this, and that's something that we've always expected from
ไม่
PaperX.
ไม่ได้
But I love just
วันนานะผม
the quote there of just saying like our achievements in the past don't matter. It's a reset coming to a new year. It's a bit of a different roster, so we're just going to tackle this one step at a time.
นี่
And
น
I
อน
think
แล้ว
that's
ตื่น
the
มา
best way
นี่
to
โหด
look
เล
at
ย
it,
วะนะ
especially in a game that moves as fast as Valorant, right? We've seen so many switches even during the year. So Alex trying to get as prepared as possible. Also, that whole lore, I think it also paints a good picture of where Solo's at in his career right now. I mean, he's such a storied veteran, and yet as a coach, as a head coach in Valorant, he just hasn't seen success. So he's desperate for that victory to try to get to a higher spot.
Well, we did hear that Genji has been preparing a lot
Nick
for
Nunn.
PaperX. We're gonna see if it
อ่า
is
เลยครับผม
indeed enough, right? But you're absolutely right. I love that mentality that Alex is bringing into this back to zero,
เอ้ย
right?
น่าจะยังไม่
If you're
ตื่น
tilted and it's round whatever, it's back to zero the entire time. That's championship mindset right there. And I'm pretty sure that Genji right now, they are feeling like
นาย
against
วิลเลียม
giants, even though Alex says it's like it doesn't mean anything.
นาย
But
แตก
what means
แถว
something
นะเนี่ย
is definitely
นาย
a
ไปโหวตเจน
singular
จีอ่ะ
Genji prediction right here. William, do you want to explain yourself?
Oh man, we're starting this early in the year.
You're normally the guy that is a Genji hater.
Well, hate is a very strong word. I'm usually doubting the Korean teams, but first of all, I was very impressed. I thought what they showed against RRQ, and this has nothing to do with my hopium for RRQ, but simply, I thought Genji really played up to their potential. I thought they performed what everyone wanted to see from this roster. And my expectation is I think on the flip side, I don't know if PaperX is going to be
something มัน
quite
แบบ
ready to face off against these players who are actually playing
แค่สี่
like
คน
in
เดียว
their
มันจะ
own
ไหวปะวะ
freedom, right?
ปก
Texture,
ติ
I
มัน
mean,
มี
the
จริ
likes
ง
of
อะ
Texture, Meteor,
ส
I
อง
would
ค
say
น
even Munchkin, the fact that they can now just go out and frag the way they wish to is not a
สวัสดีครับ
form that we've seen from them in the past year.
Achilles, what was the
น้
ACS
อง
on
ใน
texture
เว็บ
again?
ไลน์ออ
It
กน่า
was
จะมี
high.
น้อง
It
วิง
was
แมน
really,
ขาย
really high.
Yes.
But
เป้ดูช่องไหน
also
อะ
you were ridiculing me for giving Texture a 10 out of 10.
ช่องฝรั่งเหรอ
for
ผ
his
มหาไม่เจอ
performance.
บ้าง
Whoa,
So
whoa.
which side of the
Well,
coin do you actually want to land on
I
here?
save my 10s for the MVP
เวลา
of the
ฟิ
whole
ตเนสเลย
season.
จาน
I
11
gave out 2, 1 to Governor, 1 to Texture. Those were my 2 10s for the last 2 days.
Like, I'll be keeping track of this.
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean,
how many tens?
Texture played
ใกล้ดูแบบ
really
นึงก็ไป
well.
ธุระ
I
ครับ
just
ผม
think
เดี๋ยว
we
ฝาก
don't
ช่อง
know
ไว้
enough
กับ
where
ทุก
the
คน
standard is, right? Because we don't know how much of that was also RRQ maybe folding a little bit because Genji was looking so strong because they
Fair.
came out swinging. At the same time, Genji did also drop a map against RRQ.
Did
It wasn't a
Yoki
clean
Makino.
2-0, so I think there's a lot more to prove. But I just
ไม่
think
ได้อาบ
stylistically,
น้ำดินะ
Genji's actually going to match up against PaperX
ใกล้
quite
ก็
well.
ฝากเต้
I
ฝาก
do think the
เอ
old
งพี่บาส
habits
อยู่
are
ด้วย
going
นะ
to come
ฝาก
in
พี่
for
บาสด้วย
Genji,
They
พี่บ้าน
very
สวัสดี
well
ครับ
could. I think, look, I
สวัส
think
ดี
it's
ครับ
สวัสดี
gonna be
พี่
close
ป๊อป
here.
ครับผม
I
สวัสดี
think
ครับ
that
สวัสดีครับ
PaperX
สวัสดี
do
ครับ
have that kind
สวั
of
สดี
like
ครับ
rougher starting point because we haven't seen them yet. They have to get back
พี่
on
บาส
stage.
จะ
They
ไล
have
ฟ์ไป
to
นี่
get reacclimated to the
เอ้า
environment.
ป๊อ
I
ป
could see
หยุด
this
วันนี้เหรอ
absolutely being very
ไม่
close.
ผม
Genji
มอนิเตอร์อยู่
absolutely has impressed so far.
ไลฟ์
I'm expecting
คือ
3
ยังไง
maps almost
ให้
no
ไล
matter
ฟ์
ต้อง
what.
ลองขอ
PaperX
permission
comes
ไป
out
แล้ว
so much
Watchparty
better than we
ที่
could
จะดู
have
ต้อง
anticipated
ลองเลย
in
ครับ
the downtime that they have had.
เย้
But
แล้ว
that is a
แพลต
very
ฟอร์มอื่นน่ะ
unfunny,
ตู้
but
เย็นได้ขอ
maybe
ปะ
this will
ขอ
bite me
เหมื
in
อน
the
กัน
rear
ดู
view
ได้
like
ทำ
all
ตุง
of us in the
อะไร
ring
อะ
here.
ฮะ
We're basing our predictions on past
อ๋อ
achievements.
พอดี
We
ผม
are
วัด
going off of that
ตู้เย็น
history.
พวก
We
ไม
are
โครโฟน
going
อะ
off
ที่
the
เป็นแพลตฟอร์ม
expectations
ใหม่
of
พี่
these
เอ้ย
players and of
ใช่พี่
on Coach
เอ้ย
Alex
ผมไป
as that
สมัครก่อน
guy
ดีผม
really
โดนแย่ง
pump
ชื่อ
the brakes and get that mental reset.
ขอไปฟอร์มก่อน
Listen, my rear has already been bitten thanks to Genji actually, so I might as well just go along with the Genji ride here. But I
น้อง
love
นาย
that
เลย
you
ครับ
brought
ผ
up
ม
the coaching. I love that
พี่
you
เห็น
brought up the
TikTok
coaching
เขา
things.
ทำแบบ
I keep
เต็ม
thinking
ไลฟ์เต็มจอย
the
อะ
actual kryptonite to this
มา
kind
แล้ว
of
เหรอ
opium for PaperX's
มันแบบว่า
opponents
full screen ให้
is
เรา
that
TikTok อะ
Alex just knows when to pump the
เป็น
brakes.
แนวนอน
And he
ว่า
knows
งั้นนะ
when
ที่
to
ผม
เป็น
ทราบ
We saw
แนวนอน
this at AVL. T1 came out swinging on
แล้ว
Sunset
ดีไหม
with
พี่
the
ยอด
Europe.
ดีไหม
ผมก็
PaperX
เห็น
just
รูป
looked
มา
lost like they've never been before.
ยังไม่
It
เห็น
was
ยังไม่
6-0
ได้เข้าไป
or
ดู
something
ว่า
like that.
ยัง
Alex
ไง
just pumps both timeouts back to back and suddenly it just flips, and T1's like, well, we've run out of options. We don't know what to do. And even after the game, I
พี่
talked
เต้
to the
ไม่ได้ลง
players.
แข่งหรอกครับ
Divide
โอ้
was
โห
like,
น่าจะ
T1
น่า
looked
จะเป็นดา
scary.
ไวครับ
Like
ผม
they looked strong. Saya's firing on all cylinders. But at the end of the day, they still won pretty handily.
Yeah, I feel like we're actually not going to be seeing the same Paper X that we did in 2023. I'm actually prepared for maybe a Paper X that's a bit slower, maybe not as aggressive.
That's
I mean, that might be a bold prediction on my end. I'm not saying that it's not exactly a bad Paper X. It might be a new one. It might be actually something that's a little bit more controlled.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see what kind of compositions they're going to be coming through. Because if
they're
going to be
Pacific
running
ครับผม
quite a bit with Forsaken maybe picking that up, if not somebody else, then I could see the aggression continuing
วัน
from
นี้
this
ขอ
team.
ให้ไม่มี
But
เทคออส
ultimately,
นะฮะ
the Yoru, that sort of
ตอน
involvement,
นี้ต้องรอ
that
ติ้งรู
could
ป
just come down to
And also the question of a lot of
พี่
people
เปิดแล้ว
still
พี่
seem
ก็
to
ดู
favor
ในทวิ
Raze
ต
on a
เลย
lot of these
ที่เหลือ
maps,
ผม
and
เซตติ้
something
ง
is
ให้
obviously much more known for his jet. We even saw him piloting the
Don't
breach
set
a couple
ด้วย
times and fracture in the past. Now
พวกชื่อ
Gecko
ไล
and
ฟ์อะไรพวก
Sunset
นี้
in the off season. So
okay.
does something flex a bit more? Is he gonna go
เปิด
to the
ช่อง
Forsaken school of
Valorant
Valorant
ใช่ไหม
where he's just picking up every Asian and firing his gun more than his
ไม่ถ้า
utility?
อย่างนี้
I mean, that's the thing
ที่
is
พี่
you
เกียรติ
have
พี่ก็
that
แคป
guy
ช่อง
that's
พี่
right
ช่อง
there
พี่
that
โป
can
เต้
teach
ต่อ
you
เลย
everything you need to know about
ก็ได้
Forsaken.
ได้
Forsaken's got so much depth to him, so if you're going to
ไม่ต้อง
have
พู
any
ด
kind
ด้วย
of
ต้องบอสไป
you
เลยครับ
want the best person in the world that you possibly could.
เดี๋ยวผมก็ไม่อยู่ในแมปสอง เดี๋ยวผมให้ทุกคนช่วยพูด
Like the Astroplane breach, etc., would just further just embolden this team. So that's actually a really scary prospect. And if it's something that they have been working on since the AVL concluded,
ใช่เหรอน้องน
then
วัด
this
ขอบ
could
คุณ
be
ครับผม
very scary for every single team out there. DRX trying to reclaim the throne.
ก็
If
การ
something
แข่ง
is
ขัน
in
ของ
the air,
VCT
a couple
จะไม่ให้
other
ชน
roles
กัน
at
ครับ
the same time,
ของ Official
I don't know
ไม่
if
ให้
it's
ชน
gonna
กัน
happen.
ไปสอบเนี่ยถ้าไม่สอบไม่รู้ได้หรือเปล่าวันนี้
We could be going up against
เมื่อคืนดูแมนยูเปิดมาแบบอุ้ยสบายแล้วก็เลยไป
They've
ดู
been hiding it quite a bit during the off season as
2-0
well,
เลย
even giving more chances for Jing to kind of show his
โอ้ย
stuff
แพ้
one last
ชิว
time
ผมให้
on a
2-1
couple of those games, and that was great to see.
ก็เลยหาดู
But
นู่น
again,
ดูนี่ดูบ้างไม่ดูบ้าง
therefore,
หัน
Solo
มาดู
mentioned
ที
in the
อ้าว
interview of like,
แป๊บ
well,
เดียว
we
โดน
just
ตี
don't have
2-1 แล้ว
tape to study.
ก็เลยมา
We
ตั้ง
don't
ใจ
know
ดู
what
ที
they're
โอ้
gonna
โห
come out with. We don't know what this core
นึก
five
ว่าเจอ
looks
บา
like
ซ่า
for PRX. And everyone's expecting, like you said, Mika, like, is it a
นี่มัน
slower,
ลูตันหรือ
or
บา
is it
ซ่าเนี่ย
even
แมนยูซุนจัด
faster? Like, are they flexing everybody because they have Mind Freak trying the Sova on a couple maps as well? It's just a mystery.
I think it's one of the biggest mysteries that we're going to have here in Pacific, right? What kind of Paper X are people going to get today, especially since this is their debut for 2024 on the Pacific League stage, and I feel like everybody here
เขาน่าจะ
is
จัด
very
ตลาดครับ
excited.
ผมเนาะแต่
Also
ตัว
really
ที่ก็ไม่
excited
แน่
to see
ใจ
what Genji
น้อง
have
ยัป
up
ปี้สวัส
their
ดีครับผ
sleeves
ม
right now, especially since the winner of this
แต่ทีม
series
ใหญ่
becomes
ชนะ
the
ลูกเดียวหมดเลย
first
นะ
team
ลู
to
ตัน
qualify into playoffs and are that much closer to Masters Madrid, Achilles.
Yeah, and I mean, you obviously want that. It'd be
แมน
stupid
ซี
to
ยัง
say
เกิดไม่
that
รอด
there's
เลย
a
ใช่ไหม
team out
เจอไบ
there
ตัน
that doesn't
ไม่เจอ
want
ลู
that.
ตัน
But for Paper X, coming off the back of narrowly missing out on a trophy, not being able to push it all the way to a game 5, getting that second place at the biggest event that we have ever held, that is going to leave that kind of bittersweet feeling in your heart. And no matter how much you reset, you don't think about the past, that is still going to be lingering there within yourself. So I think for them, being able to kick off the year, get straight over, qualify for Masters Madrid, and then go on to try to win the trophy, that would be a great way to just kind of rectify the shortcomings of the past.
Yeah, and of course, also getting first place in kickoff gives
อย่า
you
คุย
those
นาน
early
อย่าคุยนาน
championship
เดี๋ยวไม่
points
ทัน
as
นะครับ
well, so that's one step closer
Very
towards
true.
champions. Then you go to Madrid. If you win that, you get more points as well, so you kind of have a safety spot to go all the way to champions now in Seoul for 2024, and that would be the absolute best start for Paper X.
God, I'm looking so forward to just all of the absolutely crazy Reddit posts, the Charlie Kelly meme of like, this is how Sentinels get the championship points, and this is how they're gonna make it over there. If
We
they
should do
continue
that
going
to
down.
this board. We
There
should
you
do
go.
that to
Yeah,
this
we
board
should
one day.
keep
Start
track of
writing
it.
all over this thing.
By the time kickoff ends, you're gonna see all of this covered in like our notes and everything.
เทคนิคก็ไม่ไหวหรอ
happening on here.
It's inevitable. I mean, every single team out there that has a fan, they're going to be people who are trying to do the math and figuring out like this is where they can get this, and
Well, that's what
if they
keeps
do
it
that,
interesting.
and this team loses, then blah 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 blah, and then somehow it'll still come down to MIBR getting a knife to deny.
And and a coach playing it, and the coach brings some victory for another team. Yeah.
Well, before we get ahead of ourselves and start predicting the entire year, of course, we have PRX and Genji, and it is so exciting to welcome, the champions from last year, Pacific champions from last year, over back to the Pacific League stage. And I feel like for Genji, this is going to be a tough kind of like they do the short straw, so to say. It's like, we're up against Paper Rex this time around, right?
I mean, group of death, like Solo said, I think everyone would agree for this, whether it's RRQ or Genji, it's a group of death no matter what. And the biggest thing is I don't know if Genji necessarily has as much of a home crowd buff either, because Paper X has gained a lot of fans in Korea over the years, especially after last year,
เอา Melody สวัสดีครับผม
over DRX, and then going and representing Pacific all the way to the grand finals of champions. Even the Korean fans
ช่อ
are
ง
like,
ผมเริ่มแล้ว
Paper X is where it's at, right? They're the reps of Pacific. So Gen G has a lot of work cut out for him.
No, they really do. But I mean, that makes me very much consider something that I haven't really put that much thought into, because it just in your brain it's like, okay, Paper X, they're going to come back, they're going to be very strong, make it to the final. Do we see the back-to-back champions within Pacific itself, or is there going to be a change-up? You know, somebody else is into the throne. If it's not DRX, who else is it going to be? So I think it's just neat to think about all of the teams that we've seen so far. Who is going to be capable of being able to lift that one? Because it's nowhere close to what we expected coming into the season. You know, we've been on Plat Chat, etc. People have been doing their own power rankings and stuff. We have been so far off the mark already within the first 2 days. And things, you know, could course correct with a little bit more time. Maybe things do settle into that kind of pattern that we had laid out. But for right now, it seems like pretty much everybody was completely and utterly wrong about, I don't know, what, from second all the way down to 11th?
Yeah, and the big thing is again, that's off the back of a lot of these new faces, right? Where we heard some hype about some of them, but the question always remains, how do you perform against the other T1 teams and players, right? How do you perform against other Pacific teams? And now, for someone like Karen, it's like, well, how do you perform against Paper Rex out of all teams that you'd have to face in your very first week of debut in the VCT? He has to prove something, just like Izu has, just like Governor has, and of course they've played in, you know, challengers as well, but Karen has to come in and say, you know what, I've been ready for this, I've been coached through this as well alongside my teammates, because those are some veterans who have played against the PRX boys quite a few times, and he has to be able to hold his ground.
สวัสดีทั้ง Twitch แล้วก็ YouTube นะฮะ
They're like the special seasoning over here in Pacific, right? You have these teams that we thought we knew, and then suddenly you have new names come on board, and Zeta is looking incredible right now. We have, you know, we have Talon, who suddenly looks like, you know, they could be a contender for qualifying into playoffs, where we thought that, like, okay, Team Secret surely should be one of the strongest teams, but now it's kind of like, again, like you mentioned, we do have to erase everything, and we're kind of like all off the mark, but I feel like it's really on the back of those new names, those rookies that had that X factor this time around.
And that's so exciting, right? I think that's something that Pacific as a region has been starving for, quite frankly, because there just wasn't as much history in growing up new talent in a game like Valorant. But just in the last 2 years, we've seen this surge coming up. So, I mean, this is exciting that it's not just like one country either, across the different countries, whether it's academy players, whether it's Challenger League players, whether it's unknown recruits like Karon, we're seeing teams scout out new talent and bring them up to the big stage.
Yeah, it's very much flipping the script as far as the expectations are concerned, because a lot of us, and I'd say most people in general, you'd think, okay, well, this team is just rebuilt, and there's so many rookies that haven't played at Tier 1, they're probably going to take some time to get together, for this team to come together, for the synergy to be built up, for them to really find their footing and get used to being on stage in front of an audience. And that's just been completely subverted.
ใครว่างๆนะระหว่างรอแข่งนะครับผมฝากไปกด
making their debut,
ไลค์กดติดตาม
redebuting into
ช่อง
Tier
YouTube ด้วยนะผม
They pretty much all looked absolutely
กด
incredible.
Subscribe ให้ด้วยนะ YouTube นะ กดฟรี
So let's welcome
ดาวน์โหลด
our
ไปอวด
champions
ลู
to
ก
the Pacific
นะครับ
main stage, and Gen G, their competitors.
แอนลองเมาส์เหรอส่วนมากก็สั่งในเพจเอาอะครับถ้าแบบพวกแบรนด์เฉพาะอ่ะหรือไม่เดี๋ยวนี้ก็หาใน Shopee ครับผมครั้งเดียวนะกดครั้งเดียวขอเลขขี้น้องนายเองเลยครับกดเลขขี้ครับผม GT ก็ได้ขอเป็นเลขขี้นะกาวสวัสดีครับผม
솔직히 작년은 이제 더 이상 생각하기 싫은 시즌이 아니었나 생각합니다.
誰と対峙しても新しいメンバーたちで新しい波を立てます。
Our team is stronger than last year, but we grew stronger as well.
We apologize ป่ะพี่
ชกอยู่วันนี้ระหว่างไม่มีตัวอักษรวิ่งวันนี้
โอเคร้อนแล้วนี่
우승해야죠. 들어오자마자 우승. 이런 낭만 아니겠습니까?
จัดไปการไวจัด
부끄럽네요.
พี่เอ๋ยให้ทัศนะแล้วหรือยัง
ให้แล้วครับพี่
ยังไง
ไปเลข2-0นะครับผมวันนี้
เรียบร้อย
We have a great team this year. I'm very excited. I think
ส่วนเรื่องสมัยครับผม
I think everyone is a key player of the team.
ฟอร์มมันไม่แผ่วเลยอะตั้งแต่แอฟริกาแล้วอะว่าไปต่อได้
The chemistry has
ถึงเวลาแล้วที่พี่ม่อนจะต้องพิสูจน์ตัวเองเพราะมีเวลาปรับตัวเป็นเดือน ถ้าพี่ม่อนยังปรับตัวไม่ได้อาจจะต้องแยกย้ายไปเป็นทหารแทนจริง
We are completely a different team now.
มันเป็นแทนกันได้
ไม่ได้ น้องเอลเราเอลสวัสดีครับผมโอ้ถ้าดีเลยนี่เศร้าเลยนะ ไม่ทันแมปแรก
다른 팀들이 이제 저희
เป็นใครอยู่ GE
를 좀 안 하는 것 같은데 새롭게 맞는 방법을 좀 알려드려야. 퍼시픽 내에서는 피지컬이 압도적으로 좋은 것 같고 다들 기대하고 보셔도 될 것 같습니다.
持てるものを全てぶつけていくっていう気持ちでできてますね。
ที่วันของดีจัด
วันนี้
สวัสดีพี่ครับผม
พี่เอ๋ย
อะไรนะ
วันนี้มี
I'm
บลีด
super
ด้วยนะ
excited to showcase myself in the Pacific
언니요.
kickoff. I have no fear about Diablo after all.
บีทคู่2 BGE วันนี้
スタイルはキャラクターコントロールがうまいなと思ってるので自分でもそこを試合でも見せれるように頑張ります。기다려.
손에 꼽을 정도로 재미있었다라고 생각이 들 정도로 재밌게 준비를 했었고 이번 시즌 T1은 자유로운 스타일을 가진 팀이 될 것 같아요. 이제 경기 시작하면 누가 진짜 잘하는지 볼 수 있을 것 같아요.
รายการยื้อเวลาอยู่
There is a unique strength of our team.
ได้ข่าวว่าวันแรกนี่เลท6 ชั่วโมงพี่เอ๋ย
แมปเดียวกดไป6 ชั่วโมงพี่
We will always
โอ้ทามมาดิพี่
Everyone knows
ยิงกัน100 กว่าตัว เกือบพันอ่ะ
This time we will get
6 ชั่วโมงแมปแรก
than before.
เขาย้ายที่จัดด้วยพี่
โอเค
ไม่ได้
สวัสดีครับผม
ไปที่เราไปอ่ะ
คือไอตอนแอฟริกาผมเห็นวันที่ก่อนแข่งใช่ไหมเราก็ไปทัวร์ใช่ไหม
ครับ
กรรมการไอพวกสตาฟอะเขามานั่งเล่นกันโคตรนานเลยอะเหมือนลองเครื่องอะ ผมงงว่าเนี่ยเขาทำหรือเปล่ายังไงเขาต้องทำอะถ้าทำมันไม่น่ามีปัญหาปะ
ไม่ได้ทำอ่ะ
เอ
น่า
อ
จะเท่าที่รู้นะไม่ได้เทสฝั่งนักแข่งพี่เรื่องเสียงอ่ะ
พลาดจัดอะเนี่ยไปครับผมไปวันที่21นะครับ21ตอนกลางคืน
แต่ไอปีที่แล้วมันจัดที่เราไปไงพี่ตึกนั้นแหละ
อ๋อตึกเดิม
ใช่แต่ปีนี้ที่ใหม่ไงเสาเยอะๆหลังคาเตี้ย
แล้วตึกที่นี่เขาเคยจัดงานมาก่อนปะงานเกมอะ
ๆผมไม่รู้เลยฮะตึกนี้
แล้วตึกนั้นมันดูแบบอีสปอร์ตเนี่ยมันเลยแบบไม่มีปัญหาอะไรจัดบ่อย
โอ้ก็ฮอนั้นมันกี่ชั้นนะพี่สองชั้นใช่ป่ะรวม
ไปวอชปาร์ตี้ที่นู่น
ชั้น
ครับ
ร
ผ
วม
ม
กัน
Stronger teams were waiting in the wings. Starting today, teams will face eliminations. But before that, it's time to meet our Pacific Kings in Seoul. It's time to showcase the might of W Gaming.
W Gaming.
PRX.
เอาไมค์ไปด้วยอ๋อไมค์ที่งานมันนั่นเหรอหัวไมค์ไปด้วยมีเอาไปได้นะมีไฮเปอร์เอาไปได้นะแค่ไมค์ไปด้วยเหรอได้เดี๋ยวพกไมค์ไปด้วยมันมีใครวัดแล้วพกไมค์ไปบ้างไหมไม่น่ามีวะ
They've already proven themselves against old rivals RRQ. Rev up the engine and keep the momentum going for the
จ
return
ริงๆ
of
เอา
the
แค่เฮดเซต
ultimate.
ของไฮเปอร์ไปก็ได้มันมีไมค์อ่ะมันก็โอเคนะไมค์เฮดเซตไฮเปอร์ใช่เหรอน้องพาวเด็กลงเหนือแล้วเหรอหายไปไหนนานเลยครับสวัสดีนะครับผมใช่แล้วครับผมพี่จะไปเป็นจองจำกับคันเร่งฮะเป็นคู่แข่งคันเร่งกับจองนะครับผมแต่เราจะสวนไปเกาหลีแทนเดี๋ยวเจอพี่จองจากเอาพี่คันเร่งเข้าไปพี่คันเร่งจะต้องหลบน้องต้นตาลสวัสดีครับผมอย่าลืมรอติดตามบล็อกนะฮะเดี๋ยวทำบล็อกจะพยายามถ่ายบรรยากาศในงานตึกทางเดินถ่ายบรรยากาศนักแข่งอะไรเงี้ยที่นู่นมาให้ดูนะครับเร่งตอนไฟเหลืองเร่งตอนเจอรถข้างๆเปิดสัญญาณไฟเลี้ยวครับผมถ่ายสาวๆมาให้เยอะคือปัญหาคือมันจะคือเกาหลีเขาซีเรียสเรื่องนี้ไปถ่ายหน้าคนนู้นคนนี้แล้วมันเขามาเห็นแล้วมันฟ้องได้นะมือใหม่หัดล็อกครับบล็อกแรกเลยแต่ว่าเอากล้องไปซ้อมไปแล้ววันก่อนงานแสดงของลูกคนเล็กเอาไปถ่ายมาแล้ว อ๋อแป้นสวัสดีครับผม
Alright, so as both teams are here,
เอ้า
we'll begin the map.
คันเร่งโจ๊กโซคูใช้ไปแล้วเหรอ
We'll conduct a coin toss to determine the higher seed.
ไปวันที่21มีคนบอกพี่มาคันเร่งอ่ะคิดเอง
PRX versus Gen G. This is going to be so
ชิบ
interesting.
หายแล้วต้องเปลี่ยนเป็นอะไรอะจองจำกับคันอะไรคันโยกเหรอ
Very flexible, right? PRX pretty much everybody's expecting something to be flexing already, and we have Meteor and Munchkin that are able to
ที่คัน
flex
ไถ
as well for the side of Gen G. So as we
คัน
were
โย
saying,
ก
we're not sure what agent composition we're going to get, but
คัน
these
โยกคัน
maps
หลั
are
ง
going to be pretty determinant of that.
คันหลังแล้วกัน
Yeah, we'll get maybe a better idea as far as what they're going to be
เอ็ม
piloting,
แลบรูที
especially
น
if
จะสู้
Gen G has
ส
any
กิน
kind
แคร์
of
รูทีน
repeat
ไหมวะ
maps that
พี่
do come up when they played against RQ. We saw Ice
นี่เพราะ
Box
เจสั่งเลยนะ
as well as
เลยไปซื้อ
Sunset, but
ไอ้ครีมที่ชื่อ
Gen G
ลาวแลบ
bring
มา
up Bree, so we will get a new
ไม่ดี
Lotus
มาก
squad. Big
ก็
question
ดี
is,
อยู่นะ
do they play Yoru?
คือตอนไปเกาหลีอ่ะเข้าไอ้ร้านโอลิฟยังใช่ไหมก็มีกล่องให้เราแลบไอ้เซตนี่เลยที่จะสั่งใช้ เขาก็บอกกันเนี่ยใส่เซตนี้ใช่ไหมตอนแรกก็ไม่อะไรเดินเข้าไปทุกวันอาทิตย์นึงอะมีอะไรดีกันในร้านนี้
Playing that Yoru as
เข้ามาทุกวัน
well. You know, do we get to see
ตัด
that?
มาสักหน่อยแล้วกัน
Not something I
อย่างนี้
believe
พี่
the
เลยก็
Textures really
หล่อ
played
ขึ้นอีกประมาณ
maybe a
50% เลยดิ
handful of times
โอ้โห
in his career, but
ครีมเนี่ย
none of
ไอ้
them
ครีม
really
อะนะ
spring to mind. But Lotus coming in for PaperX, this just
ปกติ
feels
ก็น่า
like
รักอยู่
maximum
นะ
comfort.
โอ้โหเว้ย
And overall, it is a map that there's an immense amount of tape on for them. So Gen G could
คือ
have,
สกินแคร์ของเกาหลีอะครับ
had done a lot of
ที่ว่าราคามัน
It looks like
มัน
Gen
โอ
G
เค
have heard rumors of
นึก
the
ออกไหม
age of Yoru
สมมติ
making a comeback.
เวลาเรา
They're
ไป
like,
ซื้อ
oh,
ครี
we
มใน
remember
ห้างอะ
PRX.
ที่มันไว้ใจได้อะ
Let's not do
มันพันบวก
Yeah, that
ประเภท
one would be a little bit
ถาม
more.
คำเดียว
I mean, definitely banning that out.
ทำไม
And
พี่
also, I think accepting that the old
เจ็ดล็อก
ways
มี
that,
พี่
you know, some of these
มี
players
เหรอ
and
แมป
the
ไหน
coaches have used to play
เอาของ
Bind
ไทย
no
พี่
longer
ไอ้
work.
ติ
So a lot of them used to actually have a lot of pride on Bind, but
ไม่
things have changed
เอา
since
เอา
then
วี
in the
ซี
game in
ไอ้
several
แปซิ
different
ฟิกสิ
ways.
พี่
So
อ๋อ
that is going to
มัน
lead to
เก็บไว้ใช้รอบลึก
Ascent,
พี่
which
มันยังไม่เอา
again,
มาใช้กัน
some
อ๋อมันเป็น
tape
ตัว
from
สำคัญ
PRX,
ใช่
but
เดี๋ยว
surely
คือ
there
ใช้เลย
could be
ที
a
ม
lot of
ข้าวว่า
changes
จับ
as
ได้
well.
Yeah, I mean, we
แข
saw
น
them.
แต่สำคัญอะไรเงี้ยพี่รอดูที่มัดลิดน่าจะเยอะ
Pretty close one in the grand final.
เราจะเห็น
Like
อี
you
โซ
mentioned
ก็ได้
before,
นะ
you know, had
มี
one
เห
that
ตุผล
matches
มีเหตุผล
T1 as well. So there is a bit out there
อยาก
to
เห็น
study when it
คือ
comes
ครีม
down
ครีม
to
ครีมแบบทั่วไปมันกระปุกเป็นพันนึกออกปะแต่ของเกาหลี
have
มัน
they
แบบ
changed
มันลด
anything is
จั
the
ด
big
ๆอะมัน
question.
แบบ
But
ห
as
นึ่ง
we
แถ
get
ม
ready
ห
to
นึ่ง
focus
เป็น
on
แพ็คอะไร
Breeze,
เงี้ยมันก็ตก
I mean,
ถุ
my
งแบบ
eyes
3-400
immediately just have to go to Forsaken
เออ
because
มัน
we
น่า
know he's
ใช้
gonna
ไง
be
นึกออกปะ
playing.
Oh, it's
It's something
something.
playing Yoro
We
as
do get the
Forsaken's
Yoro.
playing
Oh,
Harbor.
And meanwhile, we have Astra for
ของ
Charon
เป๊ป
as
เปเล็ก
well
ไม่
for
เคยทำให้
Gen
ผิดหวัง
G. And I mean, I'm actually okay with this. I think if you're gonna play
ไม่
double
เคยทำให้
controller,
ผิด
some
หวังจริง
options for that Astra as well,
ป
especially
ก
if
ติ
you
จะ
get
เป็น
the
เจ
site
สัน
to
เล่นไง
really anchor
เดี๋ยว
down one site. But
something
the
โย
single
รุ
duelist
something
duo
ว่ะ
for PaperX, I mean, we've
ซัม
seen
ติง
it.
เจ็ตมันจะไม่น่ากลัวกัน
Yes,
หรอ
and triple control as well,
Yeah.
right? And Magnet and that Omen, so
จะซ้อม
Magnet
มา
should be a lot more aggressive now. So
เล่นกับ
he's gonna
สม
be
มุติเนี่ย
acting as
เล่นกับ
kind of
เล่น
that
กับม่าน
secondary duelist alongside the
อยา
Euro.
กเห็น
Both
โย
are
รุที่
able
บ้าน
to actually enter in very different angles than you're used to.
That means that with this matchup right here, a single duelist comp on Breeze will finally get a win. The question is, which one is it going to be? Is it going to be the Jet or is it going to be the Yoru here from the side of PaperX? Because so far we have
ก็ฝึก
only
โยรุแล้ว
seen
เนี่ย
success from the double duels compositions.
Well, what
Meta.
says duelist
แสด
better
งว่า
than
ด่านนี้
no
ต้องมี
sentinel
โยรุ
composition, right? That is definitely W gaming. So let's get this first match started. PaperX versus Gen G. Over to Hey, I'm Quack, and Hey, it's Asarai.
เอาวะ
Hey, it's me indeed, and with Quack. Man, time to bring your face masks. This is gonna get a lot smoky here on Breeze. Triple controller, my man, on PaperX.
That is super interesting. I mean, we've never really seen
Good luck,
this
have
being
fun,
pulled
Kap.
out from this team before.
พี่เอ๋เดี๋ยว
But
นี้เขา
apart
ไม่
from
พิมพ์
that,
กันแล้วเหรอ
also
กูรักแค่ฟัน
something on the Euro I think is a little bit worth mentioning.
เราไม่
Of course,
ยุคเก่าแล้ว
we
เหรอ
have
เราไม่
seen
เห็น
how
ข้อ
strong
ความบ้าง
Gen
ผ
G
มว่า
was yesterday. We can see and we
แต่
can
ผมก็ไม่พิมพ์
expect
กุ
a
ด
little
ลัก
bit
นะ
of texture. Are they
ผม
gonna
ไม่
do
รู้
the
จะไป
same
บอก
thing?
ให้เขาโชคดีทำไมเขาเจอเราผม
Looks
พิม
like
พ์แพ้
PaperX
ฟัน
is
พอ
gonna be starting, to
ผมไม่เคยพิมพ์
spread
good
their
luck
wings
อะ
a little bit all across the map. And I think the good thing about that triple controller
Easy แต่ต้น
comp
เกม
is
เลยเหรอ
you do
โอ้ย
have so many options
เปิ
to
ดประเด็น
unlock
เกิน
a good chunk
เรีย
of
กว่า
a
ตัว
big
ตึง
map
ของ
such as
จริง
this Breeze.
Especially on the attack, right? Just having three, sets of
Easy
smokes to
โดน
cycle
โดนแต่
through.
พิม
You
พ์
can
ใส่
see that
บ่อย
they
มาก
already
เลย
sent out a high tide across A. It creates a bit of pressure,
เดี๋ยวนี้เขา
but
ไม่
at
พิ
the
มพ์
same
กู
time,
รักแค่ฟัน
still
เขา
a bit of
พูดกูรัก
damage
คาฟู
towards
กัน
this B
พี่เลย
site.
อ๋อ
I think Gen G gets a bit of information information.
อาฟู
Haven't committed to toxic wall yet, so
ราคาฟูนะคะ
not really too much.
เดี๋ยวซัมติง
has been shown
แต่
here
รู
by
ป
the
เป็น
hands
ม
of
อนเย็ด
PRX.
แต่
There
ได้
it
ชื่อ
is.
มอนเย็ดแต่เป็นซัมติง
On the clock, there's still so many options that they can choose for, and
พี่
อ้าว
they're just
ลองเขาเทคพอนะ
making
พี่
sure
พัด
that Gen G
เขาไม่ได้
has
ใช้
to just
AI
commit
กล้อง
a
หรอ
lot of their stars for the start of
Yeah.
this.
Apart from that, also just with the gate crash that something is using, they're going all over the map, but here it comes.
Yeah, Tripwire on that A site. This is the Yoru though, so he can't
นี่
bypass
ตัวปลอม
it.
ไปหลอก
Needs to
B
break it.
ด้วยแล้วเข้า A
Munchkin has
เป็น
been
ไง
given up already. Right in front of him, two.
เอ้า
Contact point, it's good. Something finds another.
เรียบร้อยดี
They've already secured that A site in the blink of an eye. The rest of Genji will have to go on that rotate back to the A site, but look at how far Divai has pushed up on Halls here. He's the first Vanguard for the moment, holding
วิดาวไว้แปลก
He's gonna go down, but at least he's got some information from the rest of Paper X.
Yeah, it was
ไม่เป็นไร
good
พี่
hit
เชอรี่มันยิงยาก
nonetheless, and you know they know that there are players coming from Bridge, coming from Halls, and that just confirms a lot of it.
ๆนี่ครับ
Dash in. Texture's very
ตัว
aggressive.
เป็นเกมมาแล้ว
Uber confident, but of course, Paper X just going to be playing that ghost plan. Something coming around the corner, repositions, has to help out his team. Right in the precipice of the smoke, push from Texture. He can. By bullets, dashes right in. Another one, and he picks up the 4K.
No way! First round already picks up the fourth. You see how he has that trigger discipline. I mean, normally when you talk about trigger discipline, you're, you know, waiting for the opportune moment. He's just waiting to track as the movement slows down. And that is unbelievable skill.
ที่จริงตรงฮอน่าจะได้สักตัวเนาะพี่เอ๋ย
มันต้องได้เลย
ใช้คำว่าต้องได้เลย
ต้องได้
ฮอเนี่ย
ไม่ต้องกลับยังได้เลยเมื่อกี้วาร์ปกลับมาตรงนี้เฉยติดสโมก
1v1 fights in the span of just a couple of seconds, ultimately turning the hand.
And now they've picked up the Bulldogs, he's got an Outlaw on Texture. He's looking to pick up the Bladestorm early on.
แก้ไซเฟอร์แน่เลยตรงนั้นน่ะ
They give him the satisfaction. He's getting closer. His teammates breaking and giving as much support as possible. And Monyet's down already.
I mean, that's the other thing, right? Because it's an Outlaw, it's just so powerful. Anything on an eco round, it just chews right through. So these guys, Paper X, they got to be so careful.
You can already see one spotting the tripwire outside of B main. Still, it's not going to stop Paper X from starting to move their forces all the way here. Looks like they're just okay with that. Divai still hasn't gotten any contact with the sheriff that he's bought in the past 2 rounds. That's looking a little bit iffy. With the stars being committed here as well.
เดี๋ยวรอดูวินที่เปเปอร์เล็กตีแล้วตีบีนะเดี๋ยวรู้ว่ามาติดแท็บเจนจีมันทำมา
They know he's here. They don't really want to challenge him. It's way too risky. So they're running out of options. You can't go back into Elbow. You're pretty much stuck inside of B main.
อะไรเบนก็ได้มาจากเบนทั้งนั้นน่ะเบนชอบมาเล่าให้พี่ฟัง
Maybe got a bit of breathing room, but 30 seconds left, Aster, right?
Something's going to just try to make something happen. You know, no pun intended. Make some contacts here. Does have his great crash available. He wants to challenge out. Get the outlaw texture play. When it's 140 body shot damage and you have shield or half shield, it's just not gonna work. You're just beating him kills, and now he's got that
ตาแรก4 คิวตานี้5 คิว
โอ้โห
ที่ถ้าเป็นผมเล่นกับพี่เอ๋ยเนี่ยผมไม่ยิงแล้วนะ
Boost of confidence for Texture starting things off. I mean, yesterday he said he was hangry. Today, I don't know what he's on, but this is a whole new look. Blades are already available. I mean, the other thing is also just Paper X, they had sheriffs, they're just trying to get picks or the spike plant. Couldn't really find anything, and that's a little bit surprising.
There's so many players I
มันเล็ง
think
นานเหรอ
in this 2024 Pacific
ขอบคุณน้องโรนทามนะครับโรนทามด้วยในสปีดเดอร์นะครับผม
Lenny
เป็นคำแบงค์นะครับผม
not getting the chance to play for Team Secret. The Texture, as the Des was mentioning, not having
มาแล้ว
any opportunity to showcase his duelist, but here comes the duelist potential for something as he pushes up onto Orange. Tricky business. Spawns one, getting into the astral dimension, goes out, flashes. He still challenges something. He's gonna make something happen here, and he does get it. Followed by Monyet, but Caron's
ไม่
holding
ง่าย
on.
ไม่ง่ายบอกเลย
3 versus 3, Spike planted down.
You got the cascade up as well, so there's a lot more room for Forsaken trying to play around this, pushing Genji
สงสัย
back.
มัน
They
ตื่น
want
ละ
to burn
วั
down
น
the
ก่อน
timer
มัน
and
หลับ
they
ส
want
นิ
to
ทเล
stay
ย
alive as long as possible.
Yeah, Munchkin's coming around the corner here on double doors. They're just waiting for him to drop down already. Forsaken's right here for the first
เฮ้ย
contact,
โอ้
but
โห
gets punished by
น่าได้
Meteor.
ช็อตนี้
He's going to be alone by himself. 1 versus 1 though. Divai, unknowing of where his opponent
เพิ่ง
might
เห็น
be,
แล้วน่ะ
not spotting Meteor, getting closer and closer. He might not even know about this. There it is. No more utilities for Meteor, so it's a straight up start of the defuse. Divai
มาตาม
will be winning the
ไอ้นี่
game.
ดูคลิป 10 วิมาแน่เลย
Might as well just hang back
ใจมันได้
lose and easy. And at the same time, I mean, you gotta love the
อาเบ้
utility that Paper X uses. You can see that,
Number
yeah,
two,
you know,
maybe.
3 controllers, you got Mind Freak on the Sova.
เรื่อง
What?
จุ่มเนี่ย
This might
ต้อง
not
ปรึก
be
ษาพี่
double
เอ๋ยนะ
gaming,
ใช่ปะ
but no,
ไอ้
it
เมื่อ
still
กี้
very
เมเทโอ
much
มันดู
is.
คลิป
The
ผมมา
dimensional
พี่
drift gives them so much space. Monyet is already there.
คลิปไอ้
Kind of like what Will
วัย
said
รุ่
on
น
the
เวียดนามปะ
that
ใช่
secondary duelist instantly
ที่พี่
trading
เอ๋ยไป
back
เวียด
and
นาม
forth
อ่ะ
for
คลิ
the
ปจุ่มในตำนาน
entire team.
เพื่อนก็นักจุ่
And
ม
with
ละ
that, you know, Spike
ใช่
down, it's tough for Genji to retake in such situations.
จุ่มอะไรอ่ะ
True, but they do love their first contact. Texture
จิ้มจุ่มได้ไหม
on this operator. There's not really much utility that can really punish him, but okay, gravity will activate it, stuns as well, and that's gonna be as the dust settles, 2 kills down against Gen G. PaperX have somewhat of an advantage here. Still pushing through the smoke. Butchera with a double kill, triple kill right out here, and Myfreak is alone by himself on a
เฮ้ยคารอนวันนี้
I can't believe that he reacted to that so quickly. I thought the cast
ไม่ใช่คารอนวันนั้นนี่
masked PaperX's intentions for just a second, but he reacts just as quick.
มันก่อนมันหลับสนิทเลยพี่คนเนี้ย
วันก่อนมันทรงๆไม่ค่อยมีแบบ impact เท่าไหร่
Myfreak's given away his position. Of course, Texture's not gonna miss the beat. PaperX, they've been trying to get this A main control for the longest time, but the smokes, man, the peak out.
จะกดพอสโกจะได้เท่ากัน 23
It's giving them any leeway.
ผมเร็วกว่าใครเพื่อนเลยว่ะ
พิกแท็กโค
Smokes are still just smokes, and without the
มันติด
flashes.
รีเพย์อยู่ตอนนี้10ผม10อ่ะผมต้องพอส
Carrot
ให้
was
มัน
just
9-8
been off in that round. Round
8
5, this guy
7
has 6 kills already as a
5
controller.
เอาเดี๋ยวรีเพย์ก่อน
Starting to foam at the mouth. Yeah.
หนึ่งตรงกันไหม
Yes, this is what I was thinking, hoping about, predicting.
วิค้าง
ผม36
เท่ากันครับ
PaperX still wanting to get that quick con for something. This is a pretty good idea. I'd
31
still say
ป้า
because if he does keep getting
29
that dimensional drift
ป
of
ระมาณกัน
his,
พี่
it does give them a lot more access into the back of the site, but of course they still have to deal with this close contact that
โอ้เล่นตรง
Lakia is
ขอบ
setting
ส
up
โม
on
กไว
A.
เปอร์อย่างงี้
Yeah, with the positioning that Gen G
น่า
has,
ก
the
ลัว
classic 2-1-2 split. Oh, actually, it's a 1-1-3 split. 3 stacked up.
กลายเป็นเมตาแบบบีท2คอนโทรลเลอร์ไปแล้วอะ
Got the stars as well, and those are really, really annoying.
ยกเว้นเปเปอร์เล็กนะเปเปอร์เล็กซับไป3
trying to, bait Karen
มัน
into a
แบบ
But then you also got to worry about
ปิด
texture
วิ
as
ชั่น
well.
ดีเวลาเข้าผมว่า
This is the problem about having a flash
เพราะปกติแบบ
initiator. You
ไว
just
เปอร์ตัว
can't
เดียวบาง
really
ทีเซต
flush
ท็อก
out
ซิกสกรีนไปแล้วมัน
these
โยกบอมไม่ได้
set angles that they just break that. PaperX break that themselves.
Ui.
Anyways, hold on.
Oh.
There's gonna be two on the side itself. It's Charon and Texture on that
Texture
flame
Oh.
attack. Forsaken pushes out, but Texture he doesn't respect this.
อุ้ย
wall.
เจนจี
He
มัน
just
จี้แบบ
goes and
ไม่
swings
ให้
through
เป
with
เปอ
the
ร์เล็ก
high
เล่น
tide
ง่ายเลย
and
อะ
the high
เข้า
tide.
มาแบบซัดเข้ามา
And
ซัด
now
อะ
it's
ไม่
only
รอ
Myfreak get the buy to remain. The pinch coming in from double door doesn't secure anything, so that has to be the buy. Just putting up the toxic screen, hoping that Myfreak could deal with Texture here. It's not going to happen. He only has the Sheriff in hand. 3 versus 1, 20 seconds. He's going to have to start pushing in, but because of how much out the open he is, he's going to be exposed
Oh my
to
God.
Meteor, and that's going to be the 41 for Gen G.
Yeah, Gen G are feeling fired up, having won those rounds
ยิงไป
against PaperX.
13แล้วเทคเกอ
They're
ร์
like,
13
you guys
คิ
think
ว
you're the Kings of Pacific. Wait till you see what we've got. I mean, this Gen G, Texture on the up, Charon popping off with kills. They are able to play these anti-flash
แส
positions
ดงว่า
on
สมมติ
the
ถ้ามัน
A
ถ้ามัน
site,
ปล่อย
no
รีเท
matter
ค
what
มันน่าจะ
PaperX
ลำบาก
throws at them. The idea
เจอ
of
3
going
ส
in
โม
for
ก
an
เบรก
execute
รีเทค
like that
รีเทค
off
จาก
of, something on the Yoru, you've got Monyet on the Paranoia with the Omen. It's just not quite landing as
ต้อง
it
มีการ
needs
ควีน
to.
เกิดขึ้นตอน
I
นี้
usually talk about win conditions.
หรือว่านายวิลเลียมมันจะมาวันนี้
Ideally, what your team would
สวน
want
อยู่คนเดียว
to
ทั้งงาน
use in these situations to actually make it effective. We're already seeing what was
เฮ้ยเจนจี
lacking.
ทำไม
It
มีโค้ช
feels
2 คนพี่
they
เอ้ย
need that bit of
ผู้ช่วย
information
พี่
to the back of the site. The problem is the dart's not
ในโซโล่โซโล่
something's not going to always be at the back of the site unless again he has the invulnerability and the
คือไงมันมีผู้ช่วยได้เหรอพี่
the scouting power of that.
เฮ้ยจริงๆผู้ช่วยมัน
What's gonna
มัน
be the
พูดได้เหรอ
adjustment for PaperX? What happens when they don't have
เฮ้ยขอบคุณน้องออฟมาคิมนะครับ
available
30
for
เดือน
them?
นะครับ
But
รูป
again,
แบบ
like
คัมแบ็ก
I'm
นะครับผม
mentioning,
แค่คนเดียว
they're only really relying on the triple smoke to kind of blot out these certain positions
โอ้
that's
ย
not
ดี
really
ดีดี
making Texture afraid of holding the spots and just using that tailwind to get out of harm's way.
อันนี้ดาวไวกับมาพียังไม่ตื่น
I mean, that's the other thing. It's just having those 3 smokes, 3
ตากล้องนี่ถือ
controllers.
ว่าเป็นงานอยู่
Surely it can be used to, just block off vision and
การบ้านสดเลยผม
block off certain areas. Make sure that Texture can't really, dominate the map in his current fashion. So whatever it is, that's kind of what the desk was talking about. Alex loves to call these timeouts. He knows when to pause breaks. And right now, we shall see what kind of effect it has.
เอ็กคัทช่องผมบอกว่าได้พี่เอ๋ย
ทายไปไม่ได้ไป
ช่วย
2-0
พูดได้พี่
ผมพูดกับโค้ดได้ อ๋อ
And something
The
doesn't
code
waste
quite
any time though.
sang
He does
team.
use his ultimate to start clearing things up. Reckoning coming in from double doors, and he already
Oh,
finds one.
wee.
Charon could be in a world of hurt. The flash is out,
Meteor,
but he's
though.
out of harm's way. Back of the side is going to be Meteor, using the cyber cages to give him a bit of positioning here to roam around.
Nice.
มาละ
Quickly deals with him, but Charon finds
Something.
Forsaken through the off-cam kill.
โอ้โห
ไปละ
ว้ามาเจอลาเกีย
Lakia might have heard it. So now everyone's kind of split up. Devi still up towards mid. It's a good bit of vision, but it's a 2-on-3 nonetheless. He can't use the
น้องอาวันนี้ครับผม
มาละแล้วก็ไปละบ้างเมื่อกี้
ที่ทาย 2-0 ไปก็ยังทำเดิมครับผมไปเล่นกลับมาฮะโมเมนตัมกำลังมา
He's hoping to be the savior here. Mindfreak's been given up out in the open texture.
โอ้โหแล้วดาไวตื่นไง
Away from him, and that's going to give Paper Rex a round.
ต้องวัดกันคนสุดท้ายต
Making
ลอด
use of Mindfreak's position,
Paper
keeping
Rex เขาฝึก
Devi
แต่ A
hidden.
ปะ
They were able to pick them off apart, getting information as
ผม
to
ว่า
where
เขา
Texture was positioned,
กลัวแท็บ
as
อยู่
to where the rest of them were trying to approach
อ๋อ
from.
กลัวแท็บ
They knew how to
ไซ
fight
เฟอร์
that
อะ
fast.
ตียาก
That's again something that Paper Rex can always do, but I think the crucial thing in that round was how something used that dimensional drift, how he pushed up all the way towards orange, towards bridge side, and from that point he was able to find that back flank on towards meteor. So that broke apart the A line of defense for Gen G.
That and if
ส
I
วาย
can
นี่
add,
ปกติ
you
เห็น
know,
ยิงแต่
if
เซ
they
นทอ
spotted
ม
texture on mid,
เรา
so
นี่เอา
the threat of the
แมปนี้ต้อง
operators
แวน
going
ดอล
far if they actually just start, you know, hunkering their way onto the A site, which ultimately, as you mentioned, you know, with what you said, works in the favor of Paper Rex on that push.
That said, though, we still need a few more
น้อง
rounds. Both sides have
โค้ช
ultimates.
ก็เลยเป็นแมน
น้อง
ดอล
พอร์ตเลยครับผ
Meteor
ม
has been such a menace. Now he swapped up over back to B site. Paper X is trying to approach here.
He's already
อุ้
prepared
ยโดนส
himself.
แปม
Ooh, where did that shot come from? Meteor, I think, just shot through the
สวย
smoke.
เลย
That's going to be the punish on Monyet.
สโมกตาย
Waiting for the rest of Paper X to come through that B site.
ไม่เอา
There's
แล้ว
so many
ประมาณ
tripwires
นี้
here.
ทำมิ่ง
It might get a little bit tricky, but something just slowly walks up. That's all you need, you know? Just keep it simple, keep it safe.
And that's the thing about New Breeze as well. This backside, the back walls, you are able to sneak up on front like that. So now that the spike has gone down, Gen G are sensing that they don't quite have the timing on this retake.
แน่นอนน้องคันเทพสวัสดีครับผม
He's going to be the first contact on this 3 waterfall down mid.
Oi,
He's already been spotted. Oh, Forsaken's
Oi.
not hitting any shots.
Ooh,
Finally,
Jason.
is able to do so.
Jason.
Pinch works out, leaving Texture by himself. But man, he's got some options here. Time might not be one of them though, so he might have to save up. And Mindfreak through the smoke or through the toxic screen blasts away.
เกือบนะ
Want to pick it up? Want to
อุ้ย
use it
พอ
for attack?
หลังจากทำเอาท์มาเลยว่ะพี่
I was talking about the
ถือว่า
offense.
แก้ถูกจุดอยู่อเล็ก
But you can definitely feel the impact of Alex's timeouts already, right? It just called from the previous round. Now they've won 2 in a row. And you can see the clear idea and game plan, how they make use of these smokes, how they use something to really creep in, cut out space, and they really block off and cause a lot of chaos for Gen G's defenses. So,
น้องพินนี่สวัสดีครับผม
counter timeout being called now by Gen G.
Yeah, they just, again, they're starting to lose grip from a 4-1 and already turns into a 4-3 very quickly to turn around for Paper Rex. Again, makes
โอ้ยยัง
makes
อเล็ก
Gen
ยังไม่
G
ทุบเร็วไป
in their
ยังไม่ถึง
boots.
ครึ่ง
And
เกม
this
เลย
is where I think it makes a lot of sense to
ยังไม่ตึงเครียดขนาด
again
นั้น
just
ใช่ไห
take
ม
a
พี่
step back first because
ทุบและทุบมือตัวเองก่อน
putting a lot of emphasis on using Texture as that
Beat
big
ต้องบุกได้เท่าไหร่
contact, but when he really can't find a contact, there's
บีทหรอผมว่า
there's
สั
not
ก
a lot of options here
สัก6ถึงจะอุ่นใจ
for Gen G to kind of try to do something else on that defense. Sure, you get the offhand kill from time to time as they start to creep up onto a certain position, but Paper Rex, I feel with the composition that they've had, they're so flexible at just getting those kills even when it's a 4 versus 5 as they push up into a site. I mean, even if it could be like a 3 versus 5 because of how many smokes they can keep utilizing to block the sight lines of the players of Gen G.
Yeah, that's right. And not just that too, right? I mean, apart from blocking off sight lines, I love how they're using this third controller, Devi as the Viper, as more of a sentinel, as more of a lurker of all things. Because as soon as he deploys his toxic screen, he's like, I'm good. I can hang back towards mid, can get further information, try to cut off rotations as Gen G tries to retake. And that is something that we've seen him do a couple of rounds now. He is that top fragger for Paper Rex.
สำหรับไปทำบีท2-1 ครับ
If anybody pushes through that, you know, vulnerability as well as the decay makes challenges or fights for him quite easy. Anyways, Paper Rex now looking to go for that B site. They do have the shock darts, so they are breaking as much utility as they can. And of course,
นัวจัดเนี่ย
รู้แท็บ1 อัน
I love this. When you use the
เฮ้ย
decoy, it activates the
ขาว
trap, so
ขาว
at least you'll know where not to push. Meteor is doing his damnedest to
โอ้โห
just again dodge everything, but it's not working. It's a
โอ้โห
lot
นัว
of
จัด
kills
ไป
already
นี้
positioned here for the favor of Paper Rex. Lost at the back of the side. Texture does make a bit of wave at the back of things, but it's not going to
โอเค
work out.
ตื่นแล้วว่ะ
And we are tied
ผมรู้ละอเล็กบอกอะไรกับทีมพี่เลย
บอกอะไรพี่
บอกว่าพี่บัสบอกว่าให้ไปเล่นบีบ้าง
เหมือนได้ยินเลยพี่ทักพอดีเลย
And that's the main thing. They want to counter that Cypher pick. They want to figure out a way to go through, and they've done it. Monyet can always try to step over it. He is that secondary duelist. Something as the Yoru just cuts in space, he can break open those trips and create a bit of flashes for his team. And it just does so much. Sometimes Genji doesn't.
ไม่แต่มันยอมเสียแทบอันนึงเพื่อไปติดหลังไซด์เลยเหรอเมื่อกี้ตัวโอ้มันดีอะนะต้องรอดูดิจะติดไหม
Imagine just like as texture, seeing that out of the open, right? Anyways, he's already committed the tailwind, so might as well over push just in case he can get that.
โอเคได้ข่าวนี้เจนจีได้ข่าว
off kill if ever.
ไม่เป็นเล็กไม่รู้ด้วยโอ้โหโรเทตไปเติม B แล้วอ่ะ
The whole enchilada on that B site.
Yeah, why not? We know we can avoid that off. We can just go straight for Meteor. We can go straight for Munchkin. Take out those two, and then we have the site. Seekers were deployed by Lakia though, and he's already here to reinforce. Something's trying to get that through.
Yeah. To the interior of the site, excuse me. Monyet trying to find somebody inside of smokes, and it is so confusing to be in all of that positioning. Somehow, it is Genji getting on top of things. Monyet, no ultimate for him, so he's stuck here until Devi comes in. So he is waiting for his teammate to give him that assistance. 40 seconds on the clock, and this is a pretty smart move from PaperX now that they still have that toxic screen to block
ไม่น่าได้วางแล้วดูทรง
We're already see Caron getting closer. He might not be spotted as well as coming in from B main.
Yeah, that's the main thing. They got to watch all exits, all entrances of this Viper's pit. Texture could be for Genji.
เรียบร้อย
Shot denied. Shorty's good. And look
อื้
at
อ
this.
หือ
Caron picks up the
คาร์ลอนอีกแล้ว
able to isolate, able to feed off of the play to
มันเปลี่ยนคนเล่นหรือเปล่า
opportunity to retake the site and secure the round once again for Genji.
Again, right? I mean, this guy, Karen, picked off this. I don't want to say streets, but the rookie coming out from like almost nowhere, but proving himself again and again. You talk about firepower, and PaperX has a lot of it, but Genji in this new form has picked up some
แต่ตอนนี้
new guns,
ก็
some
โอ
new
เคนะ
shooters,
5-4 ถ้าแบบว่าในมุมไปเป็นเล็กตอนนี้
Absolutely, and again, just
ถือว่าไม่แย่
any form of
ได้มา
extra
4 ก็
information
โอ
there
เค
from
อยู่
PaperX. They were just going blind into calls that they wanted to do. They even saved the operator here for Texture, so he's got a chance again to find something. Not the player, but the opportunity to get. I'm gonna have to find another other than something to do this. Anyways, Paranoia is activated. Texture's blinded here. He's looking for a TP, but Lakia is making some waves at the front of the site.
เรียบร้อย
Fortunately, Texture's not gonna find the PaperX Yoru. That's gonna be a secure plant on the spike. Everyone else here for
วางเสียงจัด
looking for the lurk all the way through A main. It's being handled by Mindfreak.
Somehow Karen getting a tap onto
สงสัย
something.
วันแรกตื่นสนามแน่เลย
Back to a 3-on-3. Of course, Mindfreak wanting to play off the Hunter Spear, but he knows that there's a potential play coming through.
Another one. Meteor gives himself a bit of space. Push left or right. What it's going to be? It's going to be the right. He wins, but he's down to 5. Oh, this is going to be so bad.
เรียบร้อย
Difficult even for him. That's going to be Divine bringing it back.
หลังจากนี้คือกำไร
Very confusing fight
กำไรของ
there.
Genji พี่
You just saw
เอ้ย
everybody
ต้องเปเปอร์พี่
everywhere to look for any players
That's the
of
main
PaperX.
thing, right? Because that's how PaperX executes. I mean, Grandpappy Achilles will be smiling about that one. He's like, yeah, I remember there's PaperX back in the day. This is what they used to do. They orchestrate chaos. And that's exactly what they do. You got something gate crashing in. He's got the fake outs. And it's so confusing for Genji as they try to defend. You're watching for so many pieces of utility.
นิดเดียวป่ะน้องแอลคุยกันได้อยู่นะ
Kind of comes in with a shorty inside the smokes, and that's what he was known for back on Global Esports last year.
Having Lakia choosing whether he
Hey,
has to
เขาซื้อ
go
B
for
ป่ะ
the
เนี่ย
gunfight or flash for
เขา
Texture here.
เขาฮาร์ปสแต็กบี
Difficult. Munchkin.
โอ้โหคนอย่างเยอะ
Look how close something has already got on the top mid. TP's out. I like the use of
โอ้
the
น้อง
combo
เอามา
shots.
แก้ว่ะเอามาแก้
But at what cost Forsaken? He's already decayed down to 20. My
พวกไอ
goodness.
เดียดีอยู่นะ
This man is
แก้อ
walking
ย่างงี้
on thin ice.
It got a little bit risky because Genji are trying to get a good read for the game right now. They've got these 4 players stacked up on B, so
Lakia's
able
close.
to shoot through. And with the space now, Lakia pushed up halls, but not quite able to capitalize.
Look at how they just
โดนหลอก
pieces of the PaperX
กลับ
players
B ต่อ
all
ชัว
around
ร์
the
เลย
map sprinkled just to get those lurk kills, and it is actually working for them, especially that Genji is on this weaker buy. Feels like Genji is just pressured to try to get control elsewhere, but Paper X, it's a lure into
ไมฟิกน่าจะแบบว่าไม่คอมฟอร์ตในโพซิชันนี้ครับผมที่เดานะนึกออกป่ะแบบมันโอ้โหคอนโทรลเลอร์มาทั้งชีวิตไม่ใช่ที่แต่ทั้งปีอะที่แข่งอะ
I feel yes, right? I feel no. I mean, it's just the name.
I can already feel the chat. You know, how is this caster like this? No vocabulary. Use a thesaurus. Sorry, guys.
Sorry, it's not easy. Think you could do our jobs?
อุ้ยจังหวะนี้ซัมติงเจอไอเลสซัมไทม์ก็ปิวครับผม
He's gonna probably just wait till this event horizon engulfs him. Oh wow, he even finds Monyet.
Oh my god. That would be great if he could get even more or pick up a rifle at the very least. Look at how he's so careful jumping.
ไมฟิกมันสโมกไงปกติอะ
Of course, it's gonna be the tap that finishes him off. I mean, in this round.
ไม่ใช่หรอพี่จำผิดหรอไมฟิกสโมกไม่ใช่หรอ
Thanks to the utility of something's Yoru. I mean, gate crashing back.
ปกติดาวไวเล่นอินนี้เล่นแฟต
so easily. Sometimes Genji has to catch up to it.
Good as quick catch from something in the rest of the team. As I
something
mentioned,
ตอนแข่งนี่ไม่ใช้สกิลเลย
opposition lurks.
ไม่มีซัมติงบอกว่าไม่อยากเติม
ให้ใช้ฟรีเปล่าพี่
It is very close though. Genji's
ต้องไปดูในสตรีมมีสกินเปล่า
could even be a 6-6 if they play their cards right.
เฮ้ยขอบคุณเฟิร์สนะครับ71เดือนนะครับผมขอบคุณนะครับผมผมไปแรกนะครับขอบคุณครับเฮ้ย
Thankfully enough, he has Locky right beside him to help him out. Paper X are dwindling in.
เอ้า
Odin Power
จบเลยอย่างนี้
Brings it right back. 3 versus 3. Plenty of walls. Can they calm themselves down to plant the spike even? Not going to happen just yet. Bonyet has control of the back of the site here. Ultimate activated right now by Mindfreak. Big flanks coming in from Munchkin. So the time for Bonyet to make something happen is very minuscule here. 2 versus 1.
หลังในหลัง
Now backing himself away, gonna double up with his teammate, and this is the perfect time for them to try working their magic against the one. What is this TP? Did he try to pick up a spike? No, he's just trying to reposition for the fight. Very aggressive on that, but it's
ถ้าเมื่อกี้ช็อตตี้ได้นะ
Nice try, but Munchkin just turns around and says, "Dude, you thought you could pull off that flank." How many flanks did we see in that round? I mean, first of all, we had Mindfreak holding the angle with the Odin from window, but then afterwards, Munchkin coming back again from the same spot that Texture and Lakia approached from. I mean, it's just so confusing that Paper X, their whole game plan kind of gets thrown off. You can see that what they wanted to do throughout this entire map, which truly was just either going for executes off of Monyet and something, or create a bit of noise, bait out that utility.
คือม่อนตอนที่เกาหลีอะไอรอบที่แล้วอะก็ยังแบบดูเคมีดูยังไม่ใช่อ่ะใช้เวลาเหมือนถ้าเป็นโซวาจะเป็นไมฟีตลอดใช่หรอจำไม่ได้ละ
And again, it takes them a lot of time to just fiddle with their abilities, right? To throw it into a site.
หรือเป็นเล็กไม่ค่อยมีโซวา
How quickly, and you were mentioning this again. Texture is just that confident, that much of a risk taker that he is willing to see the limits or see the chinks in the armor of the Paper Rex setup. But now, as we are flipping the sides here, the question comes into play. What is Paper X going to do on that defending side? Are they going to do something similar to what Talon was doing when they didn't have the Sentinel, where they were just charging out because they can't really
49ก็มีหัวใจนะครับผมใช้ใหม่นะเพื่อนนะ49ก็มีหัวใจ
who's actually doing a heck of a good job on that Viper of his.
That's the craziest thing. I mean, it's the W Gaming squad. We expect them to push out. Now they've got 3 controllers, and Devi's the one doing all the fragging. So very curious to see how this will play out. I mean, you don't want to die too early on as a Viper either, right? Because then you can't really use your abilities. So Paper X has to be a little bit careful, a little bit mindful about how they want to push out if that is their game plan.
Speaking of pushing out, there's like 3 players of Paper X about to have the welcome party outside A main. Smoke quickly placed there, as well as the cascade. Shock darts from Mindfreak. Dissuade anybody pushing up onto the
แต่ว่าตอนแข่งที่แอฟริกาครับคือแมตช์ไหนจริงไม่ได้ลงนี่คือเป็นเล็กแบบดรอปเลยนะอุ้ย
Shots through the smoke, able to get Lakia. The push out from Texture, and he finds
เฮ้ย
มันดันมันทะลุสโมก
หมอนี่บ้าจัดตอนนี้
is still very much felt.
25 เก็บไป2 หัว
Favoring Genji, Monyet as well.
ยังไม่หยุดเท่านี้ด้วย
Device already coming in for the flank here, and Texture is
Device low
very much
ด้วย
unaware of it.
เอาเต็มแล้ว
He
ไม่
is
โลด้วย
holding a bit of an off angle though, so Devi can't really just waltz right through that door.
On mid though, that's going to be Monyet by himself. Does have the
ถึงเว
paranoia.
ลาพี่มอนได้โชว์
He actually spotted the other one.
ไปนอนต่อ
Texture. Oh, that door closes. The opportunity for
ที่หัน
Devi.
หลังให้พอดี
It's not even possible. Dude had the
ปิด
so
ทำไม
close,
เปิด
so far
มา
away
คุยกันก่อน
situation. Okay, so his positioning is already given. He's pushing out, jumping through the smoke smartly to try to get a coax out of the sheriff. And this is the thing. Every single opponent of Devi right now is low, so his sheriff has a lot of lethality on it.
ยังไงก็
Just one
อัน
shot
พิ
to
ธิ
the body.
เท็กเจอร์เลื้อยมารอตรงนี้
But look at the
เล่นเอาชัวร์จัดอะ
He's so unaware. And you can see that with how he's moving up here, that he wants to get close against
เอาไว้
Karon.
ต้องหาเท็กเจอ
He's
ร์
so afraid of
แต่ตัวละนั
where
ด
Texture actually might be, even thinking it could be
โอ้
mid.
เท็กเจอร์เล่นฉลาดจัด
He's got a bit of
Lemon
time,
Maker.
but Texture is the main one to look out for right
โอ้
now.
แล้วไม่เห็นทามมิ่ง
They just barely miss each other. Look at Devi.
เห็นได้เถอะ
I think he
Ui,
heard the
ơi.
drop too.
เอ้าหนึ่ง
Peek out at Devi. Three,
เอ้า
for the round win.
ว้า
Cool, calm, collected. My man is
ไม่
patient
กดไป
as can
17 ตัวเหมือน
be.
กันนะเนี่ย
Best
What is up?
Best
Danger?
FPS Player
He's
Award
got that sheriff.
อินโดนี
It's got
ไอ้
the
มา
word
เลเซีย
danger written all over it, and he just clutches it out for the team. I mean, apart from
Yeah,
being,
yeah,
keeping his
yeah.
composure,
No.
just knowing,
อะไรนะพี่
okay, I have a rough
ว่า
idea
ยาก
of where
เนอะ
texture is.
ยาก
As long
อยู่
as I
นะ
keep my sights
ไม่รู้ข่าว
right
อีก
up
ตัวหนึงเลย
around
อะ
door, I should be
เท็กเจอ
okay.
ร์มันเดินสวย
The
แล้วด้วย
main
อะแบบ
thing is also
มันรีเพลชั่นแบบ
knowing
ดา
that
วายแบบ
Baron's right
โนเอ็น
around
โป
the
อะ
corner, and he is able to flick back and
เขาไม่
forth
เห็น
now,
ดีใจ
catching
เลย
up to
คนดู
texture in terms of kills.
เพราะคนดูก็เชียร์เจนจีอยู่นะ
Completely turned around.
เรานี่
The
ว้าว
game.
โคตร
It turned into an M. Meditation, you know?
Yo, what, like what, Mario,
แต่
Wario?
เทคเจอร์มันไปเสียทามมิ่งนิดนึงเนาะพี่เนาะ
น้องพามิสไมเนมสวัสดีครับ
ไม่เห็นตอนที่ดาวไวเลื้อยไปอ่ะ
ใช่
Is I used the term
Vicky
yesterday, I
Wee
think. Zen. Very zen with how he approaches
Timing
these
that way,
fights. He's
take it.
not impatient like you mentioned. He has a
Oi.
lot of time to make use of. Anyways, big contact coming in from this one. Couple of
Oi,
marshals
oi, oi, oi.
activated. What a risk from
Pimon,
him just
Pimon.
to peek that out. Forsaken
Ngong
though,
ngong nit-nit.
dipping his toes as well into the swing game outside of A
เจสัน
main.
มายึดคืนก่อน
Manya, I love this.
Oi.
Challenges, but Forsaken drops. This could be bad.
ยังเหรอยังเหรอ
He rechallenges this once again. He's the only one holding the site for the moment here. And he has to back away, wait for the reinforcements as Mind Freak and Devi are slowly creeping up back onto A.
Trades the outlaw for a bulldog too, just wants additional firepower. We've got a little bit of support from Mind Freak coming through halls just to check. But he's got to be so careful. I mean, Gen G are bunched up together. It's a full squad of classics and marshals. He hears the jump, gets the first shot.
Oh, he gets away
Okay.
too. So no trade here for Meteor.
เกือบนะเมื่อกี้ถ้าไซเฟอร์มันทามมิ่งดีๆนี่โดนนะ
And he's home safe. Wait, no.
I
Okay,
mean,
now he's home safe.
Genji really just wants to wait for more picks and then maybe try to soften up defenses, try to sneak through. But at this point, only 30 seconds left. They have to hightail it to B.
แย่ละ
And as long as
แล้ว
Meteor
บี
can
เคลียร์เลย
do
แบบนี้
it,
บี
the same
บีโร
thing
เท
that
ต
he's
เลย
doing right
เอตาย
now, Genji might have a better time in this round.
โอ้
Oh my goodness,
What?
Mind Freak couldn't really do anything. And the rest of
ปืนนี้
Gen
ไม่
G
ขนาดนี้
gonna
เลย
be
เหรอ
walking up to
10
B.
seconds.
It's all up to something. He's got a
ต่อ
guardian.
เนื่อง
The aim
มีอีก
dot.
ครับพี่
Okay, good at the first.
อุ้ย
Gets the second one instantaneously.
กดไม่ลง
In HP, in bullets, and everything. And it's down
พี่
once
บอลรู้
again.
พี่บอลรู้อยู่แถวนี้คนนึง
Oh, is that a
จบละ
tag? It was. Look at how just low both of these players are. I mean, even if Meteor drops down, you can already see Karon waiting patiently in the back of the site.
เรียบร้อย
Even finds Monya trying to
Marshall.
reposition, and Gen G
Marshall.
somehow makes the thrifty round
สอง
work.
คนนี้ก็
I'll
เหลือ
tell
มา
you
เชลสองคน
somehow, it was Meteor. All it took was a Marshall, and this guy's still as lethal as he was last year. Maybe not on the jet anymore, but as soon as he pushes up halls, look at these picks that he's getting. It might not always be headshots, but just because he plays around the space that way, plays around the obstacles, he keeps himself tucked away, and he's always able to chip away at PaperX bit by bit. That's, you know, something had some nice Guardian kills. That was really flashy, really
โซ
fun to
คูโซ
watch.
ดาก็มาโซ
But
คู
it's
โซดา
not
สม
clean
ซับเลยนะ
enough
โปร
for
ขอบ
an
คุณครับผม
antique round that PaperX was meant to win.
Absolutely. I mean, it just also felt like PaperX was agreeing to the aim duel, and Gen G was coaxing him to do that. There was
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับผมขอบคุณครับ
lesser risk for Gen G to do that because it was they were just on Marshals, man. They weren't even committing to purchase this, and Forsaken, what was that? actually gets through the defense, the line of
หมดส
sight.
ภาพเลยเจอ
Doesn't
คลาส
even
สิก
have
มา
to
ไถ
trigger the trap here, and does get a one-to-one trade. I mean, I don't know how impactful that is going to be, but still is going to show how both teams very much willing to take those off-angle risks to try to get something.
Both of them are in the fight very much so. 7-7 right now, and that's the main thing.
เดี๋ยวนี้มุม
Definitely
บนนั้นต้องเป็น
can't
มุมที่เช็ค
underestimate
ตัวนี้
PRX too much, and I think that's why Gen G are taking things really slow right now. You know, maybe trying to suss out information, but
บนตรงกลาง
don't
เหรอ
have that much in terms
ใช่
of
ไอ้ตรงข้าง
gathering,
บน
right? You got to think about Lakia's guiding light usage.
เฮ้ย
So maybe just executing onto A right now, and it depends on how well
Hey, hey,
PRX
hey, hey.
can hold their
ผม
ground.
หมุนมา
Far smoke from Munyon.
กระตุกนิดหน่อยนี่ไง
Mind Freak's gonna be gifted
มัน
himself a
พี่มอน
bulldog,
สโมก
and
อะไร
now
ตรง
once
บี
they're
วะน่ะเดี๋ยวก่อน
traded for Gen G,
แตกจัด
so they get themselves some control.
Ow.
But
Huh?
Launch
Oh,
can
หมด
make
เลย
a
ครับ
quick work of that A site. Gen G find themselves the advantage.
มาไม่หยุดเลย
1
พี่
point in the
คนนี้
lead. It was against pistols, but you gotta admire how they, went
เล่นกัน
in
อยู่สองคน
silently. Made
ที่เป็น
sure
กับ
that they
19
were, going to pre-fire some of these corners. They checked some of it. Although Meteor did die, it was a bit of information that they could use to go up against, Mind Freak up around halls. And a relatively clean round for Gen G, and that's what you would have wanted for PRX in the previous. So, on to the next. Now, Texture's got enough for the Blade Storm, doesn't need to buy up. Gen G's economy starting to flow, Aserai.
Absolutely. They even have themselves Charon's Cosmic Divide.
Oh.
Munyon finding Meteor through the
Oh, wait.
push on A main. This is what they
Mon.
want. They want to
Ui.
stop these multiple angles of attack. Go for a little bit of coverage.
มาแล้วว่ะมาแล้วว่ะวินที่ต้องการ
Gen G just have to rub their eyes and wait for the blindness to
โอ้เลื่อนไม่ลดเลยอ่ะ
dissipate. And as it does,
โอ้
Munchion's by
ฟอ
himself
ร์เรทแบบเพอร์เฟ
forsaking
กต์ ฟาวนี้
Devours, and that's going to be a flawless round for PRX.
Wow, I mean, that's another one of those things again, because when you think about PRX, every single one of these guys have the potential to frag
พี่เบสดู
out.
อยู่ในดิสเหรอเอฟ
And
ฟอร์เรทแบบฟอร์เรท
Munyon
จริงอันนี้
is single-handedly picking duels outside
ใช่
of,
หรือไม่นะ
A main. He's got support from the team. You've got Forsaken watching mid. And it's just that much more difficult for Gen G to really pull off some of these split pushes that they want to go for. So they have to really rethink the strategies. If this carries on, I could foresee a timeout being called by Solo.
Both teams have actually used their first timeouts as well in that
That's
first
right.
half, but it feels like they have a better grasp of what is happening right now.
DRX ย่อมาจากเด็กเลี้ยงแกะครับผม
8-8. How close something is on this mid control. How risky it is too. A stray pop shot. That smoke going. And there's the pop shot. He's actually getting tagged. He might want to get away right now.
Movement though.
But he did give away his teleport on. He does have the dimensional drift, so he can get away from this without
จริงๆมัน
having
เป็น
to use that gate crash.
สำเนียงเกาหลีแอะ
Because
แอะเขาผม
he's in
เขา
such
ออก
an
แกะไม่ได้ก็เลยบอก
he's
แอะ
that
อะไร
Euro, he
เงี้ย
can just do
อ้าว
whatever he wants.
Yeah, he's gonna gate crash out now. Definitely doing what he
Rot.
wants. I mean, just getting enough information, or maybe pulling the attention away from Gen G as they start to go back towards mid. Now the high tide invested. A little bit awkward though with the curve. So Texture has actually made it onto the other side.
He's still doing
something
this.
มอบ
Something. Yikes. I
เห็น
mean,
ภาพเลย
shame on me. And then shame on him if he
Oh,
does that again.
Jason.
The wall's dropping down.
เฮ้ย
Forsaken!
เจสันมาซ่อมให้ครับช็อตนี้
He used his teammate as the great bait.
ถือว่าแก้ได้สวย
They thought they wouldn't double up, but he did. He does get
กลับมา
some
สู่เกม
value.
เปเปอร์เล็ก
30 seconds left, and Gen G lose all control of that mid push, but they wait to use that neural tap for that information.
Asteroid, we are fishing out here, but it's big information.
ดาวายมีสเน็กไบเบรกห
Now
นึ่ง
we
อัน
know
เบรก
Devi
ทัน
is
เปล่า
alone and cold on the B site. Maybe we
Wait,
can
no.
harpoon him, but we've got 13 seconds left.
คม
Oh, he's just gonna
Ui.
hold by himself.
Wow.
Again,
Ui.
always patient, man. He just has
Oi.
to wait for the peek into his crosshair,
Ui,
and
even
the
kung
Vi
kung
single-handedly
hindi ba?
holding this.
อื
Can he
ม
beat down Meteor? No.
ไม่คม
Because of the recon dart, he's given away his position.
เหลือตัวคมด้วย
Meteor is just having
Hey.
to hold so many angles. The shot dart! Mind Freak, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Are you a freak? Well, he could definitely be. Paranoia misses Meteor, but know exactly where he
Oh
is.
my
Down
God.
to
โอ้โห
14.
ไม่ชอบเลย
Three bullets in a dream.
ปืนแรกปืน
ไม่
แรก
ชอบเลยสถานการณ์แบบนี้
Dream gonna turn into reality.
โอ้
As
โห
Munyon denies.
เสียวอยู่เสียวอยู่
Swings.
บ้อง
Does
หัว
not
นัดเดียว
miss.
นี่บ้อง
knows he's low. All he's got to do is go in for that burst.
ใช่น้องบัตใช่ครับผม
Cool enough. He might be the youngest player, but still has enough experience, and that's one of
27
the things that people don't really know.
25
Global esports last year, but he has been playing throughout Indonesian Valorant for quite a while.
แต่เจสัน
And
แม่ง
he's
แก้
always
สวย
been
จริ
this
ง
talented. And apart from that, also just Davai. We were talking about fishing. Us about this as well. Davai fishes in real life. He is patient, and he knows he turns that situation into a 2-on-1 for his team.
Yeah. He knows that sometimes all he has to do is again not do anything. That's already a lot because the stress on Gen G makes them try to peek out, makes them want to get as much information as they possibly can. Something he's already nursing himself an operator all above here on halls, and I really like this because he gets so much information, so much value. His gate crash is about to expire, but shouldn't matter at the moment as Gen G coming out of elbow.
มันไม่เข้าฟอร์มเพราะว่ามันเจอตึงไงนึกออกปะมันต้องมีดรอปบ้างแต่พี่มองก็ถือว่าไม่แย่นะ
Especially because of those flashes, but the punishes from the Reckoning as well as the Hunter's Fury does value something, just jumping in and out with the shorty. Numbers still favoring Gen G.
ดูไม่ทันเลย
All of
ดู
them
ที
now on the
เหลือ
site.
2
What's the damage here? What's the capabilities? Monyet wreaking some
พี่
havoc
มอน
outside
เสก
of
หน่อย
Arch, but he's alone.
บอมตก
They haven't picked up the spike. He can reposition into this, and he's got everything. Shrouded step, paranoia,
มันกินมันยัง
there's
ไม่ตื่น
smoke.
ด้วยนะ
Gen G realizes wants to actually double up.
โอ้
They
ไม่ต้อง
want
ตื่นแล้ว
to use the numbers in their
เทคเจอร์
favor.
ตื่นให้หมดแล้ว
Monyet. Did he hit all of them? He did! He repositions! My
เฮ้ย
God, Monyet!
He's
Down
out of
to
ammo
one
though.
bullet. He has to change. Either reload or change, which he
โอ้
does.
โอ้โห
Almost gets it, but
เฮียนิดเดียว
perseveres and wins. Oh boy, that was close for both.
I mean, just a bit of nerves on stage. Unfortunate that he ran out of ammo in his magazine right after it, but still, it comes down to it. Munchkin actually lands the flick above Monyet, so it's all of these like really thin margins, and it comes out on top. Sometimes numbers advantage will still prevail, and that's why it gets so dicey when you're going for these shorty kills. The Reckoning, the Hunter's Fury was
ต้อง
awesome,
คุยเลยไม่ได้เลย
but not the cleanest fight back against it. You're starting to run low on rounds.
อเมริกาเริ่มแข่งแล้วนะแข่งเสาร์อาทิตย์นะครับ
Timeout, and that's something that we often forget. It's like it's not just a battle of the teams and players; it's also a battle of the coaches. And Alex was talking about it. Solo back in the days, he looks up to him, and he's.
เรามาทายกันปากกาแท่งนี้จะหักไหม
It feels
จ
like
บ
the
แมตช์
plan
นี้
for PaperX for the past couple of rounds right now has just been to disrupt the entry into the site of Gen G, right? And again, it's resulted in more of these riskier plays that might not pan out as much for PaperX. Something like, again, something that plays with an operator, just gets close in with a shorty, can't really threaten, can't really reposition anymore, gets traded out. You were talking about this, and then that leaves them into these kind of clutch situations with PaperX. From the looks of things, don't really want to always put themselves on.
So you always got to be careful. But what is this? Outlaw Marshall buy.
I mean,
I don't hate
there's
it.
like 3 players of Gen G that is half shield right now, so
I don't hate it.
yeah. And plus, FYI for people, if you only shoot 1 bullet at the outlaw and reload it, it's faster than.
โอ้โหนี่ฮาร์เบอร์หรือเจ็ตเนี่ย
So
I don't hate it, but I'm nervous after oh boy.
โอ้ย
okay, that's gonna
ฮาร์เบอร์หรือเจ็ตฮาร์เบอร์หรือเจ็ตโอ้โห
that's not even in back and away. That's a trade
ไม่ให้กลับ
by Meteor,
โอ้โหแล้วมี
punished by Meteor, straight into the neural theft, and Peekaboo, I see you.
ยากเลยแบบนี้โดนอย่างนี้
Just trying to get as much out of Gen G as possible in this round, right? If any round is the round that we want to bait out those ultimates, bait out those pieces of utility, that's gonna be this one.
เฮ้ย
Monyet got the Marshall in hand, shooting through the smoke blindly. Meteor comes in for the
เม
pinch.
เตโอ
He will get diced.
ไม่หยุดเลยเมเตโอตอนนี้
That's gonna leave
โอ้
by himself. I was about to say Divide, and then he's just
ไป
by
เรื่อย
himself right now.
โคสเปย์แม่งเลยละกัน
Shot onto Meteor as well, and he's position exposed. Gets the heal. This might actually be
วิดีโอฉันต้องการ
have to
เอ
be
ง
a save from him. As he just backs away. Wait. He has a gate crash all the way at the end of halls. Is he willing? No, probably not.
I think it ran out. is probably opting for the save instead at this point, but still, I mean, definitely trying to get an idea.
Yeah.
So scouting out, you know, what Genji's early game plan is, right? At least in the first 30 seconds. Sometimes, you know, they're up around elbow, up around mid.
แบบ something get มันยังดูแบบว่าน่ากลัวกว่า อันนี้โยรุเสร็จวาร์ปเข้าไปตายบ้างอะไรบ้างมันยังไม่ได้โชว์อะไร อันนั้นหนักมาก
I guess the problem for that is because you only have technically the one duelist that can reposition. I mean, you can maybe argue that Monyet can also do it as the Omen here. There's not really a lot of options for Paper X to really get out of harm's way without getting punished, even with the smokes, right? So we're kind of seeing
มันแมป Genji ด้วย
the other way of that, which is getting punished by Genji and ultimately giving rounds to Genji. Okay. Seeker's been activated. Forsaken just charging right in. Divide. No.
ไปมงตายคนนึง
เพิ่นไปหน่อยTexture
Cool guys, don't look at snake bite kills. It's not even an explosion, guys. It's a slow burn, a slow, painful poison burn. Cosmic Divide used on the side itself. Cove making Genji just a tad bit afraid. As it drops, now they know, and they even have, the Viper's Pit to make things a little bit easier as they transition, into this post plant.
And that's it, an uphill battle for Paper X, right? They might be able to surround this Viper's Pit. There is a trip on the other side. Meteor can make use of it. And then you still gotta watch out for those players up inside A main. How do you break this?
เนี่ย เอ้าออกมาเฉย
He's got the high ground advantage, and he is using that to actually get the one up.
รู้แล้วเนี่ย
Use the snake bite to get a little damage.
เอ้า
And Munchkin through the smoke. Oh, this is going horribly wrong for Paper X. Someone's gonna have to start defusing it. Someone's gonna have to hold him.
ไม่ทัน
Everything as he actually has one enough time. They die to the event horizon, and that's gonna be Genji with 2 rounds advantage, closing up to maybe the map point already in this game.
Just incredible. I mean, the combination of, first of all, the Cosmic Divide to give them that much more space, that much more security, and then the Viper's Pit, and how
ไม่
much
ใช่
is
ให้
playing
ของ
off
เมื่อ
of
วาน
it.
อี
This
กอัน
is
นึง
what Genji can do.
ของเมื่อวานตรงบิกมันจะแหลมออกมาตรงบิกนิดนึงแล้วไปยืนเติมได้
Although we had Monyet kind of like you mentioned, Azure,
โกงจัดอะตรงนั้นอะ
trying to break through that Viper's Pit, trying to break through Meteor. It worked out for just a second, and that's why it's just so much that Paper X has
วันนี้
to
คู่
work
2
on. And now it's a 2-round differential. How do you climb up against that? And they have to make it happen if they are to start out strong in VCT Pacific kickoffs this year.
Well, thankfully enough, they do have money, creds, to have the weaponry to make something happen. I will honestly try to find a different word other than something. If you guys can just like DM me a different word I can use so that you guys will not be confused. Anyways, the man himself, Ilya, is there on elbow. Nursing himself, the operator, once again. He is just holding that angle for the absolute longest time. He is hoping that someone
ขอบคุณน้องโมชิโน่นะครับ14 เดือนนะครับเดินเข้าไปนะครับ
Spider's web, but unfortunately for the moment, Genji, they have their eyes set up here on that A site, and it could actually be good.
หน้าของ Scary ครับผม ด่าน
For
บีท
that one-way smoke that
วัน
actually
เวฟ
drops
อี
in
ก
and turns into a regular smoke that has a very big partial outside of A main that could actually be bad for Divide. We'll have to see how that works out, and he is trying to clear that with all intentions by himself.
He's got a bit of time.
วิกฤตเลย
Oh, this is not looking too good
แบ
for
บนี้
Paper X.
มาคนเดียว
Doing the same thing, no flashes, and he absorbs his opponent right in front of him.
หลบไม่ทัน
Flash, but the trades from Paper X are actually working. Shot through mid.
อุ้ย
Something gets it. He even finds the lurking meteor. And all of this because of the shock darts coming in from Mind Freak. Lakia will plant the spike. Monya does not chase for him or tries to punish him. So it's the double up from the both of them. Something coming in from the White Freak, and he's had enough.
โดน12นี่
Something getting the final kill. Mind Freak, you know, there's something getting kills. We've seen that before. Mind Freak with 2 shock dart kills. Not something you see every day, but a will help that nonetheless. I mean, just getting the information off of Divide, trying to play around yet start cover. That one felt really iffy. But look at how Forsaken really comes back in, and after they get that information, just being able to, you know, put out the tire traps. You got those Caltrons, the shock darts, Gen.G can't really walk onto site that freely, so PaperX trying to play a little bit more patient this round, especially with something posted up with that operator. That was the cherry on top.
Gen.G อ่ะมันเป็นทีมที่เสริมผู้เล่นแล้วอัปเกรดนึกออกปะแล้วทุกทีมเก่งขึ้นด้วยหลายปัจจัยแล้วเปเปอร์เล็กอ่ะเสียจริงไปมันเป็นดาวเกรดไงครับนึกออกไหมแต่ถามว่าถึงจริงจะอยู่อ่ะพี่ว่าก็ตึงอย่างเงี้ยแหละครับว่า Gen.G มันเสริมมาแบบ texture masking meteo คือมันไม่ได้แบบผู้เล่นแบบว่าท็อปเทียร์แบบมันเปลี่ยนเกมได้3คนนะแล้วตอนแรกที่ไปดูไว้คาร์ลอนไม่น่ามี impact เฮียวันนี้คาร์ลอนกินเลยมาก็ไม่รู้แม่งกลายเป็นแน่นเลย Gen.G นี่
1 minute left on the clock, and Gen.G actually going back off of a bit of a default. They want to spread themselves across the entire map. Ooh.
เจอบอมแล้ว
Just saw the spike.
เล่นเสียว
Alright.
โหเกือบ
Mr. Risky
ปิด
here.
นะ
You know, not even.
Dude, they are living dangerously.
Yeah. One blade storm at a time.
But it works for them, and right now he's got information if they were to cross in the risky way. Most of them have already bypassed it, so something going to reposition. But what I'm curious about is Karen actually lurking up around mid.
That also, and well, there you go. He finds the one pick onto something here. There's the quick charge out. Tailwind was actually saved up by Texture, so he has capabilities to enter the site.
Oh,
Forsaken's not going to know about Karen here.
Hey,
Or
hey,
does
hey,
he?
hey.
Dragon actually spots him out 14 seconds. Let's see what the battle comes in through the mid. It's
Ui.
going to be Forsaken. Spike, though, should get planted. It's all down to Forsaken for now as he waits for the fight. What texture?
โอ้โห texture
What a reposition. What a challenge. And what aim has this top frag
ไอ้นี่แหละสร้างความแตกต่างเกมนี้ texture แม่งบ้าจัด แม่งเสกหลายวินจัดแต่สำหรับพิซซ่าลาวแล้วพิซซ่าลาวแบบยังไงก็ต้อง
Having those first kills that you mentioned before, I mean, he has 60 throughout the entire series. I feel like this one,
มันเสกไม่หยุดเลยอ่ะ
but not just that, the blade storm, the aim off of it, the way that he cut down Divide at his knees, really blocks off PaperX, and now they've earned that match point. And remember, they are still sitting on one timeout.
Bro can see like 2 seconds into the future, man, and in a very quick and fast game like Valorant, that all we really need. That cascade was supposed to give some sort of safety, an access point for PaperX to get through on halls, but it turns into a signal for Lakia to, it's kind of obvious. I'm just going to pop shots. What am I going to lose? Absolutely nothing, and he gains the 1 kill for almost
จริง
everything
texture เดือดมานานแล้วแต่เมื่อก่อนตอน texture สภาพทีมมันไม่ได้แบบเอื้อมหน่วยให้มันได้เฉิดหรอกคือตอนนี้แบบเขาเรียกว่าทรัพยากรในทีมมันแบบเอื้อมหน่วยให้แบบ texture ได้เล่นเยอะกว่าเมื่อก่อนอะไรเงี้ย
เดี๋ยวไวบอกหนักเลยทีนี้
I'm running out of words.
แต่พี่แปลกใจมาสกิ้งแม่งโดนออกมาสกิ้งแม่งก็ impact กับ
trade at least, but wow. Decision making just a little bit off, but then at the same time for Gen.G to pick up these frags that quickly. They are looking in new form today. William is definitely chuckling at the desk. Now they are just 1 kill away from pushing us into the next map.
Definitely patting himself on the back with his Gen.G inspired outfit. 3 versus 1. Oh my god, the Vi doesn't even have any smokes to
อุ้ยไอ้แมปเดียววัดไม่ได้หรอกต้องจบทั้งซีรีส์ถึงจะพูดได้เต็มปาก
And that spike is just
ป่าละหนึ่ง
down
นี่ไง
ever so
ไปกันต่อครับผม
exploding. He does fight texture, but I mean,
มีไลน์อัพด้วย
Carol's gonna activate gravity well. Whoops, whoop.
ปุ๊บ
That's about it.
They know they got it.
He's got the and that's gonna be it. And Gen.G got themselves map 1 in this series up against PaperX.
ทุกคนเดี๋ยวมานะประมาณเกือบ4 โมง
On a new form.
ทุกคนครับทุกคนตั้งอุ้ยจงมันค้างอ่ะ
That momentum from
จะ
just a
ค้างตรง
couple of
นี้อยู่
days.
กันอ่ะ
And Meteor, of course, not much left to be said. They're anchoring. They're doing everything possible. They know how PaperX's aggressions and just really fighting these fights against them, right? PaperX had a tough
ที่ผมปวดตาแสดงว่าเราไม่ได้เอาไปจัดแว่นออฟตัดมาใส่นะครับผมเราไปจัดตัวนี้มาใส่แบบพี่เลยนะตัวนี้ใส่อยู่หัว 2.0 นะครับผมตัวนี้นะตัวใหม่ล่าสุดของออฟตัดนะครับวัสดุมันพิเศษกว่าทุกรุ่นนะครับเพราะว่าวัสดุทำจากนิตินอลนะครับวัสดุนิตินอลเนี่ยฮิตมากในประเทศญี่ปุ่นแต่ราคาแว่นในญี่ปุ่นเนี่ยหมื่นอัพนะออฟตัดมันทำแค่ 2490 นะตัวนี้เราไปเลยทั้งนั้นเอกด้วยใส่บางเบาสบายใส่ได้ทั้งวันนะครับผมและที่ผ่านตอนซื้ออย่าลืมชมเฟนมอนด้วยนะฮะ
By the way, that was the first game of the day, and we have this amazing one with Genji and PaperX, and Genji William takes it. Congratulations on the prediction.
Well, the match isn't over yet.
It's one map.
It is one
Let's
map.
calm down.
Yes, and I will say, even as someone who predicted Genji, I thought they absolutely needed to win this breeze if they wanted to get a win, no matter if it's a 2-0 or a 2-1, because this was the best shot. They had some tape on how PaperX likes to play this. They've got great long-range duelers, and they know that at the end of the day, PaperX is going to want to go for the speed on any map that they go to. And the part I was most impressed about was even Karon was now aware of the fact that when you see one member of PaperX, there's most likely multiple behind him.
Yeah, I mean, this is so well done, and it's something that I haven't experienced in a very long time, which is having some faith in Genji to feel that he be this team that can contend for the top spots. Not since the beginning of Pacific have I felt this way, but it just feels like they are, in fact, the real deal. Texture. Continuing to put up these numbers, it shows that the match versus RRQ, it wasn't a fluke, it wasn't RRQ being a lesser team or anything like that. It's just the texture is him.
ทุกคนนะครับเดี๋ยวมานะเดี๋ยวจะรีบกลับมานะเดี๋ยวอยู่ใน TS นะก็มี F นะครับมีพี่บาสมีเต้นะฟังใน TS ไปก่อนนะครับผมฝากด้วยนะครับเดี๋ยวรีบกลับมานะ
Not to mention he's having fun. Every time the camera cuts to him,
ไม่ได้ครับผม
he's just laughing, he's grooving.
ทำไงอะ
This is him in his element right now. He's so confident, and at the
ที่
same
ว่า
time,
เปเปอร์เล็กแมปหน้า
ACS has
มา
not
ผม
dropped
อันนี้ไม่แมปของ
anywhere
เจนจีครับ
below
ผม
315
แล้ว
this
ด้วยคอมของ
entire
เปเปอร์เล็ก
kickoff.
แม่ง
So I
แบบ
guess Genji
มันดูแปลกๆเกินไปวันนี้มันนอกเมตาเกินไป
It's a crazy stat. I mean,
เปเปอร์เล็กด่านบีทตั้งแต่ปีก่อนๆแล้วมันดูแบบมันดูเอาเมตาไปคอมมันดูเล่นยากเกิน
These are actually the
นะ
best
ครับผม
games
เดี๋ยวรีบ
we've
มา
seen
นะ
from it at this level. The competition has upgraded, and he's saying, "I'm still above all of that," and he's here to prove it with this new squad.
The fact that he's doing this in just current era, because when he started off the game, even just a couple years ago, it's already so different. And the fact that he's still having these kinds of performances, putting up these kinds of numbers, is just so damn impressive, and it just tells you what kind of player Texture really is.
And the other thing is for me personally, I thought Munchkin was having a lot of trouble in that first half. I mean, he honestly only had one kill going all the way up to round 12, but he's able to really help bring home that victory in the last round of the half, and then he's climbing all the way back up as the IGL, going for the calls as well as the frags to help support the team. That gives a confidence for someone like Karon as well to continue fragging out, playing his comfort zone.
Is this new optic? Is Texture yay?
Oh my!
Is Lakia FNS?
Is Lakia FNS? I don't know about that.
It could be. Hey, this is something that we're going to see develop all throughout Pacific, right?
I was just talking about the scoreline.
I know.
But I absolutely love how close this map was, It came down to the micro plays. It was just that, somebody swung just a second earlier or a microsecond earlier. Somebody's angle was just a little bit wider, right?
Yeah, because honestly, the rounds PaperX were winning were very impressive too. I mean, we got all the highlights that we're used to getting from PaperX. It's just that Genji had a couple more, and that's the crazy part. If PaperX had looked just lost during this map, we would have chalked it up to, okay, they're still experimenting. This is classic PaperX kind of going back and forth onto things. But they had the same shots. They had some good trades. It seemed like the movement around the map, the speed was all there, but Genji was staying just one step ahead in most of these rounds.
Yeah, I thought maybe we would see a bit more of what we had from them on that breeze. I thought maybe they were going to iterate on the composition that we saw from them versus Sentinels, but a change up, not going for the double duelist, going for the triple controller. I mean, PaperX really cooking up, and I don't think that the triple controller is what necessarily cost them here. I think that a lot of the times they were just getting completely outdone and also not necessarily checking angles that you very commonly should be. They were getting caught off guard a lot on the flanks by Genji here.
And this is what you get for not having a jet or a raise, right? You have to find different ways to check those angles because you're not able to just have someone dash in while they're getting you vision, while they're getting you info. Both the Euro and the Omen aren't able to do that as easily. You got to find other ways, and that's the part they were missing a little bit. The frags were there, and once they found their targets, it was very good. The clutch factor was there as well. but it was a little shaky when they had to go for these executes. It just didn't look as clean.
It's also because, like, you know, they didn't have Sentinel. They had that, you know, they didn't have that much information to work with. Whereas Gen.G on the other side, you know, you did have Meteor with these amazing plays, and suddenly, you know, he had all the information to feed to his team and everything. So I feel like, you know, PaperX here, perhaps they were still experimental. Perhaps they were still trying something a little bit here, but given the reaction that we saw from Alex on stage a while ago, maybe not.
I mean, honestly, if this was any other team, I think it could be very different, right? I think this is where we say credit to Gen.G, because again, PaperX, their comp didn't look to its maximum potential, but they were still fragging out. I mean, they were still clutching up. They had some great rounds. They had some good executes, chaining with the ultimates as well. Things like the dimensional drift still finding good value. I mean, we saw that one round on defense where something just pushes all the way out, finds even the spike and gets out. Things like that. Those are the styles of PaperX, but Gen.G was ready for it, and that's what impresses me is that, sure, you got 4 veterans, but when you have Care on there individually and also synced with the rest of the team to say, I'm also ready for this style of W gaming, that's a very good sign.
Yeah, an incredibly good one here from the side of Gen.G, and I mean, if that kind of performance is going to continue, then maybe they can just take this one punch and take it into the playoffs very swiftly. I mean, with Lotus on the horizon, you do kind of lean, you know, back over towards PaperX's way, just given their proficiency for that map in the past, but we do also have to remember, we don't have Jing, who's going to be going for those crazy blast pack setups. How much did he teach to whoever the hell is going to be playing Raze on this squad before his departure? We'll have to just wait and see.
And also looking at the stats as well, of course, comparing something in texture. The other funny thing is a lot of the Korean fans are always very upset about something because he always performs even better last year when he was facing against Korean teams, right? He's just top fragging, creating highlight reel after highlight reel, and Texture's here to say, no, the buck stop's here, we're back, the Korean duelists are here to stay. And right now, he is absolutely performing above everybody else.
Very true. I mean, on the topic of Korean duelist, you know, Governor, we claim him. He's he's fully assimilated.
Yeah,
now.
he can't fake us out that he's from North America.
You can't deny what's in your blood.
Yeah, you know, that movement, you know, those headshots, that's basically like, you know, that comes from right here, right? But I do have to commend, you know, PaperX, we did say that, like, you know, okay, probably weren't prepared up against Gen.G, but we do have to commend players like Divide, for example.
Yeah, but it's just like that clip we just saw, right?
Yeah.
When they're pushing out of that pit, it's things that they used to get away with against other teams that weren't ready for that pace. But once this team is able to aim and get ready for it, that's pretty haphazard. You're just hoping that you're going to get the first kill.
Yeah, and it just continued to happen. There were so many of those pushes that were coming through when it seems like, okay, you know, in your brain you're saying they're going to get this, they're going to be able to flush them out because PaperX have gotten away with this so many times in the past. It doesn't happen, but then they just continue to try it, and it just was not working out. But now we do have the agent comps ready to go here for Lotus.
That's right. We are stepping into our second map, and it's going to be Lotus, and this is going to be PaperX's pick. So I wonder if they are going to step into more of a comfort zone here, Will, especially since Gen.G earlier, you know, Breeze was their pick. So PaperX, what do they have planned here for Gen.G?
I mean, the composition hasn't changed, right? It's Monyet just picking up the Raze, and we saw this during the offseason. It wasn't the same pace as Jing, but the comms were there. The kind of mini set plays alongside the Sky were there. So I have full faith that PaperX is going to come back. My big question, though, for Forsaken is, does he change his setups a lot now with some of those minor map changes on some of the sites like B and C? Because he used to really lock down that part of the map.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out indeed if Gen.G can manage to do their homework exactly against PaperX, even on their map pick. So let's toss it on over to our casters, Quack and Aserai.
That's the sound of something being tossed and us catching it.
Okay, that's right. Well, it's our first thing on Caster's desk, and this is what you're saying? Come on. All right, let's bring things back to this, because, you know, they were talking about it, definitely. We're wondering about Forsaken and how, you know, effective he can really be. I think he should have studied enough, because that is what he's known to do. He can flex on so many agents, but apart from that, who is going to be the one, you know, supplementing Jing? Of course, it's going to be Monyet on that Raze.
True. Again, feels like something might be back in his element now that he has that jet back in his hands. It seems like when he was on the Yoru, he was just following some set guidelines. It wasn't the same something that we were kind of mentioning when he is on that more explosive duelist. And in case I thought Gen.G was going to commit on that C site, but no, just a bit of noise here and there. Maybe hoping to coax a bit of rotation from PaperX, which has worked. But if obviously Gen.G doesn't know that, but they're still going to hit the other side on B.
I mean, that's the other thing. It's just that this is a map that, you know, PaperX can study game tape off of, because Gen.G did play this, you know, against RRQ. So having an idea, you definitely have that something that is feeling a little bit more swift, a little bit more fluid.
คือว่าเจนจีจะชอบเล่นในไวเปอร์พอสมควร
Okay, he opened it himself. Here's the fight. They're gonna try to go for the pitch very quickly.
เฮ้ยมอนเย็กก็ทรงได้อยู่นะ
This B side, there is no solid ground here. It is
โอ้
all
ย
quicksand. You
แล้ว
gotta
อยู่
move,
ไหน
or else you're just gonna fall into the depths of the bullets.
อืม
Meteor's by himself. That spike's already getting
Nap
defused.
nung.
Paper X, solid start on the pistol.
Excuse me. Actually, it wasn't Genji playing Lotus. I think it was T1. But the composition, the ideas are rather similar, except for a few agents. And that's the main thing. Again, still, just with the fights going the way of Paper X, it's a little bit tougher for Genji to break through.
เอางั้นเราก็ทำอะไรก็ได้สิครับพี่บาส
สบายเลยครับ
There you go.
เจ้าของไม่อยู่
And I do like how.
ขออนุญาตเลยละกัน
Sorry, I
เจ้าของ
was just
เปิด
getting
บอร์ด
caught by the
Watchparty
replay real quick. I do like how Paper X realizes as well that if you're gonna push on the B side as your opponents, right, Genji, you do not want to let go control of C-Long on Mount because doorway control is so strong, especially now in Lotus, that the door opens very quickly and closes very slowly. So them realizing that,
ดี
you
นะ
know,
เก็บ
just
เสร็จ
gives
พอ
them
ดี
more opportunities to
ทำมิ่งเป๊ะ
keep Genji pinched into
ได้
the B
เสียว
side, which allows them to flank around much faster.
Again, that's something that Paper X uses very well on the on the defense. Mindfreak just making a bit of noise.
พี่บาส
But look at how Genji is playing defensively. I mean, that's one thing that a lot of teams have adapted to against Paper X, expecting or anticipating
เขาบอกว่า
that they
แชท
would
ด้วยบอกว่า
push
ให้
out a
ฝาก
lot
ปิด
on
โต๊ะ
this
ให้หน่อย
defensive side. So
ผมเป็น
they're
พี่
playing
ผม
so
ปิดไม่
far
ได้
back
อะ
right now, and now that the first minute comes down,
พี่เช็คก่อน
now they walk on up to B.
They're about to open the door.
เดี๋ยวถ้าเป็นดาบเดี๋ยวพี่เลดไปให้ช่องโปเต้เลยแล้วกัน
Forsaken's ready and best, but there's
Oh.
too many numbers
สวย
here.
แล้ว
They've committed the fight, they've lost the weapons, and they've losing numbers
เป็น
right now.
VIP
Morgan's
ว่ะ
gonna have to hold
VIP
this
เรา
by
ทำไม่ได้ครับ
himself. He
พี่
is
ชาย
down.
เป็นเพชร
Very dangerous
เท่
amount
แค่
of
โลโก้เพช
HP.
ร
And something
เป็นเพชรนะแต่ดูแล
all
ไม่ได้
down to
นะ
him.
ก็
Thankfully enough, the
เดี๋ยว
rest
เดี๋ยว
of
แพ้
the
อี
Rex,
โก้อีกแล้วเหรอระหว่าง
they've
ที่เรา
done
คุยกันเนี่ย
ตัวดีโคตร
ว่า
พี่
เพิ่งเห็น
as they have lowered
Oh my god
the meters, the
ภาพ
life
เดิม
of
แบบ
all
ให้
Genji
ที่แล้ว
players
เลย
down to half. It's a
It is
lot
a Vandal.
more digestible for something. Vandal indeed in his hands. He's already activated Tailwind, but Genji's not biting. They know they have the numbers advantage. They know the spike is planted already. So something's going to be put
เป็นเอารอด้วย
into such a decrepit state.
มันฉีกเมตาก่อนเล็กจริงว่ะ
Yeah, if he got one kill, maybe he would have gone
ไม่
for
แรก
even
เลยอะ
more,
แบบว่า
but
ไม่แรกแล้ว
without
ซัมติง
that
บอก
kill,
ไม่คุ้ม
it's just way too
เขารอคือ
risky. He
จะ
never
ใส่
knows if
ก่อน
someone
เล็ก
is
หรือไม่
holding
ใส่
an
ไม่
off
ต่างกัน
angle,
ใช่
a
ปะ
bit of a crossfire
Right,
against him, so
คือ
doesn't
นั
want
ดเดียว
you
ขอ
know, to
ให้
get
แค่
swung
เข้าตัว
upon
ก็บึ้ม
contact
บึ้ม
either. And it's just unfortunate. I mean,
Nung
well
may
played
non.
by Genji because they played it safe. They
แล้วเรา
had
จะ
those
เสียตังค์
haunts
ซื้อ
and
กันทำไมล่ะครับ
you know,
ก็
bits of setups just to draw out
เรียบ
some
ร้อย
of these
ที่
Paper X
พี่
players, right? They
Oh,
heard the door, they kind of
ภาพ
had
เดิม
an
เลย
idea. You know, dude, this might be my freak. He might be around the corner. Let's check. And with so many players up around the corners, it's just Paper X kind of putting themselves in awkward positions and, you know, not quite landing their shots too. That's the thing that surprises me the most because it feels almost as if there's like a bit of that mood shift coming back on stage.
แต่ something มี
Alex
วันด้า
talking
นะ
to them that way. And after having lost the first map, they can't be feeling too good right now.
แต่ก่อนเล็กนะพี่บาน
Going on to a different point here. You know how Paper X on the attacking side here on Lotus, they love to break that mid link to go to A to B very quickly. You know,
Oh, yeah.
again, using those connectors from
โอ้
site
ไล่
to
คนนี้
site
ถือ
to
เอารอด้วย
put a lot more motion in the ocean with how they
เอาไม่ใช่
rotate.
ใช่ไหม
Genji
Red
is
Jay.
doing the exact same thing, and it seems, at least for now, these couple of rounds,
Red
it
Jay
hasn't
เกือบ
really
ตาย
been this one timing for something there. He's actually going to chase for the
something
kill
ดุ
here.
จัด
Thankfully enough, there's a
I'll
lot of
die.
utility
Something
for
บอกจะเอา
Meteor
นี่ไง
นี่ไง
to give himself
Ni
some
ya.
space.
Ni
And,
ya.
เอาหรอ
yeah, 140 damage to the body.
จริง
Atlas is insane, man.
Peter's not even
ๆ
มี
เม
ต
ตา
อนนั้น
ก่อนหน้านี้
getting a
ปกติ
shot
แห่
there.
สองมามันต้อง
And
เอาได้
that's
เลย
just
นะ
unfortunate again.
ได้
I mean, half armor. You want to get a kill, at
สอง
least
นัดก็ไป
something.
สอ
Create
ง
a bit
ค
more
น
space for the team, but can't find all too much. And
Oh my
something
god
going chasing that way, it's
นอกจากแรงแล้วเป็นปืนที่
again not a feels
Leg
good
ไอ้พวก
moment,
เขต
but
ได้
for
เพราะมี
Genji,
สอง
I
นัด
mean, right now
เอ
we're
อ
talking
มันมี
about
สอง
it
นัด
from
แล้ว
the
มันยิง
previous
ต่อ
round.
มันยิงต่อได้เลย
They're
อะ
talking
ใช่
about
ปะ
how they love
ต้อง
to
ได้
ได้
you know, find
อ่ะ
the
อย่าง
kitchen,
อย่าง
the
ตัว
ocean across the map,
ไอ้
find that
เป็ด
space
มันก็ยัง
and
แบบ
push
มี
into the
จังหวะ
A
รี
side.
โหลดเนาะ
They always
ชัก
have
นิดนึงอะ
players watching their backs. They always
มา
have
แชล
เบิ้
อะ
ลเลย
watching out
อันนี้มัน
those
เบิ้ล
pushes
เลยอะ
from
มาแชล
Paper
มัน
X.
มีชักอยู่นิดนึงอะ
having Meteor playing as that Killjoy
ต้องเทรด3ไง
so
วิธีแก้
so easy on Lotus. All you have to really do, yeah, I wasn't really expecting what you have to survive that. All you really have to do is place your alarm bot on C long or A main, depending on which site you're actually committing to. You put it on the elsewhere, and then that one turret on B, or yeah, is just enough to check out all the flanks. Also,
precisely.
Yes, yes to your hub.
Also just Meteor being Meteor. I mean, he
Vandal
was a
ได้
guy
ไป
who
อยู่
always
กับ
bought
ทาง
Marshals
เก
in
มจี
round
เรีย
2
บร้อย
last
แล้ว
year when he was the primary duelist for Gen G. Now onto the Sentinel. I was saying Hub because I saw double Odin.
Oh, I thought you were going to point out the double showstopper available for both the duelists very quickly here.
That too.
I love having ultimates very early into the game. It makes you very aggressive. And it looks like okay, let's see. All right, that's going to be a trade for trade. Texture does get Monyet first. Dust settles 3 versus 3. I mean, what was I supposed to do? What was I supposed to say when you see 2 races coming out into the open with showstoppers? You really just have to have your hands up in the air and wave like you just don't care. Anyways, again, Gen G able to go into the C site. Gonna be able to plant that spike in, and the quick rotation, the quick huddle around Rubble works in their favor because now all of the utilities that Paper X is kind of sprinkled around the map has been subverted for the most part, except for this one really weird off-cam from Forsaken that's been spotted.
Surprised that he caught it, although it was a bit of information for Forsaken nonetheless. We've got some smokes up, got Mind Freak available, and they're trying to work their way in. Getting those heads-up duels will be advantages.
There's the NT, not nice try, but the neural theft activated. Meteor still holding on, man. He is a force to be reckoned with, but Mind Freak comes up to win. Time is going to be enough to defuse that spike. But man, oh man, if Forsaken didn't pop off there, I shudder to think what would have happened for Paper X.
Just before I go into the analysis, can you do that again for me, Asrai?
No.
Really?
No. We will do it again when we have the same exact situation happen.
Okay, right. I'm gonna hold you to that.
We don't want to overdo it. We don't want to overstimulate our audiences.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, sick.
Asrai's voice stimulating and titillating. It was really fun. It was really fun. But I mean, again, the main thing is after the exchange, right? The both showstoppers, the rotations came through. Gen G reads it, and then the retake coming in. You've got this Odin, but Forsaken getting the heads-up duel, and just Meteor holding the angle off. It's beautiful Valorant on both sides, but Mind Freak clutching out on top of it was the main factor.
Now, seems like we're back, down to even. Door's been opened up, but no one wants to charge in on tree. I guess it makes a lot of sense. They know that Odin is available already for device, so they don't want to get, peppered, wall banged to oblivion on tree there. Just want to make them think. Device already pushed up here, so now he knows no one's actually inside this position. So there is a lot of merit that they might actually break through that link, go to B, or rotate around. Meteor, his timing is going to be very crucial. Forsaken chase a little bit too hard, and he has the lockdown. He can activate it right now, let the rest of his team come in, or use it as bait, force the rotation away from Paper X, and go elsewhere.
And that's the best thing that Gen G has going for them right now. The number of options that they have thanks to Meteor getting that first kill. But now, committing over to B side, paint shells in, it buys Paper X a little bit of time for something to come up with the judge.
He knows someone's right behind him. But since they haven't picked up that spike, he can just be as patient as possible, hold for the rest of his team. That's all he really needs to do. Texture stayed, not going to do much damage, but he does pick it up. Something's got a cloud burst. He can get closer and closer here, create that tempo if need be. But the one that's going to have to hold the most is Meteor right on top of that B site, which he does, leaving Mind Freak in a 2 versus 1. They've doubled up onto the corner here. They got a shot step. He's got a shot step. But he's waiting patiently, but you mentioned it already, man. They're stacking up. Too slow, and that's going to be Gen G with a round advantage.
That is such a difficult shot to land. I mean, the only time I've ever seen anyone pull off something like that was like maybe Sentinels a few years ago, but still.
Wow, what memory you have, sir?
I don't know, I'm thinking of like Dapper or something. But still, I mean, back into this one, it's just so darn good from Gen G, the way they've been playing this. You know, I think something kind of jumped around and fired off his judge, thinking that maybe he would be able to buy the attention. But Genji doesn't bite that bait. They stayed hard up on stairs, B stairs, up against you know, some of these players from PaperX like Mindfreak, and making sure that they wouldn't be able to push out.
Yeah, and again, it's because they don't really have to chase him. Again, they can rotate elsewhere on the map. They still had Meteor coming through C that got the kill on Forsaken here. That's a trade for trade. Something's got the Blaze. They're pushing out very aggressively here. Forsaken wants to create more tempo as the rest of PaperX come into Waterfall on that flank. 3-3. Genji's trapped onto the site. Smokes from Monyet, or excuse me, from Mindfreak to provide some coverage here. Paranoia to delay them just a tad bit further. One satchel pushes right in. Down holding. Thinking he could be top of the spike. Numbers of PaperX dwindling down. Something's gonna have to make something happen here. That right click, very shallow, and that's just gonna be a clean pickup, cleanup, excuse me. Quick cleanup. That's the words I was using. Because Genji's too fast, dude. I can't react in time.
We can't even say too much about like economical damage either. In that round, PaperX was just really trying to find as much as they could, get some kills in. Something getting the Blade Storm going was, you know, a glimmer of hope, but just a bit of hope at best, because it was just way too difficult. Genji saw the flank coming out. They knew, all right, let's just see instead. So something's not going right for PaperX right now. Alex calls in the timeout.
There's a bit of a breather again here. Usually when that happens, PaperX do get their second wind. And they definitely need that. Especially for all of us that have predicted PaperX shit. Win the series, not kidding.
I mean, I'm really curious about the interview, if we do get to talk to PaperX later. Like, something's definitely off about, you know, the form or the mood in the team right now. It's not always so often that you always, you know, when they don't perform well, it's usually when you start to see these patterns, like Forsaken or something start to go chasing and hunting. They don't feel good, and they want to shoot themselves back in the game. And that's something that just doesn't work out so well, especially against a Genji that's feeling this confident. They're like, all right, you want to chase us? Come at us.
I can only assume it's them trying to uphold their performance from last year. You know, chasing that high that they got, and it might be getting into their heads. I can only assume. I don't know if it's the real cause, but there definitely is some. There definitely is a change up here from something. There you go. I changed my words already. Anyways, Monyet still hasn't really shown what he's got on this raise. I don't think he's gotten too many big of highlights. You know, it's just a crossing of the streams of those showstoppers that we saw, but that's about it. Still pretty early into this game, though.
Not really feeling all that much yet, but at the very least, trying to get a read for Genji's game plan right now. We've seen a lot of that A to mid link play, like you mentioned before, Aserai, and PaperX are trying to adapt around it. They know that Nightfall is available as well, so just trying to play away from it. Now they're set up for something, maybe to at least toss paint shells to deny spike plant, but look at how Texture's hunting. Oh my god. He barely dodges that, gets out of harm's way. But that's the power that they've got. Big kill onto Munchkin there, though, but Meteor's still holding on Rubble. If he can hold on to this position, his teammates can rely on him to hold that long angle right now, but not available anymore. Texture throws the nade from up above on Heaven, so they know that somebody's at least up there as he tries to reposition. PaperX coming in closer, something floating, stinging like a bee. That nade is going to be so strong. Lakia, wow, over-analyzes the situation and gets punished for it. But Texture is all in his wheelhouse, baby. Smoke does dissipate, so Devi very quickly will be able to get that refrag as well as the complete defuse, and PaperX strikes back. Classic PaperX protocols coming in for those trades. Something with the shorty floating into the dark cover. That was always, you know, that's always fun to watch. But it all starts with Monyet. I think he was trying to create a little bit more space, but the paint shells kind of threw off. And he died really early on because of these shots coming in from Genji. However, once something comes in, once Forsaken starts to get going, they can go in for those trades. Then we see the PaperX fold, the PaperX that we're all familiar with. We need more of that, though. I mean, you can't just always rely on these retakes. These round was won thanks to Alex's timeout. That was thanks to, you know, the read that they had, knowing that Lakia would go in for that Nightfall.
Yeah, and again, as I mentioned already, losing both the players holding rubble, the long angle, was such a huge discrepancy for Gen G because they can always have someone hit the re-lurk outside of A main. Anyways, moving into this round, there's only one player holding that A side, and it's Mindfreak. He's put himself the one-way smoke on Tree here to give him some form of anchoring spot. But thankfully enough, no one's gotten very close into challenging him just yet, but now they do. Prowler's been used. Wow. He's just going to get pushed back, and Monyet just making sure that Link is unoccupied by the rest of Gen G.
Yeah, Forsaken too. At least getting the frag onto Meteor, but now the hit comes through.
Devi holding the backside, anchoring it for the moment. Waiting again for Monyet to double up with him and try to do something as of now. Dog is available. Monyet, let that reposition. Wait, what is happening here? Locky is trying to run away. He opens the door quickly, backs up, but something doesn't have to challenge him just yet. Munchkin has the wall, drops right down, and he has so many angles to deal with the crossfires. Too numerous for PaperX, and we equalize once again.
Yeah, this is what we want to see from PaperX. This is the PaperX we need. The tempo at which they're going, not just, you know, going for those early aggressive kills, trying to find frags or chasing down Meteor. In fact, what they do is to kind of pull back. You've got Mindfreak, set up that one way. You know, you got hold your space, make sure you gain map control, and they got Devi just kind of getting information off of stairs, jump peeking a little bit. Once they confirm that the hit's coming through, they have an idea of where Meteor could lurk in from, and that's what they want. That's how Forsaken picks up that first frag. That's how, you know, Mindfreak does a little bit more.
Speaking of Mindfreak here, he held for a very long time that tree position.
Yeah.
Loving how he does it. I mean, yeah, sure, he doesn't get any kills, but the threat of him of getting that kills and forcing Gen G to put that into the factors of how they push up into a site is pretty huge. I will say, though, I don't think I've seen Forsaken be successful, in holding a site. He's been good at getting the lurks because he's Forsaken, but the setups that he's done on C really hasn't resulted in Gen G you know, being thwarted. Meteor has gone there and gotten those flags, so I don't know how far he can go into this. Pop Shots does put Munchkin down to 56.
It always makes you think twice about wanting to lurk or at least call some rotations over. They know that there is a bit of PaperX presence all across the map, and PaperX is no longer, you know, really pushing out all that much anymore. So Gen G now trying to play along with this tempo, trying to adapt to it, but it burns down the timer. Look at the clock, aeeyy.
Look at this, though. Gen G can actually go for that link, and if something is too slow into this one, even if he escapes this, he's going to get pinched in. Unfortunately for PaperX, Meteor gets it once and for all. Monyet comes in here with the showstopper and the wrap. Boom. Asking Monyet to get the finalizing kill. And even though something falls, PaperX were very quick to adapt and to respond to the offensive Gen G.
I will take that budget, that bootleg, boom boom from aeeyy. Not quite the one that we got from before, but you know, still good.
All right, stop chasing it, stop hunting it. You'll get it when there is a well-deserving
You were absolutely right with the setup that something had. I mean, I would have thought at least he would be able to secure at least one op kill, right? But the rest of the team reacting that quickly, Monyet knowing to go for the showstopper that soon, that was what PaperX needed, and that's why you got to have this setup from PaperX. That's why they're not pushing out all that much. It might not be, you know, full-blown W gaming, but this is also what Victoria was talking about before, that lateral shift. You're not always that same PaperX. You've got Monyet now, and it's just that much more control. Of course, though, Gen G now starting to feel the pressure. They call themselves a timeout.
Yeah, and if I can just add, I've had the pleasure of also being able to cover the Indonesian scene because, you know, Southeast Asia and everything. Monyet's been there for a good chunk of time before he joined Global, right? And a lot of the characteristics, I think, of the Indonesian scene is how well they can adapt in these very tight-knit, very crunched up situations. And you see that be translated into his play with PaperX very quickly. I think there was an interview where he said that he needed a bit more time to adjust, but because he's been in that situation for such a long time in his local scene, you see that translate into Pacific League 2024 with PaperX much quicker. And
that's right.
I
mean, back when he was an Onyx, you know, APAC, LCQ, he was doing things such as Beyond plays. Kid is talented, but I mean, apart from that,
I can't believe he's like 10 years younger than me too.
Okay. I don't know how old you are, right? But anyway, I mean, this is a round where PaperX has some guns. Gen.G on the other hand, it's more of a half-ish, force-ish, not half buy. Yeah, and you're always thinking about, like, you know, they called in that timeout. They want to suss out information and get a feel for how PaperX is defending this time. But something's not going to make it that easy.
That's way too many people close up in the face of Monya there. Something's going to back away, retreat. Danger, alert. That nade clearing him up once again. Not big damage. But as that door keeps closing and opening, they don't know how many players have already exited, how many players are still holding. Holding. It's Texture, one down. Same thing. Overflex. And that's Meteor. He can call back his teammates if he wants to. There it is. Lockdown available. And Meteor opens up the A side by pure sheer power.
I got to see the replay on that. I mean, it's so interesting and off-putting how Gen.G is approaching the map. It was a half buy. You just had this squad of stingers. But guess what? Here comes Forsaken and the spike plant goes down.
This man might not be the guardian of the galaxy, but he is the guardian of Lotus. 4 kills for Meteor on our guardian, man. That's pretty insane.
มั่นใจมากอ่ะ เป็นพี่ยิงนะพี่กดรัวๆ
เหมือนผมเลยครับพี่ชาย
First of all,
ไม่
we
ว่าจะ
have the
first aim
space
อะไรกูก็
from
กด
Gen.G
รัว
like
ไว้
I
ก่อน
was mentioning before. I mean, it's a little bit weird to open the door and then just hide inside
ดู
the
ดิแม่งยิง
tree.
นัดเดียว
But then PaperX coming in to investigate, and then off of that space, Meteor is the one that, you know, they weren't really expecting to be there, and because of his sharpshooting, he's able to pick off their heads just like that. Something wasn't quite able to deal with him, and that's something that I definitely did not expect. I want to see something with his op, really, you know, really pop it off, but he's not doing it so far.
And with all of the abilities that can really flush you out as you know, a jet with an operator, it's very hard for him to do that. Yes, there's no big flashes from Gen.G here, but Prowler, Boombot, Smokes, Paranoia, there's a whole slurry of non-flash abilities that can really irk you if you're something. So Gen.G's been using that to a very good extent.
Now, gets him as well. However, he holds his ground, picks up the first one, and backs away. So this gives PaperX a little bit more information and inkling as to where Gen.G wants to approach from. Something re-peaks and holds the angle. Defy comes in for an information play, but doesn't find all too much.
Ready for that.
But here comes something.
He's got the tailwind again, so he can get out of harm's way if need be, but over peaks. That's going to be the death of him. Monyet's now trapped here on drop. That Haunt supposedly giving away position, but somehow Forsaken manages to squeeze his way through the back of the side, leaving Charon by himself, and Mind Freak for the pinch. That is going to be PaperX holding off one more round. And
เวลาพีคใส่เวทีโอนี่มันหวาดเสียวมากเลย
for the last
คือ
round
จอย
6-5. I mean, still a really close score, and it doesn't put PaperX out of harm's way. And if you're thinking about it, I mean, something maybe didn't quite get the kills, but at least bought enough time, did enough damage for his team to arrive on scene. And that's another thing, it just, Forsaken playing this role, you know, unless they're walking into his traps, unless they're going into him, we won't often see him popping off that way, unless, you know, he arrives with his team.
Yeah. And I love this from Forsaken. Again, it's old news, but I love how he's transitioned into this type of guy that can use these Sentinels. And look at the man, he's still getting kills left and right. Munchkin, he's got himself a judge. I mean, long range, he got the Sheriff. If he can close the distance somewhat, maybe there's a world where he can use that Viper Pit. But look at how many players of PaperX are just holding that angle right up in his face.
Yeah, look at the cones of vision on the minimap too.
Yeah. But they're getting closer. Hold on. Wait. Oh my god. Oh, the heart attack, man. Just think about it. But
3 players. All right.
Yeah.
Something wide swing. Okay. We got this.
Yeah.
7-5 is not too bad for PaperX. Obviously not the, you know, score that you would envision for a team of this caliber, but still good nonetheless. 2 rounds ahead. If they can pick up the pistol, that would be even better. But of course, Gen.G has been showing us such a dominant performance today. I mean, these guys aren't buckled by anything that PaperX is throwing at them.
Absolutely. And again, you do see that.
it feels like I can't really say any names right now of
ถือว่าทำได้
Gen G
ดีนะ
players
ครึ่งแรก
on
แต่หน้าพี่เล็กก็ยังไม่สบอารมณ์เท่าไหร่
Lotus that's making any plays because it's the whole team. You know, it's how well they're able to play off of. I feel like the setups that the Fate does, right? So and then they just kind of feed off of that.
But I will say, I mean, like if not for that, you know, previous map we might have seen Texture popping off like crazy. This one, I will say, Meteor was someone who kept showing up. He was the one who won them that one round where they had nothing but a half buy, just using nothing but a Guardian. Meteor has been holding things down. Meteor has been dueling out against Forsaken.
That and the one, actually, thank you for saying that as well. There's that one point where he was lurking on C, gets Forsaken, single-handedly holds that site and allows Gen G options. They could even keep pushing to A site or rotate to C where Meteor was. So absolutely right. I will agree with that. And boy, oh boy, he's 39-3 here coming into this second half.
Texture still has the kill leader too. So PaperX kind of does have to watch out, but of course now that Forsaken, you know, gets to stretch his legs on this attacking side, hoping that we can see a little bit more from the team that, you know, won us VCT Pacific finals last year, and then of course going to champions as well. I don't need to everyone knows.
Yeah, how much effort with both teams actually fight for Rubble here? Because the thing about Lotus, at least in the pro scene that we've seen for the most part, is people will just mimic the Rubble plays, and Gen G, those nades are very deadly. Oh my god, Texture. That flick up from Might Freak. He's alone. He's got dark cover to work for days, but his opponent, you know, they can last for months, so just see how more that is. 4 versus 1. He's repositioning around the corner here. Meteor hears him. There's a world where Meteor tries to stab Might Freak here if he over pushes or doesn't even check the corner, but no. Play it safe.
No knife.
Wishful thinking, man. Wishful thinking.
But I mean, it's just how they play. You know, very controlled. They know the setups. And I do kind of have a feeling that this is something that Gen G had prepared. Studying game tape from PaperX before, knowing that this is definitely something that we want to go for, right? This Rubble control, it's so useful, gives you legs to have that option towards A or mid-link if you want to, set up split pushes. They want to deny that. And that one nade from Texture, not to mention Lakia and Texture pushing in together, just throws PaperX off so much.
Can I add as well? Munchkin's toxic screen was pretty huge for that, because usually you see that and say, it's the safety for the A side. No, it's the danger for Rubble for you. So keep pushing though. It's the C.
Hello?
Zoom in past the Manya. Whoa, I love this! The double jumping PRX!
Yo, but they still got the shot, man. So although Manya makes it through, has a bulldog, can't go up against Munchkin now. What?
Alright, down to something with a Marshall. 3 versus 1. Makes it a quick 2v1. Okay. That spike is very much out in the open for him. He's got a dash, he actually repositions. But wait, does that angle actually work for him? It's very risk, so he has to try to do something here. Oh my god. Oh, he even got the crosshair in the head near the body space of Lakia. Something overdoing it, going back into C-Long. I mean, it was for the information, but he kind of overheated in that situation too.
Really close. I mean, at least had the right idea to tailwind out of that hairy situation and to play for time a little bit, trying to distract Munchkin. I mean, Lakia. As soon as Lakia goes in, though, just knowing to crouch and to keep his head tucked under.
Yeah.
Lakia's not always like a stand-out fragger, but in some situations knows exactly what to do, has enough experience.
Yeah. He's got a good head on his shoulders for sure. Something challenging here. It's tagged up. Correct me if I'm wrong, we casted Lakia last year, right? Pacific, where he was on Damwon Kia. Did not really get an opportunity to really showcase what he's got there, but the Gen G here, very much different. In a very good way for Gen G, by the way.
Of course, now with enough damage, Gen G not having the best guns. You know, you got a Ghost on Texture, Charon on the... Oh, well, it's Charon still. PaperX buying up, trying to do what they can. You've got something on this outlaw, but just respects all of this space and plays for numbers instead. They kind of relinquish A. It's going to be a tough retake for them.
ชอบนะถ้าเรายิงโดนแต่ถ้าตอนโดนน่ะไม่ชอบ
Especially with the rest of PaperX.
นี่ไง
Both
คือมันมีโอกาสแค่เห็นหน้าแล้วแบบ
They've got everything locked and loaded. They don't really need to stay inside of the site. They can be proactive as much as they would want to.
Oh,
Caron does get that angle against something, but damage is already done here, Quack.
ลูกซองสไนเปอร์
Gen G, I feel like it's only going to be exits and a bit of economic damage that they can really do in this round.
Makes me wonder if it was like the barrel.
มันน่าจะปรับหรือมั้งพี่ว่า
Probably is.
Again, yeah, it's
ปรับ
just
เป็น
a
3 นัด
barrel
อะ
still.
And you know, it's that nerd talk about line of
ปรับเป็น
sight.
3 นัด
You get closer to a corner. You can see your opponent faster than they do. We're not going to get deep into that.
34 degrees here on the corner of the wall.
2004
TLDR, guys.
Hứa
The
hẹn
closer
Guardian
you are to a wall when you peek a corner, the worse it is for you. The farther you are from a wall when you peek a corner, the better it is for you.
Thank you, Aserai.
Yeah.
But yeah, still, a round picked up by PaperX still. As they move forward.
นี่แหละเอามาแก้เผ็ด
But
พวกมิ
Gen
ซิ
G
โกะ
has definitely caught up, winning out that pistol in the subsequent round after that. So now buying back up, I mean, we saw how Gen G, this round really just kind of playing it safe. Still a lot of damage, but apart from that, just thinking about how else PaperX can come in, because here the game really starts to rev up.
And it's still so neck and neck.
แม้เมื่อกี้เจนจีก็เอารอไล่ยิงนี่เปเปอร์เล็ก
We come into this day
สลับกันสลับกัน
be
เป็นไปได้
this
ว่ากูก็
close
เซ็งจัดเหมือนกัน
PaperX and a revamped Gen G. I mean, yeah, sure.
How many of us voted for, predicted PaperX would win?
All of us except for William.
Except for William.
Truly is the will I am. Will he? Or will he not? We have 20 seconds, so I'm just buying time, for this timeout to pass us by and get back into the action.
But I mean, still just thinking about it, right? We haven't seen too much from Gen G on their defensive side. We know that they have the potential to push out, especially with a player like Texture at their hands.
Yeah.
PaperX has to, be on guard.
True, and again, they have to be very aware of how strong the rumble control can be for Gen G here. Again, it was only a glimpse of what it could be on that pistol, but it can translate into these gun rounds a whole lot more. Now looking quickly into the ultimate cash of both of our teams, PaperX has got a little bit more of the strong suit with the blades and the showstopper available here, but Gen G not lagging too far behind. If Texture can get that one kill, he will have access to that showstopper of his.
Which is why PaperX is trying to get a read for that off of Gen G's timeout. We've seen their A, we've seen a bit of their C. Haven't seen all too much else for now, though. I mean, newly formed PaperX with Monyet now, just executing at the C site. Kind of bypassed Munchkin's judge. Oh, but look at that door play from
ตรงไหน
Lakia.
อ่ะประตู
เขาเปิดประตูมายิงหลัง
Again, the door opens so
Oh,
quickly
that
that you
doesn't
can't really sometimes react to the punish that could follow up from the defenders, and you see that activated so quickly here. Something
โหระยะนี้ด้วย
now
นะ
is going to be holding with the
Something
gunshot.
มันลอง
I
ปืน
do
หรือเปล่า
like
วะ
this because again, you don't want
แม่ง
to
เล่นทุกปื
play
น
that close and hope for accuracy. You just want to go for the pellets first of this shotgun. Munch is going to be first on the pedestal. He's getting very close. I don't know who's going to get this one. On the corner, he will be dropped down by something. Coming in right now is going to be Monyet using that showstopper of his to delay even further. Meteor's getting closer. Lakia as well. They need to make something happen here. It's all down to Lakia. Good for the first.
เนี่ยโดนล้อหลอก
There's so many just high angle position from PaperX that he cannot even flick quickly enough to deal with.
เฮ้ย
That's
มี
gonna
ภาพ
be
มี
the
ภาพ
7 for PaperX here.
Yeah, great solve on the C site. You got something, you have a bit of utility, Divide with a guiding light as well, and just pushes Munchkin away enough for something to get into position to do things like this. I mean, he was really a lot more
เนี่ยภาพ
calm
คมมากอะภาพ
in this moment. And then picking up that Phantom and tailwinding away. Coming down to it as soon as they picked up those numbers, as soon as they figured out where Gen G was going to approach from, much more easy for PaperX to defend post-plant.
But again, Genji showing
ชัด
the
จนแบ
same
บ
thing that
ชัด
they
เกินบางที
brought up here from that Breeze map,
ยังไง
which
กู
is
ว่าแล้ว
that they can't punish the transit of Paper Rex, and they do it once again here in this round. Look at that. Something's been dropped down as well as Forsaken. Monyet frantically trying to get control here of seeing if he is alone or with teammate. What a dodge from Mind Freak! Oh my goodness! They're trying to rally behind that showstopper. Texture, great flash from Caron, and it's all Monyet alone. The new blood from Paper X set down by Genji. What a thrifty round from the
ภาพ
Koreans.
มาภาพเด่น
I mean,
ดี
all
นะ
the utility, all those shots starting things off. We had the
ปืนแรก
Sheriff.
ปืนแรก
And all they really did was kind of just wait for that contact from Paper X. Once that
สังเกต
green
นะ
light
เจน
was
จีเขา
lit,
ได้อีโคแบบเยอะ
Genji
มากเลย
knew
เนาะ
exactly how to get
Mad.
going, and it just definitely is a
สอง
Paper
แมป
X
แล้ว
that
ก็
once again
ตานี้
starting
ส
to
อง
get
รอบ
in their
ละ
own heads a little bit. You know, you got the previous round, things are starting to go. You know that Genji is on an eco, and you're like,
อเล็กเรียกไป
I
ด่า
can
ละ
take them. You start to walk out, and it just hurts, man.
Yeah, no, I feel you. And again, it boils down to, again, I don't want to assume, but it feels like they don't want to challenge A for the moment because, again, they're afraid of that robo control, especially when they saw the texture was nearing his showstopper. So they wanted to try to go for BRC. Again, the adaptability of that is very quick. You can rotate either way because you have control of the door, but they somehow get pinched in transition of that. And we see Genji utilize that for the past 2 rounds. Now Paper X feeling that pressure, gotta call for that timeout. It's not Genji getting that huge advantage, but every single time that you thought that Paper X was gonna break away, Genji, they're bringing it right back, baby.
That's just incredible from Genji. There's a lot to, you know, go into with how they are feeling and thinking about this game, but of course Paper X getting to buy up onto the next now. You've got an Odin back on Forsaken. Something on that op again, but on the attacking side.
เบรกได้สวย
Okay. Oh, the Haunt actually gave away the position there of something as well as Mind Freak. Nade did stop Paper Rex for just a few seconds here, Quack, but not really the biggest of hindrances for now.
Just letting them gain control over this spot, but look at the positioning that they have. Texture still up around, could go up the ropes if he needed. Got Munchkin just ready to welcome them with open arms on the other side of Link.
Texture's trying to delay as much as he can at the back of the site. Hoping that he can stop the Monyets. But he will not. Lakia coming in to pinch. At least stopping some of this massive map control that Paper X has gotten on that A. Spike will get planted. It's all about the retake here for Genji. Okay, Divide does find Munchkin here, making it a more palatable situation for Paper Rex. Lakia opening the door.
วิ่งมาก็โดน
Forsaken
โคตร
finds
เกลียนปืน
him with an Odin. Meteor's gonna just have to run away here, or just stay in the site, whichever. They're already pretty rich, so they can just buy up to the next round anyway. So they can make this into an expensive endeavor for Paper Rex.
something กับมันเย็น
A little bit expensive, Monyet dying.
ช็อตตี้กระโดด
But yeah, that's always funny when you got like, you open the door. Hello, say hello, my little friend, and Forsaken's on the other side. But
sorry, I just wanted to say that's why a lot of teams on Lotus have now just been picking up the Odin. I know it's not brand new news or anything, but this is a big reason why you can just wall bang for days that specific angle, whether you're attack or defending, and it is such a huge, look at this, it's such a huge power play for you to
on the attacking side too, especially if you're behind rubble, you can spray through and try to catch someone as they try to approach, and that's what Forsaken is doing again, just to give Paper X a little more map control. Yo, Caron!
Okay, a little bit of an overreach here for Genji for sure, as Mind Freak and Texture have been just blasted away. Speaking of which, Monyet to infinity and beyond, the showstopper belongs to truly stop that show. 4 versus 3. We have a bit of calm here as Paper Rex do get access onto that A site, but the rest of Genji already right now in the back of things. Meteor finding one, lockdown activated, but it is a little bit shallow. There still is position that you can play inside of tree as well as outside right there of stairs. Something holding the blades as well as the operator. This makes the long range fights a little bit more palatable here for Paper Rex. Haunt does give away his position. They use that Haunt to actually get closer, but Forsaken holds for something. something now against Meteor. 2 versus 1. The box not really giving too many angles for him to have safety on. And if he gets peeked, it's going to be one in the front, one in the back. That's going to be Paper X 11-8.
So although they picked up quite a bit making use of the Killjoy lockdown, Gen G got a bit of space, but the setup for Paper X was still just that good, and that's always the thing about the A site. You've got tree that you can hold out from, you've got the stairs area that you can also watch from, and Divide knows how to play off of his teammate that way. Again,
I don't care.
They're having fun.
And when Paper X are having fun, you know it's a dangerous time for you. And I'm having fun, because that means that we're going to get a game 3.
You need someone to keep those spirits up. You know, if not, something or Ilya will get really in their heads.
Okay, just, open the door, get tripped up, see what happens. Wall has been called in a little bit closer into the A main position, and that actually works in the favor here of Gen G. As you saw, Forsaken get blasted very quickly. They're very close into the opposition right now, but Devi realizes that he has to come pitch in for his teammates. Oh my god! Again, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee for something, loving to use that floating. Both snipers actually missing as they try to reposition quickly, but now they know. Meteor's position exposed. He's only got a Marshall in his hand here, Quack, and it truly is danger time for him. If he loses this, Paper X will be on map point. Wow! Okay! Meteor!
That's the same Meteor that we saw from Gen G last year, doing things with the Marshall. But still, I mean, when you think about it, Paper X definitely had this round in the books. Very close to it, though. 2 kills with that Marshall. I mean, Gen G's whole game plan was to really try to find a way, pull off something unorthodox, right? Make use of that toxic screen to surprise that 3 players on the other side of it. That said, though, Monyet on the other side, game plans, a plan B, really, to keep themselves alive and to buy us out.
I'm just going to stay quiet here and let us just enjoy the
เริ่มกันไวจังวะเรานึกว่าภาพรีเพย์
I was spewing some nonsense words. We've already seen some great impact actions here from Gen G as something's been taken away from the board. Again, Gen G still threatening a lot of that control on Rubble. This means that it's only down to really Monyet to entry into the site. Devi activates, but Meteor is here to just again anchor things. Denies access into that C site, and Paper X will have to scratch their heads a little bit here. What happened? We tried to push in and actually fall on our heads as Meteor repositions for this right angle. They might not know about this. And they will never do it. The smoke really just makes it difficult for them to gain any
way too much.
Control.
There's so much delaying that the rest of the Paper X members on the other side, if they go into this, it's not a favorable numbers duel. Something kind of losing to Karon on the other side of the map as well. It just doesn't quite work out for them. So Gen G gets to extend their lives in this map.
Yikes, that haunt. Truly going to be the nightmare there for Paper X, and you say it already, man. It's gonna extend the lifeline here for Gen G. Texter's now gonna have himself the sniper in hand. What happened here at this point? Yes, there it is. Karon getting that quick Rubble control. Paper X couldn't push up because of all the delay tactics that we saw from Gen G, and then C-Site, it was the same thing, but then Meteor was the one holding.
Yeah, it's all these tiny, slight bits of utility. You know, Meteor has the Nanostorm. It kind of slows down the rest of the team. They can't quite follow up with Monyet because of it. And keep in mind, Paper X has spent both timeouts at this point. They're on an eco. It's a bit of a half buy, but it's starting to
Ooh,
Karon, where did he come from? Takes him to 2K. There's the quick flash from Devi. Okay, well, hold on. Devi gets 2. But never mind. All right, I'll buy my time there. 12 to 10. Gen G really having solid control on Rubble, man. There is no answer in these past rounds. Pass 2 at the very least. The adaptations, I mean, that's another thing with the Paper X structure. You know, all of them are giving ideas as to how they want to approach the map or figure out ways to deal with Gen G. But Yeah, they've spent those timeouts, and this means, unless
there's
there's a clear
เขาไม่ไป
answer,
ว่าเขาแยกย้ายกันเติบโตว่ะรอบเนี้ยเวเบอร์เล็ก3 แมปเลยไอ้3 บอมเลย
fall back on
เหมือนแกล้งทำเออะดูดิ
This camera
texture and an off.
Yeah, there you go.
เขารู้
He
ว่ะ
does give away the position
เป็น
to
จี
an
ไม่โยก
opponent right in front of him.
ที่สันมาแย่ให้
It's only Forsaken really just holding A main. He wants to be able to anchor this by himself from the looks of things. That will
ประเด็น
allow
คือ
Paper
เจน
Rex
จี
to
ก็ไม่ดันบีด้วย
make do with elsewhere. But they're so far back from
อันเดี๋ยว
both
เดี๋ยว
sides,
รอบ
man.
นี้
They haven't really done this kind of slower approach at all in this map.
จบเอง
เขาบอกกับเอนี่แหละทางถนัด
Not that much control.
ฝุ่นแล้ววันเวตรงนี้แบบ
One-way smokes are all being
แล้วเป็น
spent up
คา
around this
รอ
one
นด้วย
spot.
นี้
And then, of course, you
เป็น
still
มุมที่
got
ต้องเช็ค
Munchkin
ด้วยนะ
available
ต้องไว
with
ต้อง
that
ไว
toxic screen.
เขากำลังจะโยกแล้ว
A is a very difficult
Callum
spot to hit
มันไม่เล่น
right
หรอ
now, but trying to make something happen off of the Odin suppressifier.
เฮ้ยเสียว
Okay, they open the doorway into
Jason
tree.
Doan.
Texture, here you go. Inside the smoke is going to be Charon. Then Paper Rex are pushing blind into the side. They got to get that big contact. Something finding Munchkin.
30 seconds left.
Showstopper
Oi.
activated. Does that stop the plant on the spike? Yes, it will be. But it's trade for trade here, Quack. It's not the end of the world. Something repositions. Almost
ใครจะเปิดประตู
gets hang by the
Oi.
rope side. Lakia pushed out.
ไปไหมครับแมป3ไปไหมครับ
Exploding
แม
at
ป
this
3
point. There's the plant on the
แต่ไอ้
spike.
นี่มัน
Super
โค้ง
one
มาดิ
for
พี่
Meteor, but Meteor
โอ้โห
has truly been a
เฮ้ย
miracle
เฮ้ย
worker
หน่อ
at
ไม้
this
ไม่ไหว
point. They're
สองคน
backing up into the corner
เห็
and
นช็อต
something
โดนวัด
finds
กัน
it.
แล้ว
The 4K, and we are going to
เดี๋ยว
map
แทน
ถ้าไม่ได้ก็ตายคู่
I mean, in that last round, you could feel almost
เดี๋ยวผม
that
ผมไปส่ง
tension,
ของแป๊บ
the rage that something
ปล่อย
had
ปอดทิ้งไว้
seething
ห
behind
รือเปล่า
him. Having had enough from those
เดี๋ยวผมไป
ดู
previous
แล
ชาร์จ
ให้
ที่
rounds,
ไอ้
he
แป๊บนึง
pushes
เดี๋ยวผ
up.
มมาครับ
He picks them off one by one. It was a great setup that Genji had, a brilliant idea, playing off of Karon and Texture. Karon playing a bit of a distraction to try to step away, Texture holding the off angle with the operator, but it leaves them with not much of an escape route, and something is able to take them down that way.
And now we're just going to pass it on to our panel to discuss things a whole lot better.
The score is now 1-1, and it seems like Paper Rex here, they are being challenged by Genji. We did see in the coach's interview that Genji did prepare specifically for Paper Rex, and it looks like they are showing they did their research very well.
No, they very much did, but this was a much better effort from the side of Paper Rex. I mean, you can see 14 first kills there for the side of Genji, only able to get those 10-round wins. It's another 13-10 scoreline, and now we go to map number 3. So we're going to get a nice little zoom in here on Genji's Sunset to see how they are prepared for that map and whether or not they're actually going to be able to close this one out. But this was still similar to, it's one of those series, one of these maps that just doesn't really tell the whole picture by looking at the score lines here, because it was so much closer, and 13-10 already points to a close match.
Yeah, I mean, any of these, there was many that went down to kind of 1v1s, 1v2s, things like that, and many good chances for those clutches to happen. Obviously, none of them really coming through on the scoreboard. But the other thing is Paper Rex, I mean, they got to brush up on the pistols, right? And the anti-ecos, because they are losing either the pistol or the anti-eco consistently throughout the series. If it wasn't for that, this would actually be a much wider score gap.
Yeah, very true. I think that's a weakness that absolutely needs to be shored up. I'm sure Alex has written many a page worth of notes in regards to that one, because, I mean, we did see the force buy at one point as well from Genji that also caught them off guard. So they need to be better prepared for things like that. But still, getting back into form, Monyet as well with a little bit of a rough start on this map, ends up completely soaring when it comes down to the Rays. But it's so many moments where they are very reliant on the likes of Divide to really bail them out still.
Sure, but I think one thing that still hasn't changed for Paper Rex is how they use that Odin on this map, right? It's not just to get the kills through the walls, but it's actually to constantly spam it so they can keep creeping up. So it's not just the double controllers, but it's the fact that they are not only clearing angles, but making so much noise that you have to respect the Odin. You just keep backing up, and a couple of those rounds, they basically took over all the way right up to A site simply through Odin spams.
You know what, I think that, okay, Paper Rex did win this map, but it wasn't a very convincing win, There were a lot of times wherein they could have won rounds like a lot. This could have been a lot faster. This could have been a lot easier for them. But we saw so many times where they were there's hesitation. There was a little bit of, miscomm. There was a little bit of missed opportunities, which isn't characteristic for Paper Rex from a few months ago.
Yeah, it's not. And I think that this is still the hive mind assimilating for them. Right now, we're not seeing that just consistent ebb and flow between all 5 players in the lobby at the moment. And we knew that this was going to take some time to develop. Obviously, when you have a core that sticks together for a very long time, if you change one of those pieces, it's going to take a while for that adjustment to come through. But still fantastic performances across the board between both of these squads. I mean, Meteor having a hell of a time, but Karon, I mean, good God, it doesn't feel like he went 16 and 16, you know, just a net neutral when it comes down to the KD, because there were so many great moments where he was the one that was saving them. That 4K that he had just a couple rounds towards the end there, Texture as well, putting up significant numbers. That continues here with this trend from Gen G. So going into Sunset, I really don't know what to expect, because I need to see what Gen G is going to be bringing to the table on that map, and I need to see if PaperX has been able to improve what we saw from them at AVL.
There is a worrying trend here for Texture, is that he's losing the maps that he's not getting over 300 ACS. and I know this sounds like a joke, but this has always been the trend for his career as well. If he's not top ranking out of his mind on previous rosters he's been on in Challengers Korea, or I guess Valorant Challenge way back when, before VCT started, that was also the trouble he had. If he wasn't fragging and carrying the team, it was very tough for them to kind of close things out. And yes, I mean, it's a very tough opponent, and Meteor is performing very well, but Texture, what I'm worried about is, does that get to Texture's head of like, man, do I really have to carry this team again? Because that would concern me a little bit.
So it's kind of like he's at 100% or none at all.
Well, yes. In terms of results. Yes, yeah. In terms of results, absolutely. But both times, I mean, even last time when they lost split against RRQ, it was Meteor who was still trying to help keep them in the game alongside Texture. So hopefully that gives him a little bit of comfort of knowing, okay, it's not just my individual score that's kind of making or breaking the game. It is about the teamwork and how our opponents are playing around their map picks as well.
Yeah, I think that Meteor here was definitely a player, you know, that we have to highlight. There were so many times where it was just him versus like 3 or 4 even from PaperX, right? And somehow you still doubt, oh, surely he doesn't win this, but somehow he does.
You put any gun in this guy's hands and he's going to be able to deliver the results. The Marshall especially, something that he just demands respect when he is wielding that weapon, and he has put it, you know, proven it time and time again. Something, though, with some great moments throughout this, you know, just kind of getting back into the groove. The Euro in the first map, it definitely had its hitches.
Yes.
But here, back to maximum comfort, you can see he was going for those ankle, those wrist break plays, where he just goes dashing over top of somebody's head with that shorty in hand, and just helping take him down.
And I like that you're seeing that, because the peaks that we're seeing from something continue to remind us of what we saw last year when he got that MVP in VCT Pacific. But again, it's not as consistent as we're used to seeing throughout the 2023 season.
That's the thing, you know, you see the adjustment come in because they do have Monyet there, right? Taking over the reins of the Rays, so to say, over on Lotus. And you do see how sometimes, you know, the coordination isn't quite there, but towards the end, towards the later half of that map, I do feel like, okay, they were in sync, and, you know, the entries that Monyet was getting was definitely something like, oh, reminiscent from like way back when.
Yeah, it very much was. And I think a lot of that does also have to do with just going back to a composition that's a lot more comfortable,
yes.
A map that's a lot more comfortable, because obviously, yes, they will have been practicing that Yoru setup, that triple controller setup on Breeze, but bringing it onto the stage for the first time is something very different compared to running something behind the scenes.
So now, obviously, we go to Sunset, and that's the big question, is that when they played it at AVL, it was Jin coming in to play that Raze, right? And they were swapping out Mind Freak a couple of times here and there, and they were really swapping up the roles. So now, I mean, first of all, is it going to be the something Gecko? But then also, does that leave Monyet to be the Raze to try to break open sites and go for those retakes? Because then we're going to have to start questioning, okay, is the synchronization there for the entire team? Or is Monyet's confidence going to be enough to actually carry them into the win?
I think with the performance that he just had there on Lotus, he should be feeling pretty confident in his race performance. I think that he'll be fine to continue onward with that one going in towards Sunset. My biggest question is there, as you just mentioned, the Gecko. Is that still going to be something that is played here for the side of PaperX, or have they decided, okay, you know what, we showed this during the tournament, this is what they'll likely expect us to run, let's go, you know, double duelist, something like that, we'll have something just continue on the jet, or do they even have something else up their sleeves?
Yeah, and that's what's scary with PaperX, because again, we're dealing with a team that is very, very flexible, right? And what they showed during the off-season tournaments may not be exactly what they have planned specifically for Gen G. And as for Gen G, I do believe that there's no information on their Sunset just yet, which could be a very, very good thing for them, especially since, as we saw in the coach's interview, like these two have been studying each other for quite a long while. And I do think that, you know, for Gen G, they're riding on a lot of momentum right now. Yes, they did lose that previous map, but it didn't feel like, you know, it was a very close scoreline. It's been 13-10 for both maps so far.
Yes, so I think the biggest thing for Gen G is obviously, it's not necessarily that you're getting like run over with your firepower.
Yeah.
They've been having a lot of pride about, we know that we're very strong mechanically, we know we can fight back individually. Okay, they've proven that time and time again so far in both matches, and especially if you are keeping up with PaperX here in Pacific in that regard, that is very good news. Now, when it comes to Sunset, sure, there's not much to go off of, but they did show what they've prepared coming into kickoff now, and I can't imagine that it's going to change too drastically. So the question is Gen G, do they have some more in the bank, or is PaperX just going to be able to read right through it?
Yeah, and looking at these map highlights that we have, right? You know, you see these rounds come down to very individual performances here, and you know, I do have to single out Caron, who was just so amazing. And Achilles, we were pointing out how, like, you know, this kid, he's definitely making his mark. He's so consistent as well.
Yeah, he really is, and it's been so very impressive because, again, you know, a little bit of a slow start in the RQ series, but then just ramps up. This time he started at an 11 when he came into today, and that was a big reason why they were able to take away Breeze, and that continued going in towards Lotus as well. His timings and just decision-making as well as his aim have all been very much on point here, and having a solid controller, I mean, we know how important that is. It's one of the most important roles that you could have, you know, a star player in for any team. That's why Mako is so reveled and has been for many, many years. So I think that this is such a bright start there for Caron, but we'll see if that's going to be maintained as we go into Sunset.
Yes, and speaking of that Sunset, speaking of Caron, when they played it against RQ in that map 3, that's when Caron was still adjusting, and he was the only person in the server. Hold that thought, because we've got a Sage coming back.
บวกกันพังๆเลย
They are playing
the Gecko.
Gecko, say
Yep, no
Sunset
duelist.
on PRX.
Lots of interesting things we can talk about here.
Here's what I was
เปิดไปเล็ก
expecting. I thought maybe they were
เน้
going
น
to
บวก
do
ไง
something a
ก็
little
เอา
bit
ไว้ชุบ
different.
เล
I
ย
thought maybe they're going to try a single
Maybe you
controller
don't
for this
need
map,
to be-
have Mindfreak play the Omen,
Gecko,
Spy go over to
you don't
Killjoy, and then Forsaken go Yoru alongside the race, but they are
โอ้โห
completely
เกโก้
going off
เดือดฤทธิ์อย่าง
But
นั้
I
นเลย
actually kind of like this, especially because they knew that Genji's still
Don't
running the
wingman,
Sky,
what are they
and
doing?
Sky just can't get as much information throughout the round now in this version of Valorant. So that wall, those slow orbs have a lot more value.
How do you W without a duelist? We're about to find out as we head into map number 3 between PaperX and Gen G. Quack and Asarai, over to you guys.
Thanks for that, our amazing desk. And yeah, I was actually just wanting to add as well, you know, in terms of the questions they were throwing away at us, in a map such as Sunset, where I feel like Cypher has such a high tiering here, how can PaperX actually deal with the tripwires when they don't have, let's say, a Sova, you know, to break it easy?
Right? Yeah, you're just gonna have to rely on, like, I don't know, your bullets, or maybe, you know, Forsaken's fragment, but then that's not really what you want to use that for.
ใครรับวะเนี่ย
ถ้า
So
ใจเรา
it's
ไปดูลิ
definitely
ตัว
a
ไหน
bit
ก็
of
ได้
a
นะพี่
ใช่ค
head
รับ
scratcher.
ขอแค่ยิงแม่น
This
ยิงแม่นก็เป็นดูเอ
entirely
ดิทละ
duelistless composition is not something that we see all too often. Actually, I don't think we ever see it.
Yeah.
หายดาวาย
But
โดนลุมนะหนุ่
it
ม
is PaperX after all.
เอ้ย
Say that
ส
10
โล
times
ว่ะ
fast, right? But I will say on Sunset, the Sage walls are pretty insane because you could get into some good elevations that the smokes of Gen G might not be able to blot out completely. That being, this is as well as we can see here on market. But Genji's very aware of this. The Bio was almost taken down, but the separation though does allow them to get the pickup onto Munchkin. Now, PaperX is going to be holding back the site, and they're just going to work. Gen G not in a comfortable spot, and they're just going to have to try to wiggle their way out of this as we turn into the 2 versus 1. But this could be a quick transition if Meteor can find some good timings on this. But he gave away that location of his
เลือดแต่ละ
because
คน
he
นี่
threw
สเปรย์แม็ก
out
เดียวน่าจะหายคู่
the
อ่ะ
camera.
เป็นเสี้ย
Just a little bit known and obvious, but at the
They had
same
their
time,
thumb.
PaperX holding things back. I mean, this is what we want to see from them on the attack, from the defending side.
ไม้ไร้ปืน
You got
ไอ้สัน
that Sage Wall, which is actually really interesting because it blocks off market, and now it
มา
allows for
แล้
the
ว
rest of them just to
เอาต่อ
be free in a
Jason.
target-rich environment. We know that they're going to approach from A main. We can just hold our ground and start picking them off bit by bit. Mind Freak with that ghost shot, picking up the double kill, and that's the PaperX that we see.
At least for these next couple of rounds, before Gen G gets those rifles, the Sage Wall is going to be somewhat harder to break down, so there should be a lot more safer position for PaperX to drop it in. Don't worry about that angle for a good chunk of the round and just be safe. Anyways, Forsaken Outlaw. Contact. Success. Actually, very successful. 3 kills for the price of 2 bullets. Very, very good start here for Forsaken.
That's what 300% success rate. No, that's terrible math.
โคตรมะเร็งอ่ะปืนนี้
We are, you know, we're supposed to be
ดู
good
ดิ
at
ได้
math. Why? Because
มะเร็
we
ง
have
จริง
phones that have calculators and you can check it.
Good save, good save.
อย่างที่บอกครับแมปที่แล้วเดี๋ยวว่าปืนนี้ยังไงเดี๋ยวเขาก็แก้แพทหน้าครับเพิ่มเป็น3 นัด
credit score being calculated for us.
หนักกว่าเดิม
Forsaken getting a lot of
ดู
those
ดิแม่ง
frags.
ตึ้ม
And
แล้วก็
it's
ตึ้ม
immediately putting a door stopper to anything that Genji throws at them. Not to mention might freak out the lurk and also towards the last kill on towards Karen. They kind of knew
เวลาเท่า
that
กัน
this
นะครับ
would
พี่
be
เก็บ
where
6
Genji was approaching from. And it's just a good check from Forsaken
โอเค
nonetheless.
เท่ากันพี่
So interestingly enough, we're swapping around roles so much.
ไม่มี
From
เกาะ3
Cypher
คน
now to the KO. Oh, and
โอ้ย
a
บูท
Sage wall that
ขึ้น
boosts
ยิ
them
ง
up. That's what the Outlaw and the Sage is for.
A lot of the elevation, man. I told you there is going to be so many cheeky positions that you can utilize this with, and of course, the
เดี๋ยว
byproduct
รอ
of just
ซื้อแล้วมันเย็ด
blocking off a certain pathway that Genji will have to break or wait for it to break.
ลูกซองมันทะลุด้วยไงประเด็นนะทะลุเป็น
Force
สไน
Genji
เลย
to be a whole lot more respectful
เออ
of just pushing up into these certain positions. Ooh, Meteor.
ไม่
Boot
มีเกาะ
spotted.
โดนนะ
Yeah, they don't want to lose their full buy run all that quick, right? They don't want to give the bonus over to Paper X, and so just trying to be very careful off of it, cut noise, and then the execution through. Texture getting this first frag actually does so much for them because now they have more options, not to mention Munchkin making use of
อีก
tiles
เห็นแล้วจะ
walk
ยิง
up
พิษ
front
ไป
on mid.
ไม่ทันได้ยิง
Did they close the door on market though? That's still open, isn't it not? Okay, there you go. It's still closed up.
มา
So
เจ
Forsaken
สัน
doesn't have to worry about that for the moment. No aggressive
2
push
นัด
out
ขอ
here
ไป
for
สัก
Genji
3 ตัว
just yet. Quack. Maybe waiting for just letting Paper X
คือ
cook
โดน
for
ด้วย
the
นะ
moment, but
อีก
since they have to, some of their players have to go
เกือบ
for
จะ
the
เพื่
half
อ
shields. That
ตัวหนึงโดน
Outlaw
เท้า
absolutely terrifying. Texture's already here in the front lines, and the damage, the aim, the lethality, absolutely felt. Forsaken pushing in, picks up so many weapons. This man is an absolute inspector gadget. Charon.
แค่ซัมติงมาช่วย
He's waiting for his teammate though. He's waiting for
Wingman
something. Who
โอ้
has
เจ็
the
บโผ
wingman? Oh no, the stun! The way he actually
ยิง
loses
ค
is
ม
he
มา
does
ทั้ง
not
เกมเดียวเจ
carry.
สันน่ะ
Two headshots, holds it off even through the pressure
มัน
of
เป็นไอ้กระโดด
utility
ไง
chasing him down to the ends of the earth.
Yeah, you can definitely see a slight
ถ้า
bit
เป็น
of
แรมนะ
miscom, a bit of a mishap towards the
เออ
end
มัน
of that
จังหวะ
round.
ลงมาพอดีเนาะ
Forsaken starts things off incredibly well. Of course, Genji tempers with that, just trying to play carefully around mid as
ซัมติง
well.
มาแก้งานงงเลย
Gathering
โอ้
up
โห
towards A
ว่า
and
เจ
then
สัน
executing in.
เก็บให้ได้
But then, just at the end of it, although Forsaken picks up the frag, like you mentioned, swapping weapons,
น่าได้
something I
โคต
think
ร
wanted to pick up another
โอ้ถ้า
rifle
ได้
and
เมื่อกี้นี่
just, wasn't quite there to
แต่
support
โบนัสสวยอยู่
Forsaken
นะ
uncharacteristic whiffing. So Karen
เยอะอยู่
pops off, and now back to it. Paper X does
อ้าว
not want to let
ไป
up.
แล้วหนึ่ง
Again,
ไปหนึ่งไวจ
let's
ริง
talk
ๆเรายัง
about it,
คุย
man.
กันไม่
This
เสร็จเลย
Charon newcomer for
Hey, hey, hey.
Genji already showing why he's
โดนซัมติงยิงแล้วน่ะ
in that spot. This time though, it will get punished. Devi holding a very high angle here. Not gonna get spotted, so he will get some damage in, but Meteor somehow manages to get that backside control already, opens it up. Will not have the north up for the moment at least.
โอ้โห
Is
ให้
he
ของอย่างนี้
activated? Paranoia
อัน
huge.
ตีเลยละกันขออ
Is
นุ
he
ญาต
really gonna thrash
เรียบ
for
ร้อย
you? I
โด
love
น
this. And Lakia,
Oh, we can.
welcome. Okay, I was about to welcome him
มอนมันเอาจัดเลย
to the Blades, to Tondo Gaming, even though it is Paper X.
Hey, we're not in Tondo.
True, we are in Sunset. It's located in LA. Thank you.
But you gotta admire the movement, the way that something plays off of this. Just securing the round. My kill, yeah. He's off for that 4th quad, right? And also one more point after having spent the Thrasher.
Yeah.
But it's mainly, playing off of that Dizzy. They managed to pick up those kills as Genji tried to make a play through mid. So Paper Rex definitely adapting around it, getting a lot of good information because of their utility.
And again, just to get in a different point, it felt that this is the comeback for something in this specific series is Forsaken. He's been putting the hours in that Outlaw,
เจ
man.
สัน รู้
But
สึ
he
ก
doesn't
ชอบ
even
ถู
have
กใจ
to
ค
hit
น
with the headshot. It's all body shots for him.
It's an answer back to whatever Meteor and Texture did to them on that map 1.
Fair enough. Mindfreak now repositioning. Smoke doesn't allow him to push outside of market cleanly, but yikes. Is he gonna get thrashed in here? Actually into the pit with Texture and teammate.
คือเจสันเอารอรัวๆเลยไง
As
มัน
they
มันจะ
chase
ใส่
เพราะ
Bond
ทาง
มัน
แค
into
บ
the
ด้วยป่ะ
back of
ทาง
the
มัน
site.
แบบไม่
Press
ได้
of
กว้าง
Paper X
อะ
was
นะ
there to trade him off.
Not afraid, right? To throw his body in so
แล้ว
that his
ฝั่ง
teammates
ข้าม
can
ไม่
kind
ค่อย
of
ซื้อ
use him
เกาะ
for
ใหญ่
information.
รอบนี้ซื้อแล้วดู
And
ดิ
that's
พี่
kind of how
กด
Paper X
เกาะใหญ่
reacts
ทุก
so
คนเลย
quickly. As soon as they can confirm that the hit was headed towards
เจ
the
สันเป
site,
ลี่ยนปืนแล้ว
you had everyone rotating over. And just to kind of set up around it, Forsaken getting those 2 kills just pretty much confirms that the hit was headed towards
เขา
you.
รอเก็บ3ยิ้มไม่เจสัน
Okay, I was waiting for like something else for him to say, and he just said guys, so yeah. Anyways, this change of graphic means that we are calling the timeout possibly from Gen G. I don't think Paper X will, with how much aggression and success they've had in these rounds, be the one. And I guess you're absolutely right, right? Outlaw, it's getting so much impact as of the moment, and it seems like, again, Gen G can't really find that answer against it because they've just been slow creeping up into positions where Forsaken is readied for them. And another, a double up to this is he's not the only one playing. It's him. Right behind him has been something, right? So if he misses, something immediately throws out the Dizzy at a high enough angle, it flashes the rest of Gen G, they back away, allows Forsaken or something to reset the fight and put themselves in a position where they're more ready to go for the second encounter.
That's actually such like the interesting thing about this composition, because the initiators kind of double up as duelists. They don't have the same mobility, but with the flashes that they've got, it's almost like a Phoenix but better.
Yeah.
And it's just really, kind of allows them to make such plays, but it works out on the defense. On the attack, we'll have to wait to see. Right now, Gen G has caught the timeout, so they've definitely switched something up, going for the full commit into A instead.
They have
Showstopper, man.
Very much committed a lot of utility just to get into A main. They haven't even pushed yet on Link. They haven't committed to push yet on Elbow.
I'm scared about this Elbow.
Truly, but look at how many players are already here on tiles. Does Munchkin hear the footsteps though?
I don't.
He tucks himself in the corner. They might not be able to clear him out, and he might get the best sandwich position of his life.
นี่ไง
He needs to do something right here and now, which he does. The Vine does go for a trade.
โอ้โห
No walls just yet. He actually boosts himself up. What a chat moment here from Divine. Texture left on an island. He's got the showstopper. Divine, say your prayers, and that's gonna be that Gen G. Oh my God, they got pressed by Paper X, but they got themselves out of a tight situation, courtesy of the man, the myth, the Texture.
Made the round expensive, but yeah, Texture. What a way to bail out the team, just committing the showstopper.
Standing.
And truly blowing things up to secure one more round for Gen G.
Ooh.
That said, though, I mean, Paper X, what a good way to push down tiles.
I love the reaction story that he just did. Was a quick sigh into a ha. All right, same play here for Texture. No contact just yet, though. Just no, they're really pressing up into this. They're not slowing down compared to last round here, Quack. So it is a full commitment right now for Gen G. They want to get a quick start onto this post plan from the looks of things. They want to position for that, for the goods of this, as I mentioned, post plan, and save up as much utility for when Paper X tries to come into the site.
Yeah, right. Same thing coming through. They know that Paper X is definitely not going to make the exact same play. Something investing into this operator as well. So unless they can get clear vision, it's going to be so difficult for them to break through. But that's a great way to start.
Absolutely. Meteor into the corner here. Loving to use of the wingman to actually clear corners rather than defuse the spike. If he gets a target, that's an immediate concuss for you. And Texture's just so far. Even if he can win some of the fights here, he's just way far from stopping something from defusing that spike.
Unbelievable. I mean, maybe it was Gen G overextending a little bit outside of the smoke. They wanted just to check for information, but punished just as quick by Paper X. I mean, the Outlaw being fired off, then everyone else just coming in just as quick, and you're talking about Texture, but Paper X, the movement that they got, I mean, Monyet, maybe just a little bit more comfortable on this this Omen.
Yeah, there's also that point where Lakia wanted to push out of his flash, but he flashed nobody. and then he just didn't know how many players of Paper X deal with as he was holding that specific angle on A.
So off of that round now, it's another save for Gen.G. Try to play things slow and careful. They don't have all too much. You've got texture on the Guardian, so you want to make the most of what you have. Back towards A, and you can see that Paper X are changing things up again. You've got control over B shops, B main,
ใช่เอาหรอ
and you don't see anything.
ในแมปนี้มันทางแค
You
บด้วยไง
have an idea of
ส่วน
what's
มากเวลา
about
เขา
to
แห่
happen.
เขาจะ
That is
แห่
why
ไวแล้วก็แบบ
Devi
มา
as well as Monyet are playing that
พ
far
ร้อม
back
ๆกัน
on
อย่าง
A
เงี้ย
site.
เนี่ย
And
ฟิ
again,
ล
if
เนี้ย
this is a full commitment of like majority of the players of Gen.G, if they push out
Oh.
through elbow like this,
สเปรย์แบบ
the
สเปรย์
slower
แอน
from
ด์เพร
the
ย์ของ
Vice
จริ
is
ง
gonna stop them dead in their tracks. With the paranoia, that is a death sentence here for Gen.G if they're not careful. Thankfully enough, because of the smoke that they've had, it allows them to get access to the site. But
ขยี้เป้า
it's a complete and utter disaster when Paper X comes out to reclaim what was theirs.
That's just a pretty,
กันบอมสองคนนะเมื่อ
lovely
กี้
spray transfer. I mean, you're absolutely right. That's
สอง
right.
คน
It's
พอ
just a bit of a death sentence for Gen.G.
สเปรย์แอนด์เพรย์ปึ้ม
They see that they don't really
ตัว
have any
มา
options. Might as well just commit to something. But what they
โอ้
did
แล้วนั่ง
not
แล้วเดิน
expect
ด้วย
was
นะ
such a setup. First of all, Monyet in an
ความรู้
elevated
สึกล้วน
position. And then, like you mentioned, right, the Vi, he could have thrown out the orbs, but he was also just in position to gun down anyone that tries to step through. Now we've got some ultimates on the side of Paper X. We've got 3 coming out from Gen.G, but you know they're not really the ones that you want to initiate fights. Gen.G needs a catalyst.
Speaking of Gen.G, they're still going for A.
ตัวฉีดเป้า
Sanity is doing the same thing over and over again,
Jing.
Thresh pushed
Good
down
ass.
mid.
acting for different results. And the different result is, you're absolutely right,
Omen.
Paper X, they've committed for this mid control.
Em.
They thought that Gen.G would actually mix things up and try to
Hold
go
it
for
back.
that mid play. And it isn't. It doesn't. It's gonna be Gen.G once again holding for A, but Meteor is lurking. Maybe that's the difference.
It does buy a little bit of manpower away from the rest of Gen.G, so Meteor
Right.
stays towards the back. The rest of them come back towards the
we
front of
yep.
A. And maybe we just retake from Link.
Thrash activated for the second time. The Vi
And
cuts
Plant.
off the corner. Plant denied actually. Texture somehow manages to pick up a kill
โอ้
with
ใน
the
ไซ
paint
ต์หน้าเกิดอะไร
shells.
ขึ้น
No safe space just yet for Gen.G.
ยุ่
They
งเหยิง
have to
ไปหมด
start holding some crossfire angles while they start defusing the spike, and he's using his teammate as some sort of
Don't bait.
third POV
Don't bait.
info gatherer. Not gonna allow them to push up just yet because of that toxic screen. And here comes the contact, and Texture is coming out on top of this, and it's somehow working somewhat favorably for Gen.G for a moment right now. But again, no plan on the spike just yet. Numbers still favoring the Korean
Oh,
side
yang
though.
ngai.
Something comes in with the operator, dwindles the numbers a little bit. The TP comes in around the corner. How close does he know?
Oh.
How
Something
close
got
he knows
something.
about it. Oh my god, no way, Meteor. And he's out in the open field, man. Out to just get
Man
laid
bảo
down
đỡ
dry
thành
in
chọc kê
Paper
à.
X. Full control.
ชุบแบบนี้
It was a nice flick from Meteor, but yeah, not
เหมือนชุบ
quite
หาข่าว
enough. Full control from Paper X. I
ยังอ
thought
ยู่
things
ยัง
were
อยู่
starting
มี
to
คน
get
อยู่
really dicey, especially up around Link. I mean, if you look at what Gen.G was about to do, yes, they
เขา
wanted
เรียกว่า
to
กึ่ง
get
ชุบ
that
กึ่งเบส
spike down, but they couldn't quite do it because of the thrash
ชุบ
that
ได้
came
ก็
in,
ดีไป
because
ชุบ
of
ไม่
this
ได้ก็ได้
looming
ข่าว
threat that was Paper X. However, Texture was just held on the other side. And if you look
ถือ
at
ว่า
the
ใช้
layout
ชุ
of
บ
the
ให้
map,
เป็นประโย
there's
ชน์
so much more space around alley, around elbow, and that's what Gen.G
ช็อตตี้
did.
เดี๋ยวเขาก็
But
เนิร์ฟครับแพท
as
หน้า
soon as that
พร้อม
op
กับ
sounded
ไอ้
off, man,
อั
things
นนั้นเลย
started to go
เอาหลอก
wrong. They
เพิ่ม
had
เป็น
the
3 นัด
pressure of the time against them.
And playing on the side itself, unless you're getting pushed in, you don't really have great line of sight on any position
ทั้
on
งคู่เลย
A.
ฮะ
So
เพิ่มเป็น3นะ
that's just very bad boo-boos here for Gen.G.
Boo-boos.
Now they're mixing up. For how many rounds was it? Like 4 or 5 rounds straight. They just kept going A.
เฮ้
And now they're
ย
gonna try to
มุม
go
อร่อย
hold their way onto B.
Look at the setup on B.
กลับทันหรือเปล่า
This is something with an op too.
เฮ้ยเห็นแล้ว
Oh wow, they might actually get collab here if they're not careful.
Oh.
Into the corner is also Mind Freak.
ใช่ด้วย
They've come into the trap, man, of Paper X here. Come into the spider's web, as they said. They're gonna have to try to pick up this spike if they
สวย
can. Something's just denying it
Hey, hey,
every
hey.
single time. Meteor is here. The Vi knows about it, and Paper X. Is the world back in order now? They're 8-2 here, Quack.
Very much more comfortable, but then, you know, it is still just the first half, right? I still want to see how this composition works on the attacking side. But that said, I mean, this is such an incredible performance. You're talking about it, the PaperX fold, but it's also just how they are controlling the map. Gen.G actually looks a little bit lost, although they possibly have studied how PaperX played this before, watching ABL, but that was when Jing was still in. That was when they had a raise. This is very different. They're not pushing out all that much, and whenever Gen.G just hangs back and waits, PaperX has a little bit more time to creep up. If they have control over B main every round just like that, with something on the off to fight with the off angle on a Vandal, it is so darn difficult for Gen.G to fight back and wrangle for map control.
Absolutely. It does stems to how much more control they have on that defending side, right? You were talking about it. Honestly, I was actually thinking, you know, we were conversing before the game started that it could actually be Monyet that picks up the raise because it fits well, right? Jing on AVL was on that raise. Monyet plays the raise. You put two and two together, but no, PaperX, they do a curveball. PaperX things. Yeah, you can already see a bit of stress for the coach here of Gen.G as they are huddling, hoping to get themselves these 2 rounds as we are almost coming into a close for the first half.
Tell you what though, Asterai, we've got 4 ultimates on the side of Gen.G. Texture on the showstopper, I think, is the one shining light that they were looking for. They could really use that to break apart PaperX. So I wonder if Alex can anticipate this. But looking at Devi,
he does have the safety of Monyet right with him. They don't even know Devi's boosted here. They aren't aware of it. Oh my god! Devi might actually get punished, but no! Monyet holding his hand! It's the PaperX security system, dude. Just as the smoke comes up, Devi gets a whiff of Meteor pushing in, and in this the blink of an eye, Quack, 2 drop down from Gen.G.
Careful. The whole game plan has just been thrown in for a loop. How do you recover now? You've lost Texture, you've lost Meteor, both star fraggers. Maybe Charon, but I don't know how much this Paranoia can really do. Look at the sight lines that PaperX has covered. Something, in case someone pushes out mid, you're gonna get fragged. If you go through Market, maybe, but it's a full 5-on-3 retake. Uh-oh.
Oh, that's the worst possible one he wanted to give the kill for, but again, there's nothing really that Gen.G could have done in this situation other than go for that close contact. They wanted to actually get someone so that they can get into a site. They had the Viper's pit, but the one person that they didn't want to give a kill when they have a pit is something because of the Thrash. So many things that was working against the favor here of Gen.G.
หรือว่ามันเริ่มส่งผลเรื่องไฟพาวเวอร์แล้วแต่2แมตช์แรกมันก็ยิงกันสีจัด
เขาบอกว่า
Apart from that, also just how Devi was
ค่อนข้างมั่นใจ
holding
มาก
off A main, man. The celebrations going off. I mean, that wall
มันเป็นด่านบวกอะเนาะ
actually, you know, throws off Texture a little bit. If it wasn't there, he might have just felt a lot more free to dive right in with that rocket, but not now. Back off to this though. Last round of the first half, let's just rush into B. Why not?
จริงครับเดี๋ยวดูข้างหลังอีกฮะพอหรือเปล่าไม่รู้ใน9 วิน
That would have been very, very bad. Anyways, everybody's blind up until this point, but that snake bite, man, they're just coming into this.
ยังไม่ทันได้เข้าลอม
The PaperX grinder.
ฆ่ากัน
Pushes it up.
ปล่อยไว้ก่อนปล่อยไป
There it is. 2 remaining players on Gen.G. Now down to Lakia. He is lighting things up like a Christmas tree. But it's all for naught as he loses the bullets, and there's still 2 remaining players of PaperX alive.
Good attempts, but still, yeah, this PaperX branded grinder. Sold to you for 1995. Chew up pepper grinds. And everything else along with it. And along with it, some Gen.G members. Unfortunate, but you know, it's just that last round. They didn't have all that much left in the bank. Yeah. And you know, they just want to try whatever they could throw.
What did it say? I wasn't reading it.
My BF loves you more than me.
Oh. It's okay. At least, you know where the extra love comes from, or goes to.
We've got enough love for every single one of these players out there. They're all trying their darndest to give us a good show.
Absolutely.
But it's definitely not easy right now for Gen.G to fight off against PaperX. 10-2 at the end of the first half, Asterai. Although I am wondering about how PaperX's composition will work on the attacking side. It also bears saying that now that they've got so many round wins under their belts, all they need is 3 more, and that's not all that much. If Gen.G can't even pick up a pistol, it's going to be trouble. But that is something that our desk was talking about. PaperX needing to get more pistol rounds, needing to secure those subsequent rounds after the pistol too.
And this could be the make or break for Gen G, because when you're in this position and you lose the pistol round as Gen G, you're forced to force buy. You do not want to play 12, let's say 12-2, or 12-2 with nothing but, you know.
So
like
when it's 11-2, you got to straight up just force buy, try to scrounge something up together.
Absolutely.
And that's why there's a little bit more pressure onto these Gen G players' shoulders right
ปืนพก
now.
สำคัญครับ
They have been showing us a lot today. Texture has been fragging
นี่
out.
ถ้าเป็นเล็กชนะนี่น่าจะ GG แล้วเรา
Let's see if they can keep it up.
I also wanted to add as well, Devi, he's been the utility boss.
ปีโดนกระทืบแน่
No safety for himself. He just full blasts, get everything. No
เรียก
shield,
รวมแล้ว
all utility. Man is giving his effort. He's giving his life for Paper Rex.
เขาไปอยู่ฝั่ง A กันเยอะเลยว่ะ Gen G เรียบร้อย
First of all, cross it
วาง
up.
วาง
No tripwires to be afraid of.
กดแผนหนา
Planting the spike very quickly with the wingman
ใส่ต้อง
here.
ดูเศษ
Backs
เล่น
away
เวลา
safely, only leaving. Actually, no. 3 players very nearby, willing to fight inside
กั
near
น
the smoke.
กันแค่ฝั่งสองฝั่งเลย
Crazy. Dizzy out as well.
Oh, okay, they're going to keep fighting this one. But look at how cleanly Paper X are just breaking them down. This wall is separating fights from Gen G. They can't even create these crossfires anymore. And now here's the number game. But Gen G strikes back, leaving Minecraft by himself. Does he have the time? Does he have the utility? Does he have the angles with the Sheriff?
No.
And that is
เอา
a
ว่ะ
resounding no.
ดูกัน
Gen
ยาว
G, when all looks lost, Paper X pushed it, and they
ตอนแรก
countered.
นึก
They
ว่าจะ
strike
โพสต์
back.
แผนน่ะปรากฏว่าเหมือนแบบ
That's a no for
ซื้อ
me,
ใจ
dog.
เล่นใกล้กันหมดเลยอะ
Dude,
ใช่
I mean,
ช็อต
they
เล่นใกล้
look
แบบว่า
so good on that execute.
กระโดดเข้า
You
ยิง
got
อะแต่ยิง
Gecko,
ไม่
you
ตาย
got Wingman, little
ไม่
homie
ตาย
getting the plant in for you. Nobody was there to really do
แต่
anything
ช็อตเนี้ย
because of
ตายเยอะ
Devi's wall, like blocking off market that
เหมื
way.
อนแบบ
But
จะเซอร์ไพรส์อะนึกว่าเขา
Gen G
นึก
just
ว่า
kind of
แบบ
holds back.
เปิด
I
เล็ก
was
จะ
a
เล่น
little
โพส
bit
ต์แผนกัน
feeling a little bit iffy about a full
เรียบร้อย
5-on-5 retake. But as soon as the
เอาล่ะ
firefight started to break out around Pillar, Paper X started to push past the Pillar, and there was that little bit of a crossfire that Gen G made use of. Karen getting those frags out now.
เอาล่ะ
Devi just couldn't have a good time. So, Gen G moving forward.
Great start, for the second half. We're
Yeah.
talking about how it's not yet over just yet.
แงไม่ยิงแทบ
Okay, Monyet finds it.
ขอ
Quick
ขอแท็บ
trivia,
แล้วกัน
by the way. If you're gonna be a cipher, playing outside of B, you want the tripwire on the floor because it's harder for the opponents to break it. But obviously they can jump over it. But just a quick FYI. Anyways, going back into this for Paper X. They're coming into market. Munchkin hasn't even cleared this out just yet, and he is full blinded. Can he even find something with the judge now that Dizzy has offloaded himself on him? Absolutely not. Texture does force back everything, and then you can see Paper X trying to find a different angle at this point, coming up the top mid, but Caron denies with that Spectre.
So there's a little chance Forsaken
โดน
with the
ตุ๋ย
judge. I
โดน
don't
ตุ๋
know
ย
how useful it's going to be.
คนกำลังจะโดน
Get
เอ้า
cut up
โอ้ย
for
มัน
first
ทำ
one
โอ้
they
โห
wanna
เอ้า
watch out for.
หรือว่าเขาเหลี่ยมมุม
There
พอ
he
ดี
is. Doesn't want to overreach his
ที่สัน
lead
คลัตโช
too.
ว์ทีตัวละนัด
Right? They still know that any player of Paper Rex
เรียบร้อยโดนเจอก่อนเลย
weapon is
เดินเลยแล้วกัน
pretty much scary to deal with at this point. So
โอ้ย
they can
โดนนั่น
always
น่ะ
just do that. Yep. Put him in a spot is most advantageous here for Gen G. A solid
ต้องได้
second round in that
เป
second
เปอร์เล็ก
half.
ราวนี้
Yeah,
เรา
let's
ซื้อละ
Bring back some Gen G.
โอ้
เพราะ
ไม่ได้
ว่าเสียโบนัส
แบบ
รา
Of
ว
course, it's a good bit of damage coming out from Paper X as well. So a couple of these players,
Something
Karen,
อันติเหรอ
Munchkin,
ไปดูก่อนดิ
not quite being able to afford the
เอ
bigger
อว่ะ
guns.
ซัมติงมีอันติ
That could be a problem as Paper X seeks
ก็เลย
that
ต้องเก็บ
match
หนึ่ง
point,
อัน
match point round. So of course, it's a little bit important for them
รู้สึกจะได้
to
เก็บทุก
really
รอบเลย
play off of this. Either bait your teammates or hang back because they are the controllers.
Yeah. Like how the blade actually clears more of B
ปี
main.
มีแท็บแน่นๆเลย
On bonus round, some players will just play on the back of that board. Thrash activated quickly. Not sure if it heard where the tripwire was, but Monyet is very much controlling this back angle for now. Devi
ให้รับ
also
ไก่เลย
leading it, or rather defending the gap. So
it's a pretty clean take here from PaperX. They just had to use a bit of utility, but it works
เอาว่ะ
solely in their
บอก
favor.
ว่าคัมแบ็ก
Still though, that fight across the pillars. As soon as Device stays back.
Can he get his ace? Oh yeah, he can. There it is. He was the sword, he was the shield, he was the healer. Man's Devi, the Swiss Army knife of PaperX. What you need him to be, he will become.
The boulder and the mountain.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a bit of a round against a half buy, but you know, you were talking about the tripwires, you were
จ
talking
ริงๆ ต้อง
about
เร็ว
the
กว่านี้อีก
executions coming through.
ไปถึง
All
ลู
of
ก
that
รอ
is
ลูกสอบ
actually just straight up negated because of Devi's barrier orb.
คัมแบ็ก is real
Meteor can't really do anything against it. He might have the tiny gap, and even if a trip
มา
does
แล้วครับ
go off, it just gets blocked.
ซิ่งเลยฮะอันนี้
โอ้เหยียบมิด
That's a big problem because they want to get that punish, right? Wanyat is so far in front of this.
เอ้าเอาพี่มอน
Blow up in his face.
Yeah,
Lockett
sure,
does get the trade.
โอ้
Does signal the PaperX to start moving their way quickly into A main. Devi, because of that ace,
สวัสดีน้องเฟสครับสวัสดีนะใครเพิ่ง
is res.
มานะครับผมมาแล้วนะ
So they're looking for
ไป
a
รับ
trade
ลูกมา
where they can either bait their teammate for a res or just
หวานเจี๊ยบ
res
ช็อตนี้
to res them.
รวบ
That makes sense.
อ๋อ
Oh, Lockett finds one. Tripwire.
ไอฟิกต้องเร็วกว่านี้
Holding at the corner of this site. Look at how Gen G has just gotten
B
all
safer
control of
ก็มา
A
B
main. This leaves PaperX in such a tight
ไม่
bind.
มา A
They realize this, they
เอา
might
โด
be
นแล้ว
able to push at the back of the site.
เอ้า
At this point, Munchkin and Caron just grinding their gears and cleaning up the rest of PaperX.
ไม่ยอมไม่คืน
Again on
ซื้อถูก
elbow.
ไซส์ซะ
Yeah,
ด้ว
a
ย
bit of that inverse where PaperX wanted to retake from the earlier half. This time,
Yeah.
Gen G
พี่เอ๋ยช่องแชทผมบอกว่านี่ไงคัมแบ็กพี่เอ๋ยมา
นั่นดิ
คัมแบ็กทีเดียว
โดนไป2 วินติดแล้วเพียงแค่ผมมา
Link, Ali, and
ตัวเปลี่ย
then
นเกม
Munchkin
ของ
coming
จริง
up from the back of the elbow. PaperX were the ones stuck in that choke point.
ทางคนอื่น
So
เรียกคุยเลย
Manya dies that early on in the
อเล็กบอก
round.
เอาไงกับพี่เอ๋ยดี
But again, keep in mind,
Oi.
only 2 rounds away from closing this out. Alex calling the timeout now.
Okay, sorry, I was getting into the vibe of the timeout here, but you know what, Gen G, they're
รับ
getting
คน
their
เดียวครับ
second
ผม
win.
รับ2 คนนะ5 โมง
It
อะ
looks like they have a lot more understanding of how to play when they're the ones on that defending arc, right? And it is working a lot more for them. The thing is, I also wanted to add, you know, we were talking a lot about how the barrier orb is negating the tripwires.
ไม่ต้องห่วงพี่กำลังสั่งข้าวกินครับ
They are committing a lot of utility just to go through into the site, which doesn't leave a lot of post-plant abilities here for PaperX, so it feels like it's just going to be raw aim.
Yeah.
But then at that point, Gen G can match them up, which, again, works in favor of Gen G.
Happened on the pistol.
Exactly.
I don't think PaperX does that too often, though, unless especially they have the Thrasher and they really want to make that play work.
Fair enough.
What we haven't really seen too much of is a play from mid. I think Monyet tried to explore that option earlier, but didn't quite work out too well. So it's back to another A. Question is, how do we break through elbow? How do we break through this main push? Latvia is holding such a tight angle.
ก็ไม่ค่อยครับพี่ผมออกก่อนคนอื่นเขาออกกันนะพี่
Position himself in an elevated angle up towards either
แบบโรงเรียน
side.
เริ่ม3 ครึ่ง 3 โมงผมก็ออกแล้ว
Wow, look at how both teams actually scramble from A main. Imagine if PaperX just pushed that.
I could see, yeah, a timing
If I-
push though. If they throw
Yeah, I
that
could-
dizzy past the bells, might be good. Maybe they're just waiting for that smoke to go off. There it is.
บีฟ2-1 ครับผม
Caron's already out there, though. Even if he gets like double blinded for the paranoia and the dizzy, he's already out. That's why they actually left, because Meteor has this
เอา
camera
กล้องคอนแทค
marking
ก่อน
all the way on
ปั๊บ
elbow.
แล้วโดเทมา
Spots
ช่วย
out something, so that means that this could be a straight up push. Where the tripwire is for Meteor here, that's going to be the important part right now. As Caron is going to try to feed off of it.
อุ้ยบายโดน3นะ
This is going to be a very tricky time for PaperX.
อุ้ยแต่ว่าคารอนใช้เวลานาน
Do a lot just to get into that site.
เอ้า
Quick little res for Lockett, or rather for
โอ้โห
Forsaken. But
เจสัน
gets refragged by
เจสัน
Lockett.
บอก
Thankfully enough, Monyet was
ตาย
able to
ซ้ำตาย
punish.
ซ้อน
Dust settles,
เจ็บ
and
หัวแล้ว
there
เจ็บ
is
หัวอีก
site taken.
ดีวายได้ชุบ
Numbers advantage
ก่อน
for PaperX, as well
ชุบ
as
ก่อน
the
ตายแล้ว
long rotation here from the rest of the Gen G players still alive.
Trade's good enough, but Texture on the flank.
Okay. Boom.
หมด
That was quick. I was looking at
They each got
hoping
their
นุ่
one.
มเลย
that
มัน
maybe Texture could have gotten something.
พี่
but
เอ๋ยไม่
you're
ได้ดูตอน
absolutely right.
ไอ้เป๊ะๆกันที่
Pop shot
เจ
for
สัน
pop
ไม่
shot,
เอารอ
followed
รัว
by PaperX.
ๆยิง
They
พัง
only
หมดเลย
need
ยิง
one
พังเลย
more.
which is
เอารอ
playing
จนฝั่ง
really well.
เจนจีต้องซื้อเกาะใหญ่
Although, yeah,
เก็บเงิน
it
เพื่อซื้อ
does
เกาะใหญ่
not
อ๋อเจนจีมันใช้ไอ้นี่ใช่ไหม
gives them enough space. And once they had that space,
มันโดนใช่ไหมมันโดน
able to execute into
แผน
the
ก่อนเล็ก
site,
ใช่ไหม
you know, just making use of the flashes again, or
เจนจีเล่นเกาะเล็กไงแรกๆแล้วโดนเจ
having
สัน
the players
รัว
to really come in
ไม่ไหว
and
เก็บ
trade
ตังค์
out
ซื้อ
for
เกาะ
each
ใหญ่
other. That's
เดิน
Paper
ซ้อนกัน
Every
กัน
single one of
3 ตัว
them
พี่
people
ทะลุ
are frag.
2 แล้วอี
And
กนัด
also,
ยิงอีกตัวหนึง
Monyan having
โอ้
a
โห
good
แม็ก
time, the young
3
gun
ตัว
on the
ออฟรอ
stage.
เจสัน
Sorry, I was letting you finish off what you
จ
were
บละ
saying.
เมตาเอมเนติก
Seems like Genji was trying to
อุ้ยอะไรอ่ะ
get that heavy contact
ตั้งใจหรือเปล่า
on B main, hoping that
เป็น
Paper
ทริ
X
ค
was huddled up. Not gonna happen this time. Paper
น้อง
X
แทนเลยครับผม
immediately
นี่ไง
activated
ไง
that
ร้านแห่ง
null
การของ
command.
จริง
And as his kills steps into the direction of kills,
เข้าแบบ
wins
ชิว
rather for Paper X
กวน
in
เพิ่ง
this
เห็นเขา
series.
ไม่ต้องใช้ดู
Meteor
ลิกันเลยใช่ไหม
gonna have to run away for a dear
มา
life.
แล้ว
Thrash activated once again here by something. Divide
อุ้ย
in control. Lockio wins that out. So at
มัน
least
เจ๊ก
they
ระ
have
พี
to
เจ๊กระ
deal
พี
with
เจ๊ก
the
ระพี
possible flank. But control of the site and timer started to tick down here for Paper X as that spike has been planted down. Okay, Paranoia is activated. This is good. They're using this to bounce Texture off with the showstopper. Flash out for
โอ้
Forsaken.
เหงาเลยช็อตนี้
How
เท็
did
กเจอ
they
ร์
actually get these punishes? But still, Charon lights up the entire house. 2 versus 1. Vanya coming into the corner right now. And it's all up to him. Can he get it? First one.
โอ้โหพี่ม่อน
Locks it in. 12 to 6.
เหลือ
And
5 เอง
GG, hold on.
Down to 5
ผมไปส่ง
HP,
ของแป๊บเดียวทำไม
really
สกอร์
close.
มัน
But thanks to a bit of body blocking from
แมตช์พอยต์แล้วนะครับ
Charon,
พี่
it's
ชัย
Mike having to do extra work. A little bit more difficult.
มันมาแล้วดิ
Genji stays in the
ซู
game.
เปอร์เล็ก
I
บอก
mean,
วอร์ม
the
เขาได้
way
ที
the
ละ
entire site hit breaks out. Genji just couldn't quite hold off, and like you mentioned in that retake, texture showstopper, you know,
Lotus
not quite
something
being
เล่น
able
อะไร
to
นะเมื่อกี้
do what they wanted.
ลั่นไหม
Because
ลั่นไหม
knows exactly how to
โอ้โห
respond to it.
MVP เลยอะ
โอ้โห แล้วแบบนี้โดน
We'll say
หัว
though,
เหลือง
because of the threats of both that Paranoia and Showstopper, granted it
ส
didn't
เต็ป
get
เดิ
any
มเลย
kills.
แบบว่าบิน
Feels
อยู่
like
บน
that
หัว
was the
ควักช็อต
opening
เต้
that
อยู่
Charon
ตั้ม
needed to get those frags rolling for him. They called Immediate down on this wall though. Texture is playing very close into this. This could be an opening for both of the teams. There is, man. Something doesn't miss. They can up this wall once again. Munchkin has to get close. He needs, or he wants to just stop them from picking up anything right now. He is preparing his snake bite for it. There it is.
Doesn't negate the wingman though.
Definitely does not, but has a whole lot of commitments of walls
โคตรแผ่น
to just get that wingman in. And if Lockett can get this first frag, which he does, that's a lot of access points for both him as well as Charon coming in through B main.
อุ้ย
Comes down to gunplay.
Oh, Paper X realizes though, so they have to force fight this. Can't Forsaken hold on, let his teammate at least fight for him. Cannot.
โอ้โห
And as the dust settles, it's
รวบเลย
Monyan
ว่ะ
3 versus 1. And he's not even planted for him. He's trying to get closer and closer,
โอ้
but that
ปิดไม่
spike
ล
is
ง
just
ว่ะ
diffusing in front of his eyes, and he can't
เอาแล้ว
do
หรือว่าจะ
nothing for
OT
it.
Good
เอา
source
แล้
there
ว
from Lakia.
เพื่อจะยากเลยนะ
It's a nice idea from Paper X. You know, we've seen this execute already.
โอ้ย
with
มัน
the
ไกล
very
เกิน
well
5 วิน
Gecko coming through.
จริง
Great shot from something to open
อุ้ย
things
จบวิน
up.
นี้แหละ
Towards the end, like you mentioned before,
Okay.
Asarai, the whole
Aja
thing
may tawag,
just
hindi
comes
pa.
down to gunplay towards the
Oy.
end of it. All that utility has already been
อัน
spent.
นี้แหละ
And as Lakia gets the frag from behind, it opens things up so much that the rest of Paper X kind of got, you know,
ยังครับ
down
เพิ่ง
and
สั่งไปนะ
พี่
ใจ
เลย
เย็น
มาโดนไปสองพี่เต้มาโดนไปอีกสอง
And of course, the
มีใครจะมาอีกไหม
Yeah, fair enough.
พัดเลย
Better
Lock
fight
on
here
with
for Gen G to make do with. One-way smoke always planted there on A main, but without the dog, Paper X a lot more
โอ้โห แล้ว
confident
แน่นๆ
to
เลยดิ
actually push
บอม
through
เอ
this. But here's the thing. That Sky
แล้วไว
has
เปอ
not
ร์ดัน
given
มา
away his
เรื่อย
position.
ๆพี่
So
บอ
if
ม
he
บี
can play close
หา
enough,
ข่าวเลย
a guy like could actually be a punishing play here.
เอ้า
But
ลาเกีย
the switch for Paper X, they immediately knew what was up. Meteor though, yeah, mentioned it. Quick to go for the trade, but Monyan unstoppable at this point. Just keeps going in.
มาฟิกทำไรอ่ะ
Straight for trade, but Paper X
ก้มหน้าทำไม
หาเหรียญหรือเปล่า
as these fights come to
ไลน์
a
อัพเปล่าพี่
conclusion, is
Oh.
looking to get a
Oh,
little bit of the
มุม
advantage, and that is just enough for them to work with. Texture coming into the corner right now, finds one. Everybody backs away onto elbow here.
Oh,
They
Munchkin
got the
wants a
utility,
gun.
they got everything.
เปิดมา
Munchkin,
กิน
it's gonna be big
Still
for him. He
on, man.
needs to find something right now with this flank
wants a
because
gun.
Texture is about to
Ui.
get sandwiched
เห็น
in.
กันไวจัด
He's found himself
Ui,
that
that-
Phantom
เฮ้ย
as
หลัง
you
หลัง
were
หลังหลัง
talking
โอ้โห
about. Something's just too quick.
จีจี
He's just too good, and he's just too
Yeah,
fast,
do
and
not.
that's going to be that for this series. Paper X claim it.
Nice little setup towards the end
ต่อไปได้
there
ดูน้อง
from
พลแล้ว
Gen G, but of course Paper X dismantles it with
พูดได้คำเดียวเลยว่าอย่าหยิบ
gun
3 คอนโทรลเลอร์มาอีกนะ
throughout this
เปเปอร์เล็ก
entire map. We've been seeing so much
บีทอ่ะ
and such
อย่าหยิบ
a
มาอีกนะ 3 คอนโทรลเลอร์อ่ะ
Gen G being able to extend their
ก็หนัก
life
อยู่
by
เล่น
so
ยาก
much longer. 5 rounds on the defense, but still 10-2 in the first half. Paper X does it all, and I think something and Forsaken on these roles. Divide on the stage also.
น้องตัวแทน
ตึงอยู่นะพี่
เราก็อยู่ช่องพี่มานานทำไมเราดูแข่งยังล้าตาจังแสดงว่าพี่พูดไปทุกวันเราไม่ได้ฟังใช่ไหมว่าให้ไปซื้อแว่นออฟตัดรุ่น Power 2.0 มาใส่ตัวเนี้ยเนี่ยมันเป็นรุ่นใหม่ล่าสุดวัสดุทนมากหักงอได้นะครับวัสดุทำจากนิตินอลแล้ววัสดุนิตินอลเนี่ยฮิตมากที่ประเทศญี่ปุ่นนะครับผมแล้วก็ราคาที่ญี่ปุ่นเนี่ยแว่นอันนึงเป็นหมื่นนะแต่ว่าออฟตัดทำมาแค่ 2,490 เท่านั้นเองนะครับผมแล้วก็เลนที่ใส่เป็นเลนเลนส์หน้า X ด้วยนะครับใส่บางเบาปลายตานะฮะสายตาสั้นยาวไหมสั้นยาวแจ้งในเพจได้นะหรือถ้าแบบอยากไปเดินเล่นสยามก็ไปตัดที่สยามสแควร์ซอย 5 ได้นะครับผมแล้วก็ที่สำคัญนะฮะตอนซื้อลืมไม่ได้เลยนี้ใช้โค้ดเป็นViperdemonด้วยนะครับผมต้องเล่นวันลงนิดนึงครับผม
whatever role you play, as long as you are that good of a player, you can still make it work. Because I'm seeing a big number on the first blood stats.
แถวบางพีครับผมซอยใกล้ๆซอยวัดประหลัดเปลี่ยนมาเห็นได้ยินบ่อยใช่ไหมอยู่แถวบิ๊กซีบางพีครับผม
celebratory picture here for Paper X. I feel like a lot of fans were, you know,
ผู้บรรยายเมื่อคืนบอกว่าการโชว์ล็อกจนเข้าบ้านไม่ได้ล็อกอยู่นะผมตังเหลืออยากเติมเกมที่ไหนดีๆมั่งครับพิมพ์ตกแต่เติมเงินเลยครับผม Pay to Win Top Up นะฮะร้านนี้นะครับผมการันตีเอาใครมาการันตีเอาบอยแล้วกันร้านนี้บอยเติมเป็นล้านนะครับผมการันตีไม่มีเบี้ยวไม่มีโกงแน่นอนร้านนี้ปลอดภัย 100% นะครับผม Pay to Win แล้วก็เรทถูกที่สุดในประเทศไทยแล้วร้านนี้นะฮะเติมผ่านลิงก์ได้นะครับถือว่าซัพพอร์ตนะฮะ
Fans, I can hear the fans shouting. They're so excited for today's win. Something. I mean, tell me about it. Your team was the champions last year, so it must have been. There must
ใช่ไหมซอยวัดประหลัดเปลี่ยนมันแถวบิ๊กซีบางพีหรือเปล่าคุ้นยังเลยซอยวัดประหลัดเปลี่ยน
How does it feel?
Feels great after off season for 6 months. It feels so good to play on one tournament with my friends. Yeah.
네, 작년에 이어서 이번에도
คนละโยกทำไมพี่ได้ยินบ่อยอย่างวัดประหลัดเปลี่ยน
궁금해하고 있는데
หรือว่าผ่านวะมันไม่ได้ยินอยู่ในหัวบ่อยวะ
승리로 시작을 했습니다. 그래서 소감이 어떤지 물어보니까요. 작년에
Something
6개월간의 여정도 굉장히 재밌었는데
My boyfriend love you more than me
좋아하는 모습을 보였습니다.
다음
질문도 이어가 보도록 할게요. 되게 맵 1과 맵 2에서 되게
ไม่มาเลยมาครับพี่
정말 어려운 그런
상황이
펼쳐졌어요. 그런데 끝내는 반전을 통해서 승리를 이끌어갔는데 새로운 젠지 팀에 대해서 어떻게 생각하는지 또 물어보겠습니다. It was a neck and neck match at map 1 and map 2, but at the end it was a it was Paper X obviously, but how do you think about the new Gen G? How was it handled?
ชอบวันนี้ครับพี่
Actually, Gen G plays so great, especially Meteor and Texture. Yeah, the Texture so good this game.
ก่อนไปได้ยินกลับมานะอินลูกค้ารักแน่นอนครับผมก็ถ้าซื้อแว่นก็อย่าลืมโค้ดViperdemonนะฮะถ้าเติมเกมก็เพย์ทูวินต้องอัพนะครับผมแล้วก็ผ่านลิงก์ที่ด้วยนะสปอนเซอร์จะได้อยู่กันต่อเพราะว่าตอนนี้เอาตรงๆเลยนะฮะทวิตเนี่ยไม่มีสัญญาครับผมอยู่ด้วยสปอนเซอร์ตอนนี้
에임도 있었죠. 이거에 대해서 썸띵 선수에게 물어보겠습니다.
บอกว่าเดี๋ยวจะพาซัมติงไปกินกิมจิหลังตึกอร่อยมากเลยแล้วมีชานมไข่มุกร้านนี้ก็ฮิตเหมือนกันเป็นแบบได้
In off season, when Sunset came out, we was cooking so hard. We never take a break, even one day. So I guess it's hard work on Sunset, and it's meaning we can play without duelist in Valorant.
เราซ้อมแบบซันเซ็ตมานานเยอะมากครับบ่อยมากถึงแม้เราจะไม่ค่อยไปดูเอลดิสแต่ผมก็เก่งที่สุด
굉장히 열심히 연습했고 그 열심히 연습한 결과 그 노력이 오늘 보이지 않았나 싶다고 아주 겸손한 모습을 또다시 보여줬습니다. So now we have a little present to give to the fans here. Do you know what it is?
Yeah, I saw it.
네, 이제 인형을 또 팬분들께 전달할 순서인데요. You can write your signature on the back or wherever you want.
คือเปเปอร์เล็กอะแฟนคลับโคตรเยอะหรือว่า
행운의 기운이 깃든 사인이 이 인형에 들어갑니다. Who's the lucky one
ไอ้นี่
to
ทีม
get
เซน
this
ติเนล
star? You can
เซ
go
น
up
ติเนล
to the
ตอนที่ไป
audience
แอฟริกา
and
นะครับ
talk
คนมา
to
ยืน
them.
ต่อแถวขอลายเซ็นแบบ
No, you can go
เยอะกว่า
up.
DRX เยอะอะ
Yeah. Please
แน่น
draw
จัด
it
อะ
nicely. Someone can catch it. Yes, at the front row, the lucky fan got it. Woo. Thank you, Something. It was a nice time talking to you, and good luck to your next game. 지금까지 Something 선수와 인터뷰 해봤습니다. This was Something of PRX, and I'll toss to the desk. Bye.
Okay, now I'm actually wondering if somebody.
เฟิร์สคิว16-4เลยเหรอ
Well, I think we had Governor do it actually just yesterday.
From the
Gabละกัน
He launched it actually.
Stood his
There you
ground.
go.
สวัสดีครับน้องซัมเมอร์
He's got a pitcher's arm on him right there.
But definitely, for PRX, they
อ๋อ
definitely
ไม่
hit
ปี
the
ก้น
mark
เก็บ
here
ลูกส
because
โม
they
ก
get their this win versus Genji, and they become the first team to advance into our playoffs.
Yes.
That they do. I mean, hard fought.
I'll
I think
allow
harder
it.
fought than even I had anticipated, even though I said that this was going to go to 3 maps. But in the end, I mean, clearly just a lot more comfortable and very much catching Genji by surprise with his composition were PaperX.
Yeah, I mean, this composition, we
ใช่
mentioned
เหร
a
อครับน้อง
couple
ซี
things
เน็ต
before we had to jump right into the game, but obviously, first of all,
เดี๋ยวจะ
starting
ขอ
on
ก่อน
that
นะ
defensive side,
ขอ
so
พิ
not
ขอ
even
ลายเซ็นพิธี
not
กรแท
breaking
น
as much, and then so much utility to delay, but on top of that, so much combo as well. So
วางบ
many
อมยิง
mollies
หลัง
on
หม
that
ด5
squad
ตัว
alongside the slowers,
น่า
and then
แต
on
ก
top of
ใน
that,
หน้า
they
นี้ไหมครับ
still pushed out aggressively and just took over
ก็
the
คือสมมติถ้า
entire
5-5 เมื่อไหร่ทีม
most
ไหน
of
ยิง
those
ก่อนก็นับ
defensive
ก่อน
rounds where Genji just
เนี่ย
felt corralled, even though the opponents were supposed to have the passive composition.
Yeah, I mean, you can see just how
to hear that. And now that you made it to the playoffs, so is there any team that caught your attention, like you are looking forward to play?
I mean, it looks like we have to
อ๋
play.
อขึ้นครับวางบอล
From
คู่
what I
บอม
understand,
ขึ้น
we
ครับ
play
ผม
the winner of either Talent
เฮ้ย
or
ขอบคุณน้อง
DRX.
ทีนะครับน้องทีไม่ได้เจอนานเลย
I think
28 เดือน
I
นะครับ
think it's
สวัสดีนะครับผม
so it's between the two. I think it's very. It would be nice not to play DRX.
ได้ยิงไปหมด 5 ตัวแล้วครับ อันนั้นไม่นับมันจบเราแล้ว
I think Flashback is. It looks amazing, and I think it looks like they have improved. They have new ideas. You know, I've never seen them use Yoru in any map but Bind. So quite interested, quite exciting. You know, I hope to play them and hopefully we get on a good start.
Right. Yeah. Good to hear that. And then okay,
ตัง
so
มี
can I
อ
ask
ก
you
ไก่
about
ฉี
your
กไป
goals for this year? Because last year you missed like a champions title for just like one step. So what are your goals this year?
I mean,
ออยลุนยิงยังไงก็เข้าตอนนี้ยืนเฉยๆยังเข้าเลยตอนนี้ไหมครับ
we understand that it's the, it's a new year. So whatever we did last year doesn't matter this year. You know, everybody is different. But of course, the goal for us will be to
ใช่คือเขาไม่ให้เล่น
try
มือ
to
ถือ
win
เหรอ
the league, you know.
โหโหดว่ะ
We believe we have the quality to do it. But sometimes, when you go into a tournament, anything can happen, right? And sometimes we fall short. This year, we're going to try again, like every year. I hope that we challenge every single year. But this year, I really, really want to win one, especially because there are 2 Asian
แมวเลียหู
events this
เลีย
year,
หู
right?
เจ้าของเหรอ
I think it's important that we win a trophy in Asian soil,
Yeah, that's what I would like to hear too. Okay,
แม
so
วเลีย
last
หู
thing,
ตัว
please
เอ
say
ง
something to your fans. You have a lot of fans
เลียได้ไงวะ
in Thailand, so
Thank you very much for
จะเลียยังไง
supporting.
วะแมวเลียหูตัวเอง
I forgotten the little bit of Thai that Pika taught me, Nongkla taught me. But I hope this year, if there's Ascension, and I hope to be there again, and visit. I think it was a great time for me at Ascension last year, and I got to meet a lot of people, and it was very touching, to have everyone tell me.
ก็ลองจินตนาการดูว่าแมวมันจะเลียหูตัวเองได้ไง
I do hope to come back. Yeah.
Alex, I'm Sophia. Alex, Thai people want to see hit the table.
I hit like 6 times,
Maybe the camera this year didn't catch you hit the table.
Yeah. This year I think they don't show the coach.
It's okay. So
just kidding.
Yeah, thank you
I can
very
hit
much.
now.
Thank you. That was nice. That was like Easter egg for us. Okay, so
no problem.
Good luck on your next match, and hope you get
Thank you
enough
very much.
rest, and hope you guys prepare for the playoffs. So good luck on behalf of Thai panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you very much. See you guys.
See you again.
Thank you. See you guys.
น่ารัก
เขาทำให้ด้วยนะชนบอกอยากให้เขาตบโต๊ะก็บอกโอเคก็ตบตอนนี้ก็ได้
ไทยพี่อยากเห็นไง
เขาบอกคือประเด็นคือกล้องปีนี้
ไอเนี่ยไอเพจไอ
Well, we
Twitter อะไร
can't
นี่
tell that now they
คนติดตามเท่าไหร่หรอ Alex
They now teams now know that
เท่าไหร่
they
หรอ
have something this crazy up their sleeves. Of course, I'm pretty sure PaperX has a lot in their playbook still, but I mean the teams, it gives them a hint at least.
Yeah, it gives them a bit of a hint, but now for PaperX, I mean, because you already had the bye being the champion, you have that advanced board slot. One win is all it took to go to the playoffs. Now you get to sit back and watch the
น่าจะเล่นดีสุดของบีทแล้วครับแบบค่อนข้างชัดเจน
advantage that really rewards
แบก
PaperX
3-4 วินอะ
consistently remaining at the top.
Yeah, I mean, many days all the way up until the
คิด
weekend.
ว่าบีท
Not only did
2-1
you
ครับ
watch
ผ
the
ม
other
เบอร์
groups,
จะ
and you're
2-0
obviously
ด้วย
watching the play-ins alongside those who made it to phase 3. That's a lot of tape that you can prep. And yeah, like you said, they showed one hand, but it was
โอ้ย
only
เยอะอยู่นะ
one match. Only 3 maps here on this
จะ
patch
ท
in VCT
ำ
Pacific.
เพจ
There's
มี
still
มา
a
คน
mystery.
ตาม
Plus, it's still
เกือบหมื่น
kickoff, right? Of course, they would have that. It's like, okay, sure, we can reveal this right off the bat. We have the rest of the year.
เยก็ยิงโหด
But
คือเวลาภาพจับมาที่จอเยเนี่ยคือการเอมมันอะคือรู้ว่ามันยังอยู่ในระดับแบบเวิลด์อยู่อะเวิลด์คลาสอยู่อะแต่แบบเหมือนโดนดัดแขนดัดขาเล่นเนี่ยมันแบบลองให้เยเล่นเจ็ตไม่ก็แชมเบอร์ดิเหมือนซีเนตตอนอยู่นาวีใช่เลยครับผมแอตตันสอบคือพี่ไปถึงโรงเรียนก่อน3 โมงใช่ไหมแล้วจะไปรับเลยปุ๊บครูบอกว่าเดี๋ยวต้องสอบเขาบอกน่าจะสอบเสร็จประมาณแบบ3 ครึ่งอะไรเงี้ยพี่ก็เลยไปทำเรื่องการเงินทำเรื่องย้ายโรงเรียนมาถึงก็รีบเดินกลับมา3 โมงเสร็จแล้วพูดด้วยคำเดียวว่าสอบไวเหมือนพ่อเลยแต่ไม่รู้แต่จะทำไม่ได้เหมือนพ่อละกันต้องบอกงี้น้อง4 โมงสวัสดีครับผมทำเร็วไปว่าทำได้แต่ของพี่เนี่ยนะทำเร็วไปว่าสคริปต์ครับผมตอบถูกทุกข้อฮะอ่านโจทย์มาถูกทุกข้อไปเลยครับผมถูกทุกข้อน้องโคซี่สวัสดีครับผมโจทย์มาปั๊บมีถูกทุกข้อสคริปต์เลยเป็นแฟนคลับตรงงองูตั้งแต่เกิดมาก็เป็น FC งองูแล้วงองูแล้วเวอร์
แมปนี้ทัศนียภาพเป็นไงบ้างครับพี่บาสพี่เอ๋ยพี่เอฟครับ
ตอนนี้เราต้องบอกเลยนะครับผมว่าฟอร์มบีทเนี่ยดูเหมือนจะดีกว่า GE ดีกว่า GE ฮะคิดว่าเยน่าจะไม่เหมือนวันแรกเหมือนจะเมาหมัดนิดหน่อยน่าจะต้องดีขึ้นหน่อยละปรับตัวบรรยากาศน่าจะต้องตื่นแล้วเมื่อกี้ชิมบรรยากาศแบบไม่ได้แข่งนานไปวันก่อนวันนี้น่าจะเฉิดละเพื่อนมาล้อได้ไหมครับก่อนหน้านี้เขาทะเลาะกันหรือมีเรื่องอะไรครับหมายถึงบรีชใช่ไหมก็คือในสตรีมพลเนี่ยคือเขาเล่าต่อกันมาพี่ก็ไม่ได้ไปฟังนะครับคือเหมือนมีปัญหาภายในทีมครับทะเลาะกันฮะคือไอเจเนี่ยฝากเคซี่กายสั่งก๋วยเตี๋ยวครับแล้วมันสั่งพิเศษฮะแต่ว่าเคซี่กายไม่ได้สั่งพิเศษมาให้ครับผมมันก็เลยทะเลาะกันฮะเซนติเนล100 ทีฟหรอน่าดูจัดฮะแต่คงไม่ได้ดูครับผมใช่มันโมโหหิวครับผมเยเกโคเอาจริงเกโคดีกว่าสกายนะครับผมเกโคมันก็ปล่อยของทิ้งอ่ะนึกออกปล่อยกู้ปล่อยทิ้งอะไรเงี้ยได้ยิงสกายมันต้องลากเป้าหันปงแฟตให้เพื่อนสเกโคมันยังแบบ ยังโอเคนะสำหรับตัวยิงนะแกยูก็มันเหรอล้อเล่นนะคือไม่รู้ว่ามันมีปัญหาภายในทีมแหละน่าจะเกี่ยวกับวิธีการเล่นแหละตีกับยุโรปอะไรเงี้ยโอ้กระบอกออมสินเลยเหรอครับผมใครมันมานั่งนับเงินในกระปุกออมสินฮะ
After 1 year of hard working, finally we made that. The only team won the Ascent and then we in the Pacific League.
It was a little bit surreal because you have this one chance.
พี่ว่ามันอาจจะแบบ
Otherwise you would have to wait for another year.
ต้องซึมซับบรรยากาศนิดนึงมันห่างไปนานน้องนัทสวัสดีครับผม เรื่องนี้เราเล่นอะไรจริง
It really shocked me, especially even like mechanically, like how good people are like on this team and even in like this region.
เคสกายนี่เป็น IGL ที่ผมคิดว่าเก่งระดับท็อปของ Southeast Asia แล้วนะครับ
I have started play Valorant like since the game came out. Whenever I see players like attend all the tournament, I really want to play. Finally, I have a chance. I'm really excited to show myself.
He controls the team well. He has good reads, good mid rounding, and overall really insane player.
Everyone inside the game is like his mechanic is very good.
I believe that he was the best operator in all APAC.
พอผมได้มาเล่นด้วยตัวเองกับเดยอนก็เห็นว่าเขาเป็นคนที่มีศักยภาพในการเล่นค่อนข้างสูงเป็นคนมีความสามารถถ้าเขาได้เก็บประสบการณ์มากขึ้นกว่านี้อีกสักหน่อยผมคิดว่าเขาจะเป็นหนึ่งในผู้เล่นที่เก่งมากๆครับ
I feel like he's one of the best entry fraggers in the game. My main role is like sentinel where I watch the flanks and like hold down the.
อันนี้อยู่ในช่วงอวยเพื่อนร่วมทีมก่อน
Looking and touching for me.
Ego is a very eager player. He always shows up and wants to learn new things.
แต่ในเกมก็จะมีแบบว่าจังหวะที่ตื่นเต้นบ้างแต่รวมๆแล้วก็เป็นคนที่เล่นเก่งครับแล้วก็ยังแกปให้สามารถพัฒนาขึ้นได้อีกเยอะครับ
สังเกตนะทุกคนอาจจะชมสุดหมดเลยนะสังเกตปะแต่พลเนี่ยจะมีแบบว่าพูดแบบพูดตามเนื้อผ้าพูดแบบว่ามีแบบนิดนึงอ่ะไม่แบบไม่อวยสุดซอยอ่ะ
I mean, to be honest with you, it really sucked because like you go from such a high and then it's like very large like down trend. You know, I've been keeping an eye out on Bleed. They've looked really.
คนอื่นนี่แบบเชี่ยอวยลืมหูลืมตาเลย The best อย่างเดียว
Probably be my best chance of winning.
Every time I watch him play, his aim is so smooth. He'll like rarely miss any of the kills that he will get. His thinking is like a 9 out of 10. I've never seen like a player with so.
เพราะว่าพลเล่าเรื่องภรรยาให้เยฟังลาทีนี้เยให้พามาแต่พลไม่พามา
Everyone knows Scary. He wins
เลย
us
ไป
the
ฟ้อง
most
เคที่กายแล้วเคที่กายบอกเรื่องเล็ก
wins us the most amount of clutches.
เรื่องใหญ่เลยนะ
It's like 1v4. You know, there's a chance.
ถ้าใครยังสงสัยว่าปีที่แล้วเป็นการตัดสินใจที่ถูกต้องไหมของผมนะครับก็การชนะ Ascent ก็ผมคิดว่ามันเป็นคำตอบที่ชัดเจนที่สุดแล้วครับความท้าทายที่ใหญ่ที่สุดในปีนี้คิดว่าน่าจะเป็นการที่เอาชนะตัวเองซะมากกว่า
เล่นของ
Things might start out slow but it won't matter because I think we'll eventually bounce back and of course our final goal will be to make it to champions.
This year will be the chance for us to prove like we deserve to be in the Pacific League.
It's time.
พี่ว่าเล่นภาพวาโลฟูดี2 เทฟูดีพอแล้วครับผมวันนี้กินข้าวไปกี่เม็ดครับคนนะครับผมไม่ใช่หมาพูดไปจีเจอกับบีทก็กินคิงเอาไปด่วนเม็ดข้าวอ่ะโอ้โหใครจะไปนับแต่11จะกลับมาแข่งสปิด2ใช่ไหมครับพี่บูมสปอยมาคือวันก่อนบูมมันมาถามว่าพร้อมไหมตอนพี่เล่นมาโลพี่ก็พร้อมอะไรวะพี่ก็ตอบไปพร้อมไม่พร้อมอะไรวันนี้กระพริบตาไปอีกครั้งครับพี่ไม่ค่อยกระพริบตาดีครับผมเพราะว่าพี่แบบไม่ได้แสบตาไงแสงมันทำอะไรลูกตาพี่ไม่ได้อยู่แล้วครับผมพี่ใส่ออฟตัดฮะเพราะว่าสายเปเปอร์เล็กมี3 ทีมครับผมไม่รู้ก็ชงมาก็ไปก่อนละอุ้ยนายเองนี่เด็กๆครับผม วันนี้บีสมาแน่เพราะไม่ต้องลองไงพี่รีเฟกได้ทำงานเต็มที่อ๋อไม่วันแรกก็หลายแผงอยู่น้องบาสมอริดีตอนนี้รู้สึกจะมี2ที่ครับผมที่รู้จักนะจะมีของ LG กับโลกานะครับผม
If that first series was
คะแนนสอบที่เยอะที่สุดของพี่กี่คะแนนครับ
coming up, it's going to be Bleed versus Global Esports.
จำไม่ได้ฮะแต่เคยได้ที่1ของสายครับผมเลขเลือกครับผมเพราะว่าไปนั่งลอกเด็กห้องคิงมานั่งต่อแถวห้องคิงนะครับไปลอกสายวิทย์ห้องคิงมาก็เลยได้เยอะสุด
Obviously, we just heard something talk about it too. Already a long offseason where they've been prepping, coming up with new rosters, and then to have to kind of put a full stop to it again only after 2 matches. That's not going to feel good. So you got to imagine the players that are going to come out on stage, they're going to give it everything they got, even though it's just the start of the year. It's just kickoff.
The question is, who's it going to be? Is it going to be the IGL Super Supreme team, or is it going to be our Ascension alumnus, right? But I'd say that, Bleed, they did have quite a powerful debut, right? I mean, like, they were up against T1. There were some conditions that were out of everybody's control at that time, but I would say it was very memorable. And as the series went on, though, you could kind of see the gaps in the coordination, but I think that these are easy fixes for somebody like Crazy Guy, for example.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's, like you said, I think it's very apparent what they need to fix. I think the strong suits that we were all looking forward to, right? Scary with the clutch factor, Scary making plays. Yay, when he's still be that aggressive aimer. Yes, we've seen those moments, but then some of these other role switches, Darion becoming that primary role on other maps, and then having to go for that coordination. Ego is trying to be that strong anchor. These are ones where, like you said, communication is key.
ทุกคนเดี๋ยวมาให้ลงไปข้าวก่อน
Yeah, I'm curious if Bleed is going to keep to kind of the same trend of putting Ye on things that we're
แสดงว่าห้องน้องนัดเรียนเก่งไง
เดี๋ยวมาแป๊บนึงนะ Okay, you know what? It's do or die time. We need to stay in this tournament. Let's go back to something that we have seen you on multiple times, and we know what we can expect from you. So there's a lot riding here for both of these squads. And for the opposite side, Global Esports, are they going to continue to try to lean into these solo controller setups that we've been seeing from them in both of their maps that they played just, yesterday or 2 days ago at this point? Because it just didn't quite hit the mark, trying to go into something like behind running just that Viper.
And like we see at the graphic right now, Global Esports is a fully revamped team, right? Yes, we do have 3-4 IGLs on the roster, and it's interesting, but when you compare of how powerful a punch Bleed can pull, I'm not sure what the brains on Global Esports can do to stop that.
Well, and the other thing is, like Akito's mentioned, I mean, with these members who are either primary IGLs or very known for supporting the calling and the communication on their previous teams, I mean, if you're going to change up the comp away from the meta, you've got to show us something new. And quite frankly, we just didn't see that execution trying to force the double initiators onto these maps.
Yeah, I mean, we just had, 2 very good examples from PaperX as far as trying to force something new. The triple controller for Breeze, as well as the no duelists there on Sunset. And it managed to get them results, at least at the very end. But we saw what they wanted to do there on Breeze, but we never really got that picture here from Global.
Yes, now on the flip side, Ye has been trying to play a lot more with the team. Now, is that good, better or worse? That awaits to be seen. But it is good to see that he's willing to say, you know what, I don't care about my past records, etc. I'm here to work on a new team to build this together to try to carry Bleed Esports forward as a 5-man squad. So if they're on that path and they are able to clean up those comms a little bit, I think I might favor Bleed just a bit.
Speaking of past records, by the way, I like how this match is showcasing sort of like the classic APAC talents. You have Blaze King, you have Benkai, and you have Crazy Guy for Bleed, all the IGLs that have been facing off against each other for years in the Southeast Asian scene, and they'll know each other very well, right? Even Egoist, who was formerly from Ascent and SMG, but most especially for Blaze King, because this defeat versus this Bleed roster, if you remember, this was the semifinals of VCT Ascension, so I think that must be very fresh in his head still.
I mean, I'm sure it is, and I'm sure that that vengeance would taste mighty sweet if he can find it here today. But I mean, this is going to be a bit of a nail biter, I think. I mean, we saw kind of the frame, the outward frame for Global Esports, but there was nothing colored in. There was nothing built up around it for what they saw. hasn't been enough for them to come back in here today and be able to show us what the game plan actually is. Another thing that I'm going to have my eyes on as we continue to talk about Ye, if he is going to be playing that primary duelist role today, is going to be him versus Polvi, because Polvi still did look very, very strong. Even if the game plan wasn't fully there for Global Esports, we still did see strong individual performances from him.
Yes, but I hate to harp on this too much, but even Global Esports is kind of trying to double down on this and say, no, firepower is not the problem. We have it in spades throughout the roster, not just in our duelists, which is why they trust Polvi to just entry. But the kills weren't quite there. Now, the same could be said for Bleed Esports. It's quite one-sided. Sure. And I would say this isn't just the number of kills, but the manner in which Scary gets them. So many clutch moments that comes out from him, whether it's him alone or just 2 members left on Bleed Esports. He's the one that they rely on to close out these rounds. And for Bleed, if they want to get a match win, if they want to get the 2 wins in a best of 3, you gotta have the other people start to pull their weight.
I mean, this is exactly why you had this player as such a high-profile person coming into Pacific, right? Because everybody knew that he probably could have gotten on any team in Pacific at this point, but for some reason, he decided to go to Tier 2. He wanted to work his way up there, and he decided to go with Bleed Esports, and now he's here making his mark indeed. But as you mentioned, Achilles, they're gonna go up against Polvi, and Lightning Fast is here. We can see him pulling his weight as well.
Yeah, I mean, and this was a good showing because, ahead of going into that matchup with Global versus Zeta, we were saying, okay, Lightning Fast, this is the guy that they believed in the most. He was the only one being held over from the previous roster where he was a substitute, and he, alongside Polvi, was able to put up strong performances. But it was the more known factors for the squad in Blaze King, Russ, and Benkai that have had performances at international levels before that we didn't see, really being there alongside the rest of them.
Yeah, especially Blaze King, right? He was, in fact, almost the reason that old Boom Esports squad could nearly take down Bleed in the semifinals of Ascension late last year. So curious to see if he's able to carry that form back together. But Lightning Fast, good showing from him. A lot of people question, is he going to be the weakest link? Obviously, not as much experience on the bigger stages, but he comes in and says, this is why I was hungry for that starting spot on this roster of Global Esports. He is definitely carrying his weight. And now if they can come together as one, I mean, overall, the spread, you can see they are working as a team.
That's the big question for Global Esports, especially since, you have these different personalities from all over. And it seems like, in theory, sure, it would be nice to exchange information to build this super roster that has, influences from all over. But is it working? We're seeing not quite yet, Achilles.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, given the losses with the power rankings for both these players, they're not going to be super stellar. Yeah. I mean, there was still some decent moments from Ye when he was bringing out that Neon for the very first time. But as we shifted over into the second map, Lotus, we're hoping and anticipating maybe he's going to go back to the chamber where we saw from Execurate. Maybe it's going to be that heads up. But we actually got to see him on Sky for the first time. And clearly, especially with the nerfs recently coming into Sky, it's going to take a while longer for him to be able to play that at, the top level.
Yeah, I'm curious if these stats for Ye, I gotta imagine maybe we're only comparing the ones where he's playing the duelist, but even then you see some stark differences in how they're contributing to the team, right? Ye clearly still known for that aim, still just being good for that first kill, that one kill when he goes into that duel. Whereas Polvi, he's putting a lot of damage into the rounds, he's getting the first kills, and he's trying to open and create space for the team. Whether that translates to his KDA overall or not, he said in the interview himself he doesn't care as long as it leads to a round win.
Yeah, and I feel like for Global Esports, it's like, sure, again, in theory, it should work, but I guess as up against Bleed Esports, I'm not that confident that they should be thinking that way.
Well, especially when there's someone like Scary on the other side.
When there's somebody like Scary on the other side, and there's somebody like Egoist on the other side as well. The roles I feel like are a bit more clear-cut on the side of Bleed. They're far more comfortable working as a team, whereas Global Esports, they still have quite the journey to go through.
Yeah, they very much do. So this is going to be, again, a bit of a nail-biter for both of the teams. I do kind of, favor Bleed a little bit more here, but Global Esports, they have a lot to prove and a lot of motivation behind them.
Yeah, and I'm also curious, of course, we'll get to it in a little bit, but of course the map ban picks as well. Both of them played all different maps in those best of threes that they played. Both of them ended in those 0-2, so
พี่ว่าเดี๋ยวนี้
target those weaknesses or
เดี๋ยวนี้ชายเมืองกทมก็มีแบบว่าพวกห้างพวกอะไรครบแล้วนะพี่ว่าก็โอเคนะ
inside the team, so it's perfect that we are going to throw it on stage for our coaches interview with Youngin.
ไม่ต้องแต่หนูขึ้นมา คือน้องการินจะย้ายบ้านจะย้ายที่อยู่อย่างนี้หรอ
BCT 퍼시픽 킥오프 탈라블 눈앞에 두는 두 팀이 만났습니다. BCT Pacific kickoff. We have two teams fighting for their elimination match. So Pacific first timer Bleed and GE are standing at the edge. 퍼시픽에 처음 도전하는 Bleed Esports 그리고 리비드 글로벌 esports가 주인공인데요. 각 팀에 만나보겠습니다. Hello.
เพิ่ง4 โมงเองนะตั้นเพิ่ง4 โมงเองก็ลงมาหาดูน้องกับป้าทำงานไว้ใช่ไหมข้างบนนี่อย่าเสียงดังนะอยู่ข้างบนกันเนี่ย
Obviously, we are not satisfied that we lost, and I think that we had better chances. It was a very tiring day, long day.
แต่เอาจริงคือพี่ไม่ชอบทานเมืองนะอย่างเช่นตรงที่พี่อยู่อะโรงงานมันเยอะครับฝุ่นเยอะมากขับรถลำบากเกิดอุบัติเหตุคนเสียชีวิตบ่อยจากรถบรรทุกอะอันนี้คืออย่างหนึ่งที่ไม่ชอบแล้วก็คือเวลากลับรถหรือขับรถอะไรแบบรถบรรทุกเขาเหมือนแบบเขาไม่กลัวแล้วพี่ขับรถแบบหงุดหงิดมากแล้วก็อากาศไม่ค่อยดีจริงๆถ้าให้เลือกเนี่ยเลือกต่างจังหวัดดีกว่า
Yeah, I've watched the game obviously. I think it was a nice game. Maybe the scoreline was different than it should have been. I think we lost a few unfortunate rounds in my opinion. But yeah, I think Zeta is overall maybe the individually stronger team, whereas we are experienced, so it could have gone both ways.
แล้วก็อย่างหนึ่งที่เจอบ่อยที่สุดคือสมมติรถมัน3 เลนใช่ไหมเวลามันมีเลนเวลามีกลับรถอ่ะมันจะเหมือนกับมันจะกินเกาะกลางขึ้นมาแล้วก็ให้กลับรถใช่ปะมันจะมีพวกแบบอยู่เลน3 ต่อแล้วไปกลับรถแบบแปะข้างหน้าแล้วมันก็จะทำรถติดแล้วก็จะเป็นรถบรรทุกใช่ไหมเพราะมันตีวงแล้วรถก็ติดอยู่แล้วเจอพวกนี้ก็ติดอีกแล้วก็ฝุ่นนี่ไม่ต้องพูดถึงเลยครับโอ้โหแบบเยอะมากแถวเนี้ยฝุ่นเยอะมากอันเมือง
에서는 져서 너무 정말 속상하다고 말하는데요. 저도 이제 사기다 꺾이기도 하는 마음에 많이 속상함이 필요했지만 오늘은 좀 다를 거다라는 각오를
했습니다.
So can you pinpoint one player from GE? berlin에서는 예이 선수가 두각을 나타내고 있는데 GE에서는 어떤 선수를 꼽을 수 있을까요?
อันนี้สดๆเลยที่ไปส่งลูกตอนเช้าหน้าแถวตรงหน้าบ้านพี่มันจะเป็นสี่แยกไฟแดงใช่ไหมเลนขวาสุดเขาจะให้รถเลี้ยวซ้ายเจอแท็กซี่มาจอดแบบอุดรูไว้อะเพื่อจะขอไฟเลี้ยวขวาตอนไฟเขียวแล้วตรงอะรถข้างหลังก็ติดเสียไม่ได้แม่งบีบกันแบบจะลงมาต่อยกันอยู่แล้วแท็กซี่ก็แบบนั่งไม่ได้ยินไม่รู้เรื่องเลยอย่างนี้โคตรเยอะเลยครับเนี่ยที่ไปส่งไอ้ตั้นอะ
Yeah, we are very confident. We will just play our game and see what the outcome is.
자신감이 있기 때문에 이 상황에 상관없이 끝까지 이겨 나가겠고 그 자신감으로 오늘 좋은 결과를 이끌어내겠다고 아주 좋은 모습으로 답을 해주었습니다. 똑같이 스핀 감독님에게 물어볼게요.
ประเทศอื่นเขาออกกฎหมายเลยนะครับรถบรรทุกต้องวิ่งหลังกี่โมงจะเป็นเวลาตอนฟ้ามืดหมดเลยบ้านเราแบบน่าทำมากเหมือนทำมั้งแต่มันไม่เห็นจะนั่นเลยวะ
같은 마음가짐을 갖고 있다고 말했고요. 지금 이 상황이 우리 경기력을 변화시키지 않을 것이고 우리도 같은 마음으로 끝까지 경기에 임할 것이라고 아주 멋있는 답변을 해줬습니다. Yes, I will be looking forward to the
here we go เลยเหรอมันยังไม่จบฤดูกาลเลยไม่ใช่หรอ
There are so many questions, right? This is the last one. I'll ask if they have any things to remind to the players from you.
Sorry, say again?
For your players, do you have anything to say before the match?
Everything should have said already before the game, so everybody knows what they have to do. I believe in them. It's not their first tournament that they're playing, so yeah.
네, 지금 선수들한테 앞에 말했던 것까지 똑같이 정말 믿고 있기 때문에 잘 해낼 것이라고.
ขอบคุณน้องโคเซลนะครับ50 เดือนแล้วนะคัมแบ็กนะครับ
Same thing really. We've discussed. We know what we have to do.
ตำรวจไม่เข้มงวดหรอ
네, 저희는 충분히 많이 소통을 하고 있고 잘 해낼 것이기 때문에 앞선 답변들과 같다는 답변을 해줬습니다. Thank you both, and Sven. Best of luck for both of you. Thank you for the interview. 네, 지금까지 양 팀의 감독들과 함께 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다. 그럼 데스크로 돌아가실게요.
Well, the coaches did not mince words at all. You heard it. Neither were satisfied with their earlier performances. Legia mentioned that Bleed can do a lot better, and Spin just mentioned it was outright terrible in Kilios.
ไม่ก็เปลี่ยนน่าจะมาพอกับ
That's a perfectly fine way to approach that answer because doing anything
บาง
else
ที
would
บางนา
probably just be completely and utterly disingenuous. So I think obviously no one is going to be happy about how things went for either of those series, but it seems like both coaches are very confident in the teams. They say, you know what we did wrong. We know what the assignment is. The players know what they need to do.
นี่
It's all going to come down to who executes better.
Yeah, I think what we can take from those answers, especially, is the
ตรง
fact
ข้าม
that
โฮม
regardless of
โปร
who
อ่ะ
they played
ตรง
against,
บางนา
both
2 ชั่ว
coaches
โมง
are recognizing that
เพราะ
what
มัน
they
เป็น
showed
ร
on
ถ 2
stage
เล
was
นเบียด
not
กั
what
น
they've
อ่ะ
been looking
เพื่อ
at
ที่จะกลับ
during
รถ
practice. So hopefully today, with
รถบรร
Bolton
ทุก
coming in with that determination,
2 เล
we're
น
at
มา
least
ประ
able
จ
to
บกัน
see the
กู
colors
ก็
that
ใหญ่
they've
กู
been
ก็
preparing
จะไป
all
อีก
throughout
คันก็ใหญ่กู
offseason.
ก็จะ
Because
ไป
that's what you want to, whether you win or lose, you want to leave that impression of
รถ
this
เก่
is
ง
what
ได้แต่จอด
2024 is going
ม
to
อง
look
ตา
like
ปิ
for
ด
this
ๆแม่ง
team.
แย่งกัน
If you go out without being
ยัง
able
ครั
to
บแบบ
showcase
นั้น
your
มา
playbook, that's when it really hurts.
Speaking of going out, this is our first elimination match, so there is that additional pressure as the coaches themselves, and I feel like right now, I think the whole talent pool right now favors Bleed in a certain way, so I think that there's good reason to.
บีทหมดเลยไม่มีใครสวน
We're gonna go high. I can see the comments right now.
Like I said, we had a framework from Global as far as what they wanted to do, but they weren't able to execute on it. They had to play yesterday. This is a really short turnaround period for them, and I think we saw more from Bleed in general. That just gives me more confidence for them to be able to take this one down.
And I think that's why also Coach Spin was saying that it felt terrible. I think that's why it was more outspoken, because the way in which GE lost to Zeta, you could tell that they just couldn't showcase anything that they had really planned. Whereas Bleed, we saw some rounds and some methods where they could even take some of the maps. I mean, Lugia talked about it. If they had taken the breeze before it went into overtime, maybe they were able to carry that momentum forward. And I feel like maybe they lost a little bit because of that first set, and they're like, okay, now we've lost steam. So, I mean, you look at all of that, you look at the individual performances as well, and then you count just this wild card factor, like Scary, like Ye, these players who have throughout their entire careers been known to flip an entire match on its head. You have to remember, Scary's that guy that even Paper Rex back in the day was like, if he's the last one alive, do not push, he will clutch against us all.
That's absolutely right. He's scary for a reason, right? And like I don't know, I feel like for Bleed there is that extra attention on them because they were that Ascension team, right? They are the guinea pig for all of this, happening and being new in Pacific. So there is that, aside from having Ye as well, there is an extra pressure on them to be able to succeed. For global esports, I feel like this was not at all what they wanted to show, as you mentioned, Will. But I feel like it's just too early for them at this point in time. Perhaps later on during Pacific.
We'll have to wait and see, but I mean, it's multifaceted pressure, for both of these teams. For Bleed, it is because they're that Ascension squad. They dropped their opening series. They have these hype signings in the offseason and whatnot that everyone expects to just be dominant from the outset. And then for the other side, it's Global. You've been in this league. You have players that are veterans that have been over at international competition. Do you want to lose to the new kid on the block, and then have them be the ones that send you out? Absolutely not. But I think for Global, what they really need to do is they need to have a nice, fast-paced start to this series. They need to come out swinging. They need to rack up some opening rounds and just sow that seed of doubt in the heads of players. If you start falling behind, those thoughts are going to start cycling around your head, and it's so difficult to flush them out. So you can make them just
อันนี้คือเวลาที่คนเลิกงานกับโรงเรียนเลิกไปโรงเรียนแต่ทำไมงงคือทำไมแบบ
that can spiral out of control for the enemy.
เห็นวิ่งทั้งวันเลยงงมากเลยครับ
Maybe they can close this out.
Yeah, and I mean they've mentioned it during the interview.
ยิ่งเวลาแบบว่าตอนเย็นอย่างเงี้ยรถติดๆแบบมันก็ยังวิ่งแบบเยอะอยู่อ่ะ
Now all the members of Bleed Esports have quite a bit of experience as well, but most of them in much smaller sub-regions, right? Not playing against the best of the best around the world. Obviously, Ye not counted in that discussion. But then we also saw that during the offseason. Global Esports, their mentality has definitely improved a lot because of the veterancy that they have, making the comeback that they had at Convergence, things like that. So if you're able to push the pressure first and put that doubt into Bleed's mind, then you have a little bit more wiggle room even if a couple rounds go bad. We've seen that. We've heard their comms throughout their own videos as well. They're able to push through to the end and close it out.
And I do believe that. I do believe in experience pulling through. I do believe in the veteranship of everybody that's on global esports. But we're talking about
ก็คือเขาคัดแต่ละโซนไงครับคัดแต่ละภูมิภาคครับเพื่อจะไปแข่งรวมกันที่เดียว
The beast from the east, as he was, once known and is now here. I do believe that that like everybody on Bleed has been saying that like he's a cracked IGL. We all follow him, and even Ye, for example, that says something about the potential of this roster. This is only kickoff, so their journey here in Pacific holds a lot more to be discovered for this team.
Yeah, it really does, and I mean just. Speculation on investment alone as far as this roster is concerned. It's astronomical. It's what people are reporting. And you want, when you're going to be putting down money, you want to be able to get that ROI. And for Bleed, if they can come back out here, they can take down Global Esports, keep themselves in this tournament, maybe get a crack in a rematch, whatever, depending on how the other matchup goes later today. Then I think that they'd be in a very strong position to just already be in a playoffs in their first.
ทรงไม่ค่อยจะดี
I think everything that we've talked about, it all comes down to the fact that for GE they just need to show something new. They need to show us why they've collected these veteran players, that they're able to kind of change their game plan on the fly and showcase something new every round, so that you have to keep guessing, because that's the type of thing that's going to shake up a new kid on the block like Bleach. Sure, individually they have experience, but of course while they have 3 as a core, you've got these 2 new members who might not be used to the way that you're playing. Obviously, Ye coming from a completely different region, and for the longest
ก็อย่าง
time,
ของสุทธิโชคนี่ทำแบบยังไงครับแบบว่าทำแต่รถบรรทุกเหรอหรือว่าทำเป็นโรงงานหรือว่าทำรถบรรทุกเพื่อแบบไปรับส่งของจากโรงงานเอาทีนี้สวัสดีครับ
Not to mention, Likia did mention as well that the map vetoes tend to favor them. So I feel like that confidence is already like, ooh, okay, all right, global, let's see what you got, because I think this is ours.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, is that that should mean to me, because we don't have that much tape on Global Esports' roster either, that should mean that he's going off of these maps that are very default heavy, very set play execute heavy, and he probably expected GE to favor those. So whether he's prepared for that or ban those out, who knows, we'll have to wait and see. But whatever maps we have, GE has to say, no, we have different styles. Like you said to us, we can push up the pace whenever we want.
Well, right now we have a little question for our audience, right? Teammate with an operator,
ตั้น
but
เดี๋ยว
no
คัด
shield.
แล้ว
What
พาน้อง
are
ลง
you
ไปข้างล่างก่อนนะ
thinking?
ไปอาบน้ำกินข้าวเดี๋ยวก็ขึ้นมาก็ขึ้นมาเดี๋ยว
No, it seems, okay, all right. It's like, do it for me, go for it. I mean, you already gave that big investment, right? You might as well go all the way.
วันนี้ทำงานสู้ชีวิตมาก วันนี้พี่ก็สู้เหมือนกัน มาทำงานตอนบ่ายเสร็จรีบบอกจบแมปแรกรีบบอกไปรับลูกรีบกลับมา
Me that dress when my operator with no shield, so I don't believe the 61% for 1 second.
You play like mostly like Viper and Yoru when I'm with you, so not necessarily agents that are known for their operating prowess.
Fair. I will yield to that because I cannot deny my
I kind of see where the audience is coming from, though. It's like, you invested so much, you go big or you go home, right? So it's like, you might as well have, just like saved. Okay, sure, if it's a rifle, it's safe. If it's an operator, you go all in.
ลงดิเยต้องลงอยู่แล้วครับผม
The majority of the audience, if they're playing with somebody like that, they have faith in them. And I don't have that much faith when I'm playing online, especially like even if it's with my friends, I don't have that much.
I mean, we don't have trust in each other when this happens.
It's very true. But yeah, if it's with randoms, then I'm on the we lost this one side of that one.
Yeah. We need a little bit more context
you make it 40%,
here,
60%.
Right? Who are you playing with in this teammate? But I don't know. It seems like fun. I do believe in that. If you got an operator, just go for it. But I think that if you're going to post this
ทำไมเบรกนานจังอะคู่แรกก็ต้อง3แมป
for example.
Well, okay. If it's Bleed, absolutely, because it's most likely Ye picking that up.
I say do it for me. Like, yeah, we say do it.
I think anytime it's at the top level, it's perfectly fine and usually acceptable.
บีสำรองไม่มีมั้ย
You can just get out traded because the other person on the other side of the lobby is also just as cracked as you are.
ฝุ่นเยอะนะครับระวังนะ
We have some fantastic offers out here, so I'd say it's pretty safe if you're going to be going at the pro level.
Yeah, and obviously at the pro level, you're usually all in sync as well. You're communicating, hopefully, I would assume, very well in a pro match.
เหมือนจะเปิดอยู่นะ
I mean,
จำไม่ได้
listen, if they already bought it, full send it. Why not put your paper? Okay, I'm now converted onto that view.
I mean, it's like my teammate is Ye, so it's like, yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Let the viewers at home know in case they don't, you can refund weapons. You can backpedal off of your poor decisions.
There is that option, yes. It's a video game. You have second chances.
Yeah.
You have ways to remedy your mistakes.
Can't say like, oh, well, I already have it, so.
You have second chances, but it's like, oh, it's getting late. This is supposed to be my last game of Valorant.
But what if they tried to drop it because it's a skin and they try to give it to their teammate? Now it can't be refunded.
That's true. And,
gotta watch out for those skins.
If you are one of those people who asks for skins and refuse to play around without it, I hate you.
Yeah, well,
stop doing that. Your behavior is so incorrect.
I can tell you right now, one of them is on the casting desk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, one of them is on the casting desk.
All right.
He's like, please give me skin. Oh, can I borrow yours?
Oh, okay. Well, I am glad I have strictly been playing on the Korean server, so I'll separate myself from that. But yeah, nonetheless, I mean, listen, obviously the skins are great as well, so I get it, but it's like you only have 30 seconds to prepare for the round. And
they
like,
do the same thing. It's a cosmetic. It doesn't make the gun shoot better.
30 ล้านแบรี่ในสิบบาท
It has no impact on it whatsoever.
ว่าจะฉีกเกมมาเล่นสกายครับผมกำลังคุยกันอยู่ครับ
I'm on the audio
ถู
pack
ก
as
ใจ
well.
มาก
It's not the visuals. It's just sometimes
น้องจริง
just
เป็น
like
ท
the
หาร
way
ครับ
my
ผม
own gun shoots seems to give me the supernatural power where it makes the bullets magnetic. You know, I'm just saying.
Faker doesn't need skins.
หน่วยงานวันพีซ
End of discussion. The man's the go. If he doesn't need his skin, then no one needs skins. You should survive the moment.
Hey, he might have skins in Valorant. That's the thing. He
Just
might
don't
have
ask
skins
your
in
teammates
Valorant.
for it.
ปีนึงมาสิงคโปร์
Oh man, yeah. The other thing is like you said, I usually play things that like require a lot of
ฮะ
setup. Right? When I play the Vipers.
2 ปีเลยเหรอ
Please don't ask me for skins. I just don't have time for that. I have to run from one side to the other.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
สิงคโปร์เนี่ย
Yeah, there you go.
Too busy.
สมัคร
Too busy.
มีสมัครไหมแล้วแบบ
Okay,
ตั้ง
I'm
ลง
setting up my swamp grenades. I'm setting up my turret. Please leave me
หรือ
alone.
ว่าบังคับเป็นไม่มีรอดอ
But of course, you know, we have the elimination match. Once again, putting my head back into it before I think about my
แล้ว
rank
2 ปี
games
ออก
and
มา
everything
ทำไง
that
วะ
is
นะ
disastrous. We are going to be seeing Bleed and Global
แต่ว่าบ้านเขามี
esports.
สวัสดิการ
And I think that here, you know, for example, we're looking at very individual plays here. We're looking at Ye.
แต่
We're
ไป
looking
กลับ
at
บ้านเหมือน
Kofi.
ไปทำ
We're
งาน
looking at Scary, for example, to pull a lot of clutches for this round, especially since, again, that additional pressure for this first
บีฟ
elimination
ไหวครับ
match
ผม
of
บีฟไหวครับ
the
ผม
year.
Yeah, but that's not. We are looking at those things, but that's not what I want to be looking at. Especially when it comes down to global, I want to be looking at that team collectively. I want to see them operating as a unit because that's something that was lacking, frankly, from both teams in that matchup. Zeta, you know, Zeta. It wasn't like they had amazing teamwork either. They just had some really good clutches and got themselves bailed out. It was better overall. So I want to see global be coming into here and having a nice, concise, synergized game plan. If they don't have that, then even if they win this match, they're not going to stick around for much longer.
Yeah, and of course, in that matchup against Zeta, it's also because Zeta has that storyline of these rookies coming in, right? And they performed well, so that was kind of exciting to watch from a roster.
ไอ้ตั้นน่ะอ่านว่าอะไร
The Global Esports,
ที่เขียนอยู่อ่านว่าอะไร
they're mostly all veterans. I mean, even Povi, he's been playing in that Challengers League
ภาษาอังกฤ
for
ษ
some
เมาส์
time, so they need to come up and say, we've had the experience way back when. We're
อัน
now
นี้
here
เมาส์
with that.
Yeah, and
เขียน
that's
คล้ายๆกัน
exactly what they will be proving as we step into the second series of the day, right? Bleed Esports versus Global Esports. Can that veteranship on the side of Global Esports stand up next to this Ascension alumni over here? And especially since Bleed Esports, as we know, they do have a lot of hype on them. They do have a lot of excitement on them. Global Esports, though, steady
ไม่
and
เล่น
stable.
ไม่เล่นของตัวนะ
Two teams facing off for another chance. This is the first elimination match. Which team will continue the journey towards Masters Madrid? They have proven that they belong. El Diablo has been resurrected. Bleed Esports! It's been just a taste of the Pacific. They have fought and they will keep on fighting. Global Esports!
ทำไมเดี๋ยวนี้เป็นใครเปิดตัวดูนิ่งๆเนี่ย
ไม่ได้อยู่กับเพื่อนสนิทไง ยังไม่เข้าห้องน้
นี่เจียมมากเลย เดินมาก้มหน้าเดินก้มหน้าก้มตาเดิน
คนไหน
เป็นใครไงปกติต้องมีแบบเซอร์ไพรส์
มาช็อตอะไรอย่างงี้ไหม
ำทุกคนพาลูกไปเข้าห้องน้ำก่อนนะ
แต่ก็แอบเศร้านะบอกว่าต้องมาเจอกันเองอะไรเงี้ย
2
อุ้ยแพ้ไม่ได้แล้วอุ้ยเสียงยังดัง
เสียงแบบนักรบสุด
Alright, so we'll begin the map video for today's second match.
เมื่อกี้เห็นหน้าโค้ดปะ
A coin toss to determine the
Map
higher
bands
seed.
coming in right now
เหมือน
for
นำ
Bleed
เหมือน
and
จะนำลูกทีมไป
Global. Right now,
ยกพวกตีกันอะ
like Bleed, they mentioned that you know they were confident with their map vetoes, and but I feel like Global, they're trying to be quiet and they're keeping their
เฮ้ยขอบคุณน้องบอยนะครั
ๆคนที่มีหนวดอะป๊า
23 เดือนนะครับขอบคุณครับผมสวัสดีครับใช่เหรอโอ้โหมันโหดกว่าเยอะ
ใช่เหรอป๊าก็
Lotus
เซ็ก
as
ซี่นะ
well,
ตอน
so
เนี้ย
this part shouldn't be too surprising.
Oh, well, this is a little bit of a surprise because Sunset so far has widely been delayed for, that third map that's kind of left open. I haven't really seen that much priority put on it, but Global are going to be selecting this one right off the rip with Bleed starting on defense. So we'll see if they've been able to copy down PaperX's homework fast enough to maybe run a Sage comp on it, or if it's going to be a little bit different, but Bleed themselves opting to go for Icebox.
I like that we're seeing these kinds of maps. I like that we're seeing a lot of Breeze, a lot of Sunsets, and a lot of Iceboxes here.
Yeah, and then the big question on Icebox, of course, once again, is that another map where Chamber can continue to see a lot of usage. Curious to see if Bleed's going to pull that one out. I mean, surely we saw the weaknesses from Global Esports' composition in that last match. Bleed definitely studied that tape.
So far,
กลัวเขาจะคิดว่าเด็กมอต้นเลยดิไม่เอาดีกว่า
Yeah, I believe so.
ไว้หนวดแบบนี้ด้วยพี่เลย We're gonna see if that is gonna
ต้องไปปลูกหนวดอีกลำบาก
into split as our decider map.
คุม
Does
อยู่
indeed favor
นี่แม้ขนาดพี่เอ๋ย
It's hard to say without seeing a
คุม
little
เป็น
bit
บาง
more. I
มื้อ
think for the, they have to try to go
3-6
through this
เพิ่มไป
Sunset
2แล้วเหรอ
first, so we'll see how they're going to be faring there. But it seems like they think that Icebox performance that Global had versus Zeta wasn't the strongest, and that they can continue to really outdo them on that map. So
คุมมื้อเช้าชีทมื้อเย็นนี่ถือว่าคุมไหม
opted for as that map too.
ชีทมื้อเช้าดีกว่า
The other thing is with that Sunset, I mean,
แล้วแต่
obviously
โอกาส
Global Esports, they left it open last time too. Now they selected
ป๊า
to
ออกกำลังกาย
attack
อยู่ปะ
first if it had come
ออก
to
อยู่
that. Bleed's still going to take the defense, but I was
แดด
going
ดี
to say
อะ
they
สุก้าแดด
probably
ดี
still
มากเลย
expect
อะ
the get-go. They
โอ้ย
played during the offseason. Global
ชูก้า
Esports
แดดดี
was
แต่
playing the get-go
แดดดี
online
ไม่มี
as
ตังค์
well,
อะ
so
ดิ
there is definitely a bit of a read here from Bleed.
ไม่เป็นไรหุ่นเซลล์ก็พอ
over on
หุ่นเสีย
Viper
ก็พอ
this time around. So it seems as though like he is flexing. He's probably saving that chamber pick for maybe a little later.
Yeah, I mean maybe, but the
รอ
other
ร่าง
thing
กาย
is
พร้อม
it's
หรือ
a
ว่า
very
อยากจะไป
defensive
วิ่งกับพี่บาสอยู่
composition.
ครับ
You've
ผ
got
ม
the Cypher and the Viper and the Omen.
Yeah, I mean, very defensive on the side of Global. They are, bringing that get-go into the fold, so it's not going to be the KO here for Russ, which I think actually would have been the one map that they're playing for the KO could have been value. But they
เฮ้ยเย่ไวเปอร์ก็ได้อยู่
they don't have that Cypher to really try and disrupt the potential flanks that can be coming through. So
มันไม่ต้องแบบไปบังคับนกไง
straying away from something that's a little bit more common this time. Can they
พี่ต้องบอกว่าเย่ไม่สกายก็
Yeah,
ได้
I
อ
feel
ยู่
like if
ตัว
they're gonna play it this way, then they have to do something similar to PaperX, where they just go in full force, right? Never mind the backline. If you just keep on going forward, you don't have a backline to worry about. But this doesn't seem like the composition to do
ถ้าไล
that.
น์อัพเนี้ยเย่
Nor the
ไวเปอร์ดู
players
ดี
to
สุด
do
ละ
it as well. And I gotta imagine they're gonna go
ไอ้ท่านบัฟ
similar
แพท
to
ไหน
how they
นะ
played it
แพ
at
ทหน้าเหรอ
Convergence, where they're going to take
อุ๊ย
space by
อยากเห็น
space
เลย
and
ว่ะ
then go for an execute. But now you've got all this defense set up plus Crazy Guy with those timed recons that could really ruin the execute.
Well, we're gonna find
แต่
out
ให้เย่
indeed
มากระ
who
โดดก็
pulls
ใช่
through.
เรื่อง
It's gonna be Bleed Esports versus Global Esports as we step into
อยากเห็น
Sunset. We're
บี
gonna
ท
toss
เล่น
it
ส
on
ปิ
over
ก
to
แล้ว
your
เล่นคอมแบบ
Casters
เจ็ด
Quack
เลส
and
อะ
Aserai.
เจ็ดเลส2 คนน
Thank
น
you
เลอ
so
ร์
much for that
หนึ่ง
one,
อินนี้
Desk, and we are here. Elimination. Global Esports versus Bleed. Both of them really struggled in the previous series that they have played. And there's still the talk of Polvi being amazing here for Global. He really needs to step up for Bleed as well. Durian and Ye, who really is going to be the front man for Bleed, we'll have to see as this series is about to start.
I mean, it's going to be a tough one to
เล่
say
น
the
ได้
least,
แต่ว่า
right? Ye is
คือมันมี
just
ความ
straight up
แม่นอยู่
flexing
ไง
for Bleed, and I don't
คือ
know
ดูจากด่านบีท
what's,
อะคือ
where
วิ
his
ธีการ
talents
เอม
will
ของ
shine
เย
the
อะ
most,
คือ
but I guess we shall see
คือมัน
because
คม
he
อะ
has shown
มั
that
น
he can
มันน่า
perform.
จะ
His
เอาไปทำอย่าง
fundamentals
อื่น
are
มากก
just
ว่า
that strong.
แล้ว
Meanwhile,
แต่
for
มุมมอง
Global Esports, Polvi
ไป
just
ก่อนเลย
starts things
อุ้ย
off.
Yeah, that door closes, but the opportunity for Polvi does not. It's going to give a lot of control right
คิด
now
ว่า
for
2-1
Global.
ต้องมีแมปของ global สักแมปหนึ่งที่
Whether they want
global
to
ได้
keep pressing their advantage on mid, or just hunker
หรือ
all
ว่า
the
จะเป็
way
นแมป
back
นี้
onto that A site. Even though all the traps for Egoist is positioned there, GE still have the numbers advantage as well as, of course, Russ with the wingman to trigger a couple of those and allow them to clear things up even easier.
Yeah, you can definitely feel the loss of Scary right now. You've got those traps, sure.
หมายถึ
Crazy
งภาพ
Guy
ใน
might
ส
be
ตรีม
able to
ใช่ไหม
rotate
อันนี้
over,
ยิง
but
จากเครื่องหลัก
they
เครื่อง
need
เดียว
more reinforcements. And right now, just without the information towards B, it's always a little bit scary, and that's why they're leaving Darien still around market. But as Global starts to move closer, elbow, they might just be able to break things open.
Egoist has that camera open 24/7 here. Nades being thrown out already. There's the wingman for the easy plants. Not even going to be a cancel, deny, or anything. He does get the kill onto Crazy Guy as well.
พูดได้คำเดียวเลยว่าเอามาก่อนหนึ่งครับผมจี
Global Esports.
โดนแล้ว
Players of Bleed stuck at the back of that A site. That spike is planted
ไม่มีสโมกให้รีเทคแล้ว
at the precipice of those traps. And Global wouldn't even have to commit to the site itself. They can just stay all day long
อุ้ย
here
เยไลอัพครับ
as the rest of Bleed now start to move
ตรงไหน
right
ครับ
They chill
ลงกล่อง
in.
ลึกเมื่อกี้
Bleed has to go in for that defuse, and as soon as they stick, the spray comes in,
อื้อหื
and it's
อ
just post-plant delays for days.
Ooh. Lots of efforts here for both Egoist and Durian. Durian somehow making it work, but time
Ui.
not his friend.
ตายหรือเปล่า
It shall be his enemy, and it shall be his team's demise. His first round
ตายหมด
is taken by Global.
Not to what we expected at all. I mean, everyone kind of thought Bleed would have a stronger start, but Global definitely shows that they have surprises in store for us. Polvi is an incredible duelist, and he just waltzed right up the door, able to take that duel against Scary, and then the rotation through to A. I mean, after losing Scary, Bleed instantly just, shrunk
แต่พี่ว่านี่อันนี้ดูจากแบบว่าเอเจนต์แล้วโอเคอยู่นะน่าจะจัดมาแบบดูดีสุดแล้วน่าจะให้เรียงลำดับ
Yeah, especially the part where they lost so much mid control and Bleed never really recontacted it, so they couldn't really figure out where Global was planning to push. It was more of a wait for the stimuli and then react, and that doesn't work when you're up against a team like Global that really likes to take the advantage, especially with a composition that has no sentinels, so you really know that they're going to be banking on the pushes every time they actually make
ถ้าเป็นเจตเลสพลก็ไวเปอร์ครับเข้าทางเลยครับ
So of course, well, this is just
ได้
been
แอ
a
ส
safe
ตา
round
คน
for
หนึ่ง
Bleed. How much can they really pull off? That's the
Home.
question.
This is the reason why they still mix up right, between Ye and Durian, because when Ye joined Bleed, you still know that Durian has that star power. And one of those shots shows us a glimpse of it.
He definitely carries that zombie pride with him, but
the what?
Zombie.
โอ้แต่ไอ้บอกนี่มีสิท
was
ธิ์
playing
มีสิท
under
ธิ์อยู่นะ
this weird new name when they were trying
แบ
to
บที่
keep
น้อง
it
ต่อ
under
บอก
wraps. But anyway,
อุ้ยแล้วโรเทตสุดอ่ะ
it's definitely something that you want to
พร้อมกันเลย
respect, because Darien is not someone that you want to underestimate.
True.
But that
พี่
said,
ชอบเล่นหนัง
it's
นี้ไหม
just one
ชอบเล่นหนัง
pick,
นี้ปะ
and
ชอบ
while
แต่อัน
they
นี้
are moving forward
Aw.
into the A site, it's trampling, it's a lot of
โอ้โห
noises. Bleed are
ส่งไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่
quite able to fight back.
Yeah. Again, it's just Global Esports turning into this bald fist that will just punch their way into the site. Egoist, he's got a lot of utility to work with here. Even the safety to pick up that Spectre as well. 2 versus 1.
ไม่
He's
แปลกยังไม่แปลก
unaware that the players of
อีโค
Global
ตัดเยอะอยู่นะ
doubled up here on elbow as we can see. So he'll just take his sweet time. I don't know if him cooking like this is going to allow him to win the round, but maybe make it expensive is the way to go. Fortunately,
จังหวะชัก
Blaze
ปืน
came
ไม่เสร็จ
a bit too quick, a
Nice
bit
try.
a step forward, step earlier. That's going to be 2 rounds right now for Global.
It does feel like a little bit expensive enough for the time being, as Russ and Polvi might have to go for slightly smaller weapons for this round, small arms. But Bleed, on the other hand, are starting to get a good idea for this Global Esports playstyle, right? I mean, they've tried to make a bit of noise towards B or mid, and then just, when they have more space, rush over towards A. That's why in this round, we've seen that Viper's toxic streak from A being relegated towards A.
มีต้องมีแหละ
Polvi's in trouble.
อุ้ยโดนอะไรวะเนี่ย
Can he get out of harm's way though?
โดน
He's
แท็บโดนส
alone
แปม
on an island. He's already brought out his classic because he was just losing so much ammunition as well as HP as he pushes through. He wanted to get that pinch so that his teammates could push up to B main, and when that fails, Global Esports now left scratching their heads, hoping that maybe their other lurker, Benkai, is going to find some contact and success here on
ได้
top
คอนแทค
mid.
เดียว
เฮ้ยเราบ้ามาอย่างนี้
โอ้โหเรียบร้อย
That's a little bit wishful
ปา
thinking,
แฟดไปไม่โดนข้างหลัง
Just shots them over the stairs.
Oh, no
Oh.
way he survives. He didn't. I mean, no shot connected from Russ, but that mosh pit was enough.
And he's got
Fat
Thrasher
Manzana.
available now, but you know, still a lot of players to work through.
I think I could jump over this.
เฮ้ยแถบนี้คืออะไรครับ
Prepared to hear the shot. They're here to jump and punish the transition. There it is.
นี่ไง
And there
อร่อย
โปร
Again, it's just
ต้อง
Bleed adapting
ใช้สูตรที่ไอ้สูตรนั้นได้ไหม
falling
ย่อ
on this
ยูโด
side
ดเลย
from
เนี่ย
Crazy Guy. As soon as
แบบ
they
ไม่มี
feel
เสียง
the
เหรอ
pressure towards A, they
ไม่
start
ได้
to
ดิ
change
เพราะว่ามัน
things
ต้องเคลื่อน
up.
ที่ไหม
Global hasn't quite,
เฮ้ย
you know,
ไม่แน่นะ
put
เพราะ
one
อยู่ตรง
step ahead
บัน
of
ได
that.
ปะ
So
ย่อโดด
they
มันเดิน
instantly
หน้าไม่
knew
ได้
how to feel, how to
ไม่
feel
ไปดู
ready.
การ์ตูนกันเหรอ2 คน
However, Puffy might push.
มัน
and
ต้อง
that's
วิ่ง
what we
มาแล้ว
saw
กระโดด
exactly
อยู่ข้างบนไม่มีอะไรทำนะ
ใช่ แกก็ต้องมีเสียง
by himself.
กระโดดตีนแตกพื้นปุ๊บตายเลย
He does
ผม
best.
ดูเรื่องเหรอ
Right? But in Sunset, where there's so many angles,
ไป
there's so
เรี
many
ยก
traps
ข้างล่าง
that can really
เห็นบนไอ้ปุ้ย
thwart that kind of approach, he needs some backup from his teammates,
โอ้
right?
ไม่
Anyways,
เสร็จหนูก็นอนแล้ว
เฮ้ย
IGL
แล้วเย่ห้อยพาอะไรอ่ะ
comes for the moment. That's going to be Bleed the point on the board.
เย่ผิวจัด
เอวดี
เดินยังไงไปโดนยิง
adaptations coming in.
เอ้าเที่ยงคืน
Bears in mind, wondering how global esports might change things up. Like you mentioned before, you know,
น้อยอันยังครับผม
on his own that might be what he's good at, but at the same time, what works well against a team like Bleed is strength in numbers, because Bleed often
ไอ้ต้านทำข้อสอบได้เปล่าวันนี้
teamwork, having that coaching and that
ได้
leadership from Lagia. This is what they are known to do.
Yeah. I'm sorry, it feels like Bleed, you know, is so fluid with how they, that it feels like they're never really stopped at one
เดี๋ยว
point,
เขาหยอดอะ
right?
อ๋อวางแถบ
Like
ตรง
when
ก
you
ลางเพื่อ
pick up
ทำไง
one
ดีวะ
player
เนี่ย
from them, they're
กันคน
always
แฝงเพราะว่าคน
they're
ทะ
always
ลุ
they
สมอ
always
งมัน
have this
เนียน
backup plan.
ไอ้ต้านคัดเสร็จแล้วพาน้องไปดูการ์ตูนข้างล่างนั่งเล่นข้างล่างก่อนไหมแล้วเดี๋ยวค่อยขึ้นมาเล่นโทรศัพท์
They mix things up though. They put Polvi by himself on B main, while the rest of his teammates start moving up onto mid here, which could actually be pretty good because there's no traps right now. Durion might be a few seconds late. He's now here to receive some contact, but that smoke separates the rest of them. Polvi spots out Crazy Guy, cannot find ways to kill
กระโด
him.
ด
So that
ไม่
might
หื
be
มเสียง
an
จัดอะ
opportunity missed to actually get the numbers in the favor of Global.
Yeah, did pull a little bit of attention away, but unfortunately at this moment not quite enough. 50 seconds left, so they still have some options.
นี่เพื่อเป็นพี่เบสช็อตนี้
Thrasher being spent now. It's just a
กระโดดกัดเพื่อน
if anything, a bit of a tell for Bleed to actually reinforce the A side. Darian is here.
อุ้ยเอาแล้วครับ
Stopper available.
ต้องมี1ศพ
30 seconds. He's getting mighty close
ชัด
to
เลย
first contact right
อื
now.
ม
He's not gonna be
เรียบร้อย
of Blaze.
มีโชว์สต็อปเปอร์ไม่ได้กด
Big mishap in
เหลือเชื่อ
Bleed's decision making. And immediately Global Esports, you see them opening up the site. That's what
ป
they're
หนึ่งครับผม
all down to Egoist. Global's calls pretty damn solid here, Quack. And again, like I mentioned, Egoist just forced to save the weapon for the moment.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Lagia starts to call timeout pretty soon. For now, Global Esports definitely throwing things into plans for Bleed, knowing how to pull the attention away, have Polvi to come up on a flank, of all things. And then at the same time, just the pushes coming out from Russ, Benkai lightning fast. They have shown that they are capable. And with the way that they're taking this A site again and again, Bleed are struggling to adapt. Egoist, he hasn't really felt all too much currently.
Yeah. I guess this is the polar opposite of what you can do in Sunset, right? Rather than relying on your duelist to enter the site for you, you can slow push it because of the corners, because the corners are made to be able to be pushed slowly like this. Granted, of course, there are some other pushes that we've seen here from Bleed, but Global Esports, they've been pretty, what's the word here? They've been pretty
อินโดอินเดียฟินแลนด์
slowly get control of the sites that they're taking.
สิงคโป
You
ร์
know,
อั
they're
ง
not
กฤษ
just rambunctiously pushing up into A and
ไม่รู้
haphazardly
เหมือนกัน
taking it. They're making sure that every single corner
ทำไงวะ
is
เนี่ย
scrubbed clean and easy
จะ
for
ได้
them
ใช้
to
โซ
take.
นสต็อปเปอร์หรือเปล่า
แอตตัน
Yeah, for real, that's exactly what
แอตตันเดี๋ยวค่อยขึ้นมาคัดไปลงมาเล่นข้างล่างก่อน มาทำงานอยู่
Both teams really taking things slow and steady for now. In contrast to the game that we just saw on the same map. But that's also because this is an elimination match. The tension, the stress is felt. Nightfall executes coming through.
If Durian doesn't get any HP deduction from that
เข้าไม่ได้
yeah, they can't push. Because
ฮะ
they already know
เดี๋ยวกวนตีนไม่เข้า
he has a double satchel and the showstopper, so unless they wait for this,
ไม่เห็น
unless
ไม่
they
เห็น
want to push into the site with a smoke that blots out their vision, this is going to be a big risk for Global here. But they have time right now.
Yeah, it's interesting. Just a Nightfall.
เสียหายอยู่นะอันนี้
Put Polvi up in this position. Meanwhile, Russ calls for the rotations back over onto A site. They did this in the previous round. Let's see if they can get a good read on it. You've got Ye, who's kind of defending A with his life. You've got Scary watching mid, rotate back, pivot towards A link. Whether or not it's going to be enough, it's the other thing.
Oh,
it might just be a retake game for Bleed at this point.
There's a tripwire there as well in Link. If anybody pushes that, that should be an easy kill here for Scary. Ye is by himself. He's already activated both of his snake bites right now. So he can't really push out without any smoke coverage. He has to back away and just wait for his teammate to go with him. Now it's going to be a straight firefight here at the back of the site, and it hasn't really panned out well for Bleed, excuse me. Now Global is going to be left, or Bleed is going to be left with Scary and Egoist. Scary is already at the site, but can't really push. Egoist now, are they just... It looks like they want to fight for this. They're not going to save at all. They don't want to risk any more of the rounds.
มาลองดูว่ะ
Activated here. Maybe trying to force their way against a team that loves, knows, is the definite meaning of brute force. And that's going to be Global with 4 rounds in this first game.
Yeah, not quite able to do all too much. You could see that that was clearly Bleed's game plan. You know, you mentioned that tripwire, Asarai. Scary did get the one frag on the Polvi, but that was it. They wanted to make use of that numbers advantage to come in with the retakes with trades and also Darian's showstopper. But as soon as they planted their foot onto A alley, you got this firefight from Global Esports, who knew exactly how to block them off to prevent that retake from even happening.
เฮ้ยชนหน่อยเฮ้ย
Made a play coming out from Global Esports.
Absolutely.
เรื่องโฟกัสอยู่แบบนึง
Bleed here. I didn't mention how very free-flowing they are. Publicly, it seems like they have layers upon layers of plants.
เพราะว่าคอมมัน
It's definitely not now.
เยเทียบมันคงไม่ได้ครับผม
Clutch King. Oh, that
absolutely
phenomenal from Blaze King. Exposes the entirety of that A site. Makes it easy for Polvi to find the first pick. His teammates gets another, and you already know it's a secured A site. Firepower is definitely in the hands of Global here. The only thing I'm looking at that could give a chance for Bleed is if Global oversteps their bounds, but even then, they just have so much firepower to work with here.
Global Esports very much in the driver's seat right now. Almost makes you question if Bleed looks really uncomfortable on Sunset.
เยหลอกเด็กไหมหรอคือถ้าจะหลอกเด็กก็ต้องเห็นเยจับแชมเบอร์ดีเกตก่อนเขาไม่ได้ยิงอ่ะพี่ว่าแต่คือดูมันก็ยังยิงดุอยู่ครับ
ถ้าเป็นไอ้เบสคิงเป็นคนยิงด้วยมุมนี้
โอ้โหเละเทว่ะแบบนี้ว่ากันแบบหน้าลิสว่ากันแบบหน้าละอันนี้ซุนละ5-1ละ
ยังไม่ตื่นพี่
ซุนละวันนี้โพวี่มันเอาจริงตั้งแต่ตอนไอ้นี่ละบูมทีม
Bleed just looks absolutely out of their element, and it goes to show. And I don't think we've had any kind of timeouts here from Legia. I think this has been an issue with the Bleed in the past when they start to lose, contact or any kind of info on the map. Start doing this, but anyways, is he gonna find Egoist? That's gonna be huge.
เอ้าอัดเข้าที่บันไดฮะเฮ้ย หนัวจัดมันยิงทะลุสโมกหมดเลย ขึ้นจากฝูงเลยก็อิทไม่เห็นตัว
Unlucky, but whatever it is, it favors Egoist so darn much. I mean, this guy who, used to play on SMG, now back onto this team, showing exactly what he's capable of. This is why they put him on that Sentinel role.
ไซเฟอร์โดนแน่นอนเมื่อกี้เราได้เล่นต่อ อันนี้รู้ตัวช้า
Tempo plays by himself. One mistake from an opponent unravels the rest of that offense. This is a given thing here for Bleed because it gives enough
ถ้ารู้ป่ะเอฟกำแพงนี้
for Durian to also pick up the operator, which is tremendous.
ไอ้ตรงที่โดนยิงใช่ไหม
So it's a free pick for Durian, and he can just choose to get back. And because of that, as he spots no one as well, that hopes to start getting some information here on mid. This guy activates the drone, spots out Polvi. Now they're aware Global is coming here on top mid.
เฮ้ย
And they're very much so ready to receive it too. Polvi.
โดนเห็นมั้ยเนี่ยเดยอนน่ะ
บอกเอ้าเพื่อนเมื่อกี้มานี่รอดได้ไงโอ้โห
deal with so many angles, slow pushing like that when no one is checking your six. One at the corner here. Crazy guy actually picks himself out the operator. Wants a challenge. They will get punished gloriously by Benkai. If he finds some opening here, maybe somehow, some way, there was a world where he can get into A and activate that ultimate and then put himself in a 2v1 manageable situation. Not going to happen this time. And Bleed, no need to call for those timeouts. They're adjusting on the fly here. It looked like to have been a strong start for Global. Bleed starting to build things back up.
Very curious as to how it happens too. I mean, getting the information, just starting things off a little bit slow, but having an idea, at least a bit of a roadmap as to how Global Esports operates on this map. Now they're starting to feel a little bit more confident, holding the right areas, and at the same time, I mean, just a good little bit of slicing the pie from Benkai. Now coming back into it, the off, a bit of early aggression, but then punish right back. Crazy guy with the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, making sure that his teammate is going to be safe. What's the true damage on Polvi here? Benkai snuck himself all the way up to A. Scary unawares. Egoist, does he dare push A main right about now? Because Benkai might not leave his ultimate. If Egoist can do this perfectly, nobody
หวานเจี๊ยบด่านนี้อุ้ยได้ยินไหมเนี่ยเรียบร้อย
is just diabolical.
With that, the punish from Benkai onto Egoist.
เอก็อีน่าจะคิดอ่ะเพื่อนมันก็ยึดตรงนี้แล้วมันงานตีเหรอ
Back for his team. It starts things off with the off shot, and that does bring numbers back just by a bit.
นี่นะโชว์สต็อปเปอร์
Polvi slowly coming into mid.
เกือบ
Crazy guy.
ยิงก่อนได้บน
Thought he bit off more than he can chew. This man's got molars for days.
เอาไหมหรือไม่เอา
Durian.
ว่าเอาว่ะ
Does he risk himself to push here with the showstopper?
ถอยเลยแล้วกัน
It's
เดยอนบอก
ROI is good enough.
เดี๋ยวดีกว่าตอนแรกว่าจะเอาไม่ดีกว่าเพื่อน
Wanting to hold on to that operator, but I mean, still thinking about how the round plays out, it's a lot of weird like individual fights. Darian with a nice attempt to turn them away from B at the very least, but then towards the end, like you mentioned, it was really just Benkai sneaking.
เฮ้ยขอบคุณเบอร์ลินนะครับผม23เดือนนะครับ
Part of it is also how the map is laid out and Bleed not really able to watch everything. Right, you've got this double controller setup, you've got Egoist on the Cypher, but it's just not quite enough to cover all the bases. There are always these tiny gaps that Benkai, for example, can use to sneak up past alley, sneak a frag, take control over A.
That's the strength that Benkai brings to the table, right? It's his confidence, it's his timing plays that when it works, it puts you on the map. And we saw that happen when he was, well, we didn't see it, you know, come into fruition when he was trying to do that against Zeta because he was losing a lot of the fights against Laz. But here, we're seeing the polar opposite of that, which is in benefit of Global Esports.
Precisely.
เนี่ยเปิดเป็นเนี่ยเปิดให้
It's lovely to see how Global Esports are starting to move these puzzle pieces to make them all fit together. First of all, you got Polvi, who's a bit of a wild card sometimes, but then Benkai, this proven entity, and we know how he lurks. We know how he hides and strikes when the iron is hot.
มุมโคตรดีเลยเนาะมุมแกเป็นไง
Definitely scalding here, Quack.
อยากเหรอทิ้งเป็นใครไปเล่น A.
I mean, this is so different from the Global that we've seen from a couple of from yesterday's matches. They're so controlled, they're so precise. These guys have truly woken up, and if they can continue this rampart, GE fighting truly will turn into a GE winning.
Very, very careful. And look at how they're still maneuvering across.
อุ้ย
Still Benkai.
บีทโดนหลอก
carefully checking corners. They want to make sure that they can keep the numbers advantage as they execute in, but Scary does not let that happen.
Lightning Fast already down. Egoist. Oh, look at this backside control. Lightning Fast cannot get out. Shot and step. Catched up by Ye. 3 kills and Bleed 4-6. Global Esports all turned on their heads with a huge paranoia from Scary.
Yeah, that's exactly what it starts out.
He's the
guy who puts up that roadblock. Up around B, I mean, just has that one paranoia. Just
คือเมื่อกี้มันทำถูกแล้วมันไปเปิด
as they push out, he gets away with that one frag. And then the rest of the team comes in at the same time. Just to prevent them from going into sight easily. There's always that little opening around market, and the timing of the dark cover was a little bit off. So a little bit unfortunate for Global Esports. They couldn't quite break through.
คราวนี้เย่บอกได้ความมั่นใจมาแล้ว
They might just be the. Oh no! Actually, it's a bleed timeout off of their win.
Gia is known for those kind of timeouts where it's not really to recuperate his team, it's more to try building what's already slowly built by the team with these rounds. So with that being said,
แต่ตอนนี้พี่ส่งไอเธอร์ลงไปดูการ์ตูนข้างล่างแล้วครับผม
probably figure out how to
โอ้
deal with
ดูเกมไม่รู้เรื่องเลยอ่ะ
because I think has been one of the biggest
เสียง
issues
เก
that
ม
they've
เบาเหรอ
been trying to figure out against Global here is just how much map control Benkai really brings to the table to
Yeah, we've seen those looks getting a little bit pesky for Bleed Esports now, but at the same time, I'm wondering what they're gonna do. You got this operator, you got the showstopper too. Maybe a bit of early round aggression just to bring the momentum back under their control. We are nearing the end of the first half, and if Bleed can end this 6-6, they will have an easier time as we swap sides. Oh, but okay, we don't see anything too early yet. Global playing things very carefully too.
Okay, spots out the camera there very quickly, breaks it down. Egoist has placed all of his tripwires on elbow here. They're much more okay with fighting A main or A link, excuse me, than elbow without any of those utilities. Where's the cages though? Does he have no money for the cages?
ยิงแถบไปแรกแตกแล้วก็รัดโดนแถบไปที่2
Yeah, there's one up by elbow. He knows that this is a spot that Global has approached many times before and wants to counter it.
Oh, that's a huge haunt. Who's got the here's the party? That is going to be Dorian dunking into the face of Benkai.
ในที่สุด
And this is a bloody take here.
ก็ได้ยิงสักที
Bleed somehow manages to get in. Dorian throws out the nade. Can he find one? Lightning Fast with the late lurk and the counter late lurk from Ye. It's 1-1, 2 versus 2. Retake will have to be done here by Bleed. But Global Esports, they've doubled up. They got a solid positioning right now. And Dorian still holding this operator. We'll have to wait for Ye to double up with it, but Ye just runs into the side and trips up face first into the embracing hands of Povey and teammate. Happens twice.
เสียงให้โพวี่แน่เลยอ่ะ
GE really commanding the rounds here when they go.
เสียงมาก่อนการ
Especially when they get those setups. 1 second and you spot out like a foot and an arm and you're like, okay.
งั้นน่าจะคนดูละ
Could have fired off a shot, but it's definitely not going to be enough to win out the round. So it's a little bit odd for Ye to swing out like that. I don't know if it's like a little bit of miscommunication, but
น่าจะติดซ้อมทีม
you can say
ดู
with
ทีมเกม
absolute
มั้ง
certainty, Global Esports are fighting.
I love how you just said that. GE fighting. As of course the fans have been clamoring every single time we've seen it on social media. Always giving their beloved team that support. Povey's the one right now with the showstopper. How does the not connect on Ye on the corner? Doesn't matter. Still gets the kill. Man is on a tear here. Global Esports want to make this first half if they can. Still have to be very careful as they know that Bleed still has working pieces. They've only found Ye. They haven't got Dorian yet, who has been such a thorn with this operator. They're making a lot of noise here on mid side right now, Quack, but they're coming back to A, where Dorian seems to be prepared, but is he truly?
Yeah, I don't know how he can escape with this one. Oh my goodness!
He doesn't need to escape.
Oh,
and he gets the collateral.
เกือบรอ
Shut him down very quickly. Damage be done.
has to pick up the spike. 30 seconds. His teammate
เพื่อนแก้ให้ได้
went
นิด
fast,
นึง
trying to get that clearance so that there is a lot
เดี๋ยวหย่อนนี่
more
ร่ำรวย
opportunity for
รู้สึ
Polvi
กจะถึง
to
ออฟ
push
บ่อย
up
มาก
onto the A site more securely. The big problem is, can he?
พี่เอ้ยขอ
Also,
อัพสกอร์หน่อย
just
ครั
gonna
บ
point it out there. Does
ได้เลย
Crazy
ครับ
Guy have some nasty little lineup for a default plan because he's got 2 shock darts? I don't know where. I don't know how.
I kind of expect him to be able to do that. If not, at the very
ชอบ
least,
ฟีลลิ่ง
he's
ไอ้
got
โพ
the
วีเล่น
recon
เก
for
ม
his team to come in at the retake. They've got the numbers for it.
ทำไม
เหมือน
หรอ
แบบ
Polvi has paint
จะไป
shells too.
ต่อย
I
ใคร
don't know
อะ
if he wants to push out even further though. That's the thing, because he might get
นี่อะ
punished, and
Wow.
that's basically gonna be the round for Bleed now.
You know, I was thinking that he was going to use all of those utilities of his, but he doesn't
Shock.
really need to. You know why? They're not
เพื่อน
expecting
ยัง
to
ไม่
go
มาเลย
outside.
นะ
Yeah.
So him
กล้า
just
เอาจริง
being silent and deadly is already it, you know?
จอกดัก
But that said, you know, it also kind of works out because I don't know if it's like Polvi overheating a little bit, but peeking out over the box, I guess he just didn't quite expect Crazy Guy to be on the other side.
Yeah.
So we do end the first half, you know, not with a 6-6, but a 5-7, which again still
เออ
isn't the
จ
worst
ริ
thing
ง
in
ๆเย
the
ไม่หลอก
world.
เด็กโค้ดหลอก
I'd say
เย
we shall see if this
ไม่
iteration
ได้
of
ร้อนนะ
Bleed
ก็แบบ
can
ก็
bring them
เอา
back
ใจช่วยเยอยู่
to
นะ
round. This
แต่อยากให้
is
เย
global
เปลี่ยนตำแหน่งครับผม
after all, and they might actually have an
โซว่า
easier
มัน
time
ชอ
on
บ
the
ดัก
defense.
True,
ไม่
and this
ใช่
is the
หร
first
อ
time
มา
we're
จาก
also
โด
seeing
ต้าหนึ่ง
Global
มา
play
จอกดัก
this
ใช่
Sunset
ไม่
map
ใช่เหรอ
if
โซว่า
I am
เรา
not
มีชอบ
mistaken.
ดัก
So there's still
โซ
so
ว่ามันเล่น
many
โดต้าหนึ่งวะ
unknown factors of how they've been
โซว่ามันช
truly
อบดัก
controlling this. And of course,
แทงที่กู
another one of those things.
ต้องบอกว่าหลังจากแชมเบอร์เนิร์ฟ
You will not really have any Sentinel, I believe, coming
วันนั้นแต่
into that
โซว่าจะเป็น
second
Battle.net
half.
player
The
So,
Viper.
I mean,
เพราะว่า
we're
ตอน
talking about how the
ตอน
Viper
แชมเบอร์เนิร์ฟมันก็ไม่
could
โห
play
ด
as
อี
a
กเลย
Sentinel, but doesn't truly play as a Sentinel, right? So they have to learn how to play with that, and very curious to see how they will.
Yeah, that's the
ต้อง
thing,
บอก
right?
ว่ามัน
We're talking about it. You don't have
มันเป็นปกติ
quite
ดิ
the
มันโหดเป็นปกติ
traps
แต่
to
คือ
really
ก่อน
watch
ต
your
อนแช
backs
มเบอร์
and
มัน
control the map.
ต้องใช้คำว่าเวอร์
It's
ค
a
รับผ
little
ม
bit iffy sometimes, but you know, on a map as big as Sunset, does feel like it could be, you know, just enough. At
หรือ
the
ว่า
same
เรา
time,
ต้อง
because
รอ
you're
เย
playing on
แพท
defense,
ที่
you just
ไอ้
need
ท่าน
to
บัฟ
delay
มาวะ
really,
ถ้าถึง
and
จะ
as
เห็
long
น
as
ภาพเย
Benkai
ก็
เหมือนเดิม
ก็ยากเพราะว่าเขาไม่มีทางบัฟ
enough,
เฮด
you
ฮัน
know,
เตอร์
you
อะ
throw
เย
out
มัน
those
แบบ
utilities, the snake bites,
มันต้อง
hold
สไน
off
คู่กับ
for
เฮ
as
ดฮัน
much
เตอ
as
ร์อะถึง
possible,
จะโหด
anchor down the sides. He should be good to
งั้นก็
go.
งอกแล้วดิ
But then again, comes down to map
เฮดฮันเตอร์
control
มันบัฟ
and
แค่
Bleed.
ล
The
ดรา
way
คา
that they
ใช่
move together on this map,
โอ้ตอนเฮดฮันเตอร์เย
they
นี่
move
แบบ
as a unit.
คัดสรรทุกเม็ดอะ
Crazy guy
มันเนิร์ฟอะไร
committing
เหรอ
all
พี่
of
แต่ก่อนแล้วการ
his
ซูม
money
อ่ะ
ไฟ
for
เลท
utility.
ไปรีคอนมัน
What a total team
นัดที่
player.
2 ย้ำกับที่
Okay,
ไม่
so
ค่อย
it
ตรง
goes on mid.
อ๋อ
He
เนิร์ฟไป
wants
คน
to
ละ
check
ซี่
if anybody pushes up on triple.
เมื่อก่อนตึงๆนี่
with
คือ
that
แบบโอ้
recon
โห
dart,
โผ
but
หัว
doesn't
ได้เลย
find
อะ
anything.
โอ้
So the
แต่
rest
เย
of
มันก็
Bleed
เน้น
now
แคป
push up onto A side. Polvi, he almost got decapitated there by Egoist, but decides otherwise. Here comes Benkai. Here's the footsteps, backs away. Bleed, they've been sought after, they've been found out, and Polvi here pulverizes Egoist. That's
ได้
going to
เบียร์ด้วย
leave
โพวี
Bleed trapped on
Bleed
A
แล้วเป็นฝ่ายกัน
main. Polvi decides to actually push the tempo right now, and Bleed, they're taking fights that they can't win. We're not done just yet, hold on.
โอ้โห
Benkai's around the corner here, spotted out by Durion, so maybe this is the fight that Bleed are
โดน
finally
ยิง
looking
ก่อนด้วย
for.
สวนแตก
But there is still so much
4-3
to unravel from global esports. So Bleed
ไม่
decided
น่าได้เห็น
otherwise
เก
to
ต
go
เจ
around.
พี่
I
นำ
think
ไม่
they're
ก่อนหรือ
hoping
เป
to
ล่าเนี่ย
maybe find Polvi
แมปนี้
somewhere
ใช่
lurking.
ตีได้แค่
But
แบบนี้
as
แหละ
we
แบ
can
บเดียว
see, he's somewhere there on top of A link. So
โด
they're
น
not
หมดเลย
gonna
ส
find
ปิก
anything.
ก็โดน
But if they go to B,
นี่
this is where they can find themselves a chance.
Ui,
But with
nó
Market
lạy
Core being
mà.
closed, they're going to burn a bit of time waiting, checking, and then in a couple of seconds they have to rush.
แมปหน้าแชมเบอร์มาแน่ครับ
Global Esports holds
Bleed.
the advantage, right? That's the most interesting thing, at least for this round.
ด่านเลยนะ
ไอบ็อกซ์
Although it's a full new squad, they carry on the same statistics
สมัย
from
2 วับ
last
2
year
แคป
in VCT Pacific, having one of the
Ui,
most
oh.
highest number of of first round wins.
โอ้โห
As Blaze King taps them all down with a ghost.
แย่ละ
That's a huge upset
ยิง
there
นัด
for
แรกไม่โดน
Global.
นัดที่2ตรงที่แปดตายลุง
Bleed also known to make those aggressive force buys. So we're going to see that for Bleed here. And of course, the best weapon against that, which I think Colby might pick up. Ah, there it is. Outlaw.
just a bit of a weird thing, you know. Global Esports hasn't really called any timeouts yet. Bleed maybe called one after a round win, and the way that they're pushing up so slowly. When you got players like Blaze King, Polvi on the other side, the slight micro timings with the way that they peek out all of a sudden, sometimes Bleed just doesn't quite expect it. So it's a bit of revenge for Blaze King as well, right? Because this, you know, was him playing on Boom Esports versus Bleed at Ascension last year. Now finding his win with a new team, new roster on Global Esports.
You're absolutely right. It means, and here's the thing, Bleed also coming off of that high with the pickup on Ye, but it feels like Ye is so out of his element here, whether it's because he's on a new team or he's on a role that he's not really truly familiar with. You can see him struggling. We were showing that scoreboard. He's at the bottom for Bleed as of this point.
เป็นเลสเขาบอกเป็นเลสเหรอ
See the
ใช่เลส
struggles that
แล้วตำแหน่ง
Bleed
สายชาร์จระเบิดตัวเอง
are having to face in global. Just
ส
eating
ลับกับลอ
down.
ซี่
Oh, this wall.
แล้วลอซี่ไปไหนแล้วอ่ะ
ลอซี่หลุด
Drops
วงโค
like
จร
that's
ไปแล้ว
not a chance. Blaze King first on contact, has a seize, locks them up into the prison. If he pushes out, well, he doesn't need to because Lightning Fast is right there with him. That's going to be a
โอ
quick
เคเราจะเก็บ
cleanup
พลัง
here
ไว้ที่แม
for
ป2
Global.
และแมป
And they are
ดึงขาแบบ
terrifying
เฉียบ
on this control. It's not fast, but it's a slow burn here, and it is scorching Bleed little by little.
I don't know what Bleed needs, but they've got to kind of like cauterize the wound or something, right? Because right now, as it goes on, we're starting to lose out in terms of rounds. They get the buy back up in full this time, but the momentum definitely on the side of Global Esports. They're toying with them so much, controlling around the map. And again, you got Polvi on this outlaw, and the
ทีมลอ
amount
ซี่
of
ตรงนี้
damage
โอ้
that
มัน
they
มัน
could
ไปเล่น
potentially put out is deadly.
มันไปเล่นระดับบ้าน
This
มันก็
round,
ต้องโดนหนึ่งอยู่แล้ว
it is
มัน
a Bleed
ซูเปอร์สตาร์อินเดีย
full armor, full utility. Let's see what they can do.
And again,
ชนะ
it's one
ขาด
of
ว่า
those
มันตบที่
games
1ชนะขาด
where
ปะ
it doesn't feel like there's anything explosive that's happening, but it is by design. Global Esports are playing at such a pace that I feel like Bleed can't really read them in this situation, even if Bleed has that capability to be able to do so.
Yeah, I know it's kind of like feels really slow at times, but then there are these tiny little moments where Global Esports just accelerates just by a little bit.
Yeah.
And right now, towards market, you've got a little bit of vision from Russ as well. They might have heard something towards B main, but that's about it. So rotations coming over, they don't see anything.
มันเห็นปะ
Might be lightning fast, yeah, getting the call over. The toxic screen at the very least is a tell. So now rotation's coming over. As long as Lightning Fast can do his job, you know, he still has that paranoia available. Blaze King as well with a haunt for info.
Yeah. I was actually just about to point that out. How much statistic do we have with how effective Blaze King's haunts have been? Because it's been giving away so much positioning right now. Look at Durion just dodging into the site itself. Like Fast's not going to be able to escape that one. Explosion from Bleed is here. Oh, that is a huge mosh pit. That blinds everybody. Yay, just frantically spraying it down. Polvi picks himself up. A Spectre pushes up, but Scary's on top of that case, and that's going to be Bleed 6-9. What a very messy fight, but Bleed comes out on top at least for now.
Yeah, not being able to buy back up in full might hurt them a little. But you can see it's a slightly better take, a slightly better approach towards the site. You know, being able to pull the attention back and forth. Despite Global Esports having a good read on things, the way that Bleed comes in, you've got Darion and then Scary to find the trades. They make sure that they can control the site safe enough. But again, that's just how Bleed operates. Everything so far in this entire map has been safe for both sides.
Polvi, though, pushing very far forward into the front of his opponents. His teammate giving him some leeway to pick up that orb and back away into A main. If he decides to push up, maybe he can find something, but it seems like Polvi might have overheated a little bit here, jiggling a little bit too much, and Crazy Guy capitalizing. And it's as easy as that now. The rest of Global pushing up on mid could put a pinch on the late lurking Ye, but B-side should be theirs.
เรียบร้อย
Ye turns it back.
กำลังวิ่งเพลิน
He's got that late lurk. GE will have to deal with it. And it's deal upon deal. All right, we're not done just yet. It's fine. We're charging in. Benkai's huge. He gets another one. We'll get shut down by Egoist. As dust settles, who's getting the advantage right now? Feels like it's Bleed. Should be.
อุ้ยโหเกือบ
Fast, but the punish is
รู้ตำแหน่ง
trades for
เอ้า
global esports are just too damn fast, and Bleed can keep up.
อีกแล้วอ่ะเบส
เอา
from behind. Yeah, it's
ดีใจเพลินไปหน่อย
too much going on in the round, and although Ye got some good picks early on,
ลั่นสุดแล้วตอนมันย้ายมา
how big the map is, Bleed loving to move together as a unit. They relinquish a little bit more map control towards, the back and the sides. Unless Scary can really block things off with his smokes, it sometimes just doesn't really work out all too well. And they need a little bit more fragging power right now. You got Crazy Guy who's always there to support. You've got Darian who tries to rush in, but then apart from that, no one else is really there to help Darian follow up. So the site kind of falls apart as soon as they make their way in. 6-10 now will be the score, and it's going to be a Bleed that has to save. So, I don't know about you, Asrai, but this map is starting to look like it's almost over.
I feel like I was about to say, never say never, as is, of course, by my favorite movie, Karate Kid with Justin Bieber and Jaden Smith. Anyways.
And Justin Bieber.
And Justin Bieber, yeah.
โอ้โห
Durian, though. 6 shot on mid here, but the thing is with global esports, right, is if you strike us, cut one head down, 2 will take its place. They are so quick at just reacting to the stimuli that Bleed is dishing out. And this hasn't been Bleed's strongest recontact at all.
โอ้โหพอชม
เรียบร้อย
Here. Okay, never
พี่เอ๋ยชมท่านนั้น
มาแล้วไง
As soon as I say that, Ye does something like this. And this makes it somewhat
เยบอกเมื่อกี้นึกว่า Headhunter
El Diablo heating things up, right? Can they exercise it out of the sight?
ให้ป๊าป๊าชมหนู
As the
บ้าง
Nightfall used very haphazardly. No follow-up just to scare them, but the pin.
ไอ้หมอนี่มันยิง
Very difficult to them to push over. What is happening here?
เอ้า
He just bumps a couple of shots. He can't find nobody. And lightning fast finds Ye left in a 2 versus 1. Yo, what?
A little bit awkward for Egoist in that moment. Coming out of the Viper's pit, I mean, you can see the idea that he had because he's already been spotted inside as Global Esports pushes into the pit. So he tried to do what he could, but just without the firepower, I guess. Kind of whiffing some shots, and Ye at the same time separated away from him. I mean, Ye needed to stay in the pit to keep it up, right? So, Global Esports just knowing how to make it work, having that much more confidence to go in for some of these duels. They were decisive, they took things
ตายแล้ว
apart,
40
and although it was a bit of glimmer of hope from star power of Ye, it's still not quite enough to bring Bleed to a decisive win.
Speaking of not
ลื้อเลยขออนุญาตลื้อ
Oh, hold on. Holby's in trouble here.
เฮ้ยมีคน
He
เลย
decides to go on the other
ไม่รู้
direction.
ไม่
It
รู้
might have been incorrect
ไม่
for
รู้
him. Russ
เฮ้ย
has pocketed himself onto the corner.
มัน
And
หัน
the
มาเช็คเฉยเลย
not falling behind. Let's go.
อุ้ย
Oh, what a control
ฮะ
play from Lightning Fast and Russ. Egoist now alone.
ผมช็อตนี้เอาจัด
Holby might not have gotten any kills, but his teammates sure made use of the push outside of mid that he has just done. Neural Theft activated. That's going to expose the positioning. Spike not in the hands of Egoist here, though, and he is looking for a kill rather than pick up the spike first because he doesn't, even though he's exposed his opponents, he does not have the map control to really take advantage of that.
Well, let's think about this, right? You got 50 seconds left, you got full
การ
armor,
สร้างวีรบุรุษครับช็อตนี้
got a rifle. It's not entirely impossible. So he could go in for the spike plant first, but then where do you go after that? You know the full force and might of Global Esports. At least the last 3 players are definitely going to come after you. Russ has Thrasher. Stay in a spot that's well concealed enough that Russ can't find you.
โอ้ยากว่ะป๊าป๊า
I guess
Yeah.
Market is away. Maybe you sneak back out to the top of
No
mid,
Victor.
come back in with a big flank. That is an idea, but
ไม่
Bankai
ตัด
is
ตรง
watching the back.
ชานมไข่มุกได้นะ
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
No!
Russ actually found him, showing what it means.
ผมก็เลยจะควักปืนแล้วน่ะ
There it is.
ไม่เห็นนะแต่แบบโดด
I
สุ่มไป
mean,
เลย
whether it's by sheer intuition or because the meter for Thrash was running out, he found him, dude. He found him. That does not feel good as Egoist. Like he was preparing himself for
Nah.
3v1.
Egoist is not having a good day. I mean, the whip from earlier on, and then now getting hit by the Thrasher like this. Egoist just
น่าจะ
does
น่า
not
จะถอยกลับ
feel
มาก็ไม่ทัน
good.
แล้วพี่ก็เลยโดด
But
ไป
on the other side,
ที่ไม่ได้
for
เช็ค
global
อะไรเงี้ย
esports, the way that they're
ถ้า
coming
เจอ
out
ก็
of
เจอ
this.
ไม่เจอก็ไม่เป็นไร
First of all, I
ไม่
mean,
เจอ
the
ก็ไปเก็บ
Thrasher just well
ไม่เก็บ
timed.
ไปเก็
The
บ
way
ก็ไป
that
โดด
they're
ต่อหน้าเม
moving
นต่อ
together. You've got Benkai watching the back. Every base is covered. This is the global esports that knows exactly how to operate, how to move.
ไม่คิดว่าแมปแรกจะหนัก
This is what they wanted to show us on that first day, on their debut match as well, with this brandishing new roster.
last in game ครับ
There we go.
I think like the most impressive thing right now, or
เฮ้ย
at least in that round.
ไม่ใช่เคซี่คายเกมพูดผิด
Always like kind of wild sometimes. This Finnish duelist rushes out, dies on his own, he gets information. Apart from that,
แต่ว่า
lightning fast,
มันแมปใครแมปมันแหละ
sprays,
ทีม
that
นี้
was something else. That truly brought the round back for them.
And this is what I've been telling the desk as well, when I was with him as a couple of a day ago or so.
ไม่น่าส่งสุดนะพี่ว่าวัดกันแมป 3 ว่ะ
Has been not put in a position where he can really shine, and now with him still being on the controller, sure, but he's now put into situations where he can be put into spots where he can actually try to do something else for his team. And he's been sick at it. I mean, he's 9-10-3, but those are impact frags he's been doing.
Oh wow, and completely forgot too, Blaze King actually leading the kill feed because he's picking up a lot of pistol kills and some nice cleanups as well. Now back into it, last ditch effort from Bleed. It's going to be a bit of contact play towards B main.
รูปเกมกำลังดีเลย
Running it down.
รูปเกมกำลังดี
I mean, everybody from Bleed
หม่ง
was
สักหน่อย
shot by the paranoia of lightning fast.
โยนสัก
Lightning
ราว
fast
สองราว
still
เป็นไรไป
holding inside his own smoke. That's about to dissipate pretty soon here as he pushes out and covers entirely the Bleed conspiracy on B main. Double satchel from Turion. Man is clean. Benkai's by his lonesome.
เรียบร้อย
That's going to be a quick clean round for Bleed here. Not the end of the world just yet. They got 5 rounds. If they can survive it, they can push it to overtime. But of course, GE.
โอ้ไกลไป
Always. But of course, think about how that round turns out. Started from a
ไกลไป
timeout.
จริงอันนี้
Perhaps Legia just kind of anticipated such a push and having the players positioned right outside B main enabled them to go for such a fight. A little bit odd for global esports, the last final rounds to really go in for a play such as that. But whatever it is, it puts Bleed out on top.
And it resets their economy too.
ใคร
Durion
คือตอนนี้นี่ใครแบบลงแต้ม
committing
จี
their
ไว้นี่คือ
ultimates
แบบ
here,
อย่าง
Quack.
รวยผมบอกแค่นี้
Very much so, everything. I mean, sure. If you can secure the rounds, might as well. Polvi.
Hey,
He's
hey,
gonna
hey,
stab
hey.
him. He still gets it.
เราตาย
I'm losing my mind, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so sorry. I thought crazy guy just at the nick of time, right? And then Polvi just panics a little bit, brings out the classic, hits the alternate fire, tap burst. Sure, let's go with that. What is happening? The timings have been so wacky this round, but somehow, some way, Bleed clears it up.
Yeah, very wacky all across the board.
ตุ๋ยจากกลางป้า
It
เมื่อ
starts
กี้
off with Darian and that commit with a showstopper into elbow. It kind of throws things in for a bit of a loop, and then maybe some positioning coming through with Polvi trying to sneak up behind. But nonetheless, once Bleed gains control over sight, once they know exactly what's about to happen, they're able to kind of come in and put themselves in a position to shoot things down. And maybe
เฮ้ยขอบคุณนะวินดี้นะครับ วินดี้ยังส่งเลยนะครับ
Still got 4 more
ยิ้ม
rounds
จะ
to
หุบ
go.
หรือเปล่า
You're very much in the game. You got Polvi on an up now, though, and I want to see what the idea is behind this.
It is to get kills with the sniper. That is the idea. But the idea will not be turned into a reality, as it's been pretty much snuffed out.
ค่อยๆคืบคลานไปเรื่อย
Benkai's hoping that they might push a bit forward here. Heroics from the
โอ้โห
Call it. Anyways, Bleed clean on the take. They just waited a couple of seconds. Able to get one. Blaze King trying to hold the back of the side, but will lose control instantaneously. And the rest here of Global Esports trying to brute force their way. It might work, but clean with this trade game for the past couple of rounds now. And Global Esports back again to the drawing board. They're starting to lose control here. 3 rounds a while ago might have seemed impossible, but with how they've been approaching here, Quack, it looks pretty doable from the SG team.
เหมือนริมฝีปากกระตุกนิดๆนะ
Yeah, I mean the reads are starting to feel a little bit off from both sides.
ไกลไป
Not too great, but then now starting to get an idea
แล้ว
for
อย่างนี้
how
ตนไง
Global Esports wants to play. I mean, going for that aggressive peek up on B, Polvi, that's what that op was for. But Bleed knew exactly how to counter that, right? That's why they kind of played around a little bit more slowly. So getting these wins now, slowly coming back into the game once they get control of the sites, that's the
เขาเหลือไทม์
name
เอา
of
ท์
the
2 อันเลย
game.
นะ
Global Esports calls the timeout. And again, they are sitting at map point as long as they kind of play it safe. You know, maybe they don't want to allow for Bleed to execute. But as long as they, you know, perhaps go in for a bit of a retake, all it takes is just 1 round to bring them over that finishing line.
ฝากพี่เอ๋ยเจออีกทีครับน้องๆบอกพี่เอ๋ย
ไกลไปครับ ไกลไป
for Global, right? Give them a
เดี๋ยว
lot more
เจอ
money to
อย่าง
utilize.
นี้นี่คือยกเลิกปะเนี่ย
Their composition is kind of expensive, especially with how they've been buying the operator for Polvi. That's gonna reset their economy
เดี๋ยวบีจะคัมแบ็ก
somewhat here.
2 แมตช์สุดท้าย
I mean, just one wrong step for Bleed, that's it for game 1.
หมายถึงแมป2 แมป 3 ไง
Is he gonna double satchel once again? I want to see what he does on mid though. Oh, okay, timer's still going. I thought it was like a tech pause. My brain's just slow. No, they're actually just slow pushing on top mid. No sound done, so Bleed doesn't know this. There could be a huge flank coming in, but all of the members of Bleed are just stacked outside B. If there's any kind of noise that they do on mid, or Bleed just decides to go B, there will be no resistance whatsoever here from GE.
This is what I meant, right? You got the timeout, all you need is 1 round. As soon as they play along with the numbers advantage, if they can come in for a big flank, a big retake, Bleed might not be able to hold off against it. So now Polvi back into his market, they got more lines of sight.
Benkai has gotten the first kill. Step in the right direction right now for Global Esports. Oh no.
Ooh.
Wait a minute, Dizzy makes Egoist sad boy. 3 more players here for Bleed. Global Esports coming back alive. Yay and Scary. Controllers a miss. They will try to do their darndest to stop the defuse from coming in, but it will not be denied. Yay's on the last legs. No one's still defusing it right now. Wait. Okay, there we go. Just trying to spray through the Viper's pit, but it's gonna get DE9. And Global Esports finally find that 1 play to secure this first map in this elimination series.
12-9. I mean, what a great start from Global Esports. They won both pistols. They showed us that Ben
ต่อไปหมดเวลาสนุกละ
lurking all over
ของ
map, but at
GE
the same
หลังจากนี้
time,
คือของ
what
จริง
the rest of them can all do. I mean, you got Blaze King who's just finding frags on top of frags. You've got Russ and Lightning Fast coming back into trade, and also just Polvi doing Polvi things. It's a little bit odd for Bleed to come in this slow, but at the same time, Global Esports, that final round off of the timeout, they knew exactly what they were doing.
Because of that, we're just gonna pass it on to the desk to discuss things even further.
Sunset belongs to Global Esports, and I feel like, you know, we did mention that Bleed was feeling confident with the map vetoes, but we did hear that Global was actually feeling very confident on Sunset.
Yes, they absolutely were, and I mean, they showed why. You know, this was overall very, very clean from them. Bleed looking like they were going to have a bit of a run back there at the very end after that final timeout coming through, but it's so difficult. I mean, Global already being up in 12 rounds, locked in. This means that all they have to do is get that last one. They finally managed to make it happen. There were some nice setups at the end, some nice early picks coming through.
Yeah, and of course, as the casters mentioned at the end as well, picking up those both pistols and then, of course, the anti-ecos to chain into that really helped them because you really got the scoreline. If that didn't go their way, this could have flipped on its head the other way. So we have to always keep that in mind. Obviously, GE, they were very well known in the old roster with their pistols as well, so maybe trying to continue that trend. But the biggest thing is what we talked about before the game. Can they show us why they're picking these maps and compositions? And this time we saw that chain of utility. I mean, even in that last round, just throwing everything they got to make sure Egos can't focus the same around the corner.
Yeah, and that was brilliant as well because, like, you know, you're distracting everybody so much and they're not exactly sure where to go. And suddenly they're lost. And once that hesitation kicks in, and then that's when they strike, right? But I do have to commend BlazeKing had an amazing game. He was really carrying hard. He was really pushing it, not afraid to be aggressive, even when it didn't call for it, actually.
Yeah, and this was very much the BlazeKing we were anticipating to see yesterday on their opening series. It was a bit of a rougher time for him, didn't have the impact that we were looking for, that we have come to expect from him in his past over on Boom. But this was very much prime BlazeKing coming out the gate. Really great scoreline for him the whole way throughout. That presence was felt. He was getting those early picks as well. So even just getting involved as far as the first kills are concerned. But this is exactly what we wanted to see from GE and exactly what we said they needed to do. Come out swinging, get that lead nice and early, and start to run away with it. Sow that seed of doubt in the minds of Bleed. Because now they're saying, okay, we didn't close that out. Yes, we do have our map pick, but we're one map away from being eliminated from kickoff.
That's a rough spot to be in. Whether you are the Ascension team coming in as the new partner or not, I mean, you want to have a bit of a stronger showing. You want to have a bit of a longer showing in the very first week that you enter VCT Pacific and Bleed. Potentially it ends in the very next map. One of the biggest things I'm noticing is, again, with some of these role changes that we're seeing across, I know Darian used to be known for his duelist, but right now, it doesn't seem to quite be there. Even himself, right, not being able to always check the right corners and then communicate that to the rest of his team to trade off of it. Things like that. Things just seem not quite in step just yet for the Bleed Esports. So as we're going on to the next map, hopefully, because it's their pick, their composition, their set plays, their timings are a little bit more in tune.
We are seeing the roster as well on the side of Bleed, you know, flex a little bit. And I'm not sure with a roster that's still, you know, sort of like gaining ground and still like kind of finding their bearings right now. I'm not sure if that's exactly the right choice to go with. I mean, right now we're not exactly seeing, you know, it paying off, right?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is, it's a really rough look right now. So these constant flips around, the flexibility that they're trying to build up here on the side of Bleed, it's not finding the results that they want at the moment, and it really needs to. So I'm curious with Icebox getting ready to come through. Are they going to continue with this? Are we going to keep seeing Ye on some new things? Are we going to keep flipping these rolls around a little bit, or are they going to go for something a little bit different?
Yeah, 24-11 KD for BlazeKing. Like you said, Achilles, this is the type of player that we expect him to be. And that matters a lot because now that allows Povey to really just be the entry, creating space. Whether he's always getting the kill or not, he still puts up quite a few to his name. But now he has that confidence to say, I know someone's got my back. I know someone who can trade. I know someone who can clutch. So I'm going to go in and really fulfill that role as the primary and, this time, the only duelist.
BlazeKing says, Ascension wasn't that long ago. I still remember everything you guys are doing. And even with Ye on their side, you know, right now as controller, I do have to say he didn't look exactly as comfortable as I thought I would see him. And especially when you have Scary already locking that role, I'm not sure if, you know, you want to push somebody like Ye into that role or force it rather.
Yeah, something that we're seeing from Ye is, okay, his just pure mechanics itself, we're seeing the same style that he had in terms of how he holds his angles and how he's aiming, and it still seems pretty crispy, but not quite, like you said, in those situations that he's used to, right? It's very different than when you're playing aggressively as a duelist or you're holding as a sentinel. You have to be a little bit more flexible and in some ways a little bit more crafty when you're playing these controllers, and we're not seeing that 100% yet for Ye.
No, we're not, and I think it's just, you know, one of the cases where he needs more time on this, so you can't just really jump into this role that is fairly different from what you're used to playing. Yes, you know, lingering around, lurking. He's done plenty of that when it comes down to the chamber, but the Viper itself, very different as far as the util and what your capabilities are with that agent. So I think it's going to take some more time, but unfortunately, time is not something that Bleed have a lot of.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they could soon.
Well, they could have plenty of time. They don't have a lot of time here in kickoff.
Yeah, I'm just saying. But yeah, obviously you don't want the run to enter early just to buy time. You want to be able to extend it while you're on the stage. And BlazeKing is here to say no, that's not going to happen this time. I will be the one to try to eliminate you, and he's only one map away from doing so.
That's That's right, but we are now going to head into Icebox, and that's going to be the pick of Bleed. And I'm thinking here we're going to be seeing a lot more confidence from Bleed. We might be seeing Ye on the roll in the playstyle that we actually want to see him
We're
in.
still waiting.
We're still waiting. I know, exactly. We're still waiting, and I feel like, a lot of fans are like, oh, we shouldn't have to wait this long for that. But maybe it's a card that they want to keep close to them at the moment. But right now, for kickoff, it's either they show that, it's either they play that, they go hard, or they go home.
Yeah, and then on the other side, my eyes continue to be on Blaze King going on to that Icebox as well, because his showing in their last match was not good. I mean, the comfort level on that Silva did not seem to be there. The timings alongside Rust for the KO was not there, and that's a weakness that Bleed is definitely looking to exploit.
Yeah, it absolutely is, but maybe they have something a little bit different getting ready to come out here. Icebox, fairly different map, and we can see different iteration. We can see different info gatherers coming out on this one. So, I mean, Silva's still going to be fairly common, but even the KO, I think, on this map would find a lot more advantages, a lot more information compared to where we saw them running it before. So if they do run that, I think that it's going to be better placed. But even then, I'm happy to see something a bit different. But for Bleed, I think it might be time. I think it might be time for Ye to play Jet.
Bring it out.
I'm ready to see him play Jet again. I think that would be good. If you're gonna go out, at least give the fans what they want to see,
Absolutely. I am for it. I'm like, whoa, we shouldn't be waiting this long for this moment, right? Especially since, Ye, of course, is one of the biggest pieces of news, roster changes that come out of Pacific. And I feel like right now, they're still hiding that. But I feel like on the side of global esports, it's slowly coming into shape. We're seeing right now a lot of it is on the back of Blaze King's aggression, but we're seeing some of that strategy come in, some of that coordination come in, which I'm very happy to see. I'm very happy to be proven wrong, of course.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's where we're always at, really. Is like, we have our expectations, but if they are going to be subverted, then that's never really a bad thing. It just means that the team is playing better than we had anticipated. And the higher the ceiling is out here in Pacific, the better the games are for the viewers, for us as commentators, and just Valorant enjoyers in general. So if we're going to be surprised, that's always a positive.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, things like how you chain that utility and what value you're getting out of it. Global esports, I mean, they talked about it a little bit themselves, but everyone agreed when you saw that roster, that's what it was built for. To show us these neat little tricks and how you're gaining advantage bit by bit across the map. So I'd love to see that upgrade and change here on Icebox.
Going back into the previous map, right, as you mentioned, the chain of utility from global esports, but I do have to say, on the side of Bleed, you did have those stellar moments from Darion. Yes, the duelist looks a little bit rusty compared to, his heyday all the way back in, APAC or like C Challengers and everything, but right now, we are seeing shades of it come back. We are seeing why he was picked for this roster and why he is put on this role.
Yeah, I'm glad that you mentioned it has been a while, right? So while I did point out it looks a little rusty, the point is it's rusty. He used to be very well known as that primary duelist on some of the older rosters that he played on, including back in the earlier days of Bleed Esports. So obviously, they've had to do a little bit of a shuffle in the offseason in terms of roles. As long as he's continuing to get used to it, we should see him come back alive. Of course, a pretty notable moment right there as well.
It always feels so bad. I mean, even with some of the detains we had earlier, we didn't have the knives coming through. There was enough respect. When Mako had his big oopsie just yesterday on Lotus, they went, we'll just shoot you. But no, not today. They know who they're playing up against. They know that they want to send a statement. Again, getting that fear of elimination in your opponent's heads, that can be driven in with a knife as well.
It looks like we are heading into Icebox
right
now.
Ye
on Jet!
We finally get it. We finally get Ye on Jet, and he will be up against Polvi on a Jet. We're finally seeing that dogfight happening, right?
And this comp, I mean, first of all, obviously very common comp on the side of Bleed Esports. Global sticking with what they showed last time as well, but it also works very well for Bleed style and their roles.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. It's going to be so exciting indeed to see this. I cannot wait. Let's get right into it. Map number 2, Icebox, over to Quack and to Aserai.
Ye's got his moments, a couple that one game ago. But when you put him on that duelist, his signature role here, Quack, can this turn the tide for Bleed?
He's got to do what he's got to do. If he doesn't, then, bye-bye Bleed. Hello, India. So, I mean, I can't wait to see what happens, right? We've been talking about this. Desk was hyping it up before the match started. Polvi versus Ye. It just didn't quite deliver on Sunset, but onto Icebox. Surely he'll deliver.
Yeah, it put us on the loop, definitely, where it felt like there was just such a different pacing that we're not really used to. The tempo was everywhere on that first game, and it felt like Bleed also felt that as to how they just couldn't really outread, outmaneuver Global Esports. That's not taking away Global Esports that had a phenomenal first game. anyways, as the pistol starts to go here, contact will be at A site. Very low dart coming in from Blaze King. It might actually have hindered a lot more of the information gathering that was being hoped for here by Global Esports. Bleed now starting to march their way up into the push here. Benkai gets immediately spotted, not get gutted, but he's getting pushed out, and his teammate is not gone. Fighting Fast is holding on. If he can reposition as well, has the spike plan not yet done. I thought they were pushing for that A site, but with all this happening, they could rotate.
หลังมาวาซาบิ
I think that's their option. They don't really want to stay. They're no longer welcome on the A site, especially Benkai down that low. Just a bit of question marks in the minds of Bleed players. Have they rotated? I mean, clearly now that you pushed up belt and cleared out the corners, you're anticipating that. They know they've got numbers advantage. They've got the shock dart, they've got the high tide, the cove. They're going to come in with this retake.
วิอันนี้ไม่ทำงานโอ้โห
It just came up right now.
อร่อยเลย
Fast is aware, but Durion's too quick, and now Benkai 27
เฮ้ย
HP.
รู้
Man, he's an aim monster. Another one at the flank. That's going to be Egoist. His turret is up, so if he gets some breathing space, maybe he can actually close the distance and utilize it. But he just decides to go for those gunfights, which makes a lot of sense since Crazy Guy was already in the site itself. Not going to work out. And Bleed claimed their first victory, or first round.
With that, carrying forward through. Just trying to keep themselves warmed up in this chilly ice box. I mean, we saw how the pistol round goes off, and it's just a better setup towards this site. You've got Scary watching as they push through. Global Esports can't really just dive in that freely anymore. They could do that a little bit more on Sunset. You know, they were set up around elbow at the get-go. This time, not so much.
Wait, Global Esports, they've gone for the force buy. I mean, it was an expensive round on both sides, and they got the extra money from the plant. But, all right, I want to see Outlaw Country, baby, because this Outlaw can really make some damage on either side. Push up already from Russ here. Getting closer and closer. He hasn't gotten the most value off of his KO as was being pointed out a day ago by the desk.
แล้วเป็นคนเดียวที่จัด
Scary
บู
finds
ด็อก
one.
มา
Durion still holding the mid lurk just in case. But it's the full blown push.
เอเลสจะได้โชว์หรือไม่
Global Esports here on that A site. Blaze King.
โอ้
It's not gonna work.
เฮ้ยมันน่าจะมีแบบยิงแล้วปืนกระเด็นอะไรอย่างเงี้ยหรอแล้วช็อคดันลงใน
กล้าแบบโดนปลาย
I mean, they've already got the numbers advantage
ปลายข้อมือ
Global Esports as they try to push in. So despite this being a forced buy, it's not going to be an easy one. Good shot from Polvi though.
Oh, it's a big flash. There you go. That's what they were looking for. Blaze King throwing the utility inside the smoke. Gets himself an advantage here, repositions. They don't know where he is. And you're absolutely right. Polvi's Outlaw is something to be feared about as Global Esports dismantling the defense and making this force buy work out in their favor.
Wow, what a way to bring things back.
ผมเมื่อกี้จ่ายแฟร์โคตรสวยเลย
Esports just coming in. First of all, you have the Outlaw. Second of all, like the flashback that you just mentioned, Asarai. It's just, Bleed doesn't really know how to play against this. I mean, we did see Global Esports playing this, you know, just a few days ago. But I don't know. It feels almost as if it's not enough game tape for, like, he had to study up just yet. I mean, this retake, completely throwing Bleed Esports for a bit of...
You know what? It makes a lot of sense too for some force buys to contain or to have the Outlaw. Because if you think about it, it works on both ways. Even if you win the pistol round, right? You're usually going to have half shield Bulldog, maybe half shield Spectre, because you don't want to commit the full buy and, you know, quote unquote waste money. But if your opponent realizes this and you buy the Outlaw and you're good enough to hit a couple of those shots, you're in for a very strong round where your weapons should be able to one-shot the team that just beat you a round ago.
That's precisely why this weapon is a deadly force. This is why they picked it up. And on the other side for Global, continuing to push forward now. Bleed can't just stop the spike plant happening.
It's so messy. Look at this, Polvi. It's not only something that's got his elevation working in his favor. Ye and Ego are stuck on the side. They were able to pick up a couple of weapons, but it's just not working out so well for them. Benkai comes in from a swing all the way on screens, and that's going to be a complete shutdown. Global Esports get themselves another round, and you know the weird thing that we were feeling from that last game is it's gone here. Global Esports are running rampant in the ice.
จบแล้วไม่รู้จะอ้างยังไงเลยทีนี้
Look at Russ.
เยอุตส่าห์จับเก็ต
Didn't even see that one.
On to the next round, though. I don't know if they can keep this up because keep in mind, Bleed Esports are going to buy up in full. Definitely some adaptations coming in. However, if Global Esports changes things up, you know, play for some long-range duels with Polvy's Outlaw, try to pick off some of these Bleed players, just might be able to keep their lead.
And don't forget, there's no healer here. So if Polvy can just even, you know, get those body taps.
น้องนามีสวัสดีครับผม
Theoretically, or situationally, if he can, it still works in the favor of Global here. Anyways, you're absolutely right. They do have the
ไอ้เน็บมันอะไรนะมันทหารหรือเปล่า
great firepower as well as the full buys, yada yada yada.
พี่เต้พี่เอฟลืมเฉลยพี่ดิเกมแรกครับ
for this round at the very least. But at the same time, Global Esports isn't giving up too much. Darren committing the high tide, blocking off all of this vision. It's been obfuscated. Polvy can't see anything. The tide goes down, but here comes Crazy Guy.
มองไม่เห็น
no.
แต่อยู่ใกล้มากแต่ไม่เห็น
Yeah, maybe no information gathered.
แล้วเย่
Polvy and Ye.
Here.
They're just barely missing each
อีวัน
other.
คู่น่าจะเซต้าครับผม
It's just one thin piece of metal.
โอ้
But he unleashes the entirety of this. Durion's been exposed to the back of the site.
30 seconds.
Might not be long for his world, but because they haven't commit the push fully, he can still reposition. And he is using that wall. He is using the smoke. It still just gets thrown up in the air. That's going to be another great global contact and Scary forced to save. So these outlaws, man,
absolutely hurts Bleed's economy.
Exactly.
So
apart from that, I mean, just right now, these guns, the way that they're pushing in, being so patient, playing around with Bleed's setups. I don't know about you, Astra, but I feel like I need a timeout pretty soon because Global Esports are reading them and knowing exactly how to come in for the site push.
And what's good about this is, you know, talking about site pushes and everything, is Global Esports isn't leaving Polvy to push by himself to create that outlaw by itself, right? The outlaw is a strong weapon, sure, but
ทันนะโยจิอันนี้คู่2แมป2ครับผม
when you threaten it coupled with your teammates. And I think Global have been realizing this a lot more. So we're seeing the fruits of that ideology come into full swing
ฟอร์มเป็นไงบ้างลีสก็ไม่ค่อยดีครับผม
hasn't really had the need to upgrade at all. He didn't even buy his next weapon. I'm pretty sure he just picked it up from someone else. But
ดูเหมือนแบบไลน์อัพมันยังไม่ค่อยลงตัวเท่าไหร่
and so forth. That's going to be a call in the timeout. Did not expect this to happen, but it makes a lot of sense because Bleed.
ไม่พี่สะท้อนหรอ
Yeah, you don't want to give them too much either if you die and drop your weapon. So timeout timeout being called, and it's going to be Bleed to figure things out, just like I mentioned. I mean, we haven't, you know, we're hyping up this pick on Jet for Ye, but
คิด
we're
ว่าน่า
not
จะจริง
seeing
แหละ
too much
คนไม่
just
น่าโกหกว่าเรื่องมีปัญหาในทีมนะ
He hasn't really been able to
แต่แม่งเบรกไวมากเลยหรือปะ
and do what he
เมื่อกี้
does.
พี่แบบตั้ง
Maybe
เวลา
back
ไว้
then on
10 นา
the
ทีไปเองหลั
chamber
ง
he does a little bit more, but this time still
แม่ง
the whole team, the whole map, they haven't
ลุก
really
มา
been
ปุ๊บ
put
แม่ง
in
เริ่ม
a
แล้ว
prime enough position, right? You're always playing catch up, you're always defending, being so passive, hiding back sight. And then that just gives Global that much more space.
แต่ซ้อม2 ทีก็ถือว่าน้อยจริงนะ
There's so many. I feel
ทีม
like
อื่นเขาเตรียม
reasons
ตัว
as well
นาน
as why he can't do that. We saw Bleed try to push out on A main, but because of the drone, the walls, he got to be pushed back. Now he doesn't want to pick a fight without his tailwind, so he plays a lot farther back into the side. But because of how close Global can get in without needing to get contact and then explode out as an entire like 4-stack, it makes it so that Ye can't really get that first pick and then back away. So it's been just so many obstacles that Bleed have to try to deal with on this defense that hasn't again addressed by them in these couple of rounds.
Yeah, I guess now that he's got a
เย่ต้องได้โชว์ครับราวนี้
some kind of sneaky pick. Then again, Polvi trying to do the same thing with the Blade Storm. But right now, Bleed just trying to make sure that Global doesn't get to execute on A as many times as they've done before. But that's it. I mean, all of these utilities, even with Scary's Toxic Screen, it doesn't block off enough.
They got closer now. A couple of bodies.
He
is in trouble. He's pulling out a couple of those smokes, the cloud bursts, but it doesn't stop the barrage of bullets being thrown apart here by Global Esports. It gave the weapon to Polvi that he's used up every single blade that he's gotten. The rest of Global now pushing all the way onto B, where no lick.
You've got Egoist though, so he might be able to hear what's going on, so he calls the rotations over. But again, without the guns, without the vision, they really can't do all too much in this retake. Global is just controlling things. Yay, again, getting shut down because of Russ and the whole team spraying him down. And now numbers advantage, they're just sitting pretty. They've got the null command, not really necessary either. Just waiting for Bleed to peek into them.
แต่อย่างนี้ถือว่าไลออดทำปืนใหม่ออกมาแบบเขาเรียกว่าอะไรอ่ะประสบความสำเร็จนะคนหยิบมาใช้เยอะ
He might have overextended his welcome a little bit with that peek of his, and this coaxes the push with the reckoning, and somehow Bleed comes in, Egoist with the double kill already, pushing up.
นี่ไงหรือว่าวินเปลี่ยนเกม
In the matter of a split second, it's just all been turned up in their heads.
วินเปลี่ยนเกมครับ
Almost stops the defuse, pouring
ถ้าเมื่อกี้ไม่มีโคมนี่โดนนะ
almost held my breath there. Absolutely turned over its head.
ใช่มีโคบช่วย
What was that miracle of a play?
I forgot about the 1-star factor. I mean, first of all, yes, you might have Scary getting a kill, but at the same time, Darian's Reckoning, this is such a useful ultimate. It throws them off. Global Esports wanting to reposition themselves. Ego is making use of that timing to push up front with the classic. And as soon as they picked up the guns, yes, Benkai, try as he might, can't stop the incoming onslaught.
It was because of the Cove too. It absorbed enough of the damage that they were able to defuse it.
ไม่น่าโดนเนิร์ฟแล้วนะเอาหรอ
And a huge mishap on Polvi. He swung out to like 3 people from Bleed checking him out, which was a big no-no. Polvi though.
แล้วโพวี่ไหลมาไม่มีคนดู
He just got through. Gets the first pick. Crazy guy right on top. Russ immediately gets the refrag. Dust settles. That's gonna be Scary alone.
ไอ้โพซิชันยืนมันมีจุดบอดพอดีเมื่อกี้
Clutchmeister when Bleed was playing in Ascent Pacific. But a Pacific League, at least for this particular game, hasn't had the chance to do so.
He was clutching quite a bit against T1 as well, but man, right now, it's 4 targets on a map like Icebox with the spike.
น่าจะซ้อม
I don't know how you can clutch this round out. And apart from that, again, it's the same problem. This A site, Global Esports. First of all, you got Russ with the suppressive knife from KO, and it just blocks off or gives him enough information. Ye has not been having a good day whatsoever, and that just softens up the site so much. As soon as Ye falls, the rest of Global Esports just decides that they can rush in. Takes Crazy Guy to be perched up on top of screens to get a couple of frags, but that's about it. So, you know, even Crazy Guy, who we've seen before in the past, he's got these counter recon darts that allow him to spray down as soon as the opponents try to go in for spike plants. He's not able to do it right now because he's the only one left on site. So Bleed Esports, I don't know what the timeout was about from before, but we're not really feeling it just yet.
I think with all of what we've mentioned, the one biggest takeaway for me has got to be Russ. He was, I think, very shaky, you know, with that match that they've had against Zeta, but this time it's all very much different. Crazy Guy, you were talking about how he's got some nasty setups, and there it is. Null Command is available here for Russ to utilize to make himself into a very strong force. Even though he's down to 30 HP, shouldn't matter as much as long as they can use it to batter the ram into the site. It's a cut of noise for now. They did hear the Viper Pit was activated elsewhere, so maybe a strong inkling that it is B, so no need to push there anymore. And Durian.
ย้อนก็ขี้สงสัยนี่ไง
What a risk that he's taking right now. They are just right underneath each other. Spotted. Does he know about the Bell person? He does not. BlazeKing comes in. Yeah, he does get the 1 kill, but it is all for naught here, Quack, as Benkai gets the trade. That lockdown is still up and running. Doesn't get any detains, but it clears out the rest of the site. So we do have a clean 3v2 in this post.
Russ is pretty low.
แต่มีระเบิดคิวจอยเป็นใครวางไว้
Might be able to use it to push Global Esports back. But then at that point, it comes down to gunplay. How can Scary and Egoist break up the site well enough to sneak a plant? They managed to shoot out some nano swarms, but at the same time, Toxic can only stay up for that long. Benkai tosses in. Oh, you know, Lightning Fast tosses in yet more, and at this point, we run out of time. The lockdown invested, but no returns. Asteroid, this hurts for Bleed.
Yep. Very much so. It feels like they have that really good setup, and then there's just that one mishap that changes everything, right? That one thing, and then it all just gets unraveled by Global Esports. And man, this is the performance that GE
อย่างนี้พี่ดิคอมเมนเตอร์ก็ผิดหมดเลยดิ
showcase, right? It's these strong individual pieces that have their spot. Russ's IGLing, Benkai's ability to create those tempo plays, Polvy's star power from the finish scene. It's all coming together here in this elimination match, and it looks like they're the team to eliminate the Ascended team from Ascension.
Microphone muted.
What a story.
พี่ว่าไอบอกบุกฟันหน่อย
You know, everyone's talking about Ye.
ถ้าแบบปล่อยให้ได้วางแมปไม่โหดแพนอ่ะอยู่ที่วิธีเล่น
Not quite feeling it. And as we go back in, we're back into the same A play. You've got Benkai and Lightning Fast up towards mid. But even then, you know, talk about a plan gone wrong from before. Darian didn't really know how to respond either when he pushed up. Now it's Polvy.
What a positioning there. And again, they were just waiting for that wall to drop down before they start exploding into the site. And it feels like this plan has been replicated, changed up a little bit, but still the A site is where GE find their home. Sure, they've rotated a couple times to B, but here on A, Bleed have no true answers. They will get the 1 kill. GE gets 2. They'll get 2 kills. GE gets 3. What is the answer right now? Ye's on his blades, and there's really no reason for him not to go for this. But with the doubling up of these 2 players from Bleed and that spike positioning not really to his favor, man is in a tight spot, to say at the least. And yeah, I mean, what did you expect? That was a 3v1, and nobody from Global was showing themselves up until that very.
แต่ว่าตอนแรกโพวี่พี่ไปดูมาไม่คิดว่ามันจะเล่นดีขนาดนี้หรอวะ
I don't really know what Hermano means.
ดูพวกค่าสติพวกแบบว่าเมื่อก่อน
I can't tell you.
It's just Global Esports in this A hit. It's so darn good with the way that they've got 3 players covering each and every lane. And sometimes, you know, like you mentioned how they switch things up. Sometimes they just hold up around pipes and play around with the timing of things. And then Darren gets invited. He gets a little bit too curious, gets punished for it. I almost kind of want to see Bleed Esports change up the pace. I kind of want to see Bleed Esports push out. But then there are so many factors to consider, so that's another reason why, you know, it feels too risky to make something like that happen. You've got the operator invested in this round. Global Esports steps out the first few seconds with a bit of a default hold in case there is such a push out. Now that there isn't, back towards A.
At this point, any Hail Mary that Bleed can try to do, feels like they should do it right at this point. They've been so pushed far back that there's not really a lot of options they can use. Look at how all the defenders are here on A except for Ye, but then nobody is there playing on the site itself, right? And since GE haven't found that contact, they're like, something's amiss here. We have our teammate BlazeKing pushing up on Garage right now, so maybe with like 40 seconds left, we can either cut the noise, wait a little bit for this wall to go down, or if BlazeKing can get a hit, we can just go run all the way to that B site.
โอ้เข้าแล้วอย่างงี้เข้าแล้ว
That's what Global Esports has as an option. But you know what? A has worked out so well. They're just gonna keep going in for it. I kind of like the positioning from them.
มันไปโดนหลอกให้แบบว่าให้บีไม่มีข่าวแน่นอนเพื่อจะได้ทำเอแต่ว่าบีไม่หลงบียังสแต็กอยู่เอ
The Global Esports can't really feel too comfortable even if they have won this side so many times before.
They're running down this clock very much. Nano Swarms could provide some indication of denial. Egoist pretty damn good on that one. With the kill here on Polvi. Late lurk from Blaze King. Dart, presence known outside of screens. If you get a couple of picks, that should be lethal for him. While his teammates on the side are fighting back, and Blaze King somehow manages to pick up Crazy Guy. Dorian does get the refrag, but that is time wasted for the favor of Global Esports. Coming in back onto the site. Viper's pit makes it very difficult for them to push up, but they found lightning fast. That pit's going down. Time is ticking. Benkai's still alive. Did he press any late nano swarms?
Yeah.
And Russ is also going to save the fragment. Wow. They're buying as much time as they can. Russ pushes up, gets denied. Spike.
ทันปะอุ้ยทัน
I don't know. It's close.
ทันพอดี
And it's barely just
เมื่อกี้โดนไอ้แฟกเมนต์นึกว่าไม่ทันละ
.95. They somehow managed to gear or to grind enough gears. Just grit their teeth for that TPs as well for a round win.
Just
ยากลำบากจังวะ
This is very funny contrast because the way that Global Esports played post-plant in this round is exactly how Bleed Esports would have played it, just a year ago or two, especially on a map like Bind. The post-plant lineups, you got the nano swarms, you got the fragment, and it just burns down so much. But that said, even with a Viper's Pit up, Bleed at the very least, because they play so far back, they were able to play around at the time, like I mentioned, and then get some frags in. Right? That's what they really need. Softening up those defenses as soon as the spike goes down.
เย่ต้องได้โชว์ครับราวนี้
wants to change up the plan. Ye is positioned for this. Surely he delivers.
Blaze can't use his.
No! Ye!
คิดว่าคลิกไปแล้วชัวร์เลย
Man got the opportunity to do so, but he missed the shot, and now he might be forced back here.
ไม่ได้กด E ไปหรอด้วยเหรอเมื่อกี้ไม่เห็นที่เป็น E เลยว่ะ
There are no words.
That was a big mishap.
There are no words. It is what it is. We keep going forward. Global Esports have been doing
Oh
such
my
a good
God.
job. Whether it's bits of timing or just the sudden peaks out, they're able to react so quickly to take him down. But guess what? Crazy Guy comes back in with the Guardian play. Spike not down yet, but surely soon enough. And Bleed are trying to wrap back in around this, make them feel uncomfortable.
Turn the tide activated here from Durian, forcing them into the embracing hands of Crazy Guy. He's been good on the Guardian for 2, but he can't convert it into the third. Reckoning denies just a lot of this one. Durian is so close to the rest of them, but they haven't planted anything just yet. The miss of the bullets, but Russ is there to back up his teammate, and Egoist is left into a 3 versus 1. He can get close. He might be able to find Russ in member here, but he cannot convert. And Global Esports once again find the opening, not this time on A, but on B.
ให้คะแนนยังไงครับผมน่าจะต้องสอบใหม่อันนี้
And it's just
อาจารย์ไล่ไปสอบใหม่เลย
It's really I really want to like keep believing in this Ye hype train, but
ไม่รู้จะช่วยยังไงเลยจังหวะ
at
นี้
some point, I'm gonna let Des talk about it. Meanwhile, let's talk about what's good, right? Because Global Esports, with the way that they're pushing in like this, yes, Crazy Guy got some couple of good shots in, but then they immediately knew how to recover off of it. Blaze King coming back in, always good for the trades, always good to clean things up with the rest of the crew.
You're absolutely right. As long as Global Esports is in a position where they're so quick to realize whether it's a good play to follow up on or not, Bleed cannot make these many mistakes, right? And Ye got 2 crucial mistakes laid out in front of Global. First one was, of course, the whiff that we saw in Polvi, and the second one was just not giving up the tailwind to reposition quickly enough to get back into, better cover. Sure, you're gonna lose your map control, but at least you still have your life to try to retake the site with the rest of Bleed. So, again, Global realizing this and challenging that.
เล่น2คนบางทีโพซิชั่นยืนยังมีจุดบอด
It's working out so well, Aserai. Global Esports, what a day. I mean, first of all, winning both pistols from the previous map, now coming up huge in such a fashion. They started off this first half, maybe losing the pistol, But as soon as they came in with that force buy, breaking and wrecking Bleed's economy, they've managed to find this momentum, and they are not looking to slow down. So far, the default towards the start has been to take things slow and easy, but off of the timeout, they want to let it rip.
Crazy Guy's letting it rip, though. He's letting his presence known. It's a bait and switch play between him and Ye. That was a huge one. They realized that Crazy Guy is consistent as ever, even through all of these mishaps that Bleed have put themselves into, and they utilize that. Reducing the numbers of global esports is a huge benefit here for Bleed. The rest of Bleed, or excuse me, Global, now rotating elsewhere on the map.
I don't know if these movements are felt. Egoist is definitely in position, you know, now deciding to really kind of reinforce the mid-ground. Although it's not really been a lane that Global has explored before. I don't know how much this Stinger can do though. Spots the shoulder, goes in for the spray, tries to reload. It's a quick trade. Now B-site might be open unless Scary can turn things around.
Is BlazKing already gave away his position on yellow? Well, regardless, Scary's pretty much aware of what could happen here right in front of him. And makes quick work of BlazKing. Bleed come back to strike. 4-7.
7-5 ก็เป็นไม่ได้อยู่นะ
Off of plays from, you know, Egoist, Darian, Crazy Guy. 4-7. Last round of the first half. Ye still on that operator.
Look at that. Love the bait and switch, man. Crazy Guy is always that person to make that happen.
I got 2.
That he did. Man is a mathematician.
Yeah, but I got 3.
More than that, he's a crazy good Valorant player. All right, let's see what happens here. Null command's been activated already. There's the utilization of the null command. No escape here for Ye. As he only gets the shutdown on the one. Lightning fast in the rest of Global Esports as they just keep getting kill after kill after kill. Leave Scary to his devices. And unfortunately, Lightning Fast is just too quick for him to deal, leaving us with a 4-8 as we end the first half.
Quick pushes again. I mean, same thing for Global Esports. Earlier on, it kind of got halted because of Crazy Guy and, you know, maybe a bit of luck, maybe a bit of skill and knowing how to fake them out. But this time, as Global Esports pushing a lot tighter, shoulder to shoulder, back to back, everyone chips in. And then the null command to really just feels bad for Ye, but counters him outright. Gets the one, but that is it. And then everything else flowing through. The rest of the squad from Bleed, you know, just weren't really quite in position to gun them down. They tried to go in for some of these fights, but then just ultimately lost out in full. Global Esports, this execute, Russ, null command on the KO. Everyone else picking up on these frags as well. Just the next level.
Yeah, sorry, I saw Povey, you know, just wink a little bit at the camera. You know, dude's having fun. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It just feels like Bleed, they put themselves in a position where it could work if they didn't have such a cold hand in this second map, right? There are positions or situations where you saw that Ye could have gotten so much impact, but just fell short of. And it's always, it feels like some of these crucial rounds is just that. It's just that one falling short of. And unfortunately for Bleed here, that means that Global picks up a 4-round advantage over them.
Precisely that. And now, you know, feeling this 4-round advantage, Global could potentially end this 2-0 moving forward in kickoffs. Whereas Bleed, dude, like, this is not how you want to start. Elimination matches right here. Who wants it more?
Well, Povey seems to say I do with that first pick on Crazy Guy. Trade for trade though, but Ye is down to 45. Still trapped for Global here on the long between Russ and Lightning Fast. And it seems like Bleed only cut a little bit of that noise, you know, looking for that rotation out, but they still want to push this up. Global Esports holding their position. Russ,
ยังไงก็เช็คระดับเย
check the corner and it is trigger discipline. Ye has, oh my god, lightning fast. Does get the trade off down to 4 bullets and he will get immediately dealt with by the rest of Bleed. Bleed now He's coming up onto the B side. One playing at the back of things. Benkai swings out. Fortunately, everybody's just too quick. Blaze King does get the quick trade. Does he know about the late lurk here from Egoist on mid that Recon Dart will expose? So his suspicions are correct. Big tags, one more, and he will be able to get that. Bleed gets it. And I just heard it very, very loud nice. One of the players.
One to keep spirits up, right? Win the pistol again. Not sure if Global's going to force this time, or yeah, probably not. Considering, in fact, also they're starting out on defense. There's not too much that you know. So this round really just came down to some of these awkward at times, but as we take first contact, Egoist with the Sheriff, you're getting more kills towards the map, and then back towards B. Everyone's got each other's back, even if there are some tiny mistakes here and there.
That's all you want, right? Being able to have those quick trades if need be. And the quicker the better. Ooh, indeed. I mean, there's still an alarm bot on mid, so even if they overpush this, it should give away their position. So the only undetected rotation
รอบนี้ต้องเช็คสุด
right now
เช็คสุดรอบนี้
either push out of tube, go underneath orange, but even then, right, that will be cleared up by Bleed once they start pushing in on B here.
This is such an interesting strat though. 3 down tube. Then you've got Benkai up around Boiler, making a bit of noise. Now they peek out, they don't see anything. So Bleed just completely bypasses all of it. Free plant.
Egoist does get over well. How much damage did he tag the rest of the flankers? A fair amount, so they will be able to clear up a weapon. And they go the other direction. I love this from Global. They're just like, yeah, they're going to expect us on B main. Let's just push on orange. We'll use the body system. You know, it's not us as buddies, it's us using you as a body shield as they push up into the side as a 4-man. Look at this, they're just gonna waterfall to the side. I love the idea, but of course, Bleed, all they gotta do is set their crosshairs to eliminate, and boy will they. Russ down to 4. I mean, if he can keep them inside this event horizon radius, this could be a good thrifty round for Global, as the rest of Bleed are just running for dear life, who will die. Yay, so I feel like that's still a win here for Global in a way.
Take some guns away from them, right? I mean, like...
I like to play, it's so good.
That's a nice way to put it, you know, throw bodies at the solution. It's a pistol round anyway. You know you're not going to be able to get away with too much, especially when the Bleed players are that sharp. So... do what you can, even crazy guys laughing at it.
Yeah, he realizes what happened too.
But as reality sets back in, next round, you've lost 3 guns. You can't really do all too much in this one. Polvi now.
ทำไมคนแชทหาเขาใส่ภาษาจีนมันไม่หยุดเลยวะ
whatsoever there. So full on glass cannon. This could either be a really good pickup for Bleed if Polvi dies, or you know, Global gets to hold on to it and make some damage happen on another day.
Durian is sitting on a reckoning, by the way. Ah, yes, there it is. As soon as I mention it, activates it straight up. Are they going to push through this, though? I mean, yeah, they can get those stuns working for them, but how well can they trade? Pretty damn well, actually, here for Bleed. Russ is by himself, the back of the site, holding on, and he will be able to shut down Ye.
ไอ้นี่ก็ยิงไม่หยุดตัวนี้
Versus 3 here. Cove gives some entryway here for Durian, who was able to pick up a rifle, picks down Russ, and is making it a very good case right now that Bleed's bonus is damn successful. The swing out, the trade in. Durian's been spotted on heaven, and Benkai in a 1 versus 1. Can the former PRX clear?
มาแล้วไง มาแล้วไง
for the 4K, and Bleed are inching their lead even closer to Global.
Definitely felt like it was Benkai's kill to have, but Darian, it's such a dire situation, still able to put himself up on top. I mean, think about how they just approached in. Yeah, you mentioned it. Darian has been giving some bits of good decision making all throughout. You know, whether it's the Cove from before or the Reckoning in this round, and then the kill towards the end. Just good sense as to where Benkai would be.
And you also, you know, go back on the point where you have Polvi with that glass cannon. Expensive rounds. That's really going to merit the hard save here from Global. Maybe just a couple of flashes, couple of those shock darts, but Other than that, it's all classics all the time.
วันนี้
Yay puts himself up on the boost spot generator. Does get the pick onto Russ here. Wow.
เฮ้ยเอาว่ะ
Going into his crosshairs.
มาแล้วไปแล้ว
Benkai yanks actually goes almost a takedown, but Bleed's been pretty clean these past couple of rounds, and it's all down to Polvi now, who is very far from the situation.
I just gotta play his
เชื่อ
game.
ว่าไอ้มีดอันเนี้ยไอ้หมัดโคตรไม่ดีเลยเวลา
ทำไมอะ
1v4.
เวลามันมันจะตาไม่จะโฟกัสไปตรงจอที่มัน
อ๋อ
Radiant point. There we go.
Yeah.
Totally forgot.
Copyright infringement.
Yes. I mean, at the very least, still want to go for that round loss bonus. But on the other hand, now Ye
ฮันแน่
starting to look a little bit better for Bleed as they tie things up with the score.
มันมีคนเคยทำได้ด้วยในทัวร์ในแบบเนี้ย
Global Esports are stumped. Ever since
ยากอยู่วะ
the
โล
second half happened, it's a 4 straight round here for Bleed. And now we're equalized up. And I do like this for Ye. Again, as I mentioned, he's been on the cold hand for the most part in these 2 games. And it's only here in the second half that he started to get his groove back. And that is so important right now for Bleed. Because again, they put him on the duel list knowing what he could do. And if he's able to do it, well, you're seeing Bleed reap the benefits of that.
Yeah, starting to feel it a little bit more. But again, 8-8. And now the timeout being called by Global Esports. Coach Spin, I wonder what he's had to say. The defenses on this site, or in this map at the very least, is starting to feel a little bit more static, a little bit more difficult. Especially when you have so many elevated positions, right? You got pipes, you got 410, and Ye definitely knows how to make use of some of these spots. The rest of Bleed Esports following in on it. So Global Esports, so far we've seen, some interesting ideas, especially on the pistol. Maybe they'll start to explore other parts of the map. Maybe set up some flanks around mid and whatnot.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Polvi hasn't been in that initial contact against Bleed in the second half for the most part, right? The time that he bought that operator, he was on B. There was a point where he was on A, but that was just a hard save for Global, so I think that doesn't count. But anything else, when they had rifles, it's always just been Global Esports without Polvi up against Bleed in that first contact. And that might actually be a big factor as to how the firepower for Global has maybe significantly gone down. Because again, he's not on the site with them.
Just gotta really take things slow at least. Again, not wanting to make any mistakes so far. The lead is something that they want to keep for the side of Global Esports.
Is that going to do enough damage to stop him from planting? It does not. Crazy guy.
มาครึ่งทางแล้ว
Successful with it.
ถอนตัวไม่ทัน
This is going to be a full
แล้วมันต้องเป็นอะไรกับไอ้มุมนั้นจริง
lightning fast. Oh, he's already committed the wall. And Porygon's always have his reckoning up and running already here. And that's always right now for Bleed.
1 มีดแต่เป็นใครให้ 1 เม็ด
To make it a little bit better for the onslaught of Global Esports, but here comes lightning fast and Crazy Guy made the mistake of the jump spot. That's gonna be something bad for him. It's already halved, so unless Scary can really do something other than just these post-plant throws, I don't think it's going to be enough. Maybe Eagle can get him, yes! Oh my god, that's actually absolutely phenomenal. Time is up for Scary to clutch it!
Unbelievable.
Him and his efforts of Egoist, man.
How does he have so many lineups?
แล้วอัพดอก 2 ไม่ลงแล้วใช่ไหมพี่
It's awesome in the sense that it wins Bleed the round, but it's always like a little bit annoying to watch. Because it's just a snake fight that wins them the round. Sound plan, sound strats from Bleed Esports. First of all, like you mentioned, Asarai, that reckoning, always up and at the ready, it just buys a bit more time away from Bleed.
จีต้องสู้แล้วอะสู้แบบว่าจังหวะวางถ้าปล่อยอย่างนี้ก็พลาดเติมเรื่อย
We saw that Nanostorm plus Russ's fragment from
เพราะฉะนั้นครับเจอแบบ
Scary's snake fight. As we move on into the next, it's gonna be Ye. It's trying to open things up, dashes in, doesn't see anything, and just instantly going for yet another plant.
Kind of the spike just a little bit off center there, so the pop shots from Blaze can't really get through it.
ได้วางแบบต่อเนื่องเพราะว่ามีตัวพี่เบสอยู่
Big flank coming in from Polby here. No utilities activated just yet. Here comes the flank. There's the use on the Hunter's Fury from the other side to break down that Killjoy ultimate. Once this wall drops down, all hell will break loose. And who will come out on top? It's actually going to be Global with the defuse. The
เสร็จแล้ว
rest of the players sacrificing
คือจีมันเดินเข้ามากู้เลยอะแบบไม่สนอะไรเลย
evening things out their first round here in the second half.
War is chaotic, man. I didn't even notice that happened, but somehow one of these global esports players just managed to sneak in along with the
ไม่มีอะไรเลยแค่เดินเข้ามากู้
trying to buy as much time and attention away from the spike as
คือเก็บไลฟ์อัพเอาไว้เล่นตอนบวกเสร็จแล้วนะแต่ว่าเขากู้เลยเขาไม่บวก
Replay, so we can see who actually just defused it. Because I was also just looking at the fight first in front of us. It got a whole lot chaotic, man. Anyways, not sure if we mentioned this, but coming into this round, Global Esports, they almost got the whole enchilada. By that I mean 4 ultimates in their pockets. Very strong to think about it, because if Egoist uses his lockdown, Hunter's Fury from Blaze King is there to respond, just to break it down. It's always going to be a good thing, because you don't want any extra space-giving abilities to be used by Bleed.
At the very least, I mean, back thinking about it, compositionally speaking, I want to see Darren doing more. Lockdown, Hunter's Fury, just as he said.
But at what cost, man? Look at the kills that they've gotten already. Sure, they can try to break this lockdown, but Bleed, they've gone the other direction. Hello, B-side we go.
Trying to use that lockdown to distract them and bait the rotations over, the Hunter's Fury as well. And as the Soma stays stuck in the animation, the rest of Bleed, this tiny little squad approaches B.
Polvy's coming in. He's using that Sova drone as a drone to give him a little bit of that insight yellow. But it does absolutely nothing. He wanted that firepower alongside with Blaze King if it could have been done. It's not, so get another round here. This is the Bleed that we were looking for, man. Quick, concise. Very sure of the plays that they do. 10-9. They break through onto those double digits.
So that means the game is not yet over. Some of these ultimates were spent thanks to Ego's one lockdown.
What a game this has been.
So,
huh?
I mean, back
oh my god.
To be Bleed continuing forth, playing around the map.
ขอบคุณน้องดารินนะครับผม100กิฟต์ซับนะขอบคุณนะครับให้แซกกันเลยครับผมขอบคุณครับ
Same thing can be said for B side. So global esports, we had the one timeout from Coach Spin before. Now, what are you thinking about next? Like, how do you put a thorn in the side?
Oh my god, ขอบคุณครับผม
Very close start for A main, just making sure that they can spot out pipe here. Get that control. How far will Polby actually push on B along with this operator? He does have Ben right beside him. The risk here is exorbitant. They're doubled up. Yikes! Ben hasn't been spotted yet, so he can maybe wrap around. But no, the turret can actually spot him if he comes around the corner here. If he pushes the same angle that Polby did, there's still 2 players of Bleed coming in, and I don't even know how Bleed just second guesses someone's going to push him up, and they get that trade for free. There's more trades happening here on A main, and Ye's just like, thank you very much. Give me those 2 kills. Leaving Benkai and Blaze King by themselves for the moment.
Because both teams are, it's kind of like the wave and the moon really pushing and pulling with gravity. Blaze King trying to play off of some of these timings on the peaks, but it's not quite going to be enough. Always trying to get a good read for some of these rotations, but without, really confirming the information. As soon as they peek out, it's always, thinking like, all right, we saw a little bit of presence towards garage. Maybe I can push out onto pipes. If I do, Ye is there, and it just goes back and forth.
They got money. They're chasing Benkai down. They don't want this operator getting value. They spot the alarm bot being brought down. Now they work their magic. One in the front, one in the back. That's going to take away the operator's hands from Benkai and ultimately away from Polby.
จัดไป1เพชร
This truly been turned on its head, Quack. Global Esports had such a dominant first half, excuse me.
โหเดินมันหลอมๆเลย
Yeah, starting to put the lead back up on top. One round
เฮ้ย
away
ขอบคุณ
from
น้องเดนนะครับ เดน
match.
ดูวิวด้วยนะครับ
Map
9 เดือนนะครับ
points.
ผมกลับไปแล้วเมื่อกี้ที่พิมพ์ใน YouTube ใช่ไหม
That's some of these things, you know.
That's the calls, man. The IGL figuring things out.
I talked about the rotations. They just sit still, and then just kind of sometimes it happens. Earlier on, it was bleed with some of these executes towards sites, and then they managed to bring apart global. Afterwards, you know, you just kind of take things a little bit slow, and then global starts to think, I need to push. If they do, they get punished for it, and now, you know, just only the timeout could potentially save them from something. Because if you are to push, you're gonna need a
แบ
lot
บห
more
น้า
team
สปิ
effort.
ด
You're gonna
อยากเห็นแบบ
need some of
เจ
that
เจ็ตใช่ป่ะ
execution.
แจยอนเลส
And perhaps Coach Spin might have spotted something
เลข
out.
3 คนก็ฟิล2 สโมก1 อินนี้
He needs to
โอ้
spot
ซิ่ง
something
เลย
out.
อ่ะ
I mean, you know, win or lose, they still will get that map 3.
โอ้ย
But
เราอีโค
I
ด้วย
mean,
ขึ้นแท่น
this
ปะเนี่ย
has been
อย่าชนะ
grueling grind for both teams.
ทีมมีคนไทยด้วยเคิร์ด
Called into just the upgraded pistols for global as well.
วิ
Does have those blades.
มา
It's gonna be an odd round to say
25 ขอบคุณน้องตาลินนะครับผมอีก 25 กิฟต์ซับนะฮะขอบคุณนะครับผม
Relegated to
ขอบคุณ
bleed.
นะครับ
They will pick up that map
Thank you, thank you.
points. Although it
ครั
is
บผม
not too many rounds that Global needs to push this into an
ไหนใคร
overtime.
ได้บ้างรายงานตัวหน่อยให้แซกกันหน่อยครับผมขอบคุณครับ
But I mean, this is like a second awakening for excuse me, for bleed as well, right? So yeah, how do they deal with the bleed that possibly could go into map point? Big flash at the back of the site. Blade, or rather, excuse me, Yay just backs away. Quick little flash. Crazy guy chasing the kill here on Snowman. And Polby somehow manages to pick up a couple of kills. If he can reset the blades, that's going to be huge. Spike has been denied the plan. Drops right down into the side, doubles up with his teammates. They're a little bit too much constricted here, but Polby finds it once again. The Finnish superstar brings it all the way back there for Yay with the turnaround, 183K.
ขอรีเพย์ขอรีเพย์
I gotta see it from Ye's POV.
ขอรีเพย์ด่วนเลย
Was it spray transfer? Was it taps? Whatever it was, he got all those 3 kills. And while Global Esports, with their setup, with Polvy's knives, almost turning things around for Global Esports, Yay shuts all of it down and lined up for him.
ยิ้มแล้วครับ ยิ้มแล้ว เอาเดียบอ
Showing us why the import is here, why Bleed have committed
ซ้อมยิงเป้าบิน
this
บ่อยครับ
tier 1
น้อง
superstar from NA. Polvy's now back on the operator. Once this wall drops down, there's a chance for contact.
ด่านนี้ด่านบุก
Couple of players of Bleed
ถ้า
already
ถ้า
right in
ได้วาง
front
เรื่อยๆก็บุก
for
แต่
the
ยังไงก็บุก
picking. Fortunately, he whiffs that first shot. He's gonna go for a second chance. You've heard Crazy Guy a while ago. He's like, they keep peeking, they keep pushing.
อุ้ย
Yes.
เพื่อนยิงให้ไม่ได้มัน
That
เป็น
dart
เห
as
ลื่อม
well.
แบบ
Polby might be
หลบ
forced
มุม
back
หลบมุม
right now.
เหลื่อมมันหลบมุม
Yeah, nothing doing for the time being. It got Bleed a little bit of presence made, a little bit of space, and off of that, positioning, now the Reckoning able to push off any Global Esports players who might be on site. High Tide lost a lot as well, but Blaze King, good spray this time.
โอ้โหโคตรเจ็บ
I mean, his opponent just popped a couple of shots through the smoke. Blaze King, a master tracer. Bringing up back the pain to the source of, to the point of origin. It's a huge fragment though. Here comes Russ activating the null command already. He's gonna have to get a couple of impact kills here, or else it's just gonna be all for naught. Eagle is gonna be doing his darndest again. He did it a while ago with Scary, but not gonna happen this time.
GE มันกู้สุดตลอด
มัน
Holding on to the knife's edge.
โพสแทนอ่ะมันโดนใบอ่ะ
ใช่โดนใบอยู่
For another day. And like you mentioned, man, they are
ติ KO เรื่อง
close
ของ
to
จริ
pushing
ง
this into overtime.
เย่
They
พี่แบบ
still
ตื่น
have
มา
that
เฉีย
one
กู
map
กูนอน
advantage.
ต่อ
Yeah, just rushing in to get that spike defused.
จริงๆกูหลับ
Very interesting. And I mean, the null command was expended for that retake as well. So you gotta think, although it is 4 more rounds left, and the Reckoning was used, you've got Yang has the Blade Storm available. You've got a couple more bits of utility on the side of Esports.
เหมือนแบบ GE มันรู้ว่าจังหวะโพสแพนมัน
Walk around a type
ไม่ได้
rope right now.
ยังไงมันช้าจังหวะแรกอ่ะมันทำอย่างนี้2 รอบแล้ว
Okay, there it is, picked up.
Ye's alone on A main.
Yeah, just to hold the position if anyone pushes over. Egoist wants to go up front close enough around pipes to set that lockdown in.
เย่ตื่นแล้ว
And then we'll have the A side. Then it's going to be a retake / numbers game. Unless Lightning Fast or Rust can really fend them off.
They're making a lot of noise.
Okay, there's 0 point.
Lockdown's been activated already. They're still holding the angle here on Maze. The lockdown does clear most of the site itself, and I think Bleak was able to spot that nobody tucked themselves into the corner of the back, but they haven't really pushed up to the site itself. Are they going to do it now or go in the opposite direction? Seems like it's going to be a commitment. This is very hairy here for Bleed. Global Esports, they've tucked themselves into corners. Scary's got the first pick, but Colby's right here holding on. Cannot replace Game. And it has gone topsy-turvy on either side. Lightning Fast. Anchoring, hoping, praying that he can maybe get something before, or rather as he waits for Benkai to come in for the play, and Benkai comes up huge. 1 versus 1. It's him and Scary. 20 seconds. Scary's gonna have the biggest spike. Look at this. Benkai's down to 10.
17 วิโอ้โหคนเสียเปรียบ
All
ว่ะ
he needs is one
จะเป็นใครนัดเดียวตาย
a hair, a whiff, and that might be it.
โอ้
Scary gets it. Benkai had the opportunity, but it is denied, and Bleed push us into map number 3.
Then we'll be truly in for a bit of a surprise. I mean, both teams kind of leaving this next map open. It's going to be split.
เจ็ดเลสแอตตา
ไวเปอร์สกาย
มาเลยคอมนี่ลงล็อกจัดบีจุดนี้
both sides being able to make it this close towards the end though the adjustments came back up.
Passing it on to our panel to discuss this monstrous game number 2.
Going into map 3, ladies and gentlemen. Bleed strike back, and now it is a 1-1 in the series. We were actually ready to just, write Bleed off already, but it looks like they made a comeback, and El Diablo finally waking up here.
Yeah, waking up a bit. It was still dire straits here.
He hasn't quite gotten out of bed yet, but
he's awake. He's awake.
He hit snooze a couple times.
Yes, he did.
But now he's committed to waking up. It's just a matter of when he gets out of bed. I go through this every single morning, so I understand. But yes, we finally started seeing Ye really having some solid impact. He comes back onto the jet, but for the longest time there, that first half especially, it was not looking good.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned it, because even through the first half, I mean, the way they were playing, not just the scoreline, it wasn't 8-4, but just the way they were getting defeated, allowing GE to just creep up and then get ready for the execute for free, because that's exactly what GE wants. Bleed's just hoping that they're going to hold angles and they're going to get the picks. Funnily enough, when they're on the attack, it works in reverse, right? It's icebox. At some point, you have to push out to make sure you secure a part of the area. GE starts creeping up, Bleed gets a pick, and then they're able to push the attack just a bit further.
เป็นไปได้อยู่นะ
You look at the post-plan statistics here for the side of Bleed.
เป็นไปได้อยู่
Those two that are missing are two crucial ones.
ผู้เล่นมันค่อนข้างลงตัว
They can't afford to have that happen again. Global just going in, causing chaos and pandemonium in the streets of Ice.
ยังไม่เห็น B2
and
ด้วยนะ
just stealing away the diffuses. So they need to make sure that they're listening in closely, making sure they can hear when that spike tap does come in and prevent those little ninja diffuses from happening.
And I think moments like that, that's really a
สปิกไม่น่า
testament
จับพ่อครับผม
to the brains behind Global Esports, right? All of these little calls that they're making in between all of this chaos to either ninja diffuse the spike or to just push through or everything. It really just boils down to all of these sprays that are happening there. But on the side of Bleed Esports, I kind of feel like yes, they did win this map, but there was still a little bit of, I don't know, it's a little bit disjointed for me.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't convincing, right? Let's just put it that way. It wasn't convincing. They had to kind of crawl out of it and claw their way to a victory. Now, the question is of course, is that enough to keep their spirits up? Because, when we saw it in the replays, Crazy Guy trying to keep the spirits up, trying to keep the energy going, even if it's some funny things happening, like Ye died to the spike. Crazy Guy's like, let's laugh it off, let's move on. We won the round, that's what's important. You saw the vibe. So I think that's the important takeaway here. The way they played this icebox, there's a lot of work still to be done. But okay, they're waking up in terms of their mechanics, their duels, their fights. Ye seems to have found that confidence a bit more towards the end of the map. Now can they carry that into the third map?
But again, what is he going to be playing on that third map? It is split, and we've seen, across all of the all-season tournaments and everything, a lot of different iterations as far as what you can run on that map. Does this end up going with do they end up going with something like Darian on the range?
แมปแรก แมปแรกจีเล่นดีจริงครับผมแมปแรกตำแหน่งบีทแบบยังไม่ค่อยลงตัวแต่แมปเมื่อกี้ตอนแรกแบบฝั่งรับเย่หลับอยู่เล่นไม่ค่อยดีแล้วก็บีทยืนตำแหน่งกันแบบเหมือนซ้อมน้อยครับยืนตำแหน่งกันช่วยกันไม่ค่อยดีมีจุดบอดโดนเขาเลื้อยมาอะไรเงี้ยแต่พอสลับฝั่งได้บุกก็ดีขึ้นครับจริงๆต้องขาดแบบไปโดนนินจาไปกันดูแบบนี้
I like that you brought that up, you know, the setup that they have for Polvi, right? Because on the other side, and yes, I know that Bleed did win this map, but I didn't see that much setup for Ye. Usually he was just on himself, but you wouldn't see that much support, I guess, from the other side.
Yeah, a lot of the times he is kind of off on his own, and we were seeing him getting punished more often than not. The time where Ye really actually started coming alive was when they were providing that covering fire for him on the attack. We saw him dashing in, getting up on top of box within that A site. As soon as he gets pushed on the flank, he's got covering fire there to bail him out. And that's really good to see that they have that, you know, just make sure that they're watching the crossfires, they can keep him in that, and then from there he was able to go ahead and pick up a 3K.
Yeah, and Ego is someone we haven't really talked about much on the desk throughout all of the games that they've played. Some crucial impactful multi-kills for himself as well, including Darion. While his numbers weren't that high, he had one or two very important rounds that helped flip things in the second half. So once again, I think this was more a story of the individuals of Bleed waking up to the potential and experience that we're used to. Now can they put it together for the third half?
I also feel like there's several missed opportunities on the side of Bleed to really just break out of how they were playing at Ascension, right? Yes. You know, to really just stop going into that rhythm and take it to the next step, because that's what they're here for. That's why they're here in Pacific, to be able to take that next step. Unfortunately, we're not seeing it yet. Yes, we are seeing a little bit of improvement, but we need that next level.
And you see this a lot with teams that are kind of used to being the top dog in their own area, and then they face off against tougher competition. Whether it's, you know, part of the regional VCTs and then going to the Masters and Champions, whether it's coming up from challengers, you see them being used to, well, we can always play off contact because we'll win. But once you start losing those duels, it gets a little iffy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like you said, we've seen teams have that happen all the time. Thinking about DRX.
Yeah, and, I was thinking the same thing.
But the gears are churning right now for both of these squads, because we're seeing improvements compared to their previous matches, and that's great, and that's kind of culminating into this series. Yes, there are plenty of mistakes that are still occurring within the lobby. There are plenty of sloppy plays, some whippy aims, some slow reactions, but they're battling it out. This is such an important matchup for these guys, so you have to imagine the nerves are going to be through the roof right now.
Definitely, and like as you mentioned, Will, it's nice that Crazy Guy is still, like, you know, trying to keep up the mood, especially since we know that, you know, it can be such a downer, especially when it's such a high pressure matchup. It is the first elimination of the year, and now as we head into map number 3, it is do or die for Bleed and for Global. And for Global, it is a very important matchup for them as well. This is basically a validation for this roster that they are building right here.
Yeah, I mean, again, it all comes down to this third map, and of course we'll be going into that shortly, but it's going to be a big question for both Global Esports. Can they bounce back after a map loss? And then for Bleed, I mean, can they continue the momentum?
Yeah, I mean, historically, Global had some very strong performances on Split last year, but they had Boniette, they had Bazzi.
Yeah, Texture.
They had a lot of different people actually on that one, so I'm not sure how they're going to look, but obviously Split is a mainstay map. This has been in the game for the longest time. You cannot play Valorant at a competitive level without having a strong understanding of how to pilot this one, so this might end up being the most even out of all the maps that we see tonight.
That's right, but going into you know, Global Esports style right now, you know, you see a lot of interesting compositions, interesting ideas here. I think can be optimistic going into Split. Perhaps, you know, it's a kind of map that you can't really just go in without, you know, a set play, without set plans over here. Sure. But on the side of Bleed Esports, I feel like, you know, they probably can be easily read, especially since, again, you have Blaze King with a lot of experience against the players on their side here, and it doesn't seem like Bleed are really picking up the pace. I'm not sure if they'll be able to pick it up right in map number 3 here.
Yeah, I mean, going into this one, I forget which side they're actually starting on. I don't know.
We'll have to look back on that.
We'll see it here in a moment, but depending on what side they're starting on, especially, like, they will need to have that hot start, kind of like we were saying for Global at the beginning of this day, just, you know, come out swinging. So, especially if they're going to be kicking things off on that attacking side, you need to be able to rack up as many rounds as you possibly can.
Yeah, and my big question also is in terms of the compositions for Bleed, I mean, Crazy Guy, what role does he pick up as well, right? So there's a lot of questions to be had in terms of this map.
Yeah, going back into the previous map though, we do know that it was a bit of a 50-50, and you know the comeback that we saw from Bleed was also like a testament to who exactly is that playmaker for dire times, right? Who exactly pushes that momentum or pushes that motivation to be able to go over and push Bleed to where they need to be.
And for the longest time, it was Egoist. He was the one that was very much trying to keep them in these rounds for the longest time before we kind of had Yang and everybody else starting to really wake up alongside him. It was a really strong performance on the KJ, but conversely, for the side of Global, at the beginning, when he had an outlaw in his hands, especially, he was finding an immense amount of value.
Yeah, I think that also here on for Bleed again, you have those playmakers that for each round you manage to have like Darion picking up a triple, or you manage to have Egoist suddenly being successful on a major flank here that actually managed to really get that morale up for Bleed that was able to push them forward. And I think that for the side of Global Esports, we can tell that morale is high, definitely, but again, it's still like it feels like for Global Esports it's not enough just yet.
Well, I mean, I think they're at a point where they're not going to be happy unless they walk away with this.
วันนี้พลังพี่ทำงานหรือยัง
It's realistic for both of these teams, but now
ทำหนักเลยครับผม
and what we got, it's going to be a second crack at the Viper here for Ye.
Yeah, and then
very interesting.
Blaze King bringing out the Gecko here
ดูเลยคนเดียว
as
ได้
well.
เหรอ
I mean, it is alongside the breach, so
ว่าเขาเล่นคนเดียว
really looking to
ได้
just
ได้
set up
ถ้า
and
ดูเลยคนเดียวก็
push
มี
through
เซนติเน
once
ล
they're on the attacking side, which will be the first half for Global Esports. But Bleed, I mean, Ye back on the corner. He's got to redeem himself after that first map.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't look like, again, that he was comfortable on that role, right? We're going to see, again, as you mentioned, Will, a second chance for Ye here, especially now that he's woken up and hit that snooze button, or hit that stop button on his alarm. So we'll pass it on over to your casters, aeyy and Quack.
Do or die. There is no other way. This is it, Quack. We are here for map number 3. Bleed and Global have grinded their way up to the very, very last map in this elimination game here in kickoff. So we'll get started in just a bit.
I mean, the desk was talking about Ye having woken up. Has he truly woken up and hit that snooze button? Or what's going to happen next? There are players trying to keep the spirits up, but at the same time, there is silence in the stadium right now as they feel the tension of the elimination match coming through. Global Esports, they want to break open the site.
He breaks open with this fight against Durian that completely misses him. Both the contact on both as well as that boom bot, interestingly enough. Rest of Global now pushing up into ropes. Oh my god, where did that come from Russ? He just Goomba stomped the head of Durian there. Global Esports opening Pandora's box, but Egoist has been such a crucial factor right now. The trades and Blaze King using Wingman to plant all the way from heaven. Total baller. And even if he lost that fight, if the Wingman could have planted it, Lightning Fast was still coming in from mid, so there was layers upon layers that Scary had to try to deal.
Yeah, switching up in terms of the pace, right? Global Esports just go right in, starting things off with Polvi, Benkai, with a little bit of support. I mean, it really is the same thing of playing in terms of rhythm. Bleed, oftentimes just trying to take things slow, trying to be methodical about it, but then not quite expecting such movements from Russ, for example.
Global Esports is that team that I feel like embodies ripping off the Band-Aid, right? Like, oh, you want to take this nice and slow? No! Go in! Just hammer it down onto the side, which they will definitely do. And Benkai and Russ commands authority here on that A site, leaving the rest of Bleed to scratch their heads, deal with this post plan, just the pistols. If they can maybe get themselves a condensed angle here, that could be something, but Global Esports, they got themselves a pretty sick amount of crossfires too, but not even that could really, stop Blaze King. And he's going to pick himself up a 3K, one away from the Thrash.
Dude, Blaze today, this guy has been a bit of a sleeper. I mean, sleeper agent to speak. In the first game, playing on that fade, we didn't really talk about him too much because those were just a lot of kills where he cleaned up a lot. Maybe a bit of utility coming through. But then now, today, just back onto the third map, he shows up again. I thought that maybe he would have at least dropped like a right click or two, but the movement somehow just favors him instead, and he gets the sprays.
Looking to
พี่หลอก
prioritize
เด็
the
กเฉย
contact once again. Very aggressive use on the fault line
ต้อง
too.
ได้ครับวันนี้
ยัดทุกอย่าง
Already gonna push through this. Ah, there's the contact and
เอา
Durian.
ไป3
Good boy. Shooting gallery at its finest.
พอเลยไป
Lightning fast alone. Spike dropped at A main, so 2 avenues. A main or ramps. Choose your poison.
Either way.
Choose your ladder. Yeah.
Either way, it's, it's
สเต็กเหรอ
not something that's going to be easy to stomach. And I guess it really just comes down to the timing of it. You know, trying to break through that choke point. That's the nature of split, right? You've got B Garage, you've got A main, and anyone who tries to push through. If Darian kind of does the same thing and getting those sprays out, the toxic screen up from Scary, excuse me, it really just crumbles the entire push.
Wow, good call.
อะไรนะบอกว่าอะไรนะเมื่อกี้
Trying to do a speed run
คอยนะ
bonus
โอเค
round. They got something in store for us coming here. As I mentioned, BlazeKing
ใครติด
does
ให้ครับ
have his
เนี่ย
thrash available. Exactly that.
ต้องได้แบบแท้
Just using the wingman first, soften things up, and a bit of that contact on Mail,
สวยเลย
and now start doing things. Yay.
ผู้หญิงอะไรบ้างเนี่ย
He is so close from this contact. He realizes this, but that fault line is perfectly placed to catch him off. Thankfully enough, teammate Egoist does him a solid. I got you, Yay.
ไม่เล่น
You're perfectly
ต้อง
fine
ต
with
กไม่
me.
ได้
Pings out the Thrasher orb as well. The rest of the squad is fully aware of what might happen next, but unfortunately the response not quite as quick. Egoist only able to pick up one.
Where did that TP come from? Or where did that TP go? Lightning fast on top of the box, gets the trade, 2 versus 3. Russ finding down the spike. Benkai holding hell here for the moment as Crazy Guy creeps in ever so slowly. Benkai actually go around the corner. That's going to be a big one too if you think about it. As Durian not really given any form of contact here for now. There it is. 1 to 2. Dashing right in, but Durian is quick.
หนูต้องรู้สิป๊าไม่รู้จัก
2 players still available here for Global that shuts him down.
It just comes down to those protocols. I mean, we saw it happen towards mid. You called it exactly, Aserai. You have the wingman just soften things up, get a confirmation, then Thrash, everyone else slowly starts to follow. And Dizzy to start things off. And then as they start to swing out, Polvy's there to assist.
ไปดูไปนั่งดูเฮเล่นตรงนู้น
And they managed to get the side off of it. Egoist fell as well.
And here's the problem too, right? The only defense that they had on B Heaven was pure contact. All of the traps from Egoist here was set for any kind of B main contact, but it all got bypassed because of the shot at step from Lightning Fast. So every kind of trap that they placed was very well ignored. Thank you, by Global Esports.
Straight up. Same thing. We get hit control, we get some more options. CA trying to deny it with a recon phantom, trying to spray through, but nothing doing. Crazy Guy though.
มุมนี้ใครเห็นก่อน
He probably did. But like,
คน
who gets who
คน
first?
ข้างบนเห็นก่อน
That's the question. On that rope contact, if ever there was any rope contact. Polvy straight up marching his way here on B Heaven. He's got a chance to peek this, but he's not going to do that just yet. He just charges through the smoke, and Polvy's. Thank you very much. That.
I know exactly.
Yeah, okay. Neural Theft to combat that. 1-for-1 trade though. Crazy Guy does find another. But with all of these Neural Theft activations, it could actually be turned ups in their heads, and Russ just backs away as they realize where they are. That's Global Esports running it all the way through the A site, but the counter neural theft does get all the information that Bleed needs to know.
Rotation's over, Darian with the rocket.
Oh my god
คนนี้ก็ซ้อมเป้าบินบ่อยอะดิ
That's why he got picked up, man.
แล้วหันมาให้หูเม็ดเดียว
Gets those moments, and when you thought the big connection of ability is there to shut you down,
ด้วยถือคู่ไปก่อน
raw talent, raw firepower.
เขายิง
You know,
ตอน
he's the
วิ
one with the
ท้าย
showstopper. That's going to deny some pushes for a good chunk of seconds, which allows the rest
โฮวี่
of
ว่า
Global
วิน
Esports
นี้อะ
to go the other way.
โควี่เลยไงสำคัญจัดช็อตเมื่อกี้เพราะว่าถ้ายิงไม่โดนก็คือโควี่ก็แตก
So it's always that extra assistance. All Polvy's got to do is to get that information for the team.
Flex it out too. And all Russ has to do is
Oh,
hold, wait, and play. Spots out Scary, who was going to go for the full defuse. Global Esports have total control of their attacking side.
It's always such a goddamn good feeling, man. Like Polvi, like if you have that,
มีรีเพย์ไหม
your arm becomes, your mouse becomes an extension of your arm. That's what I want to say.
We request the best of the POV rebound. There it is.
Just fully anticipating it, and then although Darren was trying to get the momentum off of the blast packs, Polvi's still getting the shot early on, and then everyone else knowing exactly how to play off the plant now. Definitely needing to stem the bleeding. It's gonna be Legia with a timeout now. This is way too early on to be losing such a momentous lead in the half. 4-1.
I mean, with those highlight plays from Polvi, that's gonna rattle a couple of players here on Bleed, especially Durian, right? That's matching up Polvi against Polvi here. Man is on a mission. Absolutely right. That 1-4 is a definite concern right now for Bleed because there's
เหมือนพี่ตอนหนุ่มเมื่อกี้
here on map number 3.
ยังไม่กดอันติตายแล้วครับผมเมื่อกี้
And you never want that.
ช้ากว่าประมาณเสี้ยววิ
I mean, you could look at Icebox and see that they can slowly grind up their way to something, but Bleed doesn't want to be in that position once again. They want to have that solid advantage.
Always says so much. I mean, we've seen Bleed for the past 2 maps now start things off without a strong lead. They're always slow to catch up. Might even be able to say the same for their match against T1. It just doesn't look too great. You know, always talking about this team. You got Ye picked up, you got strong players, you got Darian. They ascended from Ascension, and Crazy Guy says in the interview, like, we belong in Pacific. We want to prove that. Now in the elimination match, Global Esports says different.
Of course, there still is opportunity and chances. It's not like we're already at like 12-10 or something, but it is somewhat concerning again as how much Global has really garnered in these rounds.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the lead, but Polvi has been impressive now, back into it again. Looking for an execute onto the site, but look at how Bleed has to set up. It's that eco, so I don't know how much you can really do. But playing around the toxic screens, they got some of these stingers and frenzies.
It's a 5-stack on A, dude.
Yeah, but then also, like, look at Global. They're just ignoring it. Not gonna push past main, maybe up ramps. I don't know if they'll go through screens.
Oh, I think they realize it too. I mean, even if they don't realize it, they have options here elsewhere. And since they did leave Skate here on mid, they can always have an opportunity to be
โหแล้วบีโล่งเลย
and now they're like,
โอ้ยอย่าเสียงดังอย่าเสียงดังเล่นกันเงียบๆครับเห็นไหม
Nothing seen so far. Paranoid just for extra security. Now the site is completely clear.
What a read.
Stick the plant, why not? How can Bleed do damage on the retake?
Spike planted.
I mean, there's still 5 people, so if they catch someone holding an off-angle position here, can take away a weapon, or, you know, Bleed can just wait at the very last second, try to get some exit frags and die to the spike, so I'm sure they're going to go for the latter.
Oh man, then it's like both sides saving fully, because Global Esports can run out mid, they can run out garage, Bleed just dies to the spike.
Probably that, right?
What an eventful round.
ปีนี้กับปีที่แล้วนี่ฟอร์มคนละแบบ
โอ้
I mean, fair, you don't want to give any extra kills to global players that have been
ปีที่แล้วหนัก
especially Blaze King, right?
You don't want to give him another Thrasher.
Exactly.
Russ sitting on the Rolling Thunder too. What's your dying sound? Voice actor Aster Echo.
I don't want to do that.
Wilhelm scream.
Yeah, the Wilhelm scream.
ให้เซนติเนลครับผมเซนติเนลแน่นอน
Yes. If you know, you
ค่อน
know.
ข้าง
Any
ค่อนข้าง
PL
ชัวร์
players out there? 1, 2, or 3. Love you guys. Anyways, back into the thick of things. Durian, he's got himself the operator.
เป็นใครเข้ามาเห็นผลไหมพี่ว่า
In that sunset map,
ไอ้โพวีกับรัส
is
เนี่ย
it going to solid
ของ
enough
ดีเลย
here on
เห็น
split
ผล
where
สร้าง impact จัด
he doesn't really have that much line of sight. Polvi,
เฮ้ย
the double satchel catches Crazy Guy. This makes it
ตัวข้าว
significantly harder for Durian to really get that contact, but it doesn't matter. He still shuts down Polvi.
Good
Thank you
shot.
very much.
Yeah. Can't really cross back now, and the intentions were kind of sussed out as well. Why else?
โอ้ยรอทีไม่ไหวนะกัส
Trying to run back down ramp. So that's why the rotations are coming over from Bleed. They're getting a good read on things. And as long as Scary gets the right amount of contact, as long as Benkai doesn't find too much on the A site, Bleed should be able to pick up this round. Of course, it's still really early on, though. Scary backs off, Darren back in his place. Global Esports might be able to, go out along with a Dizzy push.
And they do have the Rolling Thunder, right? So
I don't know. Like it makes sense, but
yeah, you don't want to use it willy-nilly, right? So you're gonna look for.
แล้วเย่ไม่รู้ไง
Benkai has always been that
แล้วเย่ไม่รู้
แล้วใกล้
โอ้โห
Is that going? The question is that going to gravitate the rotation from Bleed and allow Global to actually start pushing into the ace to the B side?
Oh, it does. And the Rolling Thunder. You're right, Asterai. Even though it's not maximum effect, it does do enough to push Darion away. But Scary from the top of heaven comes back in.
That nade is very far off from Russ. Darion might not even know that Lightning Fast is around the corner. Okay, as the dust settles, it's 3 versus 2. Durian is only aware of the positioning of Russ here, not Lightning Fast, who is inside this smoke. It's going to be the double contact. There it is. It's all going to be up down to how quickly he can actually get that transfer, which is not really too hard. That paranoia does nothing against Russ. It's a 1 versus 1. Scary's been a clutch master, but Russ can do something extraordinary, and that is to be the IGL and save this round.
Is it time to start singing different songs now? Global Esports, Russ, a fragging IGL. Scary, you would have thought that he's the guy to clutch things out, but it's such a one-on-one, a little bit off-put, a little bit off-timed, feels uncomfortable. Despite being blinded, Russ still lands the shot. And it's just such a good call to make that rotation through. Benkai even actually getting the frag onto Ye. What is happening?
It's the calls, man. It's the smart use of utility too.
โหดครับน้องสวยก็สู้บ่อย
He didn't get the A push, and he would still do that B play straight up. But yeah, the woe was very much granted as Russ is down. The hero of that last round down to 15 here.
Always playing around with the rhythm and timing.
Import 2 คนมันเถื่อน
We had Polly just diving right straight on A ramps. This time around, they're going along with the team and Bleed. Kind of playing along with that, trying to get a feel for this dance, and this time getting a better grasp of it. Benkai still, though, however, lurking all around. The rest of that global squad looking to make something happen towards B. They got the utility for it. As long as they can block off Heaven.
Quick little TPs there from... Oh, that's a big flash. Egoist. Does he go against it? The push out, and it's just too clean for Global. No sweat in that one. I like how, again, Lightning Fast is using himself as a human recon dart, where he just keeps keeping in positions for his teammates to
มีปัญหาเรื่องโล
feed off of.
หนักเลยอะแบบ
Benkai
จัดลำบาก
also
อยู่
solid on these lurks, and Bleed left to really just scratch their heads out.
แต่แบบนี้ถ้าจะจัดให้แบบได้เล่นทั้งทีมก็ได้อยู่นะ
El Diablo is down to El Uno.
ใช้คอมแบบยอดฮิตอะไอเจ็ตเลสอะเจ็ตเลสของ2คอนโทรลเลอร์1อินอะเฟี้ยวอยู่นั้นอะ
I see what you did there.
Yeah.
But absolutely right. I mean,
stab. Ah.
หันมาเช็คถ้าไม่หันมานี่ไม่แน่
Yeah. But you gotta definitely think about it. This is happening so often. Good calls from Russ. You talk about the execution with Lightning Fast being used as a bit of a human recon. I mean, it's just such a smart way to use that shrouded step, but at the same time, the support that comes in along with it. Russ can frag, Benkai. I mean, this is classic split plays. You got that lurk, you cut people off in the rotations, you control the whole map. Global Esports are having a great time.
And I don't know what the retaliation would be for Bleed here. They're creating plays, sure enough.
ไม่เหนื่อยหรอกครับผม
Global's just
คอมมันเล่นได้คอมมันยอดฮิตอยู่เจ็ตเลสอะตอนกันมันมี2คอนโทรลเลอร์
These contact plays, and there it is once again. Durian. Okay, there we go. He's get the impact play. Neural theft slows it down a little bit further. Blaze King now calling the rotation. Hold on, Lightning Fast. He's got himself that from the shadow, so he can pick it up. The spike. But there is a world where they might break him and not. No, he picks it up. It's pretty easy for him. Anyways, hold heaven. They must. Planet for heaven, planet for open. And it's a 3 versus 3 on this retake.
Still do have Egoist up around screens though. Trying to make their way through. But what it comes down to is how well they can really break apart this heaven hold. Darian out through.
Ow.
Punch.
กำลังมือ
Egoist was waiting for a better angle there if it can. Benkai through the smoke as well. Lightning Fast coming here too. Paranoia coming out, but this is not dissuade Scary, and Egoist is not in a good spot, but he doesn't need to be.
ขลม
Excuse me, Egoist with the ego peaks, the ego kills, and he saves it once again for Bleed.
You gotta make use of the pressure from the spiked half to bait them out into peeking, and he just has that aim just enough to really fend them off. I mean, what a round, both sides, just trying to play around things. Darian and Scary doing a bit of work, but at the same time, Global having the sense of trying to rotate over with Lightning Fast. But then when it comes down to it, the heroics of Egoist, 2-7 lead. I mean, again, you know, they start things out slow, but they never quite back down that easy.
Bro painted a picture on that A window.
มืดแล้ว
That was a great picture. It was a picture of them winning that round.
Picture of 2 bodies on the ground.
Oh yeah. Durian so close to He's hiding in the corner. He's been spotted, and that's gonna be him down and dusted. Yay, holding the angle here. Pushes out with the snake bite, but gets caught in the collateral of things, even hiding inside the smoke. Seeker's been activated here by the defenders, but it's so early that the Seekers won't really threaten the control and rotation capabilities of Global Esports. Egoist now coming in through B Heaven. He's been such a stalwart of Vanguard. These tags, man, he's been put in a position where he has to do so much, and he might not be able to do anything at all.
โดนสแปมอีกตาย
Great ways to check from the likes of Rust.
Only good for
บิน
one.
ไม่ได้
Still good reactions nonetheless, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Global Esports having the buffer, gets pushed in, got the sight. It's just a near impossible retake. The rest of the lead members aren't even really moving. So, it seems like it's going to be a save.
Yeah.
It just came down to a bit of guesswork. Unfortunately for Bleed, doesn't quite work out. Global Esports, on the other hand, again, you think about how they take down this mid. It's worked out so great.
And I think you gotta put into perspective, I think how slow Ye has been to assist his teammates, right? Because whenever he's on a non-duelist, it just feels like he's just a step behind. Like, I was wondering why Durian was holding for such a long time on to bail, and you see a few seconds later that Ye's there. So it's, at some point you're thinking, was Durian supposed to get any form of support utility or support spray down from Ye as to why he held bail for such a long time? Even through the triple push of Global? And you start to wonder.
Definitely wondering. I honestly am not too sure. I can't say for certain, but whatever it is, it's not working out for Bleed. That much we know. So, timeout again. And you're just left wondering, like, how can Bleed really catch up with this? The entire desk. A lot of people all thought that Bleed would definitely have this one in the bag. Given their performance against T1, for example. I mean, it was such a long game. They were still able to put up some great numbers. They were still able to push T1 in overtime. But here, up against Global Esports, you know, Rust, everyone was kind of questioning. We got all of these imports and players from all over the place. But Rust and the leadership, man, it just feels so different in this matchup. A welcome one for sure.
Bleed's already used all of their talking right now. He is just shaking his head, man. I don't know if he just called the timeout to take a breather or even have something planned for his team here. And flip side is, you know, if Bleed can survive with a few more rounds coming into the second half, miracles do happen. Switch of sites can definitely change the winds of impact here.
Yeah, for an execute heavy map like Split, you know, pass, bit more defender side.
ต้องเรียนเชื่อมจิตเหรอ
Now, if you know, as long as you crack the code, you got the right executes. Definitely couldn't come up with more rounds, but definitely doesn't feel good. You know, when your coach is just not even like happy with you.
Oh yeah.
So you would want to have like more faith, more spirit.
แมปบุกครับผมชีวิตเราต้องอยู่ด้วยความหวัง
Turnaround.
Yeah, Scary's on that first contact too. So Darion wants to get up close and personal.
ต้องไปตามหาคนที่โดนแมงมุมกัดอ่ะ
Whiff of anyone.
ใช่
Try to get this B main. They might even use the showstopper, but it's not even needed as he gets that double spray down beautifully executed. They're gonna push him up in pole beam. Just pulverizes the opposition. Scary holds on, gets the 3K, pushes back Blaze King. No more flashes for him. Does have a wingman. Use it to push forward, but he waits patiently as Benkai comes in with the double up. Ye's right here at the corner, helping out Scary with this Judge 2 in hand. Wow, oh, that was a risk. That was a risk! He didn't even second guess if he should break the wingman. He just tagged in everything and hoped that his Judge would be good enough in that close quarters. And this might all be just all for naught. The tag as well, and Crazy Guy, he disabled for a couple of seconds, and they've allowed Global to plant the spike in a very safe manner. And we're not even the just yet. I'm sorry, excuse me. Crazy Guy's pushing up. And what just happened, Quack?
มีปืนด้วย
Just Global Esports feeling that confidence today. I mean, of course, Egoist with nothing but a classic. We're expecting him to clutch back up. He did it before. Knows exactly where Ben is. Oh my god!
โอ้เสกวิน2 วิน
4 bullets! A classic to start things in a 2 versus 1. Gets the kill.
ไม่มีปืนไม่มีเกราะไม่เป็นไรกระสุน5 นัดไม่เป็นไร
But Bleed
จัดให้
somehow manages to persevere.
คนที่คัดแม่งถือคลาสสิกมาจากเอง
True to his name, has truly been the star player here, the clutch player of Bleed when they need him to do it the most.
Just the thing that amazes me the most is that he did it in the Classic. Yes, Blaze King was low enough, but Blaze King somehow couldn't quite land the shots against him because didn't quite know the positioning either. So Egoist definitely showing up huge on this map, but we need one more round, if anything, just to feel a bit more comfortable. That previous one, I mean, Blaze King and the rest of them, yes, they had the judge that was at wingman play, but they were just so confident how they pushed out. You can feel that confidence again.
Wow. Okay, Scary's just out of there. I do not want to deal with this. This is not up to my pay grade, at least for now. Okay, I am overreacting way too much, I know, but Polvi is creating openings when there's so little visual stimuli for this man.
I say, like, fair enough. You know, the round just started. He just got right in, and the spike's already planted.
Scout destroyed.
Bleed have got their work cut out for them. The peek out does allow Durian to get the trade quickly against Lightning Fast, and Durian just running it down. They're hoping that they can get these contacts. Russ, if he can get a kill, maybe he can rip out an ultimate for himself. One around the corner is going to be Blaze King, but do they know coming up from heaven is Benkai. Defuse on the spike. The Crazy Guy holds his teammate's hand, and Bleed somehow manages to squeeze one more round in before we end half.
There we have it.
พวกนี้น้องเสก
4 to
ให้
8 instead of a 7-3. And it comes down to, I do feel like, again, at least on this map, it's Egoist. On the previous ones, you know, we might have had different performances from, like, Darian, for example. But this time, although we had such a strong and consistent lead coming out from Global Esports, Polvi just creating such crazy openings. Towards the end of it, Darian even trying to fly things up. It's going to be Egoist along with Crazy Guy to support each other to come in to follow through and clean up for the team. Egoist, with his mechanical skill, kind of brings the game back just by a bit for Bleed Esports. Is it going to be enough, though, for the second half? That is the question on our minds right now.
I was about to say that the polar opposite of that is these little things can actually lead up to it being enough. So completely two different sides of the coin for the same for that sentiment, right? Anyways, you're absolutely right. Egoist, such a hero at this point for Bleed. Without him, some of these rounds wouldn't even be possible. 50% of the rounds that Bleed has gotten, Egoist has clutched. what a percentage, right, that has been for Bleed. Man is doing work, and he's the only one here from Bleed, as you can see on the scoreboard.
50% sounds big, but it's like 2 out of 4.
I mean, you get what you can take, you know?
Dang, that's right.
In some situation, in this situation, you have to get it.
You got a point. You got a point.
Yeah.
He is the kill leader right now. But off to the next half. That's the thing. You know, you got this Gecko pick that could help you really well. And I have a feeling that that's what Global Esports wants to do. And at the same time, bear in mind, you got Polvi, you got Russ. These guys, they got calls to push out on the defense. Bleed, they have to be ready. Look at mid.
What a stack here, as you mentioned, on mid too. Any push-outs on Rafters, Paranoia will be soon to follow, but get hit at all, excuse me, for the loss of words. The reposition so that the Aftershock does not engulf him. Nade is available, throws it out at the corner. You see Global trying to push through, and they get separated again because of the snake bite. Again,
ชมไม่ได้เลย
but trades come in.
ไม่ได้เลยจริง
equalize the numbers. There's going to be the plant on the spike here for Bleed, but Global have heaven and screen control. But Durian is putting the effort, is putting this game into his own hands. He's already gotten 3K. If he can do more, maybe even an ace.
จ้าเอ๋ตัวเอง
That cancels everything.
มีภาพอยู่นะ
Darius in a prime position to pick this up.
5868
further
ชนะโบนัสลาว
just sees one, right?
เหมื
So
อ
he
เลย
knows where the other is.
They're taking a very long time to get close into things. BlazeKing can't get the trade on Egoist.
เจยิงยังเนี่ยก่อนสลับฝั่งยิงได้ไหม
Bleed get their first round. Man, Global was going for a hard read, dude. They were like, let's push mid. We'll see where it takes us.
Trying to early set up for the retakes. I think that's why Benkai was positioned so far back to behind screens. However, yeah, you can see in that replay, Darian was not blinded by the paranoia whatsoever. And sometimes that's just one of those things where, you know, the air of effect of that flash just doesn't quite cover what you need it to sometimes, or the timing of it as your opponents move out. It's a little bit unfortunate.
โอ้
Does get the trade on Yay. This is just again a pistol here for Global too. If they push up, Russ has a stun, so maybe that's going to be something to utilize right now, which it actually is working out fairly well for Global Esports. They've got the numbers advantage already. They're already looking right behind him because they are aware that BlazeKing can pick up a weapon, which he already has. And they're not even looking at this. They're so lost. Thrifty is so solid for the South Asian team. Now it's all left again in the hands of Egoist. And he doesn't even have the spike in his inventory.
มันยังพะวงหลังอยู่
Be careful about it. You got
ตามไปเก็บ2ครับอีโก้
any advantage that you have. Round's not over.
แล้วหลังมา
โอ้โห
180, but Benkai's just too quick.
โอ้โห
A little bit unfortunate for Egoist. I mean, both these teams. That's one thing that we often forget is that Benkai does have experience with Bleed Esports. Having been on PaperX, having come from that MYSG scene, he knows Egoist. He knows his tendencies. He knows Darren as well.
You know, and Russ has great timings with this breach too.
ซอยตัวจนตาย เกือบอยู่นะ
I just love the laid-back nature of the global players. BlazeKing chillin', you know. Where's that nade coming from?
Very cheerful guy, but right now Nade just going in for a bit of that garage control. Picks up the orb. Polvi denying these ultimates away from Darian. Do you want to like go back around ramp to pick that one up? Probably, maybe not so much.
Yeah, you can even see like there's a double stack from Global here. If they actually go through A main and they just pop shots directly where the spike or the orb is, right? Yeah. Global Esports is hard reading this. Smoke placed right in front of them.
And right, like good enough damage from like both BlazeKing from the last round that now economy is a bit of an issue for Bleed. So the executes have to be very, very careful, but at the same time, because Global Esports are recognizing this, they're being careful themselves. They want to secure this round.
They might just try to go straight for that B site. The wall's been dropped down already. Lightning Fast has put up his smoke 3 times on B main. And Bleach is counting. Maybe this is a blessing for them.
Right through now.
It's not all, dude.
Great timing on the spam.
He can shoot through the smoke. He has a teammate right beside him that can help him out. And Lightning Fast, like a Viper, coiled he strikes. Egoist does get the rush down. 12 seconds. And he planted the spike. Scary. Put in such an unfavorable spot.
เวลาน้อย
Go in and plant it. And he can.
เวลาบีบเกิน
ไม่มีเวลาให้วาง
I can't believe this.
ไล่ยิงก็ไม่ได้
We're wrong about global esports. I mean, look at this. And now having won that round, you're very not just reaching double digits. You're very likely going into 11 and 5.
อ๋อไม่ใช่มีแคมป์อยู่เกาหลีด้วยหรอเพราะว่าได้เข้าหลีกมันต้องมีแคมป์อยู่เกาหลีด้วยน่าจะอยู่เกาหลียาวต้องรอแข่งหรือเปล่า
The dark cover comes out as soon as he sees, you know, a bit of a snake bite being tossed through. He knows, all right, I gotta spam. Even catches onto a single player. And that's enough damage.
Bleed have already used up all of their timeout, so there's no more breathing space.
It comes down to crazy guy. Like, can you really read your opponents well enough without your coach, and can you call the entire team to adapt well enough to this? Of course, they are attacking, so it's not the easiest feat. Darren does have a showstopper, but this round, not the one that you really want to commit unless you pick up more. Egoist. Benkai being careful.
Yeah, doesn't want to overstep his bounds. He's the only one holding that A side
กลายเป็นอีโก้โดดเด่นเฉย
Durion is just quickly charging in. Finds Benkai.
ภาพมา
things a bit further.
เอาปืนหาย
Pick up the weapon. That's the question.
ปืนหายได้แล้ว
Pass it on over.
And gets out without being traded too, which is perfect. Like you mentioned, passes it on over. That was a huge pickup right now for Bleed. Alert coming again from none other than the man himself, Egoist. Paranoia has been thrown out. Here's the bombardment from the rest of Global. Lightning Fast gets one. Blaze King comes into the corner here. There's too much for him.
เดี๋ยว
Juggling aggression up until the point. Ye gets him. Bleed still far from a favorable position.
And a great thrifty round at the very least for Bleed to pick up. I mean, yes, Ye got the final one, but you got to remember, it starts off with Egoist just walking up ramp. This shot with the Sheriff. Russ wasn't expecting that, because who just walks up? And then, of course, Tyrion to commit along with that showstopper. Gives them a little bit more breathing room, a bit more space, picks up the Vandal. A great way to bring Bleed back into the game. It's not over yet.
Oh wow. There is a world where Durion can get a pick on Volvi, and that world is now. That world is here. We're living in that multiverse, ladies and gentlemen.
ดีละปืนคนบาปตายไป
Does not commit to the fight here. Lightning Fast is into the corner. But a quick flick and a quick shot does get that 1-for-1 trade. Blazing now just frantically shooting through B main here. As Bleed have gotten themselves that numbers advantage. Don't really They still have Egoist holding the lurk. Once again, A main, he can start calling in his teammates all the way around here. They're not really afraid of that mid call. Actually, no, there is a ping there. But once they start clearing it up, they should be feeling a lot more confident to start pushing it onto A, which lo and behold, does not have any
precisely the rotations that Bleed needs. Gives them the A site. However, take a look at what Global Esports has in their inventory. I feel like this Thrasher that Blaze has, along with the Wingman, not to mention...
จะไม่เห็นโมเมนต์แบบที่ขวาซูมยิงแม่นๆเลยปกติเยมันชอบอ่ะ
So as soon as they confirm that the site hit goes towards A, now just setting up for it. Russ needing to kind of stay alive, frag, but unfortunately does not go his way. 2-on-4 now.
วิ่งไกลเข้ามาเรื่อยๆเนี่ยถ้ามันไม่โดนวินอีโคเราสองอ่ะยังอยู่ในเกมอยู่ตอนนี้แบบโอ้โห
Bleed Esports live to fight for another day. And the formula from what it looks like, Quack, is two things. Egoist staying alive to threaten the lurk, and Durion just having to get good and beat out Polvi's game.
อันนี้คู่สองครับน้องกิต
It's literally just that.
True. He did do that in this round.
Yeah, exactly, right? Polvi's been such a thorn on Bleed's side for a very long time. There's no answer to him. So what it seems to be Bleed's answer is Jurion, go kill, and if it works, we can work off of that.
Yeah, get good. It's just funny how that is phrased, but it's absolutely true. This time catching the timing onto some of these players. And then, of course, you know, while you might have fallen to lightning fast, it's that response from the rest of the team so quick, so good onto it. Of course, though, that said, now that Bleed are slowly starting to climb back into the game, Coach Spin pauses the game.
เต็ง1 T1 เหรอ
Calm down. Yeah, calm down.
ขอดูวันนี้อีกรอบหนึ่งถ้ามันชนะเซต้าแบบขาด
Although it is the timeout that he called,
ขึ้นเต็ง
he
1
gets
เล
to
ย
talk to his team too.
เพราะว่า DRX ตอนนี้ก็ยังดูไม่ค่อยแบบสุด
Start
เท่าไหร่
building things up once again. And Legia's face completely different from that last timeout that they've got. He's listening in intently as well, nodding in agreement. I mean, obviously we can't hear what they're saying, but
less German tough love, less like disappointed father vibes.
Yeah, true.
เต็ง3เหรอตอนแรกให้เปเปอร์เล็ก DRX T1 ไว้ครับผม
Formulating things, you know, that Vietnamese mind of his.
Definitely is a really
ให้ป่ะนะ
incredible
ทำในคลิป
player.
ไป
Some
อ่ะ
of these rounds, he's coming up with these calls and expecting plays, finding the trades for his team. A lovely
เผลอๆทารอนมาแบบ
Pacific for sure.
ท็อป
but then
4 เลยด้วย
again,
ซ้ำมั้งเนี่ยล่าสุด
3
อ่ะ
rounds for Bleed to equalize.
Big punish play that we can see from Global here. First things first.
คือตอนเนี้ยดูดิเกาหลีนี่คือโกเนอร์นี่ได้หมดเลยนะเข้มจัดโกเนอร์ตอนเนี้ยเป้าแม่งดุสุดแล้วมั้ง
Bleed overreach. Polvi is waiting for the Kumbayas, the boom boom pows. He pushes right up, but Durion gets 2. There's going to be an aftershock right now from Russ. And even though this is a weaker buy for Global Esports, the trades are even, and Bleed still are very much aware of the big ultimate looming at the A site if again, Polvi's still holding in that position.
It's got to be Polvi though, right?
At
the very least. I guess maybe Bleed just wanting to bypass all of that. Transitions over to the B site. It does give the rest of Global a little bit more time and space to pick up some of these rifles. And then we'll have a different round. Oh, this is...
Ooh, that smoke telegraphs something though. It's a B heaven that covers a lot of things.
Oh.
I wonder what the call for Bleed is. Honestly, pushing all the way through spawn stairs wouldn't be too bad right about now, because if they can find where Benkai is hunkered at, they wouldn't have to deal with all these pesky tripwires that is set up everywhere.
Oh, Ben.
30 seconds left.
เป็นใครรอเพื่อน
มันต้องเคลียร์แท็บก่อนอ่ะ
From his seekers
ไม่งั้นเดี๋ยวเขารู้โอเค
Benkai's holding on.
Stay alive.
เก็บกล้องไว้รีเทคต่างหาก
Got some rifles now. We could play in this round. We don't have armor,
ต้อง
but
ยังไม่ใช้
sure
รอ
enough,
ใช้พร้อมเพื่อน
it's a better fight than, you know, as to go with classics.
เดี๋ยวนะเดี๋ยวทีมไหนเจอไหนเดี๋ยวขอดูอันนี้จบก่อนจำไม่ได้เหมือนกัน
Scary's just done.
Oh, great camera from Benkai.
เอ้า
That's hard.
เอาบ้า
Polvi's by himself at this point.
ใครบอกทำกูทำไม
Spike actually out in the open. This works in their favor. Now Polvi's been spotted. If you can just jiggle a little bit more for Crazy Guy to get that bit of information. It's not even diffused at all. Yeah.
ไม่ทัน
He has to back away.
โอเค
Gets the quick little punish. And Bleed Esports.
เรื่อยๆเรื่อยๆใกล้เข้ามาเรื่อย
Used Scary as the bait man, and it works in
แล้ว
their
เหมือน
favor.
สแกรี่จะว้าไปหาเบน
That would be really funny.
จังหวะนี้ต้องขอบคุณโพวี่เลย
Scary's just like, I'm gonna run it.
ทำให้สิ่งที่มัน
Yeah, I mean,
ยากง่ายขึ้น
with how far, but somewhat tradable they were playing with each other, right? Because you saw Scary on Hell, Egoist was playing on Male, and then obviously the one just going to be holding the spike is Crazy Guy. Yeah.
Still, yeah, a series of unfortunate events for Global Esports. I mean, they've got the four ultimates still. Able to keep themselves in the lead. Back to the sudden rhythm game where we push out.
Too much rhythm. If we're looking at how he just re-peaked that. Trade for trade, though. Both of the raises down and dusted.
มาส่ง
And this gives a chance right here
มาส่ง
for
เย่เด
Bleed
เล
to
เกอร์
rotate and at least not be afraid anymore of, you know, the operator that is available here for
ไม่เอาอัน
Polvi.
ติ
I
เช็ค
do
เลยอ่ะ
hear the thrash being used, so that's probably to get a lot more information here on A, see if
เฮ้ย
Heaven's being
เย่จับเป็นท็อป
controlled or whatever, and it is not. So Benkai,
เราเห็น
be
เย
ready.
Definitely here's the Trailblazer at the very least, trying to make use of his one way. He's got a second
เอ้า
Doesn't have a
เอา
second
มุม
chance
ซ้อม
after
มุม
using.
ซ้อม
Thinking about it. But what a great spray.
น่าจะเห็นแบบว่า
Of course the Cypher would be on the other
เฉียว
side.
ๆก่อนเข้าเมื่อกี้
Of course.
ไม่งั้นไม่พร้อมใจกันยิง3 คน
Here we go.
นะ
Second time to do another thing with the thrash. Look at how far back Ye is actually playing.
และเย่
He's
ค่อย
been
ๆคืบ
pushed
คลาน
back
ขึ้นมา
hard by this thrash
เชื่อ
though.
ไหมว่ามันยังสงสัยเย่
สงสัยอยู่ไอ้เมื่อกี้ยังปล่อยน้องเช็ด
Actually on mail, and Ye has got himself the perfect timing on this lurk. He's been spotted already, but him gravitating this
เฮ้ยเอา
attention
ว่ะ
definitely
90 แล้ว มาเรื่อยๆ มาเรื่อย
The lurker now.
ๆ เย่เดลเลอร์เกอร์นาวอ่ะคนภาคบอก
Go for this
เตือน
hunt.
เขาด้วยว่ะพี่เย
I will become what you want me to be, or what you need me to be.
That's what a flex player does.
Yeah, Ye's like the Batman of Bleed right now.
โจ๊กโอเวอร์ you dead
I never thanked you, and you know that. You'll never have to.
บรา
คอนเทนต์ครีเอเตอร์เย่
It's not the hero that
They need, or
Valorant.
that they want, but he's the hero that Bleed deserves.
Well,
Hey man, he's doing his job.
any effort is welcome, right? And it just gives Bleed the wins that they're looking for as they slowly claw their way back up the game. I mean, we started
ตอน
out
แข่ง
this
เอ็น
half
เอเคยเห็นเย่จับแฟนทอมไหม
4-8 in favor of global esports. Now look at what's happened.
We've
ไม่เคย
climbed
นะ
all the way back. It's deja vu all over again, Quack. Ooh. What feels like the change of pace here for Bleed? I mean, again, I pointed out a while ago that they've been using Durion to catch out Polvi here.
น่าจะพอ
But
เล่น
isn't
ควัน
Polvi just overheating? He's got the first picks every single time.
มันจะมีอีกอันนึงคือ
Again, I'll probably just check the stats
คนจับ
later
แวนดอล
on.
มาจับแฟนทอมคือกำลังสูญเสียความมั่นใจ
Very much
ขอให้เป็นอย่างแรก
flowing from
เล่นควัน
Polvi.
เป็นหนึ่งในนั้น
So if he just holds off from re-peaking once again and not getting traded, feels like that's already a win condition done for Global.
It kind of is, but then, you know, while we're talking about overheating.
ช่วงเอ็นวีเล่นแฟน
First
ทอมบ่อย
bloods,
อ๋อ
what about first deaths? Right, I mean, definitely not to discredit Polvi for whatever reason. He's definitely doing a lot. But Bleed are also doing a great job at adapting to this. As soon as he gets the first pick, they know that there is another opportunity for them to come back in for that trade. And off of the trade, you know, softening up the defenses on a map like Split.
เป็นเหมือนกันนะผมเป็นทุกคนอ่ะ
It's that much easier for Bleed to
ใช่อันนี้แพ้ไม่ได้แล้วครับ
Fault line connects, but doesn't
ทำไมอ่ะ
do all too much. It's a bit of
ตอน
information at best.
ลงในแบบว่า
Darion's one.
ก็โดน
Will
ยิง
charge
ก็
away
โดนส
from
แป
getting
ม
his
อ๋อ
ultimate. Russ, does he want to challenge this? Does he want to punish this?
อุ้ย
He will. And
โอ้โหยากเลยอ่ะ
Swervy Garner. Durion's just charging it in. That's gonna get punished. Lightning Fast comes back into cover.
อุ้ยโอ้ย
Somehow should be at least bombarded and wiped out, but
โอ้แล้วบอลตกข้างนอก
Benkai gets the 3K though. And the man himself
โอ้
is
โห
creating opportunities, is creating moments for Global Esports and for
แล้วเป็น
himself.
ใครลั่นเฉย
9 to 11 and Global strike back.
Great response coming in from Global Esports. I guess that's what the timeout was for. You know, Bleed trying to adapt to the rhythm of it, trying to get a sensing for how this is played. They knew that Russ had the Rolling Thunder. Of course, it was sent out. But at the same time, I think Darian just kind of thought that like he would be able to punish Russ that quickly, that easily. Thought wrong. Lightning Fast was around the side. Benkai arriving on the scene on time too, picking up the quick double, and then Ye turns the entire round around on its head.
I just love how that's the reaction for Global here, right? One mistake, one slip up is all it takes for you to really get punished by it. Crazy Guy is
โอ้
nursing
โห
an
แล้วแคมป์
operator right
B3
now.
ด้วย
Darion spots it. He gets one. That wall saves him.
Yeah.
Trying to get any form of contact, any form of trade, gets denied, and himself in the process as well. Benkai gets a couple of kills. But he can't do what he did in that last round, leaving Polvi in a 1 versus 4 with an operator in hand.
พูดได้คำเดียวด้วยว่าไปกันต่อ
So he just backs away smartly. Take the 10-11 already. Global still has a lot more plays to do. And just use this time to talk about it once more.
Yeah, why not? But as it comes down to it, this match down to a knife's edge, Bleed slowly clawing their way back in. This still could become Bleed's game. This still could be an elimination match for either of these teams. Bleed showing that they definitely still have what it takes. Darren with the showstopper, able to be the catalyst for the team as he dives through.
I love how you mentioned that because these two, they know how important kickoff is. Right? Masters Madrid, and I mean, anyone who wins kickoff gets what, +3 points, champion points? That's a huge, huge thing to bring in to a team, if we're talking about Bleed at least, that just came from Ascension Pacific not even a year ago. Last year, but not even close to a year ago, just a couple of months ago, which is crazy to think at the least.
Yeah, Bleed is a team that really knows how to grow and adapt together. You know, we were talking about it, both timeouts were spent, right? And it forces they force Coach Spin to call some timeouts back. So Crazy Guy's actually doing so much right now. Of course, back into it. Darian and Egoist. You can feel their impact in the server as they pick up more frags. Up to the next round, though, without the ultimates, can't go in just as fast. Taking a bit of a breather. Yeah, I think they're just trying to find some
ได้ราวนี้ขึ้นแทนเร็วพี่ราวนี้
into the site.
The route could be A. They're leaving Egoist to play on that A main. But I mean, there's still so many pathings, right? As long as you can get that mid, you can obviously transition to B main, mail into A heaven. But they gotta make something happen now. I think they're using up a couple more extra seconds just to see if there's any over pushing.
Yeah, check
from
B.
from Global Esports.
ไม่บีแต่ตานี้ตาหน้าจีก็การเงินไม่ค่อยดีแล้ว
They might be able to play around.
จะโดดไม่เจอ
So both looks actually very important that they stay alive, whether it's Egoist or Ye.
จังหวะนี้หวานเจี๊ยบบอกเลยนี่ไงมารอสตัน
They've dropped the spike and they need to pick it up somewhat. Okay, there's still B main control right now. Durion's coming into the corner here. Blaze King is right in front of him.
อย่านะ
Could provide some damage, which it does. Blaze King is holding on. This is going really, really bad for Bleed as they get unraveled. They took too long. And again, Spike's gonna have to be brought into that A site. But everybody's taking corners, checking angles, and it's all down once again to Egoist. This time, he's by himself. Right in front of him is Polvi, and Polvi jettisons Global into series, into map point, into
ขึ้นแทนแตะปุ๊บเอาเลยนะ
Such high stakes, and all it took was Blaze King to hide around a corner. Oh, that feels
อ่ะทำไมเขาไม่ชอบเช็ค
Oh, that feels
รู้ป่ะการแข่งขันระดับโลกอ่ะไอพวกมุมที่แบบในแรงที่เขาเช็คกันอ่ะเวลาแข่งคนไม่เช็คบ่อยมากแล้วมันเป็นมุมตำนานเกิดขึ้นบ่อยมากมุมแบบมุมโง่ๆมุมง่ายๆเลยคนไม่เช็คบ่อยมากครับเพราะว่าเวลาแข่งขันอ่ะสถานการณ์แม่งกดดันครับมันจะไม่เช็คมุมง่ายๆกันบ่อยมากมันมีเหตุการณ์นี้เกิดขึ้นบ่อยมากเวลาแข่งอ่ะคนเลยสงสัยว่าทำไมไม่เช็คมันเกิดขึ้นบ่อยสังเกตว่าตอนแข่งเกิดขึ้นบ่อยแล้วลองดูในแรงในมีป่ะในแรงไม่มีในแรงเช็คทุกมุม
Durion, is he just gonna push this? This could actually just be them losing their lives, but he somehow manages to find Benkai. They destroy the tripwires here, and Bleed strikes back. It's not yet over. It's a 4 versus 3, sure, but you can never count out Global Esports. So Bleed has still got to grind the 2 rounds into overtime for them to even have a chance.
เมื่อกี้นับอยู่2 วินที่แล้ว 16
Up next is going to be Polvi. Looking to dive straight onto site, perhaps from Heaven, but denied by Darian.
One more. That's going to be Russ. IGL, captain, my captain. Can you lead me into the promised land? Let's drop down on Hell here. They know where he is. Reposition, but he's good for the first. Could be good for the second. Crazy Guy. If he overheats, that's an opportunity for Russ to get into the site. Of course. Cooler heads wins heated moments. 11 to 12. This is where it goes down. Quack. One more round. Overtime or done time. I don't know.
We'll just have to wait and see. But at the very least, for this round, the way that Bleed is playing this, going for that full sight, full force execute. Delaying and off-timing some of these flashes, right? First Paranoia, then Crazy Guy's Guiding Light. just kind of throws Benkai off, and it gives them so much more space on the site. Can they do the same thing again? This time, not really smoking things off. It's just Ben with the Cyber Cage up, Blaze King trying to go back in.
Tripwire not found. That could be Durion's life already done, which somehow, miraculously, it doesn't.
โอเค
Gets
เอ้า
immediately traded in the back of the side. Benkai still here. Pushes up. He
โอ้โห
converts it. Benkai is the hero. Leaving it all down to Scary 3 versus 1. Neural Theft activated. Oh, this is going horribly wrong for Bleed. And Scary. He's done miraculous things during Ascension Pacific. Can he do it now? Global Esports close to eliminating their opponent. Scary's giving away his location here. He's got a shot at step.
It is scary.
Seconds for the smoke too.
Ascension เคยทำมาแล้วครับอีกรอบหนึ่งโอ้โห
There's the swing out and Benkai for the 4K and the winning play to keep Global Esports alive, eliminating Bleed from kickoff.
ไม่ลุงไปเล่นอย่างดี
Every single one of us
แบบนี้
thought that Bleed Esports definitely had this one in the bag. Their performance against T1 was phenomenal. Being able to challenge such a top-tier team, but then now up against Global Esports, a full roster, a complete overhaul, and we're seeing its effects in full. Such great calling from Russ, the frags coming out from Benkai. Off to a new team, and he's found his calling, he's found his fragging potential.
I am so taken aback by this, Quack. Everything you said, absolutely true. They've restructured, they reformatted, and it really goes to show. And it's just a
หรือว่าที่มีปัญหากันเรื่องโดนจับโลไปเล่นอะไรอย่างงี้ปะ
that even though there are a lot of high hopes, you can never really
เป็น
count
ไป
it
ได้
out.
อยู่นะ
It's a whole different landscape. You're playing against whole different animals.
อันนี้เดา
and
นะ
it
ต้อง
goes
ไป
to
ถาม
show as
คน
well here.
ปัญหาอะไร
I
ไม่
mean,
อยาก
at the
รู้
very least, though, I will say, the fact that they have, pushed this into
น่าคิดไหม
3 maps, into so many rounds, they are definitely, competitors in this league. That's it. Maybe it takes a little bit more time, but apart from that,
แต่มันเล่นได้นะ
also wanting
แต่มัน
to
ต้อง
take a bit
ต้อง
more
ให้เว
time.
ลา
Now, coming
ซึ่ง
into this,
เปลี่ยนโล2
at
ที่
least
ไม่
for
ค่อย
this
พอแน่นอน
match, just
มัน
surprising everyone.
ระดับนี้มันใช้เวลาศึกษาได้
Definitely
แหละ
upsetting everyone's expectations. It's just lovely to see nonetheless, right? We talked about Benkai, we talked about
ต้องรอดู
Kobe.
ทัวร์หน้าครับ
I
ผม
think
วันนี้เวลาน้อยแล้ว
Blaze
แบบ
King deserves some time in the spotlight.
Everybody actually has, right? There was rounds where Russ got himself some amazing clutches.
อันนี้เดานะอย่าไปคิดตามนะพี่มั่วเฉย
Benkai with amazing anchoring and pull these
เอาผมน้องคิริ
explosiveness, all culminating together to give Global that dub.
And you know what? We're gonna have to hear it from the team themselves. We've got the interview ready with Kyungmin up on the stage.
ใช่ในคิงเอาก่อนเปิดก่อนเอาเดี๋ยวดู
survives for the elimination match for kickoff. Congratulations, and with Polvi here. G2가 이제 킥업의 첫 승리를 가져가게 됐습니다. 폴비 선수 함께합니다. 안녕하세요. Hello.
Hello.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Map 3 win. I mean, you proved how strong GE was.
I mean, our mentality was very strong. Even though we threw the map 2, like whatever, we went into map 3 like high energy, high vibes, and we just didn't give up.
Yeah, it was really nice.
กรุ๊ป B กรุ๊ป C
맵 2에서는 조금 어려운 모습을 보였지만
ใช่ครับผม
맵 3에서는 훨씬 더 발전된
ใช่ฮะ
모습을 멋지게
ใคร
맞출
ช
수
นะ
있어서
มาเจอ
정말
เปเปอร์เล็กครับผม
좋았습니다. I mean, but one thing about what I want to say to you, Paulby, is the casters. I mean, they voted for Glee for the win. So
DIX กับทารอนใครชนะไปเจอเปเปอร์เล็กครับผม
Now some people have
คู่
some
นี้
faith in us because we've been having some.
ถ้าใครแพ้ก็ต้องไปเล่นเพย์อิน
I
ครับผม
hope
อัน
some
เนี้ย
people will respect our names now.
Yes. I mean, 우리를 응원해주는 팬분들 그리고 믿어준 팬분들께 더욱 감사하는 마음을
คิดว่า
전할
น่าจะ
뿐이라고
DIX นะครับ
왜냐면 캐스터들은 거의 다
ทารอนน่าจะได้ไป
예측을
ไปรอบ
했거든요.
เพย์อิน
그래도 좀 되게
ทารอน
자랑스러운
น่า
것
จะได้เล่นอัน
같은데
นี้
다음 질문으로 또 이어가 볼게요. 또 폴비
โอ้แฟลช
선수가
แบ็คโคตร
BCT
จัดอะ
퍼시픽에서 이제 처음으로 승리를 이끌게 됐는데 지금까지 두 경기를 치렀는데
แฟลชแบ็คโคตร
어떤
จัด
마음으로 이어왔는지 물어보겠습니다. You newly joined the BCT Pacifics, your first win for your team.
Playoff ไม่มีสายล่างครับ
How do you feel about it? I mean, you
ต้องดูอันนี้ต้องดูอันนี้
went through 2 matches matches so far, but how was it?
I mean, obviously it was our first win, but it's like our first one, and there's more to come. So we're super excited to go rematch either Zeta or we go against T1, and we're ready.
Oh yeah, that question I'm gonna ask you again. 네, 아직까지 첫 승리이긴 하지만
เผื่อใครยังไม่ได้ดูนะ คือที่หนึ่งของแต่ละกรุ๊ปนะครับเนี่ยกรุ๊ป A กรุ๊ป B กรุ๊ป C เนี่ยข้างบนเนี่ยจะมาวางตรงนี้เลยเนี่ยเสร็จถ้าที่2ของแต่ละกรุ๊ปเนี่ยจะมาได้รอบพยีน3ทีมนี้เห็นปะปั๊บ3เนี่ยจะมีคนชนะแค่1เดียวนะครับจะมาอยู่ตรงนี้ครับจะมาเจอกับที่1กรุ๊ป A นะครับก็จะเจอแชมป์กรุ๊ป A ซึ่งได้เป็น T1 ครับผม
T1을 만나고 싶은 마음도 있지만 제타를
ขอบคุณน้องมอนสเตอร์ด้วยนะครับ13เลยนะครับเปิดคัมแบ็คนะครับขอบคุณครับผม
상관은 없는 것 같습니다. Okay, Paulby, thank you for the interview. Best of luck for the next match.
Thank you.
And also, we have a little present for the fans. Do you know what it is? It's a doll. You have to write your signature. And it's a lucky doll because you won the match today, right? So you sign it wherever you want. And then you need to think where to throw it. But you have to go front to the audience, to the front. And then whoever shouts or raise your hands. Who's the lucky one? Yay! Someone's really happy.
อันนี้มันเล็งอีกแล้วปะเนี่ย
Thank you, Paulby. Okay, so congratulations, GE. And for the next match, we have T1 and Zeta coming up. Wait for that, everyone. And next, let's go to the desk. Bye-bye.
Oh my gosh. I feel like we should hide here or something. I feel so called out.
I mean, listen, but it's exactly as Povey said. They demanded some respect to their name, and I'll give it to him, right? He's right. We all doubted him. And we were all proven wrong, and with good reason. I mean, they were, once again, they were firing back, all of them kind of taking turns, taking the reins. If someone was having a little trouble, someone else rose up to kind of counteract that, especially going into map 3 as well, trying to bounce back after that map 2 loss.
Yeah, and we already said, if we have our expectations subverted,
มีคู่ต่อไป
that's
T1
good.
Zeta
We're happy to have that happen. I'm happy to see Global be able to get this win. I think that is going to be a big amount of weight lifted off their chests here, even if we didn't expect it to happen.
I thought you were going to say, well, if we have our expectations low, we can only be impressed. But, okay, you went the proper route of it.
Did I necessarily not mean that? I don't know. But, look, there's still a lot to dig into with this series. Was this clean? Was this non-jail Valorant at times? You know, there was some moments in there. But there's plenty to work on, but that's something that Global now has a little bit more time to do as they get ready for a potential rematch or to face off against T1.
It definitely got more and more interesting, I think. Like, you know, it started off as quite chaotic at times, but then you started to actually see the sense behind all of the chaos, right? And I absolutely love what the casters pointed out as well. Each member here, they had their own moment, right? Earlier, we did see Blaze King give a stellar performance on the first map, and then we saw a little bit of Polvi coming in. We saw Russ as well, and then here on Split, we saw Benkai, and this was actually like the battle of the ciphers that we had on this map, Will.
Yeah, both ciphers trying to just keep some of those rounds alive. And,
T1
you know, there were times back in the day when Benkai was performing well on this map, and of course on that cipher as well. He's one of those players that used to really like playing that cipher when he was playing that Sentinel back on PRX since the old days. So it's great to see him back in form. And like you mentioned, all of these players, they've been trying to say, no, we have the firepower. We don't know why people keep doubting us. We are here individually. Obviously, we've had ups and downs. Some of us have had to IGL in the past, but we can frag out. And they took turns proving that. But as Achilles said, now the question is, can you all perform at that level consistently in the upcoming matches?
Yeah, and I mean, really good rifling from Benkai. It's great to see him back on stage and just absolutely thriving in this environment. But again, some of these rounds is completely avoidable for Bleed. So this is a really unfortunate way to go out of it. Blaze King being able to find that just triggered discipline play, sat there on that B site where Bleed had no eyes on it the entire time. So they need to be checking these corners. They need to watch out for stuff like this. Just some questionable deaths throughout the mix here as well. So there's a lot of things to tighten up on. I really hope that they're going to be utilizing this extended break that they have while they wait for Masters Madrid to come and go.
Yeah, and I mean, again, look at the scoreboard, right? Global Esports kills spread out a little bit more evenly as well, and I think we're seeing that mental come into play as well. They're able to at least hold it together just a bit longer than Bleed to eke out this win 2-1.
Unfortunately, gentlemen, this means that Bleed Esports is the first elimination. They are now out of kickoff, but I I'd say kudos to them. You know, there was still a lot of potential that was here. I mean, we did see Egoist, for example, really get his moment in that final map. We saw Darion as well have his moment. We know what Scary is capable of. And of course, we have Ye and Crazy Guy to round it up. This is still a scary roster.
Listen, we had expectations for them individually, but we have to remember, once again, this is a team that hasn't played in VCT Pacific before. Right. The staff, the players, they haven't been able to play in this league, in this tournament before. So it's not too surprising that they are the first team eliminated. It's unfortunate, but again, they can only move up from here, and that's always been the expectation for Bleed.
I mean, maybe it's trite and overused, but it ultimately is a very true thing. It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. Given the championship point system, does this mean that they miss out on the opportunity to generate some? Yes, absolutely. But as long as they can rally back, come into stage one, and have a really strong performance there, they can rack those points up. So there still is obviously a very decent chance that if they can come in well-practiced and get everybody on the same page, make sure that they're not making some of these more fundamental mistakes, they could still make it to international competition because you have Shanghai, you've got champs on that horizon.
That's right. You know, again, kickoff. This is a starting point for a lot of these teams, and Bleed Esports is one of them. Again, you know, this was a team that was, you know, a part of VCT Ascension before. So I would say this is a very interesting debut, and they managed to go up against some of the very best. But of course, we are going to have one more series left. Global Esports will continue their journey, but for now, we are going to see who else in Group A rounds off everything as we head into our third series, T1 versus Zeta Division. That is coming right up after this very, very quick break.
อยากจะเป็น I am so far จริงๆ
โอ้ยไม่ไหวแล้วเหรอ
ก็มีนิดๆ
ให้เดียเองครับผมได้อะไรน้องพันไปไหนครับพันดีครับบรีสต้องมีการปรับเปลี่ยนพี่ว่ามีการปรับเปลี่ยนครับอันนี้มันเตรียมตัวน้อยต้องรอดูทัวร์หน้าทีมแรกต้องกลับบ้านใช่ปะวะใช่02ทีมแรกกินข้าวเลยดีกว่าภาพรวมบีทหรอน่าต้องใช้เวลาครับผมเวลาเตรียมตัวน้อยยังไม่ค่อยลงตัวตำแหน่งยืนอะไรแบบเหมือนคุยกันมายังไม่ค่อยดี
Red Bull gives you wings.
คู่สุดท้ายเชียร์อะไรกันครับพี่
พี่วันครับ
เชียร์เซต้าครับ
เอางี้ หน้าขาวว่าละเอฟ
หน้าขาว
เอาเปิดดิ
หน้าขาวเลยพี่ได้ลงเฟซนะหน้าขาว
โอเค ลงเพจนะลงเพจ
いろんなことが始まって大会だったりイベントだったり
มันจะโดนยังไงไม่รู้
強そうなキャラクターかもしれないですけど
เฮ้ยตื่นเต้นหน่อยแบบนี้
いなくなってるんじゃないですかね
悲しいことも
อยู่ปะเนี่ย
めちゃくちゃ辛いこともあった1年かな
ที่มัน AFK ไปแล้วกลัวหน้าขาว
You ready? You look different. Yeah, just a little.
まあオフシーズンで多少ゆっくりはできたし、メンバーも変わって新しくリフレッシュにスタートができて、来年が楽しみな感じですかね。
まあなんか自分より年下の人が今まで1回ぐらいしかなかったので、すごい新鮮な感覚で、新しい風を感じ、本当にそんな感じですね。
チームとしてすごい爆発するよう
な
可能性ももちろんあるし、逆に多少リスクではあるのは間違いない。もちろん弱くなっちゃう可能性もあるし、ただ、これでチームがもっと上手くなってもっと強くなる可能性があるのならば、それはチャレンジしなきゃいけないことだと思ってます。
เมื่อกี้ไปท้าเอฟครับผมว่าถ้า G1 แพ้พี่ทาแป้งครับผมถ้าเซต้าแพ้ทาแป้งลงโพสลงเฟซ
across the board to the team, so we are getting like so much good stuffs. We can be a really solid team this year.
ゼータディビジョンのヒロロンです。ポジションはイニ
シエーター ยังไม่ค่อยลงตัวครับผม
Hiroron, I think he's really clutch player.
プレイスタイルとしてもすごい
ได้เลยโทมิเปอร์ถ้าโอ้ได้เธอหน่อยแล้วเลย
なかなか最近見ないタイプのプレイヤーでゲーム外では真面目ですね。
チーム練習以外でも練習ちゃんとしてるし、ユランと比べると大人っすね、めちゃくちゃ。
ユランはもう謎の自信がめっちゃあって見てるだけでねパワーをもらえます。
僕の名前はユランです。多分今後フレックス、バイパーとかイニシエーターを使う機会が多いと思うので
He can do everything. Whatever we're gonna do, he's the one that, okay, I'm gonna do it, I'm here for it.
プレイスタイルもなんだろうな、恐怖を感じないプレイするんで、ちょっと見てておもろいのは
前よりは多分プレイヤーも2人変わってるんでめちゃくちゃ変わると思うんですけど、
新しい2人はね本当に打ち合いが好きで、それにこう引っ張られるようにもともといた3人もかなり打ち合うようになって、
いろんなこと今試し中なので前とは違ったゼータが見れるんじゃないかなと思います。
対戦したいのは T1 ですかね。リズさんが入ってから強いって聞いてるんで、そして T1 をとりあえずは戦って勝ちたいです。
基本的にどのチームも強くなってるとは思ってます。
ちょっと怖いですけど、ぶっ倒すしかないんでビビんないで自信持っていこうかなと思います。
My first goal is to us be a really consistent team this year with no like ups and downs during the season, so we can fight all of the years for the Masters spots, also the champions.
めちゃくちゃ応援してくれる人がいるんで、それの応援には応えたいですね。
長期的な目標はそんなに持ってないのかなとは思ってますけど、チャンピオンズとかは出て
วันนี้มันถ่ายยากตัวนี้
最初の方はちょっとうまくいくかわかんないんですけど。
We're gonna be fine because it's gonna be their first year in the franchise, but they are like working a lot. So.
パシフィックチームと戦うのが初めてなので緊張しないように弱気にならないように。
ญี่ปุ่นล้วน
最終的には本当に強いチームになれると信じてます。
There's gonna be a new Zeta. That's it. The new Zeta.
ก็คือวันน้องเดี๋ยวนี้วันนี้ครับช่วงเลือกตัวแมปเรียกว่าฮะอันไหนอ่ะ แมปวีโต้เหรอ
VCT Pacific Kickoff Day 3. We have one match to go on. VCT Pacific Kickoff 오늘 세 번째 경기 마지막 경기를 앞두고 있는데요. 정말 수많은 팬들이 모여서 열기가 더 뜨거워지고 있습니다. It is getting hotter and hotter with so many fans rooting for their teams, rooting for the fans they want, rooting for the players they want. But I want to chat with someone who really wants to talk about their team. 수많은 감정 속에서 이 팀에 대해서 이야기하고 싶다라고 생각을 하고 있는 팬분을 한 명 만났는데요. 맞을까요? 자기소개 부탁드립니다.
네, 저는 광주에서 올라온 주성진이라고 합니다. 네.
Hello, my name is 주성진. I came up all the way.
ใช่แล้วน้องตาลินแพ้2 รอบแล้ว
그러면 이제 광주에서 오셨다 했는데 얼마 정도 걸리셨나요? How many hours did you take to come here?
여기까지 대충 4-5시간 걸린 것 같아요. 졸리지만 그래도 T1 응원하고 있으니까 졸리지 않습니다.
It took 4 to 5 hours to come here, but I don't feel tired at all because I'm here for T1. 그러면 T1을 응원하러 오셨다 했는데 T1 중에서 또 어떤 선수를 제일 좋아하시는지? So which player is your favorite?
저는 카르페 선수.
ไม่แน่ใจว่าบีมันต้องแคมป์อยู่ไหนอะ
Carpe is my best. 그럼 카르페 선수가 오늘
เพราะว่าทีมใน프랜차이즈ลีกมันต้องแคมป์อยู่เกาหลีไง
확신하시나요? And oh, you're nodding your head. I asked him if he's sure that Carpe will show up today.
แข่งที่เดือน 4 เลยครับผม
확신하시나요?
1000%로 하겠습니다.
Okay, I asked him how many percent out of 100, and he said 1,000.
คุณให้ที่วัน
Okay, thank you for the interview. 그리고 좀 작은 선물이 또 있어요. 짜잔.
ฮารอนฟอร์มดีครับผมฟอร์มดีแบบดีทุกคนเลยอะ
네, we gave a little present to our fan. The camera. Okay, thank you for the interview. 네, 인터뷰 감사드리고요. 저희는 이제 또 데스크로 넘어가 보도록 하겠습니다. Let's go back to the desk.
We are finally at our final series of the day. The question is, who is going to join PaperX to be qualified into our playoffs? Is it going to be T1 or is it going to be Zeta Division? That's what we're here to find out. Just to reintroduce ourselves, my name is Mika Fabs and I am with Achilles and William here on the desk. Now, gentlemen, final series of the day. It's been a long one indeed because our previous maps all went to 3. We had 2-1 scores all around and very long maps too.
Screw it, 9-mapper. Let's go the distance this evening.
Why not?
I mean, let's be honest. When we first looked at the bracket, this wasn't the day that we thought this could potentially happen. But now that we're looking at it, I mean, there's a possibility.
We're already here.
Oh, well,
we
yes,
might as well.
Yeah, we are 2/3 of the way there for sure. So, I mean, T1 versus Zeta. Obviously, we'll get through the
ใช่ส
details.
ตรีม 2 ช่อง
And
ทาง
people
ครับ
have
ตอน
had
นี้
some strong predictions about
ทวิ
this
ตด้วย
type of
YouTube ด้วย
matchup.
ฝากกด
But
Subscribe ใน
Zeta's
YouTube
one
ด้วย
of
นะค
those
รับผม
teams that when they pull it together, they've always been
รั
strong,
บ
even
พี่
in
น้
the
องวิ่งแม
previous
นแต่เกาหลี
roster.
ไหม
So
คือ
there's a lot of
คือ
questions
ของ
to be
พวก
had.
ของในออเดอ
Yeah,
ร์ครับ
there really is. What is the
มัน
map
ไม่มี
gap
ขาย
look
ดิ
like? What are these compositions going to look like? But the biggest question of them all is, do we get to see X-Curate versus Laz on Chamber? That's the number one thing. We already know that we're being
มันต้องแบบ
treated
ไป
to an
แบบ
awesome
ที่
matchup
ที่
because
บัส
we
ไป
have
ที่อเมริ
depth
กา
there.
มันถึง
We've
แบบ
got
ถึงจะ
Zaya
มีอ่ะ
player. That's a known quantity. That's old news.
คือที่พี่ไป
We
มัน
saw
เป็น
that
มันเป็น
last
ที่
year.
แข่งมันไม่ได้
Now
แบบ
we've got
ไปเอาฟิ
X-Curate versus Laz.
ไปสำนักงานอะไรเงี้ย
I mean, we have debates
So
about this.
excited.
Like, you and I have debates about this. I've had it with Wyatt as well. So it's a very big question all around the world.
Well, if you look at our previous matchups, right, we do
วัน
see
นี้
that
เซนเนล
T1 does have
เซน
the
เนล
upper
ชนะ
hand
ครับวัน
here,
นี้
but again, as we always
ค่อน
say,
ข้างมั่นใจ
in a kickoff, this was a previous roster, and now it's a whole new T1. It's a whole new Zeta as well, and that is thanks to the rookies too. They made such incredible performances, such great impact, as we saw in their previous matches. We had Izu, for example, for T1, and of course we had Euron and Huron on the side of
จะ
Zeta.
ขอเว็บหนึ่ง
Yeah,
ไว้
I
ว่า
mean, all of the T1 players have been looking absolutely incredible. Zeta, their first series, a pretty rough one. They were going up against Global Esports. Both teams were really trying to figure their stuff out throughout that series. So it was maybe a little bit bleak for Zeta fans, but overall, the things that you could look to that were impressive was that Depp still very good at the video game. Laz as well. very good on lurking when he was playing that side.
แลกได้ครับแต่ยังไม่ได้มีแผนแจกอะไรเลยเนี่ย
were very much the brightest
เดี๋ยวกู้
spots
กิจกรรม
for
แจกของ
Zeta
ครับเดี๋ยว
on that day.
ตอนมาดริดอะ
My big question is, do they continue
เดี๋ยว
doing
ทาย
that
ผล
here
กันใน
now
ช่อง
when
เดี๋ยวทำ
they're
ลิงก์
in
มาให้
a much more important and much more tense matchup versus T1?
Yeah, and when's the last time we could say that about Zeta Division, right? When's the last time we could say it wasn't Dep or Laz that was really at the top leading the charge in terms of the scoreboard and the kills and the frags and things like that? So obviously a good sign, but as you can see in the highlights as well, you mentioned it, Mika, T1 clearly proving that their roster shuffle, their upgrades are definite upgrades for the new Korean squad as well.
Especially since Izu, as we saw, the Yoru did work for them on Breeze previously. I think they heard, like, they're buying into the rumors that the age of Yoru is nigh, right? So, and I think that, like, as we mentioned earlier, we do also have an impending, I think, matchup between Xcurit and Laz. And same as, like, earlier when we had a Ye versus Polvi on the Jet thing, then I think that, you know, for now, it's going to be the Chamber duel for Laz and for Xcurit.
Yeah, and it'd be a big one for Xcurit because Laz is one of those players that has always been praised and contending for some of those top spots as a Chamber player all around the world.
I mean, you say Chamber and most people think Laz. A lot of people say, like, Laz is Chamber. They are just one and the same as far as just being fully assimilated with one another because he's so clean on it. So if Xcurit could come in here, and if they are going to be playing that Chamber matchup and he dips him, what a statement that would be for Xcurit.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see it. Hopefully we do get it today. I mean, if we are here and we've been waiting for so long, why not give it to us in the same way that we had that previous matchup, right? Looking at these two rosters right now, again, my eyes are on the rookies because they've been doing so much. But I do think that, like, you know, T1 here, they're a bit more experimental right now than Zeta is, right? They're more likely to come up with creative agent compositions. They're more likely to think outside of the box. Zeta here, I'm not sure how far they're willing to push it, but is that an advantage for them or a disadvantage, Will?
Well, I would say the way we can look at it is T1 clearly made a decision on what their color was going to be coming into 2024, right? They started their experimentation in the offseason and they're carrying that through. It's still based around the utility to draw out the fights, the firefights, and then set up for those trades. Meanwhile, Zeta, we don't quite know, I mean, what the color is, other than they are willing to push up the tempo a bit more than 2023. But in terms of the cleanliness, in terms of the compositions, I think there's still a lot more room to be at. Is that an advantage? I mean, I wouldn't quite say so, but it does make them perhaps a bit harder to read.
Yeah, just looking, you know, kind of across the extended roster, we're talking about Dep, we're talking about side player, all these ones that have more of the flashy plays, but Hiroro, you know, this young rookie coming into the roster who has already looked pretty damn good. I'm excited to also see how he's going to be faring against Carpe, who in his own right, you know, stepping into Valorant for the first time just last year, now becoming the IGL, also had some very glowing moments in their opening series versus Bleed. So I think watching that initiator battle as well is going to be great.
Yeah, and look at this. I mean, it's as close as you can get to a perfect Pentagon here in terms of how much... I mean, honestly, this probably doesn't take into account the whole vibe factor. So if you add that for Rossi, it probably is a perfect Pentagon.
Rossi the problem. Look at these stats. He's dragging the team down.
But it's rare that we see this, right? And again, I mean, this is a culmination of all the different stats throughout their game so far. And to see that even though you have star players like Saya Player or Xcurit, you still have everyone else picking up the slack when it's needed or going for those trades, leading it basically to those conversion to round wins instead of just frags.
Yeah, and for anybody being confused as to what this graph means, just the closer it is to an actual pentagon in the middle, the better it is.
Yes, yeah, it's basically just how much has each player contributed to their wins on their round wins, and of course it takes into account all the different stats in the game.
It's basically who's sharing the pie, right?
Yes.
And as we're seeing here, T1 are sharing it quite evenly. On the side of Zeta, though, we can see that Euron here has quite a big slice.
Well, and then Huron as well, obviously Deb holding a big portion of it, but it's very impressive to see, and this has to be a huge confidence boost for someone like Huron. Huron at least had some time in Challengers Japan, briefly for sure, but he still played against some of the other players and teams that have been contending for at a pro level. But Huron's just been sitting at the Zeta Academy roster, going through scrims time and time again. He gets upgraded and he says, I'm here to help carry the team.
Yeah, it was such an impressive debut for him here in Pacific just a couple days ago, and you know, if he's going to continue on that trend, then he is very quickly going to be one of the most valuable players, not just on Zeta, but coming out of Japan, period, because he was just so damn clean. But, you know, we always zoom in on these two when these teams have clashed in the past, because it is also such a stellar matchup. Two guys who are just absolutely cracked when it comes down to whatever duelist they're playing.
Absolutely. Whenever these guys, bring out the off plays, whenever these guys, pick Jet, you know what's coming. And I can't wait for this matchup to also begin here because I feel like Saya player right now, he had an amazing performance up against Bleed, right? He's definitely online right now. And as for Depp as well, he's someone who can definitely deliver. So now that this is basically qualifying into playoffs, it's that much closer to Masters Madrid. How much are they going to push themselves in order to get that win for the team?
Yeah, and the most impressive thing about these two players, currently they're ranked 3rd and 4th in terms of duelists in VCT Pacific after just the one opening match from all of the teams. But the thing is both these players throughout their careers have always been so consistent at that level, right? Sure, we had impressive showings from the likes of Governor and some other players, but these two will always be in discussion for top 3 duelists in whatever league they're put into.
Yeah, I mean, at least playing out here regionally, especially, like, you can always rely on them to have a pop-up performance. Very rarely do you ever see a dip from either of these guys. They're always nailing their shots. Their decision-making is typically just very much on point. So this is going to be a spicy one. In the end, if everybody else is pretty evenly matched, it very well could come down to these two players to determine who's going to be walking away into that playoffs and who has to go ahead and fall down to the lower bracket.
It could be anybody at this point, right? We know what Zeta is. Make miracle runs just as they are known for, right? But T1 as well. They're this new powerhouse that popped up last year, and now they are ready to show what they've got.
Valiant Champions Tour Pacific, the kickoff, the last matchup today. Valorant Champions Tour kickoff 오늘 마지막 매치를 남겨두고 있는데요. 지금 어떤 팀이 기다리고 있는지 모두가 아시죠? 바로 T1과 제타입니다. 양쪽에 코치님들 모시고 이야기 나눠보겠습니다. Hello, welcome coaches. Are you ready for the match? Yes. Okay, I hear a lot.
9 แมปหมดเลยเนี่ยวันนี้
I'll first ask Coach Autumn. I mean, for you.
แล้วตึงทุกแมปด้วยดิ เต็มกราฟครับวันนี้
Right away and come up to the winners bracket. So how did this feel to be in the winners match? 이제 블리드를 상대로 바로 꺾고 승리도에 이제 들었잖아요. 바로 올라간 기분이 또 얼마나 좋으실까요?
사실 저희가 이번에 브래킷을 봤을 때 딱 사실 이제 정규 경기가 정말 오랜만에 몇 달 만에 있던 경기여서 첫 경기만 이길 수만 있다면은 그 다음에는 되게 쉬울 거라 생각은 하고 있었거든요. 그래서 첫 경기를 이겨서 이 자리에 올 수 있었다 생각하고 그래서 정말 기분이 좋습니다.
Looking at the matchup list, I was like, oh, if we win the first match, it will be so easy to go through the remaining matches. And eventually we won against Bleed, and it was really lucky for us to go to the winnings bracket. Okay, and to the next question, I also had a really fun to, like, especially see the match.
ทำไมไม่เป็นเรียนทำงาน
Sorry, you got a little confused.
ดูแข่งเหรอ
I want to ask you about Zeta's performance. You look to their players, you see the new Zeta. So how do you feel about their team?
일단 제타 디비전이 이번에 리빌딩을 했는데 솔직히 원래 기존에 있던 선수들이 워낙 잘하는 선수들이기도 하고 그리고 여기 옆에 있는 감독을 제가 많이 리스펙트 하거든요. 그래서 좋은 감독도 모시고 오고 해서 아마 되게 잘할 것 같아요. 근데 아마 제타 디비전은 지금보다 이제 시간이 갈수록 더 잘해질 것 같은데 오히려 지금 빨리 만나게 돼서 더 다행이라 생각합니다.
Meeting the new coach and the new Zeta, they become more powerful, and I see they're really like bringing up the energy. So I think they're gonna improve really much at the remaining matches. And for Coach Carlos, I mean, I have watching in the backstage and saw Itsu's first ace, and all the fans being excited for it. But for the rookies, it was their first international match. So weren't they really nervous for the first match?
I don't think they were really nervous because I think they are well prepared for those type of matches. So the kids are working so much and improving a lot that they are prepared for those type of situations.
오히려 루키 선수들은 전혀 긴장하지 않고 더 준비를 많이 했기 때문에 더 수월하게 경기에 임할 수 있다고 답했습니다. And also I want to ask you the same question I asked the coach. How did you feel when you went right through the winners bracket? 우승 팀으로 이제 올라가게 됐을 때 승리조에 들었을 때 기분이 어떤지 묻고 싶습니다.
Yeah, I think we made a good match. We made a lot of mistakes, but as
ขอบคุณน้องยูกินะ
in
นะครับ
general,
ยู
we were
กิ
a
นะ
good team
ตามเลยนะครับผม
yesterday,
ขอบคุณนะครับผม
so it was a good win for us, and I hope we make a really better match today.
어제 정말 박빙의 승부로 저희가 이겼지만 오늘도 그 승리를 이끌어내는데 집중할 거라는 답변을 해줬는데요. And also for the last question, do you have any last words for the players or for the fans? 이제 팬분들 그리고 선수들에게 마지막 하고 싶은 말에 대해서 물어보겠습니다.
Just thank you so much, all those Zeta fans that are supporting us. It's amazing. I'm so glad that we have all this like passion and love for the fans, and I hope we can match that expectation.
มีสอบอีกทีวันพฤหัส
너무 팬분들 제타
네,
팬분들께
팀 나에.
정말 감사한 마음을 전하고요. 여러분들이 기대해 주신 것만큼 저희가 열심히 해서 보답하겠다는
เชียร์
말을
เซต้า
들었습니다.
แต่คิดว่าที
And
วัน
for
ต้องช
Coach
นะ
Otto,
ดิ
อย่างนั้นถ้าเซต้าแพ้หน้าข่าวนะ
or the player, 마지막 또
เอาอีก
한마디
แล้วเหรอ
부탁드립니다.
ได้
รอบนี้ขอเป็นคนดูพี่เลยกับ F
ไม่ได้ดูด้วยกันต้องเล่นด้วยกัน
รอบที่แล้วน้องพี่ยังติดไว้เลย F ก็ติดไว้
He
ไม่ใช่เหรอ
said, we will win
ติด
this
ไม่เคย
match,
บนบาน
so
เก้า
we won't let you
มา
down,
มา
fans. It was a really good time interviewing the both coaches. Thank
แพ้
you.
แป้งอะดิช่วงเนี้ยผมลดแป้งอยู่
네, 지금
งั้นเอาลิฟต์ก็ได้เดี๋ยวให้น้องแพทมาเขียน
팀워드 감독들 만나보겠습니다. 데스크로 넘겨드릴게요. Back to you, Des.
ชอบอยู่
สรุปเอาแป้งหรือว่าลิฟต์
Massive respect from T1 saying that Zeta Division has gotten stronger and even better. And I think it's interesting as well because you know, you have Carlisle coming from a different region, bringing a different flavor here into Zeta Division. Right? We saw a glimpse of that in the earlier match. But what are you thinking?
งั้นเอาโปรตีนแทนแป้งก็ได้
Is this indeed a better and
อ๋อ
stronger
มัน
Zeta
ไอ้นี่ไง
Division?
ผม
I think it will be in
แพ้
time.
เว
I
ย์
think
ไง
it's
มันต้องกิน
it's
โปร
still a
ตีน
little bit
เกษ
early
ตร
days. I think that there's still more preparation, more refinement that can happen here with this
I
roster.
know.
But I think that there is an immense amount of promise,
FT
way
team
more
layer.
than we were seeing from them in the past.
Yeah, and it's funny that
Ma,
Autumn
FT
said that
layer.
in some way as well, that he thinks it's
งั้นเอา
better
งี้
that they
ใคร
met
แพ้ผมเป็น
Zeta
คนปะ
now
แป้ง
because
ให้
he
คนนั้น
thinks
ดี
they'll
กว่า
continue to
Oh,
grow.
yeah.
Because I
Pạ
agree.
online
I think there's so much
ถ้าพี่
potential
แพ้
here, but
เจ๊
kickoff
ปัด
is
ถ้าผม
so
แพ้เจ๊
early,
ปัด
and you've got two
อ่า
rookies who
อันนี้
might
เออ
still
เนี่ย
have be a little shaky here and there, get used to the
คือ
comms, get
คือ
used
เจ๊
to the
ปัดหมด
pacing. So we'll see how far they
งั้น
grow.
ปัดเลยดีกว่า
Sure, but despite saying that, of course, Coach Autumn still says we're here to win, and potentially all the way through kickoff is how much faith he's putting into his own players.
That's right. Well, T1 may
สวัสดีครับ
want to
นายเอง
challenge Zeta now while they're
ให้
at this stage, but
T1
Astra I think has already
2-1 ครับผม
and probably projecting into the Zeta that has already reached the final form, and all of us here are on the side of T1.
Well, Astra is just making sure we don't have the same embarrassment we did from match 2. At least somebody will see.
Somebody had to take
There's
the
at
bullet
least
every-
one winner from the caster crew. So.
Yeah, but again, with this, hello. Board getting tangled up on me.
You really
Anyway.
like this desk.
Yeah, really, it's great. I think T1, they just look so very strong. Unless Zeta has done some crazy evolution over the last day, basically, then I think that T1 will have the upper hand here. I think that their happiness to be facing Zeta now is very warranted and probably will be rewarded. But long term, again, I think that the players that they picked up here for the side of Zeta, I think that this is going to be a very scary team come stage 1.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I also do think that, again, T1, they tend to be a little bit more adventurous with things. They could be more likely to bring up things that Zeta Division may not have
แต่
prepared
ตั้นป๊าป๊า
for.
สั่งของเล่นด้วย
Does
นะ
Coach Carlisle has anything to say about it? But like
มันเป็นแบบ
T1, again, I respect that. I respect the
เดี๋ยวน่าจะ
experimentation.
มา
I
อีกไม่กี่วัน
respect the massive improvement as well coming from a team
เล่นได้
that was,
3
again,
คนเล่นได้
only
4 คนเนี่ย
after
น้อง
one
ก็
year,
เล่น
which
ด้วย
was
ได้
basically their debut in 2023.
มันเป็นหมาก
Yeah,
รุก
that's
แม่
a
เหล็ก
good point as well because that affected them a little bit as you know on top of the chemistry among the players, something that didn't allow them to really close out some of those matches or those runs at the international tournament. So they're trying to really remedy that with this new chemistry, you know, bringing up a lot more excitement, a lot more, you know, vocal players as well onto the roster like Rossi and Xcured. I mean, you watch the player camps, Xcured's talking non-stop to the rest of his teammates, and this is his first time playing Tier 1 Valorant.
Usually he's coaching like right there, right?
Exactly.
He's an in-game coach.
But, I mean, clearly it's working out for them because they're all in very good mood. And you talk to any of the players or the coaches are like, you know, we're looking good. We're very confident coming into this tournament. So all the changes they made in the offseason, we had some question marks in the process of it, but the result so far is delivering.
Yeah, very much is. And just for anybody who's out there being concerned as we get ready to go into this matchup, we doused Rossi in holy water when he walked into the studio. We made him throw salt over his shoulder. We did a bunch of different things, a bunch of preventative measures to ensure that this is going to go off without a hitch. So if there's any
unfortunate
issues,
protagonist of that story.
there is something crazy
We didn't
going
have
on.
to talk about it. We didn't have to talk about it at this point. I'm getting worried now. But, you know, I do think that this will go off without a hitch and a lot more Valorant action. As we saw from our previous matches, you know, this could probably only go to the map 3, and I would like want that to at least
แต่ว่าแผง
happen,
คนเดียวไง
right? But again, I love that you brought up Extrude earlier, just because, like you mentioned, you know, that hunger to compete on this stage, that hunger to prove that he belongs here and could potentially face off against maybe his brother in the future. That's there. That's evident every time the camera cuts to him, right? You can see him being so immersed in the game, being so immersed in what comes next for his team.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's played professionally before in other games, but coming in after watching his younger brother perform so well, reach such heights in Valorant, and then saying, I'm here to challenge that myself as the older brother, it's not an easy feat. But like you said, it looks like he's committed, right? He's not kind of taking it for granted. He's not saying, I have the background to play FPSs, I can just cruise through it. No, he's here to learn. He's ready to flex for the team, picking up all these different agents in such a short time. Sure, they don't all look perfect, but that again shows the commitment that this is a team game. I have to play to win.
It's also just he's surrounded by a lot of like-minded individuals because Saya player and Carpe both have extremely similar backgrounds where they were playing professionally in a different title, and then they come over to Valorant, and then they just go ahead and get right on the grindstone, start working away and figuring out the game. So Extrude, he has been putting in the work, and I think that we have already seen the fruits of his labor back in AVL as well as their opening series. So you know, it seems like it's going to be a bountiful feast still moving forward.
I mean, what's the map pick going to be, right? That's the biggest question, because does that lead to a potential chamber versus chamber matchup? I mean, that would be just a cherry on top for this day.
You have fans that traveled from, like, what, 6 hours? Is that what the fan mentioned, right? 6 hours to see this? I feel like they deserve that. But yes, I mean, you mentioned Carpe Achilles, and I think that kind of head-to-head that he has with Laz, being kind of like the IGL, both IGLs, both potential top fraggers as well. So it's a lot on their shoulders to be able to carry the team and to be able to deliver when it matters the most.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Laz, you know, he had some decent moments throughout that first series that they were playing, really trying to hold things down, going up against Benkai and that Cypher duel on Bind and whatnot, but we didn't see the really heavy impact that we typically do get from Laz, so I'm curious to see how he's going to be coming back into this one. I'm wondering if he's working overtime, just trying to push out comms maybe a little bit more clearly for the rookies, give them a stronger understanding as far as what he's expecting from them round over round, and maybe that's detracting a little bit from his own personal play. I'm just completely speculating here, but it seems like it could be a possibility, or maybe it's just a slightly off day. Either way, I'm hoping that we do get a really strong Laz performance, because if it is going to be that chamber, whether it's him still playing on the standard Sentinel role of the KJ and the Cypher, I just want to, it feels good to see him pop off.
Yeah, I mean, there's just some magic to it, right? Some charm to Laz popping off, just the style that he does it, and he also has his own color when he's able to carry some of these rounds over the finish line. So that would be exciting to watch. The other thing to note is, of course, we saw it earlier briefly, the head-to-head matchup from them last year. They played against each other twice. Now, both of them are 2-1 scores, so while T1 came out on top, Zeta was there fighting back each time. Both teams now, with roster upgrades, how do they look in this new version?
So we are going to map 3 then.
I guess so. I mean, it's written in the books.
And that's how. I mean, history doesn't lie. I mean, we've already gone to 6. We might as well just go to 9, stay here for a little while longer, and have some good Valorant. Because we started things off, excellent series. I want to round things off and just have a strong day the whole way throughout, and just get a really good, tight-knit match between these two teams.
Not to mention the stakes are so high today, right?
Yes.
We did have the first series with PaperX qualifying into playoffs, and then we had our first elimination match, and for this as well, it's either T1 or Zeta qualifying to playoffs, and I think that's why also these teams are really pushing, because now it feels like, oh, now it's real. Okay, now, you know, we've dusted off everything, and now we really get to play and show who we are.
And the other thing is of course, the winner of this match on the bracket, they are slated to play against the team,
วันนี้มัน3 แมปหมดเลยไง
which means you're going to have such an advantage, so much more tape to study to make sure that you come out on top, get your way to Masters Madrid,
พรุ่ง
and
นี้
compete
ดู
for
ยุโรป
potential
เริ่มพรุ่งนี้แล้วเหรอ
kicking off this year of 2024. So this is a very high stakes thing. It's either wait for playoffs and just be able to chill, study the VODs, or you have to grind your way back up, having to play the decider match, and then having to play the round robin in the phase 2 of play-ins.
Yeah, I mean, it's why we always praise teams when they make deep runs through lower brackets, because it is that much more difficult. You are showing that many more strategies, that many more set plays that you might have, the maps that you prefer, the agents that you want to run. And it just feeds so much more information to those opponents who are just sitting there waiting. Some people, you know, will say we like it because we like playing more. It keeps us really up to date. It keeps us fresh and warmed up. But you cannot ignore the innate negatives.
แต่ยุโรปนี่ก็คือแบบดูแค่คู่เดียวแล้วก็
qualify and now sit back, watch the games. That's definitely the fate that you want for your team.
there's
มันคุย
definitely
กันอยู่
sacrifices on both sides, right? If you
จีนมัน
do
พูดเสร็จ
have that lower bracket run, you are playing a lot more matches. You also risk
จีนไม่ได้
having
ดูครับ
less
ผมจีน
time to be
จีน
able
มา
to
แข่งตอน
adjust
กลางวันต้องรับ
whatever
ส่ง
needs
ลู
to
ก
be
ครับผม
adjusted, right? Whether it's between players, whether it's a strategy that is necessarily working, or maybe it's incorporating something that perhaps in a future tournament is another patch, right? Which does happen altogether. So I feel like right now it's going to be a really dicey for whoever loses this match. But I think that both teams, they are up to the challenge indeed. I mean, we did see that T1, they have incredible endurance based on day one.
Sure, yeah, and I would say for both teams, actually, a lot rests on their shoulders, depending on their fan base as well, right? T1, what it would mean for them to be the first Korean team to move into the playoffs, of course, partly due to schedule, maybe, but, I mean, again, holding that pride up of that brand of T1. Meanwhile, Zeta Division, they've always had the backing of the entire Japanese Valorant community. They couldn't deliver in 2023. They always fell just short, and to say we're back with a new color, with new faces, and we're trying to rise back to the top, bring Japanese Valorant to the world map,
เดี๋ยวทำ
ton to not just the team, but
วิเคราะห์
all
พิก
the
เดม
Yeah, for sure.
เฮ้ยพี่ยังไม่ได้ทำคลิปอีมีเลยอ่ะ
Yeah, I think there's still certainly issues to work through there for global, but they're proving that they can improve very rapidly because that was a very different team compared to what we had just seen yesterday from them. A lot more concise plays, a lot more synergy between all of those players. You give them another couple days, if you fall to that lower bracket, who knows what global's going to look like then. So being able to just avoid that matchup
เดี๋ยวขอไปดูก่อนยังไม่ได้ดูเลยว่ายุโรปเป็นไงบ้างคือตอนแรกที่วิเคราะห์พิกเดมได้เพราะว่าพี่ไปดูประวัติผู้เล่นมาหมดแล้วไปดูพวกผลงานย้อนหลังอะไรเงี้ยก่อนทำคลิปอะไรเงี้ยเลยวิเคราะห์พิกเดมให้ฟังได้แต่ของอีมีไม่ได้ทำคลิปครับ
success that they had last year, making it into champions, right? They didn't exactly get very far in champions LA, but of course they want to change that. You know, I do remember, you know, Autumn was saying how they actually love that his team managed to make it so far because again, that was them in their debut, right? They managed to make it into champions within 1 year.
Yeah, and I think something else they want to prove is that they built this roster to not lose steam. They built this roster to continue building on that energy, the momentum, to continue to innovate, to try to become a leader here in VCT Pacific, not just someone who's always challenging the top level. So this is a brand new idea. I mean, there's always been a lot of questions, and I think the community and maybe some of the other coaching staff also divided when they look at T1's philosophy, because it is a little new, especially for Korean esports as well. I mean, Korean esports in any title, it's always about going textbook and then perfecting it. But T1 is here to say, no, we want to switch it up. We want to be the ones who have figured out Valorant itself.
ป๊าลืมนี่เลยตั้น
It's been a really strong start to that so far. I mean, it wasn't enough to get the trophy back in the AVL, certainly not, but they're in a very strong position right now where it feels like they have this big head start on top of so many other teams that are in this league, that they have firepower in every single role, and that they have a very strong chance of being able to lift that trophy, or at the very least be in that grand final.
Yeah, I think exactly that, you know, being in the grand final. I actually do have, like, I'm preempting my predictions over here, but I actually do have PRX and T1 as my grand finalists, like, prediction.
Oh, and that sounds like a very good grand final.
I do want to see that Sosanza Derby Part 2, you know?
Well, yeah, that too, and then they had a great match at the AVL as well, kind of bouncing back and forth, so that could be exciting. I mean, any of the teams that have gotten their wins so far, I think showed what their peak potential could look like, so this is building up to be a very exciting year here for VCT Pacific.
Well, let's get it started. Let's throw it on over to the stage to check out our teams.
ได้ดูแล้วครับพี่น้องทำไมคู่นี้กว่าจะเริ่มมันนานจังเลยครับอันนี้ปกติเหรอครับ
จะเริ่มแล้ว โอเคครับ
Giants in the winners match. Who will punch their ticket through to the playoff stage? They've defeated the Devils. They've claimed their first ace with Izu. It's mechanics and teamwork at the highest level. It's T1!
เหมือนเจสันอยู่นะ หน้าตาพี่น้องเหมือนคล้ายๆกันอยู่เลย
Reformed and rejuvenated with their IGL labs back for fights. It's time to defeat T1. Let's welcome to the stage Atarashi Zeta Division.
ผมว่าเซต้าชุดนี้เดือด
เดือดกว่าเดิม
ใช่
แต่ทีวันก็เดือดกว่าเดิมเหมือนกันฮิโกะอดีตโปรเพลเยอร์
คนไหน
คนขวาดูดิเมื่อวานดูแมนยูอยู่น้องเหนือสวัสดีครับน้องเหนืออุ้ยขอบคุณน้องเพนนะครับ11 เดือนแล้วนะขอบคุณนะครับผมอ๋อดูรูปแล้วโดนกระโดดเสียบเข่าแล้วเป็นไรปะตัวทั้งใบนะฮะ
We'll conduct a coin toss to determine the
All right, here we are entering into our map videos.
เราไม่เชื่อพี่ไง
Here, Achilles, especially since, as we mentioned, a lot of the performances here are going to be enabled by what maps we're going to find our teams on.
I'm not sure what to think. I mean, right now, you can see the coin toss taken there. Bias Zeta to get the first map veto at the end of this all. Here's what they do want to take away. I mean, from T1, we saw that it was pretty rocky from the opening game on Breeze, but they still want to take away after that 18-16 victory that T1 did get. And quick ban on the icebox, and that means that Ascent is open, and Zeta will take it.
All right, they want to go with the steady known factor. Now, I mean, we've seen some teams that have tried to rely on Ascent, and it didn't work out so far, but I would have faith in Zeta's Ascent. They've always clawed back in.
Lotus.
The possibility
there. The chamber matchup, it can happen. It's very realistic. I can see it. I'm going to be so disappointed. I'm going to be flattened if it doesn't.
I mean, yeah, because both of them have used it on Lotus already. So I see no reason why it wouldn't come up. T1 banning out Bind. I mean, sure, different rosters, but they were able to showcase a good Bind last year, and then it got read by some other teams right away. So that leaves Sunset for the last one.
Yeah, the floating is once again, we did see Zeta leaving this one open. Wasn't one of their bans when they went up against Global. So still feeling confident enough to be able to play that map.
ที่อเมริกาเซนติเนลครับผมอันนี้เด็ดแบบเด็ด
Obviously, it's that map
เด็ด
that is the really big one that we have our eyes on because that's where the chamber can come into play. But for now, we can very much focus on that heads up between Dep and
ทำไมซันเซ็ตมันไม่มีแบบจุดเอเลสที่สแปมหรอ
Three of these maps really could go either way, and all three of them could very well be these nail biters all the way to the end. Because Ascent again, it's the battle between Dep and Saya player. Also, you have these cores on both teams that are able to kind of carry out the old ideas. This map has been around for so long, so it's much more about that communication and the mentality. Then there's Lotus, the potential chamber battle. Then there's Sunset. T1 shows some good ideas, but Zeta has been floating it.
Yeah.
Just want to jump in here. I love that we're seeing a lot of Zeta fans here.
Oh, they are everywhere.
Yes.
Even here, like, in home court, I guess, of T1, right? But again, we are going into Ascent, we're going to Lotus, and we're going to Sunset. I like that we're already pointing out very interesting head-to-heads right off the bat, right? Ascent, we're seeing Saya player and Dep. Lotus, potentially the Excurrent and Laz face-off. Sunset, potentially, well, we'll get to that when we cross that bridge. But for now, these two maps, I think they're going to be very exciting. And as we mentioned again, they could go any which way, but I think Achilles, we are favoring T1 here. Who do you think is going to have that moment, I guess, or are we getting like those excellent highlights here?
Who's going to be the X Factor?
Yeah.
เอาเว้ยรอบนี้เชียร์มันหน่อยมีติดปลายนวม
I would say that for Lotus though.
Yeah, but I think just given that it's Ascent, you always kind of think of the Jet players on this map. She's so prevalent. We very rarely see teams start to stray away from that. You know, PRX is one of them, kind of bringing out the Reyna from time to time. Every now and then we would see, you know, maybe a Phoenix in the mix there, Raze, oddly enough, but Jet is so prevalent. I feel like this has to be that battle between Dep and Side. Who is going to be able to get these opening picks for their team?
Yeah, now there is a world where Dep is the one who goes back to play the Sova, though, on Ascent as well, right? And Sovas have also been very crucial on Ascent in the past, so yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly
หมายถึง
where
ที่วัน
that
ช
is,
นะ
but
อี
it
ซี่
does
ใช่
seem
ไหม
like they really want to let
พิมพ์มามัน
Huron, especially
กำ
Huron,
กวม
kind of go for his comfort picks on each map and then revolve around that. Dep's already started flexing around towards the later half of last year.
Given what we saw, sorry not to cut you off, from Huron, it feels like that Sova still would very much be in his hands because it does feel like you're very much just handicapping yourself not having Dep on that Jet.
I feel like also that this could be a potential to break the usual Ascent composition here, especially on the side of T1. Do you think we're seeing any surprises at all, or are we going with the standard, usual Ascent lineup?
This is the second time that we've had Ascent. The first time that we did have it, it was pretty much just stock standard between the teams. We didn't really get anything too surprising, and I kind of feel like it's likely to happen again. But if somebody does want to kind of reinvent the wheel with this map, then obviously that would be really exciting. The thing that I do want to see, though, more so than a compositional change, is still that continued change in play style from Zeta, because this was pretty much the quintessential map for them, where they would just really grind to a halt, wait for those last 20 seconds to show up on the clock before they started going for an execute. So I want to see some faster hits. I want to see a lot more determination and confidence in their play when they get ready to go for attacks or go for retakes.
It's a very good test for Zeta, because Ascent is also that map where while you do want to find your own pacing, you cannot be haphazard about how you push out, whether you're on the attack or defense. You have to be very methodical about it. You have to make sure that you understand how much space you've taken and how that pushes the opponent around the map. So I'm curious. Last time we saw them trying to play more aggressive. It was a little messy, but the aim was able to carry them through a couple of those rounds. Ascent is not going to play like that.
Could we potentially be getting the Chamber matchup here on Ascent? Do you think?
I don't know, just because while Chamber as an individual can still work well on Ascent, it's just that if you're gonna have a Sentinel, Killjoy and even Cypher provide so much value on Ascent.
Yeah, this is kind of similar to Breeze, where this used to be a map where you could very much see a lot of prevalence for that Chamber. He can get an immense amount of value, but ever since the original singular pylon, really drastically reducing how much teleport range you have. A lot of those reliable setups that you used to have as a Chamber are completely gone, because you used to be able to peek out, you know, on catwalks.
คือถ้ามันยังระเบิดอยู่ด้วยนะมันน่าจะเป็นที่คนแล้วไม่ได้เป็นที่คอมคนอยู่คอมไม่มีปัญหาแล้ว
Pretty much stand, but we do have Carpe going over to that fade here, and the Rossi's on the Viper.
Yeah, so Rossi played that Viper during the off season as well here on Ascent. So continuing with that double controller, it's Izu and Rossi on Omen and Viper. It's going to be executed on that Cypher. Meanwhile, Last sticking with the age-old Killjoy, going to have a little bit more flexibility and covering mid with utility so that they can rotate a bit more freely around.
ทีวันมันเป็นทีมที่แบบว่าคอมไม่ค่อยเหมือนชาวบ้านนะ
are really giving the initiator role over to their young guns, Yuran and Huron. Let's see how well they do up against T1 as we head into our final series of the day. Tossing it over to our casters, Azurai and Quack.
So many things has happened today, man. Lots of ups, lots of downs, but we are 100% sure that they have all been bangers, and I expect the same of this last series, T1 versus Zeta Division.
Yeah, the winner of this one definitely goes forward through the playoffs, and that's already a really big deal. Meanwhile, on the other side, I mean, starting things off on the map of Ascent. T1, what an interesting composition. We might have seen a little bit of it in the off-season, but up against a more classic one in the form of Zeta Division, but with two new players. How's it going to play?
We'll see here and now. Izu's been an absolute monster, whether he's on that Yoru or here on this Omen as well. Zeta Division not wasting any time, already pushed him on here onto short. The contact between Carpe and teammate. Paranoia does push him back. Very huge use on that. Scanning and everything, and Def chases down the kill. Izu does get the contact. Huron already here. On Hammond does get a couple of frags, important frags, that gives access for Zeta on that A site. A quick plant for follow. Excrete and Rossi remain to get that retake.
เดือดไป
Already so quick into sight, and with that, I mean, how do you retake? You got the Cypher, you got the Viper, and it's not going to be the easiest task in the world, right? You might be able to clear some corners, but when it comes down to the gunplay, Zeta's neatly tucked away inside of Hell. They walk through and
เอาว่ะ
Sugar Zero.
จะชอบเล่นแอตตานะไม่ได้เป็นด่านนี้
True. You know, all the fun.
ซูก้า
None of
ซิ
the
โร่
bad stuff.
ตอนนี้มาเป็นโอมเลย
Sugar Zero.
กระป๋องแป้งสั่นเลย
Bro. Come on, keep up the pace, man. I'm nowhere in the third series. Anyways, quick little recap on this replay. Again, Zeta Division.
ไอ้ระเบิด
With
เคโอ
that
นี่มัน
coach
แร
of
ง
theirs,
มากเลย
man,
อะ
their tempo
แรงมากถ้าโดน
really
ตรง
has
กลาง
upped up the pace, and it's
โคตร
not
แร
just
ง
them
เอาใช่เหรอมันอยู่ตรงกลางด้วยเหรอพี่
ใช่ความ
just
แรง
going
มันขึ้นอ
radically
ยู่กับ
into the site. There's
รัศ
always
มี
thought behind the
เปลี่ยน
push.
เหรอ
Carlisle
เป็นอย่างนั้น
definitely
เป็นอยู่
has
แล้ว
shaped up this team a little bit more, so now
Oh,
they have these
really
protocols and
like
really aggressive takes
อุ้
where
ย
they just are
ส่ง
able
ของดี
to
จัด
push
แฟ
it
ด
and
มา
melt
ตาแต
through.
ก
Even in this
วัน
one,
เวเฟล
yes,
จัง
it's
หา
an anti-ego,
แย่ละ
but Depp is
ใคร
that
วะ
much
น่ะ
more
ใครซู
confident just to go in along with it.
Yeah, Hitteron's been hitting them flashes
มันเตี้ยไปอ่ะหรือ
from
ว่า
here on out.
มันตกพื้นไง
Ron. I'm losing my mind a little bit because it is the last series, but
คม
going back
ค
into
ม
things. Quick little dash in from Depp.
เอ๊ะมัน
Picks
ค
him
ม
up
ไว
3K
กว่า
as Rossi falls
แต่น่า
down.
ต้องพอแล้วแป๊บนึงนะ
All up to Excurate.
คม
Little peek
Hey.
on heaven though. Peekaboo, I see
คม
you. Marshall in
คม
hand.
คม
Extra tag or anything? Not gonna happen. Only Euron as a collateral here for
ก็
Zeta.
พอสไปแล้วนะแต่มันกระตุกอ่ะ เป็นไรไม่รู้อ่ะเบราว์
It's
เซอร์
early, but
ไม่กด
with
พอส
this speed and
ไว้
with
เอ็ดได้แล้ว
T1,
พี่ยุคนี้
ได้เวลาเลยครับ
but you know,
Ed.
not quite adapting to it
Old
just
Lynn.
yet.
ใช่เหรอ
I mean, again, still really early. But your predictions, Asura.
มันสามารถซิงก์กับไอ้นี่ได้ด้วยนะ
You know
ใช้
what?
แบบ Google Chrome
เก้า
I don't
เป๊ะ
really care anymore at this point. You know?
เจ็ด
ถ้าซิงก์กับ
It's
กู
never
คมยังไง
really
อ่ะ
actually do come
ตรง
on,
ไหม
let's be honest. But at the
สา
same
ม
see, because like everyone else
หนึ่ง
kind of
มันโอน
thought
ข้อมูล
T1
มา
would
พี่
be the
ว่า
team. They're
ใช้แบบ
more,
Google
you know,
Chrome เป๊ะๆเลย
อ๋อ
veteran.
Yeah.
They got the star players. You
ผม
got
เบรกไปให้มาไวเลยว่ะ
Excurate.
To be
But-
fair, Coach
Odin
Alex did say
นี่มันกระตุกอ่ะ
that comparing it to last year, everyone's upgraded. So
Yeah, that's the thing. Is Zeta's upgrade that
หมด
much
หมดทุกโคมแล้วเหรอ
powerful? And I'm really impressed to see if that is the case. We know how strong Depp is, and yes, he's still opening a lot of it. But I'm very curious to see what Hiroran and Yuran have in store for us.
absolutely. You can already
You've
see
been
that.
talking about them,
Home.
right?
Absolutely. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Been watching a couple of the games of Heron, and I mean, there is potential. I wasn't
ต้องเช็คว่ะ
like
มีคนเช็ค
blown
ให้เรา
away, but there is potential at the
โอ้
man
โหแล้วพอ
himself.
เห็นรับเยอะยิงเอ้า
Let's say this side player is
ดูยิง
pushed
ส
up
วนดิ
all the way
Ow.
on Sabrosa.
Whoa!
And wallbang for
ไม่รู้ไง
wallbang.
ว่ามีการ
We've
เดียน
seen
ไง
two different weapons actually get that shots through the wall and everything. Excurate still holding the angle here.
Oh.
And again, a
Hey.
very vocal player leading the charge into
ทำไม
securing
พี่ไอ้ต
the
บมือ
first
แบบ
gun
ว่า
round here
ดั
for
งจังเลย
T1.
I got
จะได้แบบ
excited.
ดู
I
มัน
thought
ๆหน่อย
it
ไง
would have been like one of those rounds. I mean, it was the rookie. I think was it Hiroran?
Euron.
Euron with
ใช่
the
ครับ
Guardian
ติด
getting
ไป
the
โน
shot
ม
through the
T1
wall
ไว้
bang. That was really lovely. Maybe through that they might have been able to
ห้ามแพ้
open up a
ถ้า
little
แพ้
bit
แล้ว
more.
เดี๋ยวหน้าข่าว
But we go back to classics.
Kept going
T1,
back,
they had the
I-
Odin, of course. They had the read off of that spot from Sabrosa. And with that, just information, right? Rossi, well-timed snake bite. It completely halted Zeta into the tracks.
It's pretty real. We're seeing Carpe beyond that fade, right, over
ติดกับเอฟไป
the
ครับ
Sova. It's just because you have so much more staying power with the C's over the shop
One more.
guards. Any
โอ้โห
case, there's a quick little push
เจอ
in.
สามนะฝืนเข้าไหม
Nobody willing to go and dash right in as that snake
Well,
bite,
okay.
and basically like 3
Oh,
people
by
of
the name.
T1 is already here.
Well, that's
Izu's
a
finding
bad-
contact on
Oh.
Hiroran. Couple of
Odin
pop
hook.
shots through the walls here, forcing TP away. Depp's got his blades. He's got to create some contact right now. Spots one in front of Rossi.
อุ้ยคม
Rossi's just too good. That generator has turned into his domain, his kingdom, leaving lads in a
Oi.
very unsightly and
มาแล้วครับผม
unsavory position. And T1 quick to answer.
เราฝืนไง
Yeah,
เซ
everyone
ต้า
doesn't feel comfortable.
นี่พี่เอ๋
You know you
ไม่
have
คนละ
to
ลอ
peek
ซี่
out.
อันนี้
You're
นัก
gonna
แข่ง
try
ร
to
ถ
find whatever you can get, but too many players on the other side. They're gonna play off each other's
ไม่ใช่นัก
contact.
มวยอ่ะพี่
At the same time, I
เอา
mean,
นักม
this
วยเหรอ
round just impressive
ไม่รู้
anchoring from
อ้าว
both controllers. Izu with a TP back into
นัก
hell,
บอลนักบอล
and then playing off
เตล
around
ซี่
that.
ที่มงสี
Rossi
ดา
อันนั้น
just
อันนั้นเดล
toying
ซี่
around with Depp, just
อันนั้น
keeping
มาเตล
his attention
ซี่
away from the rest of his team as much as
มั่ว
possible.
โอ้โหมาเต็มมั่วหมด หมดละ
T1 adapting right back into the game.
And again, Carpe is probably one of the the
สอง
players that
เปี้ยง
came from a different league, had to transition into Valorant, and
ปี้ยง
now he is looking well at home
It's been a year. It has. He's adjusting. I like the idea of the fade. And it definitely works out on defense as well. You know, the C's can give you so much. But off of an eco now, Zeta still trying to get an idea for how T1, you know, really defends.
They're trying to fish for a kill, but T1's just not giving them that satisfaction. I mean, if Zeta wants any form of contact, they have to go into the domain here of T1. Speaking of which, though, Ross and Izu, right then and there, quick, close on the contact. Depp was able to dash right in, but I don't know how much impact he can actually do. So he just leaves the site and starts to create some tempo here on Heaven. It's going to be very risky, but he has to do this by himself and leave his team to fend off on their own. And it does work out to some extent, but he is on an island right now, Quack. Gets the first one, but Saya player shuts him up very quickly.
Now with it off still looming over their heads, Zeta Division just trying to position themselves safely enough. Last tucked away in A main. He's got to make use of that play just right up next to Sugar Zero, because if not, it's easy for T1 to find these 2-on-1s.
Turns available for Laz here. Whoa, barely misses into the reactionary position.
He's buying time.
Is Sugar Zero on switch, swings right out. Harvey's very quick on that trade. Laz risking his life to get that contact, has to swing out. Harvey's gonna be able to maybe have the spike here. No, he does not. That should just think about that. And Laz, perfectly cool, calm, and collected of Zeta Division secures one.
Very well played. I mean, it was a bit of like half-ish buy. Had some
คือกดพอดโกแล้วมันกระตุกอ่ะมันเลยช้า
buying the attention away. Sugar Zero getting the tap at the sheriff really allows the sheriff really allows them to open up the site. I think Izu, you know, had to spin so much back and forth that it allowed for the rest of the team to make their way in. And not to mention depth right up around window. It kind of throws things off for a little bit.
You're T1 in a guessing game, right? Is he staying on the site to protect the site, or did he overpush so that he gives more information and more map control for Zeta Division? Went for the latter, so he reaps the benefits of that. Only good for the first kill, but yeah.
Holds off that operator, that's the thing. So
yeah, true.
Buys up now, T1 on the half buy.
T1's very adamant about that this mid control, because every time they don't get that mid control, Zeta's somehow always knocking on A short or somewhere, right? And those are the rounds that Zeta has gotten pretty successful on. Okay, Null Command.
Man ห็นไง
spotted actually coming around the corner here. He could be in a bad spot. Boy, does he. Depp now holding the angle. Activated so that Depp can cross a little bit more peacefully into the site. Very vocal player of T1 gets a bit of powwow, but only good for one. But I mean, that's Depp, so step in the right direction here as T1 forced to go for this retake. Looking quickly into the minimap. One holding B main. Side player is on the alert. If he can get Laz, the pinch will be better here for T1.
Such an interesting like retake.
อีนี้มันถึง KO เยอะไงมันเลยแบบไม่มีสกายไม่มีบีท นานๆที่จะมีบีทโผล่มา
There it is.
There it is indeed, and here comes the offense right now for T1. Do they still have enough time though, or can they only just let Zeta Division hold the angle here? Euron popping shots through the smoke, and boy is he blind, but he is not going to miss a beat with that Odin.
I really like that. I mean, first of all,
โอ้แล้วทำท็อกซิสกีมาไว้รีเทคอ่ะโดนโอดินสแปม
I mean, the decision making not to fully commit to the spray and like swing his mouse wildly back and forth. He actually gets off of it and then repositions, because if you do stay in that spray, your tracers are visible, your opponents can fire right back. So very well played by Zeta. And if I were to add, I mean, just another interesting note. Actually, last year for Masters Tokyo,
อันนี้แบบเซต้าตัวเย็น
T1 was that team that knocked Zeta down. T1 was the team that denied Zeta Masters Tokyo. So if Zeta can actually win this, that would be huge.
So it is some form of retribution.
Little bit.
เซต้ากับด่านนี้น่าจะประสบการณ์แน่นอยู่นะพี่
Storyline
เจอเรามา
set up revenge
ตอนนี้
arc
ประสบการณ์ทีวันน่าจะน้อยแบบ
not guaranteed, but we are seeing a
ด่านไม่
possibility.
อยู่นานเกินเขาไปซ้อมด่านใหม่กันหมดเลย
That being said, though, both of the initiators for T1 and Zeta
มาหนึ่งครับ
have been
ปายา
very good at utilizing these Odins, man.
ยา
The Odin spam.
ฮึบอ้าว
He's high up player though. He's going in for more. I
mean, at parties you don't want to double dip, but in Valorant, it's perfectly normal. Even rewarded at times.
Without a doubt, I mean.
But a shock dart.
Oh!
Saya player. What a shock dart from Euron. Gets the one. That's jet for
วิ
Jace.
กล้องโคตรเอาอ่ะอันเนี้ย
After a little bit of pressure on P, the rest of the
เห็น
team
เห็น
already
อยู่
rotated closer towards A. Execute and Izu better be ready.
Last is
ไม่โดน
already. That is a magical camera
โอ้
there.
โหโคตรโกงอ่ะ
Izu. Boy is playing with the hearts here. He cannot get denied.
คือมันคอมโบกับโพซิชั่นโอเมนบายมาเอา
Chases it right in. Time and everything. Very much against him, and Execute finishes it off.
SC was the one who starts it as well. I mean, that spy cam was
วิ
everything.
จบนี้ต้องไป
He
ศึก
saw
ษา
so
กล้องอัน
much,
เมื่อกี้
did
ติด
not
ไงวะ
shoot out any tracers, just called for the team. Hey, they're right up here. Izu, be prepared for this. Hunter Sweet goes out. Izu's just dancing, dude, and he doesn't get tagged by it whatsoever. In fact, he actually picks up those 2 frags. And off of it now, of course, T1 picks up the win. It's back to that mind game of like, is Zeta Division gonna try to go for that like bits of mid control?
ไม่มี
B main has been a bit of an area for contention, right? Saya plays always somewhere around the corner. If not B main, maybe closer towards mid.
อยากแอคทีฟอีกสักคนไหม
Dep has to watch out for that.
Not just that, but again, we've seen this in the first series with
ไม่ได้ดิโดน
Paper
คม
X,
ควัน
where
แอคทีฟเลย
you do see the duelist having a lot of support from the initiator, not just utility support, but firepower as well. And you see Carpe do the same thing with Saya Player here, where if Saya misses a beat or gets followed up on by Zeta Division, if he gets the pick
ตอน
off
ไป
and it's
แอ
out in
ฟ
the
ริ
open,
กาใช่ไหม
Carpe's just gonna
ในรอบที่แล้ว
let that
คือแบบ
Odin
เขาก็แจกกระดาษ
and
อะคน
assist his
แบบ
boy out, and it
มัน
works
ลุมไหว้
fine
กันที่
for,
โต๊ะแบบโอ้โห
for T1 here.
แล้วก็เรียนศิลปะ
That's another thing to keep in mind too. T1,
ลุงเขียน
they
ว่า
have
Viperdemon
this
เหรอ
additional support, and Carpe as the IG
อ่า
out too.
Viperdemon FC
Being able
โอ้
to
ย ถ้าเป็น
support
งั้น
his
ไม่น่าได้
teammates
กลับ
that
แล้ว
way.
อยู่แข่งต่อดีกว่า
Lots of support in the crowd for
Viperdemon.
T1, to say the least.
I mean, we got an interview a while ago, right, where one of the
ไม่ได้ประกวด
fans
เขา
said
ก็
that
ไม่
he's
ได้เอามา
here not
เอามา
feeling
เชียร์
any
คนที่
fatigue
ชอบกันไง
whatsoever, waiting for this specific match. I'm not sure if you picked up the fans, you know, on our microphones, but they do be faithful to T1, and T1 is not disappointing at all here, Quack.
None whatsoever. At least not for this round in the books.
พี่ไม่ได้เป็นนั่งเชียร์
Is
แต่
that
พี่เป็นวอล
half
ปาร์ตี้
buy
ครับผม
from Zeta? T1 has to definitely make their buy count. Saya off of the Blaze, if anything.
โอ้ยโอดินตั้งแบบ
It was
เป็น
like
5 ปีนะพี่
right now, not seeing anything towards mid. Not really giving out too much.
โดนบาย
Just ready with that Odin.
Dep is all
Ow.
gonna really fall down onto him unless that Odin spam from Euro or
อุ้ยโดนหมด
Carpe gets so much more value. Saya player
ซิงเจอร์
get a little bit too heated on heaven
Yeah,
there,
clear.
forced to dash away.
เอาใส่ย่าปืนไปไหนอะ
This heavy contact from Zeta Division pays off.
ไม่จะดรอปเพื่อนวะ
They'll be able to pick up all the weapons, get them
เข้าโด
upgrades,
นใบ
and
ชิบหา
even
ย
use that Killjoy lockdown from the extra sauce. But can they break it though? Doors opened up already here.
ครั้งแรกเลย
It will get broken because of the trade, but Sugar Zero does get that pick off. 2 versus 3. Extra getting close onto the site. Gives away his position. Smoke gives him a little bit of cover, but also separates the rest of the team right now as Saya player
เอาบา
whiffs the blades,
มีแต่ปืนพก
gives
กั
the
บมีดไอ้
chance.
ต้องเอาพกไปยิง
Zeta
ไก่
Division.
ติคิวจอยมันเป็นเบ็ดเลยเมื่อกี้
My man. I mean, I got to see that replay of that execute from Zeta Division because they went in so quickly. Dep right on top of Generator. Even though Carpe had an Odin, didn't quite know how to respond so well. And with the way that they played around the smokes too, you can see in that replay, they were able to kind of fend off each section of the site.
มันเอาเอไม่อยู่
Honestly,
นะ
though, man, what a team player, you know, sacking his own life just to deal with that lockdown. But the little bits of movement, dodging out the sprays, kept the rest of Zeta Division alive. So now 3-5. The buy's back on their side.
Also-
T1 just, yeah, not quite synchronized.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to add as well. It felt like the nano swarms that we saw last throw
กะไม่ให้เข้า
was
เลย
in benefit for T1, but it actually works a little bit differently there, just to flush out, you know, certain corners and stuff. Plus, again, if it's your own teammate's nano swarm, you take somewhat reduced damage, so you can swim in it theoretically, you know. So you can use that as some form of aggressive push strat. Speaking of aggressive push strats, Saya player He doesn't have a tailwind.
โดนโอดินแน่
Inside of the smoke.
นี่แหละ
Is
เมื่อ
he
วานนะ
gonna risk it?
สายยาวขนลุกแปลกๆไม่เอาดีกว่า
Yeah, Zeta knowing that there has been a lot of noise, a lot of presence that they made previously towards this mid
อัน
area.
ติไวเปอร์ตรงบีนี่คือเข้าไม่ได้
to investigate, so not wanting to challenge them
Could
all
be-
too long, not at least until utility like the turn gives it up. Now they know, all right, there are some players up towards
เข้ามา
A
สแต็ก
short.
เอแล้ว
30 seconds.
They are
บี
running
มัน
out
เข้า
of
ไม่ได้อยู่แล้ว
time.
หนูรออันติ
It might just come down to this crazy execute, last ditch effort.
20 วิเหรอ
Carpe has the nightfall too. Oh, this is not going to work out too well for Zeta.
Oh yeah, they could be swimming in this with very much reduced
Saya malang.
HPs. Saya players already looking for the lurk right now.
Wait,
Carpe
that-
pushes
Oh.
up, immediately traded in. 14 seconds. If Sugar Zero can find something, which he absolutely does. There's a chance, there's a world where they can find the spike in, but Saya player is wreaking too much havoc on that flag.
เยอะไปหน่อย
Thankfully enough, Euron answers in kind. And Rossi plays in the back of the site. Euron, he's absorbing the snake bite to position himself for a better peek. But it doesn't work
Rossi.
out. It's a 1 versus 1.
Oh.
Once again, 1 tap, 1 kill. No luck, all skill.
ทำไงกับเอครับผมรายการแบบนี้
Wow.
That was awesome. I mean, you're on tanking that snake bite just to hold it off and make sure that Rossi would not be able to peek out that quickly. That was something. It takes nerves of steel to do that. But apart from that too, I mean, just with the way that the fight breaks out, you would have assumed that Carpe, everyone, the Nightfall, they should have gotten that fight. But then Zeta inside of the smoke, not to mention Sugar Zero picking out that multi-kill, really turns things around.
Where is this blade going?
Zeta.
Clearing up the entirety of A main as well as Wine, just in case somebody creeps up in there. Pop shot on short with the Marshall. Not sure if that was heard properly by Zeta. Regardless of which, it's going to be a mid push anyways.
Yeah, making use of that movement speed. Depp has cut through Market Pizza before, but now he's up against Saya.
He's chasing him down.
Hey.
Maybe a little bit too much, but still works out for Depp. Clean takes, great flash.
โคตร
Two
คลีน
players on the site. It's going to be Carpe somewhere hidden on B. Huge hunt, maybe a couple of pop shots through the smoke. This wall from the Viper is giving some cushion right now, Quack, for the rest of T1.
3 คนเลยวะ
Division, they are cool, calm, and collected. They got 40
เอาไป
seconds.
เพื่อน
They can let them cook. They can
อุ้ย
wait
อัน
for
นี้แหละ
utilities and make
ไม่
something
กลับ
happen.
แล้ว
And through all of this, Izu actually TPs at the back of the
ขี้เกียจ
site.
วิ่งแล้ว
What a hero! But can his added presence on B actually assist the rest of T1? That is the biggest question
ไอ้
here.
รูนี่ไม่บาดเจ็บ
Ekman
แต่
has
ว่า
fallen down
เหมือน
already.
จะโดนแต่ไม่ลด
Izu's
เลย
down to 12, 25 seconds.
โอ้โห
And it's not working out too well. There's Carpe through it all. And it's all down to Ross.
พูดได้คำเดียวแล้วว่าซึม
Pretty big utility used by T1 and ultimately still giving up the B side at the end.
Look, this is Zeta's map. It's one of their home maps.
เอ้ยทำไมเลิกอ่ะน้องโซฮาน
During the map
กด
selection phase.
มันต้องเลเวลอะไรไม่รู้อ่ะเลเวล
They're very
5มั้ง
comfortable with this.
เอ้ย
They
เลเวล
know
20
how
ป่ะ
to work around this classic Asian composition on this
ใช่
map.
3 เกม ซี
Izu,
รี
you
ส์
know,
ซี
might
รี
have
ส์
been able to, teleport over to assist the team, but
แล้ว
with nothing but a sheriff, it's just tough.
เก็บปืนด้วย
And you got it, like you mentioned, Esther, right? It's
They made
awesome
ปืนเหรอ
how
เอามี
Zeta
มีด
was
เหรอ
disciplined enough to
ไม่รู้
tap
เพื่อน
the brakes.
อีกแล้วเหรอ
Let's, take a breather for a second. We might have gotten into sight, but we know they are all around. Let's not
เดือดว่ะ
overly
เซต
commit.
นี้แม่ง
Let's
มั
not
นชิบ
make
หาย
assumptions and just rush in as they've done before in the past year, and actually wait for a second. If someone peeks out, we'll be able to shoot them down. At the same time, we've got this Odin, so let's make some noise, get these T1 players feeling uncomfortable, and then come in to destroy.
Is that the
อุ้ยถ้ามีเอาอ่ะ
Carlisle Furia DNA
คิดดู
injected into
รอ
Zeta
เท่
here?
ก่อนรอเป็น
Again,
แดดดี้ก่อน
it
ไป
is
สับ
on a round
ถ้าเป็นหมู
where
ยังไม่สับ
T1
ไว้ก่อน
are not on the full weapons, right? But you've been mentioning it, I've been mentioning it, the thought process is there at least here for Zeta
ถ้า
Division.
สักจะสักรูปอะไร
It's
อ่ะ
a fusion, Asra. It's a fusion.
เดี๋ยว
น่าจะเป็นพวกลายญี่ปุ่นนะ
But
เราเลือก
really
เอฟดี
it
กว่า
is.
พี่เอ๋ย
Yeah, because she's still got Junior
เออ
there.
หน้าอกข้าง
Assistant
ซ้ายเป็นพี่เอ๋ย
coach.
หน้าอกข้างขวาเป็นผมอะไรเงี้ย
So now T1 feeling the pressure. They've only got 3 rounds. If they can win the last 2, that would not be too bad. But then again,
แข
timeout
นซ้ายแข
is
นขวา
spent.
เนี่ยเดี๋ยวมองไม่เห็น
And these contact plays
เดี๋ยวนี้เขา
that
สัก
we've
อะไร
seen
กัน
from
ลายญี่ปุ่น
T1,
เหรอ
right? they've been relying a lot on Saya player, and again, as I
อยาก
mentioned,
สักแบบลายมินิมอล
the kind of bounce back between him and Carpe
วง
in
กลม
creating
สี่เหลี่ย
these
มสามเหลี่ยม
openings.
นี่
Oh yeah.
That only happened for a couple of
เท่
rounds
นะ
now, but
ไม่สั่ง
the
ชื่อ
rounds
ตัวเอ
in
งเหรอ
Zeta Division have
Viperdemon
won as of recent. I think 2
ว่า
or
จะ
3
เอา
rounds
คิ
straight.
ดอยู่เหมือนกัน
It's not always just that.
ต้องย้ำนะต้อง
That's
ย้ำกับ
true.
ช่าง
And
นะ
they
ไม่เอา
haven't
สัก
got
ไว
that
เปอร์โดเรม
initial
อนนี่
contact
จบ
with
เลย
Saya
นะ
เออ
He's always
สักอยู่หันทางมาเอ้าไวเปอร์เดลมอน
can't get that again.
อ๋อผมได้ยินมาอย่างนี้
ไวเปอร์ดิจิมอนอะไรอย่างเงี้ยวอเตอร์เมลอนนี่
So
โอ้
now
โห
back on the operator. He's looking for that contact, but
ลำบากแก้
I
อีก
don't know
ที
if it's going to happen that easily. Both of them looking to inch out towards B main, but look at how Zeta is reading this as well. All you got is Laz getting the info. The rest of them
ให้ทีวันไป
making markers, exploring all throughout the other parts of the map. If we know that Saya is here, we know that the other half of the map is slightly more open. Let's take down Izu.
เอ้ยมาถึงนี่แล้วเหรอ
Dap.
อุ้ยผม
Oh, what a
น่าจะแบบล็อก
smoke
ไว้
from Rossi here too.
Mm.
They're going the opposite
Saya.
direction,
Ui,
but
ào.
it is
เอ้า
falling.
เพื่อน
วัน
As soon as it
รอ
gets
รอ
set. Zeta Division
ไอ้กุ
though,
เลต
is the play to go straight to A.
ตัวอยู่ A
Scarpe's already here,
มี
but
น้ำใจอีก
seems to be like an over push on T1 side, but I mean it's granted because they do have the numbers advantage. Laz now caught in a 2 versus
ซาย่า
4.
เขา
He's
บอก
gotta have to make
มึงอยู่
something
A มึง
out of
มีน้ำใจ
nothing.
มาช่วยกูอีกนะ
That's not gonna happen. It's not
One way
possible.
smoke.
And T1 on all fronts answer back.
Yeah, you can see the timeout.
อ๋อพี่นี่ไง ถ้าทีวันแพ้พี่
have to call
ปะแป้งหน้าขาวครับ
Coach Autumn.
แต่ถ้าเซต้าแพ้
First
อะ
of all,
เอฟหน้า
yes,
ขาว
Saya's
ครับผม
still, looking for that early contact, but it's not just that anymore. It's a bit more information,
เขาก็
trying
พิ
to
จิกไว้นะ
inch
ว่า
out a little
เผื่อ
bit
เนียนเข้ามา
further,
นะก็เลยเล็ง
get
ไว้
that timing. We understand that,
ซา
if
ย่า
they're not pushing out
เกือบ
B
จะหลับ
main,
จะกลับมาแต่พี่
Execute
ชาย
and
ไม่ช่วย
Rossi
ให้หลับ
just
เหมือน
stay
เดิม
prepared. Izu, stay prepared. And all the utilities come out at the right time. Execute landing the first shot. They blocked off every single avenue of entry.
เฮ้ย พวกเราก็เชียร์ทีวันดิ
Beautiful here from T1.
อุ้ยโดนใบสวย
Quick null command pinch
Oh.
coming in from mid.
Lock
Paranoia
now.
as they detain or delay the players on
Ow.
on B main here.
รอให้เพื่อน
ไอ้ผู้เล่นเอาสองเลยเหรอ
เฮ้ย
He's the big brother, dude. He's the one that started it all for Santos.
เอาว่ะ
Here
หมด
on
การที่ทำมาไม่เป็นไรเหลือคนเดียว
get the shutdown, but
Ui,
he's
lock to
alone
alloy.
on an island
Ikulit ah.
or 3 versus
เก่าเลย
1.
ทีนี้
Unbelievable.
My God
Just the mechanical skill involved to make such plays, but also knowing to position themselves in that spot.
Absolutely.
Zeta tries to go for a
อัน
different
นี้ตัวลั่น
approach,
เลย
right?
ก่อน
You
ย้าย
got
มา
the
เซ
mid to
ต้า
B, but then it got blocked off that way.
ไปกันเลยเก็บนี่
Here
ก่อน
on is just very far from any kind of good information whatsoever. Forced to back
บีบ
away.
มุมเลยว่ะ
มืดมนมืดมน
Paranoia is just so damn annoying to deal
Right.
with. The snake bite, pinning him out in the open. That's going to be T1 with the 5-7 half.
โอ้ยวัน
It's
นี้
really
ขาย
just
ตลก
tier
ไม่
one,
มีใคร
tier
เข้า
one
เย่แล้ว
mechanics, tier
เย่
one
มาเอา
skill,
ฮา
and you see it all. First
เฮ้ย
of all, you got
เราเล่น
extra
เป็นซีรีส์ครับ
shots,
น้อง
then
มอส
in that last pinch against Hiroran, you got the paranoia, the snake fight, and then the shot from Saya at the end. 7-5. That's a pretty good half for T1. Let's see how they can carry that over onto the next half. Again, this composition, very interesting. On the defense, you've seen how useful it can be with a poison cloud, a bit of a one-way. Izu still, being such a
5-7
menace.
ได้ปืนพกนี่ก็เป็นไป
However,
ได้อยู่
onto
ที่
the
จะ
next
ทำแบบ
half, how do you make use of that Viper on the attack? How does this all pan out?
I'm already just imagining there's a bunch of lineup plays.
So we've seen Loud try this before.
อ๋อทาหน้าข่าวเราต้องโพสต์ลงเพจด้วยครับผม
Like the Viper harvest
ไม่ต้องห่วงนะ
stuff,
ถึง
and
จะ
it kind of
ลงสตรีมเลย
feels a little
โดนลง
bit
เพจอยู่ดี
weird whenever they try to push into B. It's like smokes and walls, but then other teams are just like, we can just spray them down, kind of. I mean, I'm not entirely sure, and I can't be entirely correct, but it is this double controller that I'm very curious to see how they're going to apply it, especially now that they've gotten a little bit of experience with this roster from the
ดัน
ABL.
กันครับผม
Okay. I'm looking at that from a
ให้
perspective
กัน
where
65ถึง
side
35
pushes, right? But I'm also going to say that it allows you
เต้ไม่ยอมเล่น
for
ครับ
so much segmentation on the map.
เต้บอกว่าแพ้แป้ง
Because you have two of the controllers, you have twice the capability right now to
อันนั้นลดคาร์โบไฮเดรตหรือ
want
เป
to
ล่า
push deeper onto mid. Sure, Omen smoke enough for us, and then we'll have like a Viper wall outside of market so that no one from the site can actually look onto market and maybe trade up. So those kind of scenarios, much more accessible to T1, obviously because of the double controller, compared to Zeta that only has Sugar Zero on that Omen.
Yeah. I'm just like still feeling, you know, you're attacking. The only flash you have is Izu, so it really comes down to how they apply this. It's not that it's not viable, but let us see.
That was Euron also using his drone very early on, only spotting out Xcurit. So if T1's plan is to rile up a bit of utility here from Zeta, mission successful already, and you can already see Zeta very much kind of scratching their heads where they are. That's why you're seeing so much rotation coming in from depth, from the players on short, and they're scrambling.
คนดูบีแบบว่าโดนกดดันจัดอะเจอไวเปอร์อะไรเงี้ย
Feeling that pressure. Still though, Tree, that's gonna be a big stack. Without the flashes, how do you break through it? Saya, he's gonna have to find that contact, and he's gonna have to do it safely.
Execute though. He snuck in.
No way.
Euron's not even aware of this. He's just looking towards mid. And Xcurit has found his access all the way through spawn. Here comes the push out on short.
No.
Euron's actually looking on his own side of the spawn. He's aware of this, but the damage is being done already by T1 here onto the site, and Euron misses the timing there. Perfect. Sure, it's gonna get traded out, but the damage be done. The site secured, and T1 has every bit of advantage taken to put themselves in a better spot.
มันนึกว่า B ไม่มีแล้วไง
Worked. Okay. I can't believe it. Xcurit looking through all the way like that with the toxic screen that Zeta thought was kind of just left alone. Now with the retakes, how do you fall through?
Players brute forcing their way. Let's see how well their brute force is going to work out. I mean, Sugar at them is dealing some damage. Is there any smokes that, again, Sugar can put himself on? Half on the defuse. He's got to have the lowest for his team, and he does. What heroics from depth and Sugar Zero, the mainstays of Zeta Division.
ยิงไม่ตายเหรอหรือไม่โดนวะ
It looked
โดนตัวนัดหนึ่งไม่โดนหัว
Really did, right? Numbers weren't quite there. They just brute forced and jumped through heaven, but they got the frags. Sugar Zero started things off, and then with the way that they pinched on into hell, movement and working together as a squad like that, it still is, you know, the core members being that familiar, knowing exactly how to play off of each other, so as to ensure that Izu would not be able to deny any spike defenses.
That was such a big round too. I mean, imagine losing that. T1 has all the right to bring back a deficit in that 5-7. Speaking of T1, force by actually here. Side player with a big dash in, right on top of Generator here, and the damage! Oh boy, the damage very much felt.
Yeah, we don't see this too often. The force by. Zeta did not expect it whatsoever. They suddenly blinked and 3 members dropped dead.
That's
tough retake. I mean, this is going to have to be a call to a save for me.
Yeah. I mean, both Euron and Depp are on rifles right now. Guardian and a Phantom. Do not want to give that up. There's even a late lurk coming in here from Xcurit.
That's the scariest thing so far for me. Also. Lurk. I mean, yeah, Xcurit, you see this toxic screen, it's always placed up towards B. That's the power of the double controller. Zeta's always going to have to be wondering, is someone going to make use of this? Are they actually going to push through to B
ทุกคนT1 ปีนี้น่าสนใจจัดคือน่าสนใจคือวิธีการเล่นแผนมันอะมันใหม่อะ
I'll double up on that with how you mentioned, you know, Xcurit always lurking.
มันไม่ใช่แบบมันไม่ใช่คอมจำเจหรือวิธีการเล่นจำเจเหมือนที่เราดูมาทั้งปีแต่ละปี
Sure can maybe pop a couple of shots, but visual confirmation is down to 0 as long as that wall's up. And there's a chance
เหมือนที่ว่ามันเตรียมตัวมาแบบดีสุดอะถ้าเทียบกับทีมอื่น
drops the wall and gets like a massive contact with, you know, sheer numbers, but again, one of those things, just saying.
That's really cool though, actually, yeah. I mean, that's what this toxic screen does. It actually controls so much. So, I mean, it's a very good composition, and you can see what it's used for. Of course, it takes a team like T1 to actually make it effective.
Fair.
Yeah, we can't do this in our premier games at home.
Are you saying the Banana Boys can't make it happen?
Banana Boys.
I actually can't remember the name of our team now.
จริงไวเปอร์ใน Ascent มันก็มีให้เห็นบ้างนะครับแต่อันนี้เหมือนแบบมันทำมาค่อนข้าง
The nitty-gritty, they're really important
ทำมาใหม่อ่ะ
Yeah, we lost the Guardian. Only Dep has the hero Phantom right now.
Yeah. This is not looking too hot here for Zeta Division.
มันดูแบบมันดูไม่ซ้ำซากเลย
Seeing if there's any nooks and crannies that there's any littered Zeta players, would be great if they can get that quick 4 to 5. But even if it's not, I mean, just a full force on the B side or on any side, it's going to be much to handle, especially when Dep, the only, as you mentioned, lone Phantom player is stuck somewhere here on mid. But never mind, they actually are slowly going up onto short. He's alone by himself though, but he's got the weapon.
It's a 1 and done.
30 seconds left.
Can't quite commit to the spray, so got the one. Rossi trades right back. Now A site is open. The rest of them might be able to sneak back in to maybe retrieve the weapon, but I don't know how much that is going to do.
Well, I mean, if they push up onto short, they're going to pick up at least 2. They want to open that door. They want to punish whatever they're trying to break through here. 2 from the flank coming in. So that will be Euron as well as Laz now picking it up.
Wow.
Nightfall activated for safety. T1 making things short here, man. And I mean, I don't blame them. They still are at a 2-round deficit, so the more that they can try to secure something in terms of rounds, the better it will be for them. Izu into the corner here. Beautiful stuff coming in from this Omen player of T1, and it's turning into a full-on blast battle. Trigger Zero's just stuck on generator. That's going to be that. T1, 1 more round to equalize things in the first map.
Slowly going through over it. I mean, of course, Zeta, that was just a pistol, but kind of interesting with how that fragment was tossed through, but you can always see just the movement from Izu with the way that he plays around some of these corners sometimes, in and out of smokes. Very, very tricky. Meanwhile, on the other half of it, just back into the game, right?
Yeah.
T1 with the approach on the attack. We're talking about that toxic screen, but in this round, they just kind of waltzed into A after taking down Dep. So there are so many things that they can do, again, buying the attention away because of that toxic screen, or just creating presence around other parts of the map. Of course, now that Dep has kind of lost his life around short by himself, maybe Zeta senses to call for further reinforcements. Is it going to be enough, though?
And at least that recon, excuse me, that Sova drone does give away something. What aggression here from Dep to swing out. I mean, sure, he's got some safety with that tailwind, but like Elsa, this bro is going into the unknown. That gives up the control of A short. Mid only has a measly alarm bot activated here, so here comes the rest of T1 marching in, barging in. But wait, hold on. I haven't seen the rotation here from Zeta yet. They've actually brought in Dep at the back of the site. If this is a full commitment here from T1, they might not know what they can uncover at the back at this entire B site. Excuse me, so I'm fumbling, because right now, this is going to go for a full blast fight. And Dep hasn't been spotted just yet. Now they know. There's so much to happen here, and Dep is holding on. The call, the rotation, it's perfect. Excurrent now has the hold. Euron spotted through the
ขอบคุณน้องที่ยูนะครับ2 เดือนนะครับเดี๋ยวไปนะครับผม มาแล้วครับ8แล้ว
But that
มาแล้ว
with the number, still just able to play off the information from their fallen brethren. You might have lost some earlier on, but then as Excurent comes back in, man, this guy still the star fragger for the team. It's not just Saya player. It's not just Izu. Excurent.
What? I heard like a black from. Is that
แต่
like
เดฟ
a voice line
ทำเสียวอยู่นะเมื่อกี้เดฟ
from Jet? I don't know. Anyways, okay, while we have this timeout, I just want to talk about the cause and effects, right? The standing
มันโดน
composition
บีบแล้วเมื่อกี้
on
ต้อง
Ascent
ดิ้นแล้ว
for any team here that Zeta's using up against what T1 is employing right now, right? The big factor here is if you can bait out the non-refundable, non-rechargeable utilities of both the Sova and the Killjoy to a certain extent, because if you break her utility, especially that turret, it takes a very long time for it to very long time, right, when you break it. Anyways, if that happens, the more Zeta is forced to use their own players to guard certain locations.
Face checks.
Exactly. And
because of that, T1 with the Rossi up and down smokes and segregation of the smokes from both of the double controllers is making it easier for them.
ลอสซี่ครับผมลอส
Playing
ซี่
into their hands, the longer they lose their, the more they lose their utility, and the more that they get pushed into the side to hold it.
That's a great point.
อันนี้ก็ทำมาการเอเมนดัน
You know, that's the thing about the composition that Zeta are playing. On the defense,
คู่นี้สูสียัง
it gets a little bit tricky. It kind of
ไม่จบเลย
turns
คนโน้น
into
นี้จบ
that
ละ
battle of resources. Yeah, and well, players are a resource as well. And right now, apart from players, economy is also something that they're kind of running low on. So we're waiting for that reset, and in the meantime, maybe they can get as much information as to how T1 approaches as much as possible. I think that's why we're seeing this a bit of that B main presence. Toxic screen, you know, nobody's really working their way around it, so maybe Hiroran just kind of goes in and positions himself up there.
โอ้โห
Meanwhile,
มีทุกจุดอะ
the rest of them, they've got some of these sheriffs
โอ้ผู้สร้างข่าวตรงนี้ปั่นป่วนจัด
just guarding A heaven.
This come from Zeta.
แต่ว่านี้ต้องไป
You know,
ทำลาย
everybody
ลามบอด
uses
ก่อน
on Ascent is that mainstay for such a long for such a
เหลือเกินหนุ่ม
yeah. Gets
ซู
here
ซานโต
on, just hunker down on B main. Euron's the only one left standing here.
โอเค
They both try to push in, but Xgrid's timing his reads.
ไปเรื่อย
ไหลไปเรื่อย
Ratty.
That's years of
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยว 24 วิไง
for you. It's just translating into Valorant really well. Jury gets shut down by Laz, but
อุ้ยแล้ว
2
โอ้
kills
โห
already.
แล้วเป็นแรดด้วย
Loss of big firepower on that B site. Time is an issue here.
โอเค
If Laz can
8 วิ
connect, he can
วาง
convert. Maybe that was something. He needed that second kill on Rossi though.
Yeah.
Even that first one, it's
ตีช้า
not
จน
going
เกือบงาน
well.
เข้า
He needed to really do something massive.
Oh, let's see if Depp can visualize something. Oh.
Oh my God, he's just.
โอ้โห
Yep.
โอ้โห
I mean, he forgot Rossi, couldn't get the kill on Izu. So unless he could get the kill on Izu quick enough and then transition into Rossi, there was no world where Depp would have, you know, clutched that.
True. I mean, the tagging slows him down as well, makes him an easier target. But apart from it too, again, just keep in mind, it's a round where Zeta Division didn't have all too much.
จริงๆจังหวะนี้แต่แบบได้2แล้วแบบเข้าไปเคลียร์ไซด์เพื่อนตามมาได้เลยนะ
Sneaks up, maybe drops to last, but those 2 kills were big enough. Now Xgrid is offing too. Oh, there, he's back.
No, he wants to showcase, you know, why he was the one to be feared before the other bang bang. Couple of tags here right now for T1. 3-man stack on B. Euron's waiting for any contact as he's preparing the dart already for the push, but T1,
ยิงสักทีนะ
they're no fools, man. They're real.
ขวานิดนึง
Let it cook a little bit. They already got
ขวานิดเดียว
control
อย่า
of
นะ
the B site, and they can back away if
โอ้
they
ใน
want to.
3
What's
ตัว
perfect about this is if they do, there's like 2 players
โอเค
that can catch off on the spawn. It doesn't matter anymore. Sugar Zero's by himself. He
เฮ้ย
really has to just do
จูก้า
godly anchoring stuff here, or else.
โดนสแปม
Well, he does get 2, but
โอ้โห
Zeta's never in a spot where they can really be confident in
ถึงก็กลางอัน
retaking
ติเลยที
things.
เดียวเอาชัวร์
And on top of that, the Viper spin, which is spewed right in front of them, and T1 coming back with a strong second half, double digits already.
Ever since that, you know, second round force buy, they haven't dropped a single bit. And Zeta, you're starting to think this might be another one of those rounds where they have to kind of half buy it up or save it up. And
ใช่สายยาเขาอยู่ในการของมัน
hopefully a timeout being called by Coach Carlisle. Because again, now showing off some of these executes, right? They get a bit of space, they sit pretty, maybe dropping a little bit to Sugar Zero. But the response from Depp and, you know, the rest of the squad not quite following through.
ดีฟอลต์มันทำอย่างนี้ทุกวิน
It seems like they can't.
Yeah, they had no idea.
Yeah. So it's more of them just hoping that this stack that they're doing in the back of the site is gonna be enough. But we've seen it for these multiple rounds already that it really hasn't. So what's the mix-up here for Zeta? What's the call of their IGL to alleviate this? Oh, Depp. Yikes! He's down to half.
เจ็บเลยอะ
It's still alive, still kicking. Not quite sure how to adjust around the defense though. T1, the way that they're playing around this depth, kind of being beckoned over again.
He readdresses, puts himself.
เดฟดื้อมากเลยอ่ะเขาไล่ก็ไม่ไป
And that's not the call. That's not the play that we were looking for. But it's the kill on Saya player.
ละเอียดจัดเล่นคนละเอียด
Excrit, hard lurking. Euron.
Oh my god.
I don't know how safe he can really be at this point.
Hey.
He does deal some damage right now. Whips out the classic, but even if he can win that fight against Izu, there was 2 more deal.
ได้เสียวได้เสียว
T1 แล้วอ่ะสำหรับ T1 toppling Zeta's first half.
เราสำคัญมาก
Yeah, it's almost as if like that's what this composition was picked for. They know exactly that every other team, or at least Zeta Division still, it might be a new roster, but the idea is that the game plan centered around this exact classic composition. It's always the same thing. Meanwhile, for T1, when you got players like Saya, you got players like Rossi, you got players like Excurate, they can throw you in for one heck of a loop. And it just keeps happening again. Saya picks up quick op kills on his own. Similar to how Excurate have done so on the B side before. Now, the whole team
เดี๋ยวยูรานโดนแน่
holding default. Saya looking for an opening pick. The drone ignored.
Risky position for Zeta to play in. It actually still works out in the end. Excurate now should get spotted as well here. As he uses the smokes to get him out of harm's way. We haven't really seen any aggressive push-outs from Zeta at all. No, like no Korean flash and dash on mid.
ไม่เอาดีกว่า
If ever we see any of that, it's
ไป
always
ดี
just
กว่าตรงนี้
just
แน่นเหลือเกิน
but that's not gonna be enough.
Yeah, I feel like no big.
ตรงนี้เซต้าก็แก้อยู่นะไอ้ทีวันพยายามเอาพอเส้นข่าวไปป่วนช็อต นาโนมาดักข้างหน้าเลย
Very, very tricky to work off against.
ถ้าไม่มีนี่แบบป่วนจัด
Playing off of it. Hirodan now.
He's getting chased. Wow, he has the Lotus. He's good enough for the 1 though. They do know that Rossi as well as Excurate somewhere stuck on spawn. What is that thinking about? It's him just thinking about, maybe it's my time to shine. Give myself some highlight reels. Stack up, start this 2024 right. He does get, that one.
ต้องเอดเหรอ
มันไวกว่าหรือว่ามันไม่หมุนหรือว่าเราก็ไม่หมุน
เอาเดี๋ยวอันนี้12 11แล้วนะ ไม่ทัน
maybe around the toxic screen or maybe not even. They didn't see all
อันนั้น
too
ก็ไว
much.
ไป
So once that owl drone was sent through,
เกือบเลย
instantly knew, all right, I could do something against the Saya player. And as soon as that pressure is alleviated, you know, they don't have to worry too much anymore. The rest are finding some frags. Hirodan getting the information for the team. Dep is able, enabled to find the remaining frags. Oh, but as it happens, just one win, just 1 round win. Autumn is like, nope, that's all you're gonna get.
Yeah, instantaneously uses that timeout. But you're absolutely right, you know, it was a bait and switch. It was a little bit risky, and it was the first round after so much garnered already here from T1. Oh, every single game this entire day, man, has been so hard fought for both teams.
Welcome to VCT Pacific, Asura.
What a first day. My goodness, I am enjoying every bit of it, but I will not, you know, I will be remiss if I didn't say this has been an intense and very much painstakingly long day.
เมื่อวาน
My God, these teams will not let up, and I love it.
2-0 เลยวันนี้ 2-1 ทุกคู่และตึงทุกแมปเลย
Korea this year, I am expecting for someone to bring that trophy home. But apart
so
from
close
that
to home too.
Exactly right. Still, this round, Saya's still on that off, very scary. Euron back on the Odin. Just gotta post it up.
What a risky spot for Dep too.
Excurate still lurking.
ไปไหนก็เจอ3ตอน
This
นี้
time though, they put a lot more bodies into trying to deal with Excurate.
เฮ้ย
Now that they don't see anybody on B main, you can see the rotation from
มันไม่
Lash
กระโดด
right
เพราะว่า
now.
เดฟดูให้อยู่ไม่ต้องกระโดด
Maybe stop Excurate from breaking this alarm
แต่มันจะไปดึงความสนใจให้ดิ
down. That could be something if he pushes on
On A main here, Sugar Zero.
ดันเป็นโอเมนเลย
Again,
Get out.
นี่เดฟหวานแล้ว
It's very important that Zeta does not like move too much right now. Because if they get punished by Execute or
อยู่ที่ว่าโอชูก้าจะยิงสแกนให้ทัน
then
เปล่า
some rotations might come through. We got 45 seconds left.
Oh, this is the worst case scenario right now for Zeta. This push out on short. If Huron can't hold this, Depths hold on this boost spot for the past minute or so is going to be nasty.
Poison Cloud.
He does get a one. He dashes over, but gets immediately traded. Activates the Hunter's Fury. And Huron holding on. And he does blast Execute away. That's a spike drop down on short too. 12 seconds. So unless Saya player can take down 4 players in 2-second intervals each with 8 seconds left with mats for you, this should be another round for Zeta Division.
I was not able to calculate or catch any of that, but yeah.
I mean, 8 seconds, 4 players, 2 seconds each.
Too many. But yeah, I mean, it really is those 4 players. I think that's the main thing because they were able to stay alive. Depth having the skill to react to players who are trying to approach from tree.
เกมเริ่มเครียด
Pump the brakes for T1. I think there was that timeout called from Autumn to maybe attempt at a new default to try to sneak their way in, but because they weren't able to catch or fish for anything, Execute couldn't find any other kills off of his lurk. It's that much easier for Zeta to go through. Now here's a different.
โดนแถบตายครับเอ้ากระโดดหลบแถบเฮ้ย
And that's gonna be Depp winning it out against Saya player. Still though, quick little trade as Carpe finds Huron. It's Zeta wanting to get the one up onto T1 here. It is trade for trade. There is that quick TP at the back of the site. Is it going to be full commitments? Depp.
No.
Neural Theft activated as well. Izu did commit. Is used on the from the shadows at the back of the site, but the spike
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยวเมื่อกี้มันไอ้นี่ไปแล้วไง
on B. It's still hovering somewhere here on A main.
มันโยนหมวกไปแล้วอ่ะ
He's trying to sell a fake. But Depp kind of saw a glimpse of something
มันดู
towards
nothing
top mid, so he has an idea. Rest of the team
ไม่ได้
is
มัน
split
มี
up.
นาโนอยู่
Trying to get the
ไม่หลง
information around
ยั
the
งไงเอ
site.
ก็ไม่โยก
Izu though could still be a very deadly force. If he even gets one frag, that's quite a bit of damage.
Absolutely, especially with 2 players already committed to
มันให้ไอสูทำเกมก่อน
this B
เนี่ย
position.
อารามบอดมันไม่ทำงาน
They have 30
วิ่งนะ
seconds. They
ต้อง
can
วิ่ง
do
นะ
this, but
Gonna have to be a really slow creep.
they have to
ไม่ต้องวิ่งต้องวิ่ง
Again, it'll take like
เฮ้ยวิ่งเขาต้องวิ่งกลับเฉยเลย
It's okay. Laz has locked down Laz's turret. Back towards A.
เฮ้ยโดน
they're just about to touch tips.
Oh.
There you go. Dep's got the first one. Nightfall activated. They'll trace everyone. And the Viperdemon.
มุมอร่อยพี่
But
โป
the
เต้
Odin reigns supreme.
That's right, Zeta Division. Sheath your samurai sword. First of all, we had Depp in the anime duel up in the
เพื่อ
air.
รู้ป่าวว่าด่านเนี้ยผมอ
Then
ยู่มุม
after
นี้
that,
ทุกรอบ
just getting a good read for things, being stationed,
พีคมาสแปมอย่างเดียว
staying frosty.
แล้วแบบ
Like this
อย่าง
kill was
เหนียว
so
ในตอน
much.
กัน
And then as the dust settles, yeah, then from the shadows, play some mind games.
มันนะบอกเลย
But Zeta just stays calm and collected. You know, feeling the pressure that they had from
ตอน
last
ที่
year.
มันโยนหมวกอะมันควรจะรู้แล้วมันจะไปไหน
Brand new Atarashi
โยนเสร็จอยู่
Zeta Division.
ยื
They
นอ
are
ยู่ฐาน
so much more rejuvenated and ready.
Depp's got his operator out.
อู้อย่างนิ่ง
Close.
แข็งจัดเลย
Truly
ว่ะ
close indeed.
ใจ
Saya player though chasing him to the ends of the earth. He wants that contact play in motion, but off-cap kills. Huron and Depp. Rossi and Saya answers back. Last at the back of the site. Gets some coverage on the smoke by his teammate. Has to hold. If he makes any big noise, that could give Rossi an opportunity here. As you do see Izu slowly creeping his way onto fast lane. The fragment's perfect. That does force back Rossi for the moment here. Rossi's trapped. He bumped himself into the corner. And it's all down to Izu. 50 seconds, spike in hand.
แล้วจนด้วย
He's
วินห
pushing
น้า
himself forward. He knows he can't plant the spike without them punishing him, so he might as well just be proactive with this one. And Laz finds him with the beautiful 3K. And all turned up over its head. T1, they had a string of rounds, but Zeta also got their own.
ว่ากันใหม่ละกัน
T1 just really trying to throw out, you know, all the remaining cards left in
ว่ากัน
their
ใหม่
deck.
โลตัส
Trying out this different execute, but with the recon, the traps, the cyber cage, it just wasn't quite enough. Zeta had enough of a read to deal with that.
ร้านเมียนตี
Not
ด้วย
to mention the last 3 kills. Laz was that controlled that he didn't push past the dark cover, even getting information on towards lane and then peeking out for the final 2. Oh, what is this now?
They're making a lot of noise here. What is happening for X? He's already been spotted! Euron coming in from the pinch all the way from downtown onto shore! Snake bite activated here on A main. Maybe to stop any pushers out from Zeta Division, but ultimately also stops T1 from pushing up into A main right now.
Yeah, man. Impact kill. Xcurrent has been such an annoying look for the past several rounds. Now they're just like, you know what, he's going to be alone this round. In the previous round, they tried the B push, they're not going to try it again. Let's punish him.
That was also the first time that we've seen that pitch play come out from Zeta, so
yeah,
that's the reason why I kind of freaked out a little bit.
I'm freaking out right there with you, dude. Now it's going to be a 4-on-5 without Xcurrent. That's a lot of pressure off of Zeta's shoulders.
True, but all things can always be turned up.
This is for that overtime or bust, man.
เต็มที่สุดๆเลยชอบอ่ะ
Yes, for sure.
Not to mention, you know, Zeta can still play it safe. Last still has the lockout for the retake.
They do have this smoke, though. With the Prowler combination, it pushes back so much. You can't see Laz has to hold on for his teammate, but it's a beautiful bait and switch.
แล้วแล้วเบียนตีแล้วขออนุญาต
Now,
ปั
there's
กเลย
going
ละ
to be
กั
the
น
land on the spike.
Locked down. Locked down.
They do have it. Rossi's going to hold the angle here.
รู้ว่าจะ
No, 2 of them will actually do so.
เยอะ
Crossfires abound. Euron's finally shut down here, but this could become deadly, which it does. Izu gets spotted out. Rossi's already done his damage. He's going to have to big go big with the Guardian. Not going to happen for now. And now Rossi. Ay. 50 HP.
What are you going to do?
Lockdown. He has to cross or even get a kill. If he does, maybe he has his ultimate. I don't know. He's there. He's there with him. But again, the detain is looming over his head. And Zeta Division almost looking to get tripped up on map 1. Back with a 13-11 swift retribution.
Just the first map. But my oh my. First of all, that forced buy from T1 in the second half gave them such a streak. 6 rounds in a row. But then Zeta, off of the, you know, just one adjustment, Depp coming in, being alive once more. Somehow, even with T1's timeout, they weren't quite able to answer back.
Arlaus is giving everybody from Zeta right now two-handed high fives. High tens.
And if you look at the stats too, I mean, Zeta, Depp has so much.
All right, and we're just going to pass it on to our panel to discuss that first game.
Man, every single map, every single game that we've had today has been so close. There's no exception.
So close, but this was also just so damn good between both of these teams. I mean, the run back there from Zeta, I jokingly said the Korean casters as they're making their way to the desk. I'm like, this is going to overtime.
Relax.
Might not have been the case, but Zeta still swung it back, and they were able to take it to the end. I mean, this is everything that was lacking from that first series. They were still able to come away with their win, but this was the cleanliness in play that we were looking for. Way more synergized, still seeing pop-off performances from both of the rookies as well as all of the veterans here.
Yeah, and also not just upping the speed, but with reason, right? With logic, using that utility to then build off of that momentum. And then you saw it in that last round as well. They get their early push, they send the 0 point, then they back off. They don't overheat as a team. I mean, really good balance. But then credit to T1. I mean, they had that huge 6-round streak in the second half. Looked like they were about to just shut the coffin and nail it down to the ground because they were trying to make that comeback happen first for themselves.
I was gonna say, I really like how this new Zeta feels, right? You know how way back when Zeta would be like a lower bracket and maybe backs up against a wall, they need that extra push and they would pull something out of themselves to really be able to take it. But now it seems like they're doing that consistently, which I absolutely love. Like you mentioned, Will, they're more aggressive, but more aggressive within reason and not, you know, not taking fights unnecessarily.
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, this is still a limited sample size, but this is trending in a fantastic direction for Zeta Division. I mean, this is their bread and butter map, Ascent, pretty much maximum comfort for them. So still a very good effort from the side of T1 to be able to take this one. But I mean, they did have this slip beneath their grasp because it seemed like T1 was going to be able to just close this easily. But great perseverance overall here from Zeta because, again, when you have these rookies coming in, getting that perseverance, being able to fight back when you are at such a detriment, when your opponents have just been beating down on you, that's something that typically takes a long time to develop for a team. So the fact that they were able to persevere here is a really good sign for them.
Yeah, I just continue to be impressed by both Huron and Uran, right? Just not just their own mechanical skill, but like you said, to have that mentality to hang in there alongside the veterans. I mean, obviously, surely some coaching from the veterans as well to help keep that energy going, but then to focus on the timings as well and really catch it. If there was one round where they made a mistake, they really corrected it the very next time, and they're working together as a team. I mean, this match had everything. We had the Jet anime battle as well between Dep and Saya player. I mean, this was a very, very good game of Valorant.
Those were so good, but I like what you brought up with Euron and Hiroron, right? Because I feel like they're driving a lot of the aggression of Zeta as well. When they see them pushing, when the others see them pushing, then suddenly it's like, okay, Dep is like unafraid to do all of this that we're seeing right now in these stats. Neither Sugar Zero and everybody else follows.
Yeah, 9 first kills. 9 first kills. I mean, Dep is just opening up this entire first set on his own.
It's just impeccable. I mean, we saw some flashes from him in their opening series versus Global. And we're like, okay, yeah, Dep's still a known quantity. He looks good overall. I mean, but this is the ascended Dep. This is the guy who set the land kill record. This is that kind of performance.
And not out of desperation, right? Last year, so much of it was out of desperation to just hang in there. This was him just running free and saying, yeah, we're just playing our game that we prepared. This is the new Zeta division. And Dep looked so comfortable now as that primary duelist.
He was chilling.
Yes, exactly.
He was smiling. He was, grooving. He was laughing around. He was very, very comfortable. So this isn't even a Dep that we're seeing, really pushing it or really sweating. He didn't break a sweat at all.
Yeah, but on the other side as well, I mean, all the rounds that T1 did win, they won it in the fashion that we're starting to continue to see from the offseason. Really good comps that you can see shine through the movement and the plays they're making, the way they're swapping positions, the way they're swapping weapons in some of those rounds as well. So, I mean, listen, the scoreline was close and the content within it was as well.
Look at that first blood percentage that we're seeing right there. I feel like you mentioned, Will, the style that we're seeing out of T1, I love it when they do work together in perfect synergy. You see it, right? There's so many rounds where you see the utilities. You'd see, like, for example, Carbe being able to usher in his entire team so that they'd be able to take a site comfortably, but you saw it when it also fell apart.
Yeah, we had some disjointed points there. I mean, Saya player overextending, re-aggressing out on an angle when he has that operator. You saw the miscommunication. At one point, he's peeking in over towards B main, goes in for a shot, looks to re-peek right as the cyber gauge gets popped there by Execute. So he's saying, okay, I'm going to pop this cage and cover your retreat, but Saya player either hasn't communicated that he's going back in or it's the other way around. Either way, that disjointedness does end up costing them some lives in these rounds, which then just extrapolates into them losing this map.
I mean, I think that you're going to get that for a little bit longer as well, just because this is a team of just fully confident players individually back on their old rosters as well, or their old games as well. So it's a little rough to see. Hopefully they can iron it out. And my big hope is, that's something that they can just talk about and they say, okay, this is how we communicate that in the future, rather than saying, why did that happen, right? Don't start questioning it because everything else...
You got me killed.
I mean, hey, we've seen that happen among pro teams as well, because in the heat of the moment, obviously it doesn't feel good.
Yeah.
But then you have to think about the times it did lead to success and say, okay, our habits so far have been good. We just have to make sure we clean it up just a bit more.
I like that you brought that up because, again, this is like still as unbelievable as it is. This is still a roster that is pretty rough around the edges, right? There are still players that have old habits, and old habits die hard. So we're seeing that right now. We're seeing the little, those little, I guess, remnants of that, come out right now. And for Zeta, I feel like they're adjusting a lot easier because the core is still intact so much. These young players, I'm sure they're so hungry to pick up the style that they've been brought up with for so long.
Yeah, and I'm wondering now, how much of that first series really was just maybe some jitters for the players, because even though they still looked really strong, the coordination was nowhere near what we just witnessed here from them on Ascent. So I'm wondering if that was just, okay, day one, a little bit rough around the edges. We still got the win. Now we're in full form.
And mind you, now that you mention it, Mika, in terms of that chemistry, I'm reminded of the fact that not only are the rookies coming up to this roster, but both of them started on Zeta Academy. I mean, there's something to that, right? I would love to see that success story continue, that if you're building up new talent, giving them these other opportunities to go out into other leagues or other teams, and bring them back to really tie them into that chemistry, you're starting to build a very, very long-term plan for your overall brand.
Exactly. It's the culture of it that you're imparting to these young guns, right? And whereas you have T1 on the other side that has bits and pieces from different parts. So it's understandable actually that, you know, you might have a little bit of miscommunication, bit of the, you know, disjointed plays here and there.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, kind of going back and touching on that, the academy system a little bit more. I mean, we have seen already quite a bit of success for the teams that actually do have that. I mean, a little bit different, but EG with Demon 1 having him on the reserve roster, kind of keeping him in there, discovering his talent, and then really building upon that by bringing him onto the main roster and making that incredible run last year. But also with Flashback, who has been on the DRX Academy team for quite some time. So, I mean, you have these players, and if you are able to really just identify that they have that talent to begin with, and then really just train it, build it up internally, you can absolutely utilize it on the main stage. And we're seeing that full force here for Zeta.
Yeah, all right, well, Smile's on the side of T1 still, so keeping up the good spirits, that's good news. And of course, they're now going to the map pick. We do have to remember that was Zeta's pick, and that's a pick they've always felt comfortable in. They always believed they could pull out that win. So now the Lotus, we got to bring back the question. The Chambers, are they going to come out? I have to imagine X-Current is going to play it.
Yeah, I think that is almost certainly a guarantee. It's more about whether or not Laz just opts into it. And yeah, has played it on this map in the past, so we're just keeping our fingers and toes crossed that he's going to do it again because we got that Jet anime battle. I want the Chamber anime battle.
Oh yeah, I think we all want that. All of these fans out there in the audience want that as well. But now going to Lotus, as you mentioned, Will, it is T1's map pick. It's also a map that they're very, very comfortable on, and it's a map that Zeta is exactly 100% comfortable on.
Yeah, and this is also a map that Carpe's had several opportunities to now call on, and
you have
robbed us.
My disappointment is eventual night day is absolutely ruined.
Listen,
I don't blame the comp,
obviously. There's a reason it's one of the more picked comps, but man, it would have been so good to see.
Do you know that meme where somebody like forms half a heart and somebody has a thumbs up? That's what this feels like.
There you go. Yeah.
This feels like a middle finger directly in front of my face.
ผมว่ามันอารมณ์แบบมันไม่รู้ดีเทลเลยผมว่ามันอารมณ์ดี
Laz is thinking like I'm going to pick Killjoy because Killjoy wants me to pick Chamber.
แต่ว่าน่าเล่นจัดเลยที่
But we are going to step into this match regardless. We're heading into Lotus right now, so let's pass it on over to our casters, and Azurai.
เมฟสวอตเม
It
จิ
was
ก
about to come full
สวอต
circle.
สเปลเว
It
ท
was about to be the battle of the snipers.
It's like you draw the circle, but then your hand's not like really steady, so it's all squiggly lines.
Yes, I have experienced
Speaking
that.
of squiggly lines, some squiggly lines
เทียบก็คือ
in
เต้น
form
อยู่
of
เลย
wires maybe not really working. We got a tech pause.
Yay! Hooray! But anyways,
I can hear and feel your excitement, Azurai.
No, of course I'm not excited for any attack pause, but I am excited to see what impact we'll be seeing right now when everybody was expecting T1 to really run away with, again, the performance that they've shown when they faced up against Bleed. Such a commanding lead, everything and all of that. But again, Zeta Division, they got their own things working out for them. They're not the same team before that was very hesitant, very timid. They are now pretty aggressive. They're working with that aggression, making it their advantage with the help of their coach. And it does goes to show. It is a very close game that we saw from map 1. But, I mean, again, everyone's upgraded. You're supposed to think that it's always going to be that very close. My man is yoked as he flexes right in front of us.
We got a lot of fans all throughout the stadium too. I mean, like you've got these T1 fans, you got Zeta fans. It's a good day for Valorant.
It's a good mix.
Good mix.
Yeah.
Not too biased. Except for maybe Azurai, who's biased towards Zeta. Anyway.
Hey!
Not really.
Wow, shade thrown just because I'm the only one that picked Zeta Division, you know?
Nah, I mean, it's just great Valorant. But apart from it, I think it's also like just micro adjustments from Zeta Division. I mean, the firepower that these two rookies bring on board is actually really awesome. You can definitely see the impacts of it from the previous map.
And how, again, quickly it translates into Zeta capitalizing on such things. Before, I think, you know, during the dark days of Zeta Division. They
the
were only
dark days.
Yeah, they were only really relying, I think, on Dep to heat up, and there was this like weird interval where there's one week, well, Dep's gonna be the one that's always heated up on Zeta Division, and then Last comes in at the very last couple of weeks. But now, with the rookies, as you were mentioning with Euron and Hiroron, it's kind of come full circle here for Zeta Division in terms of that firepower. And obviously, when everybody has that star potential, you are able to at least bank a lot more on more players on your team to be reliable than more times than not.
Yeah, you know, you gotta at least be able to get your exchange or get that one frag to provide the value to your team, because if not, numbers advantage always dwindles down. And if I recall correctly, that game match against T1 last year, the one where they could have almost went over Tokyo, there were some instances or moments where one on the map of Fracture just knew exactly how to come in with some executes and a lot of combos where Zeta didn't quite respond in kind. And then, you know, as numbers advantage comes in, you're always not quite able to retake effectively, and it's just difficult at that point.
เด็กพอดครับเขาบอกว่าขอโทษทีเอาฟรีเอาโปรเลใจน่าจะประมาณชั่วโมงหนึ่ง
มีของมาป้ายยาด้วยบอกไปแล้วครับที่เปิดออกมาตีนได้
This is now T1's map pick. The previous map being such close to the scoreline.
ใช่แล้ว
How will this one feel? You know? T1's definitely practiced this quite a bit.
Yeah, fair enough question. Right, I can only assume a big portion of this is going to be how strong the long-range presence of Expert is going to be felt, right? And we were kind of hoping that we would see Laz match that up, but he wants to be more of a utility player, you know, so he's going to get himself that killjoy. But you're absolutely right. Although, to be said, this is the map where, at least from just, you know, remembering it from pure memory, Laz was the one that got so much impact play when he was on the chamber. So you know that there is some familiarity with Zeta Division on Lotus.
There definitely was from that LCQ last year. But, you know, can that familiarity help you counterplay against, you know, someone who's that good, accurate, right? And they definitely have experience against each other before in other game titles as well. So now that the tech issues have been resolved, let's get back into the game.
โอ้โหเป็นชาวผมเล่นกันแบบ
I'm very excited, guys.
ผมเล่น
I
เดิ
just
น
don't want
ทะ
to
ลุแมปเลย
overdo
นะ
my
ครับก็
voice
ที
because we
ตัวผม
still
โค
have
ตร
some
with the potential for a third map.
Also potential for third map, exactly. We have been at this for a very long time.
Trick some Red Bull.
อย่านะ
Yes, it will give you wings. Okay, hold on. There's a paranoia setup here from Izu all the way on B. Is this a quick throw right now, or will they wait for contact first? Seems like it's gonna be the wait for now. Don't want to pull the trigger too quickly.
มาช่วยตีบอสอยู่เลย
Look at this 3-man push already
พอ
from
อิงเลิกปุ๊บก็เลยเลิกเลย
the aggression. It's only the alarm bot holding them, and if Euron makes a mistake, it's gonna be his
สวยครับซาย่า
no trades whatsoever. Huge push out coming in from T1.
Walked straight into Rossi.
T1
got the door activated as well because the guns were at the ready. T1 is not going to dare to challenge just yet. However, on the other half of the map, still Excurate definitely thinking about positioning himself around Rubble. He's near enough to that rendezvous.
นี่แต่เอ็กคูเลตตัดปุ๊บอ้าวไม่มีลองเดวูกลับมาก่อน
He actually recalls the rendezvous. So if he can hold out for like 10 more seconds, he can use it right now and be even more aggressive to push out, nearing that ultimate orb.
เซต้าครับ
โอ้นี่เพลย์โดนลุมอยู่นะ
ใช่
No, he wants to go for heaven.
เตรียมแป้งแล้ว
Actually marks up here.
ดีวันครับ
เอ้ยโอ้3 นัดไม่โดนสักนัดเลย
Fortunately not getting that contact. Dep on the other side though does find Rossi, trying to flush him out with the nade here.
There we go.
He does get control of that C-long.
Gotta watch Waterfall and the door maybe.
โอ้โหเสียไซส์เลย
At least they managed to take over the site.
แบบไม่มีอะไรเลยอ่ะ
T1 corralling around to kind of set up for the retake. Got definitely
150
headed up towards. Oh, actually, no. So many of them headed towards Mount.
This might actually be bad though, because if they wait a little bit longer, yeah, they have to break that turret very quickly right now. So Zeta Division knows that there is some mount push. To what extent? Unknown. Here comes the push here and now. If Carpe can have his hunt up and available here as they want to explode through the smoke, this could be something. They're able to at least get these contact plays, but it's heavily in the favor of T1. Hold on. It's actually been turned on its head. 2 versus 2. There's one more. Izu on top. Sugar Zero. Hand in hand. Breaks them down. And pistol secured. It looked a little bit iffy here for Zeta Division, but they come back again with the rookies taking charge.
Exactly right. Heated on 3 kills back to back. I definitely felt very shaken by this push coming out from T1. Thinking about it might be a bit of a choke point, but because Zeta doesn't really know, they're kind of just stuck and pinned down in sight. They can't really use waterfall to escape because they're always thinking somebody could be approaching from here. But as soon as Extra falls, and then the rest of them coming out from Mount, you'll see and Sugar Zero, that was just that much better. Now onto the next round, just these pistols, we got a little bit of information, but then Zeta, of course, playing it safe, playing it careful. Got the firepower, just make use of it. They don't want to over.
โอ้ทายากเมื่อก่อนท่ายากกว่านี้พี่เมื่อก่อนนะพี่คิดภาพตามผมนะคีย์บอร์ดติดพุงแผ่นรองเมาส์อยู่บนคีย์บอร์ดนึกออกปะมันจะมือใกล้กัน
Don't challenge the toxic screen, please.
คีย์บอร์ดติดพุงแผ่นรองเมาส์อยู่บนคีย์บอร์ดแล้วถัดไปถึงจะเป็นจอ
All hell will be unleashed. Trade still actually looking favorable here from the defender side as Laz is down to single digits at this point. Izu thankfully not spotted by that haunt as they call in extra reinforcements. Smoke's about to go down. 40 seconds. And all still up in the air here, Quack, especially now that again the chamber is available for contact.
เสียเกาะโอ้เดี๋ยวตัดล้าที่กระบอกชิว
It is definitely possible. Well, it depends on how sharp Extra can still be. That's it. You don't want to lose the guns. Laz on the Bulldog.
มาแล้ว
They have to make their way through 20 seconds.
แป๊มไป
He's using a random.
โอ้ย
Yeah, he is. 15 seconds though. They're all reloading. Oh my gosh. They actually go around the peaks. 10 more seconds.
Gotta hunt.
He's gotta have to plant the spike here. Izu's getting closer and closer. My heart cannot take this. And the punish is gone.
ก็บอกแล้วอ่อนให้ก่อนพี่
เฉียบเลยเฉียบเลยน้องเฉียบ
2 pistols up against 3 rifles. Yes, Laz was low, but wow. And you just think about how it all starts off, right? You got Zeta playing it safe. That was good. They made use of the toxic screen, just checking. But then as soon as they go up around, mid-link area, that toxic screen that Rossi had blocked off so much. And rightfully so. Izu popping off. Just playing around his dark cover. Very good extension.
Very good use of cover as well, as you mentioned, to really
ยิง
put
1 วาร์ป
some hurt there on Sugar Zero. To push out from X-Grid. If he stays here, he can still get that value and get away with bloody murder using that rendezvous of his. T1 truly on a warpath right now. X-Grid's back into holding that B main. Door has been opened up, but attackers holding this position on B. Huron's about to just go into that embracing crosshair there of X here. It goes down. Spike as well along with him. And Laz to follow.
มุมเล่นมันเยอะเว้ย accurate.
X-Grid's just so good on this chamber.
Yeah, not much to say. I mean, just with the way that they're getting the eliminations on this round. But I dare say, this could be looking to be, this is looking to be one of T1's sharper maps. Just a couple of days ago, right? Playing against Bleed in the first debut.
Yeah.
Breeze was picked by Bleed, and then that one kind of went overtime, 18-16, really long. But as soon as Bleed went over onto T1's Lotus, 13-6, that was way more decisive than anything that we have ever seen before. And Carpe was the one top frag. Now it's going to be Saya player with the raise nades.
Yeah, on a buy round for Zeta Division. That's not looking too hot, especially now that Zeta has the weapons per se. Huron even having to change up into a rifle from his Odin as he needs a little bit more of that precise firepower to maybe deal some damage here. They got to be careful that they don't get hit by these wild shots from Rossi too.
เท่หมดเลยอ่ะ จริงไอ้คาร์บอยอ่ะ
Get a pick off very quickly, very
เสียดายไม่
cleanly.
ได้ซื้อไว้
And Rossi, boy,
เรียบ
is quick to go for the punish.
เดี๋ยวร้าน AK
Laz all alone,
ลูกน้ำมาเข้าน้ำมา
lurking. So he has to pick up the spike. And he just has to go all the way for this pilgrimage on this A side, and it's not going to be too
โดด
pretty
ดึ
for
ง
him.
2 3ปั๊บ
Yeah, he's got some stragglers
เติ
tailing
มเดิ
behind
น
him
ตามมา
too.
อย่างไว
Oh, yeah, you're right. And he does not have his turret, so you're just about to hit this
เฮ้ย
lurk,
เฮ้ยเฮ้ย
and he's looking
That's
to what's in front of him. Yeah.
I mean, to me, like this round, you know, the way it starts off, of all things, a nade kill from Saya player. I'm not quite exactly sure of how that happened to some of the Zeta players, but it's not the way that you want the round to start, especially when you're starting things off with a full buy. It's just knocked right on over. Maybe they, was it a teleport? Yeah. Just tossed right into the spot, kind of anticipating
ได้
Zeta's game
แต่ได้
plan.
กินแค่รอบเดียวอะพี่
At
ใช่
that point, it's
มันก็กด
already
ดัน
a
แล้ว
3 on
ฝั่งบุกก็
5.
แบบระวังละ
Just because of nades, huh?
แต่ว่ามันตามบ่อยอยู่นะเริ่มมาเนี่ยหลายทีนะมันน่าจะรู้
Oh, yeah, you're right.
อยู่ดีรัดตัวมาเฉยเลย
It's a double whammy. You cannot escape that once you get tethered in. So womp womp for
โห
Zeta
แล้ว
Division.
ลอซี่ตีคนเดียวโดนแห่
Back into it, round 5. It's the half
Going in
buy.
there.
You got this Odin. You got Execute on the operator already. Saya player with the rockets.
By the
ไม่
way,
ดู
this
ไม่
is
ค่อย
a
ดี
really
เลย
strong
อ่ะ
angle for Rossi here because
เอ
at his
เคลียร์หน้า B
elevation,
เคลียร์
if you go right in front of him,
เฮ้ย
that angle right there is well bangable, and you
มันก็
will
ซี
get
ลองแล้วไง
hit if you're not crouching down. And obviously, you will be walking, standing up straight. So if he's not flush out of his corner there, and he just like follows anybody through the walls,
Yeah.
it's a high percentage chance kill for
Very
Rossi.
crucial for Rossi to stay in that spot, to watch that angle, not expose himself too much.
Yeah.
A single hit, Zeta could be able to take him off. But of course, Zeta trying to look for openings on the other sides. That's where Execute is.
เอาไปพอดี
So little options right now from Zeta that we're
แล้วก็กลับมา
seeing here.
Oh, okay, Depth trying to bypass.
And they can't really plan on the platform, right?
left.
Because
Ooh,
Rossi's
timing.
right here with his
Yeah.
spam. So this is just going to be a little bit of money, and Execute's timing as well as his hold on these lurks haven't just again leading to easier rounds dealt here by T1.
And it takes for Dep to play off of his teammates' contact just to take that Odin away. Spike might be planted, that's good enough for the economy, but Execute
เหมือนเจสันเลยว่ะ
precise with that sniper. 4-1 for T1 now.
And he's sitting pretty with his tour de force also available for him. So this is, you know,
เพิ่งทักไปขอรายการจีนเนี่ยรอก่อน
Yeah, this is where T1 starts to really find the effective usage of this agent.
อุ้ยตัว3
You
เดือด
die
ดู
with the operator, you lose a couple more rounds, all good. I can just pull out the sniper whenever I want. The tour de force. So of course now the Dep has the showstopper. Hero on with the Nightfall, maybe looking for a
ต้องมี
bit
ค
of
นยิง
execute,
ไอ้นี่ให้อ่ะสแกนอ่ะ
but it's going to take a lot more just to put T1
มันมาอีกคนอ่ะ
back foot.
First things first, they have to flush out Execute.
อย่างนี้
As
ไม่ได้
long
ยิ
as
ง
they
แล้ว
can't, they don't hear
Oh,
that
yeah,
snap
you're
of the fingers, they already know that he's still somewhere right in front of them. Now they do. They can choose to start pushing up. They got a couple of seconds, but the thing is, this is a false sense of security right now, Quack, as two players of T1 have kind of sandwiched themselves together. And the longer they wait, the more chances they allow once again for, you know, Execute to place himself on an off angle, TP out, and the cycle, the ruthless cycle continues.
Not just Execute, right? You got Izu on this, you know, a little bit of an off angle. Good thing that it's the Nightfall that, you know, puts out these tracker lines. Saya player tries to push them back. But of course, Zeta has to play really, really careful about this. And with all that, it just burns down the timer a little bit more.
He shoots the nade into the doorway.
So it's going to be like alt for alt.
Yeah.
Now down to 40 seconds remaining. Sugar Zero trying to reposition from the shadows.
He actually opens up the doorway as well.
30 seconds left.
แข็งอยู่
It
แข็งอ
looks
ยู่
like to be a feint too. He's gravitating attention here. That nade is going to be good for Dep though. That's going to flush out Saya player's positioning here.
อะไรวะน่ะ
Dep
Oh.
burns Again, these kind of fights are incredibly messy, and they just have to make it happen, right? That's as good as it gets, to be honest. And Excurrent, it's not just the up, man. It's everything. And it's all going to be down to Laz to plant that spike. Sugar Zero was way too far because he committed the feint already all the way on tree, and T1, these rounds are just pouring in.
Got 5 in a row. Wondering if timeout needs to be called for Zeta Division.
มันก็ดูเล่นได้นะแต่ทำไมเขาไม่ให้เยไปเล่นวะ
Find an answer to this.
อยู่ที่โค้ดอ่ะโค้ดมั่นใจคอมที่เขาทำมาแบบที่คิดมา
Although they did buy that feint for a bit, you know, from the shadows from Sugar Zero. As soon as the dark cover went out, Extra calls.
เนี่ยแมปเนี้ยต้องเปลี่ยนคอมบีฟเป็นแบบ T1 เลยก๊อปมาเลย
Cut bait. Let's hang back. Maybe side player drops, but Excurrent goes in with the team. He finds his frags with the operator, with the headhunter, and he's
อ๋อแมป3เห็น
he's still sharp on that thing.
And again, there is no real counter against, I think, Excurrent here. You can throw as much utility to flush about one corner, but again, if T1 can delay long enough, the cycle can keep continuing, right? He can keep placing his rendezvous. The threat is back up
Even
again.
if you try to dive at him with the showstopper, he might be able to shoot you out of the air.
Exactly. So there really is no answer to him. And the big problem is Zeta Division, all the plays that they're trying to do is to alleviate, divert attention, force a rotation out of T1, but it isn't working because T1 knows that even if they don't rotate, they still have such a solid hold with all of the pieces spread out across the map.
Just wanting to play away from him, right?
Yeah.
But it's just difficult to always pull that off. So maybe just give us the chamber versus chamber. Laz on chamber, you know, out off Excurrent.
I feel like Excurrent will just say that'll be a cool bit in hell that he'll be able to do that.
Yeah, but then we need Laz to say the same thing.
รัวๆเปิดรัว
It is a bit of a half-buy round for Zeta. You got Depp on the Vandal still, but as they kind of push their way past pillars, Carpe gets all the information he needs.
จะเอา
I like how his teammate keeps opening the door so that Excurrent can
keep
just
checking.
Yeah. This is awesome.
เปิดอีกรอบละกัน
Go again, Izu. Press it.
Now he has to hold for C long now. They know something's up.
Dark cover outs.
Yeah, that smoke gives him a little bit of that coverage. His teammate's backing away. Excurrent with the bait and switch.
Oh,
my God.
Yep, exactly that. Again, they just have to figure it out, and it's going to result in Zeta Division having to just take the loss of a teammate, right, and go elsewhere. That's as good as it's going to get.
ไอ้สแกนของดีเมื่อวาน
If Depp doesn't
เอ้า
get this, that is, it's falling
โอ้โห
apart, man. It is falling apart.
ดับฝันเลยวินนี้ไม่ได้
Ripping through round after round. Zeta Division just cannot find any leeway.
หูเหนียวจัดอะT1 ฝั่งกัน
is unstoppable.
Yo, similar streaks happened in their match against Bleed.
It took like 4 or 5 rounds
before Bleed actually answered back. This is incredible. Excurrent, Izu controlling the map. And then, you know, maybe some weird whiffs here and there, but as Zeta tries, you know, to go in for such an effort just to let's just ignore it, run away from Excurrent. You got Saya play that you got to deal with.
Yeah.
It's 2 ops now. It's 2.
That's gotta hurt, man. 2 fronts. But of course, overwhelming firepower can also mean that the defense is not gonna look too hot, but I mean, if you can get these kills quickly enough, it shouldn't matter. Saya player holding that teeny tiny point of contact here. He gets smoked off himself. Zeta Division, again, they're very much lost for kind of contact here.
Very crucial for them to get bits more space. And then here comes that Depp. Oh,
Huh?
what is this?
Oi.
Did he solve it, or was he just thinking
รู้
this is
ทันเฉย
a omen-sized smoke
เกือบเดียวแล้วเดฟ
or
ที่ผมใส่
omen-sized pocket of a smoke?
Possible, yeah.
แต่เมื่อกี้ถ้านั่งเรียนต่อนี่รอดนะ
Let's
แต่
see
ไม่
if
โด
I
น
shoot this and then someone comes out. Izu does.
But of course, I mean, with the way that they actually took this, that's the main thing.
Yeah.
Very crucial for Yudon and Sugar Zero to really block things off with the toxic screen, gives them a bit more space. Depp is then allowed to get into tree along with the blast packs, making their way onto site. That's the thing with double op, right? Very difficult to retake with.
Yeah.
And especially if you got the smokes and if you choose the right site that you kind of, render these ops somewhat, not as effective, and you might be able to have a better day.
How close is that
อารมณ์เหมือนแบบ
explosion going to take?
Inferno บอม A เลย
That
เว
is
ลาบอม
turning
จะระเบิด
into
แล้ว
a
ใช้ของ
very
ใช้
risky endeavor.
โคตรแสบ
I mean, the play was there. Rossi was throwing out his smokes and everything to punish Zeta Division exit out onto Rubble.
มันก็ดูเล่นได้จ
Didn't
ริง
work out
ว่ะท่าน
fully in the end.
ได้แบบนี้
And
เล่นได้
now T1's
โหดเลย
like,
ท่านอ่ะ
we're kind of dipping too much into the operators. We need someone to start fighting for us just in case this happens. And then lo and behold, Zeta player's back on a rifle.
Rossi on the
กายมันเนิร์ฟแล้วเดี๋ย
We saw how effective that was on the C site, so
Sky
we're
don't
just
nerve
gonna stick to it.
ใช่
Yeah.
We've got, okay, lockdown, showstopper, Viper's Pit.
โหดัน
X-Grid
นี้เลยเหรอ
pushing in.
Oh my god. Are we
He's so close too. They're not gonna know about this.
That's the thing.
Yikes! X-Grid, what a
Oh,
bad lad. And he's not
เฮ้ย
That was a wallbang headshot.
โอ้
He's not done! He's got the 3K already!
เอาอีกเหรอแล้ว
He
ดัน
keeps
ต่อเลยแล้วกัน
re-peeking,
ตัวมั่น
and
ใจ
they
ว่ะ
keep giving him the opportunity
Stop
to
it.
stay in highlight reel mode.
Enough.
Enough's enough,
Weak.
man.
ซูซันโต้แฟมิลี่
สองตัว
Bang.
โดนหัวสองคนเลยนะ
You're absolutely right, Asteroid. They, would not be able to anticipate that. They thought it was just a nade, so maybe coming
ไอ
back
ตัว
in
ทะ
to
ลุเข้าหัวตัวสอง
reinvestigate.
โคตรเวอร์
But then, you got the
ได้จับตัวมั่นใจแล้วแบบ
fires
โอ้โห
off for
พ
two
ลัง
more
มันต่าง
shots. I mean, the
ว่ะ
second one was
การโคตร
incredible.
ไกล
แชมเบอร์มันมีบ๊อบบัฟออปเปอเรเตอร์แบบเนี่ยช็อต
Oh
นี้เวอ
my
ร์จัด
god. Microflick so pinpoint accurate.
โอ้โหเสียดายทุกก้าวเหมือนกันนะดิ้งสองตัวแต่ไม่ตายสัก
Is,
ตัว
X Factor accurate. I don't know if that's, the meaning behind the name, but it's pretty apt if it is.
Now we just call him Kevin.
Kevin! All right.
Trap destroyed.
Lockdown used. Doorway blotted out by the smoke. You can really see how much
เกือบโดนนะ
respect I think at this point Zeta has. Question is, where's the plan on this spike? Because
แบบรถ
if
ไปไหนอะ
it's
ประตูไม่ได้
placed
เปิดไม่เหรอ
on safe, they have to start pushing out.
เฮ้ย
เฮ้ยยิงใส่รถ
That is a misstep from Depp.
โดนรถพอดี
Zeta are really
Oh.
getting into their own heads here.
เดฟบอกร้องไห้แล้วนะ
Everything locked and loaded. Sure, there's going to be the plan on the spike. Viper Pit as well. But the pinch from T1 can still come in pretty swift.
There.
Well, let's see if Zeta can buy enough time
โอ้โห
to
นี่ยาก
prevent
แล้ว
that from
ตุ๋ย
happening.
ไม่ตุ๋ย
Laz on just a heck of a journey.
โอ้โห
Ooh.
That's pretty quick here. Redeems
Laz.
himself from
เด
the
ฟเกมโห
Rosa.
ดจัดว่ะ
Euron's backing away as well. Any form of lineups is going to be huge, and any form of delay is massive. And that it is. They got everybody from T1 cooking inside that prison. The K too strong, and every single bullet ultimately leading to Zeta with one round in.
Yeah, not a bad idea, right? I do wonder if this is something called from Coach Carlisle. But the Viper's Pit covering the entirety of B-side, such a lovely thing. Def, of course, being able to go in fast enough to create the space for his team. You had him checking out
ไอตัวสาม
top of
ที่แบบ
heaven
ว่า
with the nades.
ยิงไปโดนกูใช่
Boombot to clear out mid link. Just lovely stuff all over. And then Dep, of course, landing the shot with the Sheriff that close.
การได้เจ็ดนี่เยอะไหม
Renders those ops useless.
ต้องสักแปด
Here we go again.
การบุกเลยเนี่ย
And they got the same setup
ความ
all
ภูมิใจ
over. Players can TP.
Okay, good.
He
โอ้แล้ว
pocketed
ทิ้
his
งแบบ
teammate
ว่า
Izu around the corner
โอเมน
there.
ไว้
Are they gonna actually check in? Of course not.
รีบเล่นจังอ่ะ
Can he TP out?
ไม่รอด
For safety, not get traded?
แล้ว
ไม่หม
ทำ
ด
ไม
ที่เหร
อ่ะ
อ
Well, he will be.
That
Extra
guy
down
you
to
got
5
Diva.
too. I don't know how he actually took that damage in, but it's gonna be that
รีบเล่นจริง
Of course, T1 not missing a beat, gonna start making some waves here. Laz by himself forced himself to go into a fight, but of course, this is the captain we're talking about. He might have not got all of the highlights in these past 2 games, but he's still a force to be
แต่
reckoned
จะ
with.
ได้ไปเสียเลย
Xcurit's really low, but it is an op though.
น่าได้นะ
As long as he stays tucked away, if the rendezvous comes back up too, let me actually ask it. It could be really, really still deadly. Just enough for them to sneak
เอ
through.
วินจัดให้
Paranoia is gonna.
They'll have no idea that he's here.
That's true now.
ได้ละ
With this turret. Oh my God! How do
the turret fired though? They know he's there.
อุ้ย
Xcurit, how do you find these angles, man? Sugar 0, 2 versus 1.
เฮ้ยลาฟี่กูให้มึง1ละเพื่อน
With his teammate dropping down, with Laz not having the support of the turrets anymore. Yeah, Sugar 0 just needs to find some form of solace here, and that smoke gives him a little bit of coverage. Xcurit, my guy, goes in for the no-scope. Spike planted right beside him.
Okay.
He gets the first one. Smoke giving a little bit more cover. Coming in around bend. Gets the kill. Plenty of time to defuse.
ลาฟี่บอกสวยเควินคนละ1เพื่อน
Of course.
ผมเป็นปันนี่จัดอ่ะ
It's just such incredible stuff coming in from Xcurit. I don't know what else to say.
I was about to say the same thing.
You were about to say the same thing.
There is no rhyme or reason. You cannot
ของผมเร็วเหรอ
reason. You cannot
ของผมเร็วเหรอ
understand something that is just too great for you to be knowledgeable about, right?
มันในงานมันจะสปอยเราไปตั้งแต่บ่ายแล้ว
มันบอกว่าย่อเลยนะ
Clap back. One more round before we end the first half, though.
ไม่ได้ฝัง
Yo, Sugar 0 indeed.
It's been a rough half for Zeta Division. Hopefully they'll have a better time in the second. But now as we close things out, T1 going to the offensive.
เจ็บไหมเนี่ย
I mean, Zeta
กูจะเอียง
Division
ซ้ายหน่อยทะลุหมดเลยนะ
just go with this A main, man. There's too much heat at this point. Especially with Carpe so close there. If they commit to this fight, he has a nightfall, and they are going to try to do so. Depth charging in, slowly creeping up. It's a risk he's willing to take, and it's a risk that's not going to pay off.
เราอยากสู้กันนั้นเลยตรงเนี้ย
Peeking into this. It's not going
โอ้
to work.
ดูเลือดดิ
They're afraid to turn back. Someone else could have pushed up onto pillars.
ปืนไม่มี2-300 นัด
ต่อยเกอ
Devil you know, the devil you don't, right?
โอ้ย
Shot angles are noted. There it is. Cherry on
โอ้
top.
ย
Seals the deal. 9-3 T1.
อุ้ยลอซี่มันคล่องจัดอะเมื่อกี้
Second map.
อยากหนึ่งอยากบอกให้จบไปเหรอ
ผมชมเทต้านะเมื่อกี้ถือว่ามันแมนมากเลยพี่มันไม่หันหลังให้การต่อ
Incredible
สู้
map
เว้ย
performance from T1.
ถึง
You
แม้
see it
เขาจะยิง
all.
แบบไม่หยุด
First of
ถึง
all,
แม้เขา
of
จะกระ
course,
สุนเป็น100-200
Xcurit's
นัด
deadly with this operator.
กูก็จะ
Then
ไป
you
แค่ได้
have the potential for Saya to do the same thing. Rossi on the Odin.
นึกว่าทำชาเลนจ์
I mean, I can't forget about Izu, of course.
Just
เกี่ยวเอวยังไงให้หลบร้อยนัด
ถ้าเป็นเมียน
Yeah,
สิ่ง
yeah,
ที่
one
ส่วน
more
มัน
player.
อันก็ไป
Wait, I got his name. It's
นึกว่าชาเลนจ์แม่งเอ้ย
Carpe. There we go. The IGL. It's been a little bit quiet, but you know, he's making the calls.
I mean, the show is definitely in Xcurit's favor here, or Xcurit's time and time again.
Win and give me a what? I don't know what that phone was gonna say, but yeah, it really just is. I mean, we are, hyping him up a lot, but it really is because he's finding a lot of these impactful frags. It's not just collecting numbers and numbers of frags,
yeah,
but the way that he positions himself. Sometimes even, randomizing it. Sometimes he's on C, sometimes he's back on A.
And it's not just by himself too. It's with somebody always from the T1 side, right? And because of that, you know how we talk about, if it's only Xcurit, they can use a bit of utility to flush him out and they can push up into the side. But because he has that support from Izu, because he gets that support from Carpe, so on and so forth,
สวัสดีครับผมพี่ชัย
shrouds himself in so many options
กำลังเดือดเลย
that
สวัสดี
again
ครับพี่โอ
it
บี
turns into
อีสปอร์ตไดเรคเตอร์โนหนึ่งของประเทศไทยไม่มีใครเก่งเท่า
as to what X-Grid really is, as to how to counter X-Grid at all.
โค้ชทีมไหนก็ได้
Again, it ends up into that 9-3 as we flip the swag. As we flip the sides.
For real, like we haven't really seen anyone challenge him
ทีมไหนครับเนี่ย
through this.
D1 ครับผม
Now they're on the attack, and this is where
Data
the will be more
เฮ้ย
effective.
D1 ดิ
Still peeking out.
D1 กันจะคัมแบ็กกันนะ
Okay, these trades are still somewhat manageable. Never mind.
มันโบตา
Down to
อะไร
just
เกิดขึ้นได้
Laz.
แบบนี้ไม่เป็นไร
Running
อ่อน
all
ให้
the
ก่อน
way through that A site.
แต่แบบแรกโดนไปละ
Classic in hand. X-Grid holding tight little angle here on stairs.
วันก่อนที่เราดู
Smoke comes
ดู
into
นั่นน่ะ
play.
ที่บีดแข่งกับใครนะ
Oh, this is
แบ
like
บแร
three
กอะ
people just
T1
looking
นะ
straight into Laz if he pushes
ไอ้เหี้ย
this.
คนใช้ปืนโปเต้
There shouldn't be any
ตลอด
chance
เล
for
ย
him to
เนี่ยก็ยังใช้อยู่ในตอนนี้ลอซี่
It
เนี่ย
will not.
โอดินน่ะเหรอ
Zeta Division's
เอเลสเลย
calls.
อ่ะไม่มีโอดินอ่ะเอเลสเลยอ่ะ
Very lost is T1.
เคซี่กายใคร
ผู้
I want
นำ
to
เม
see
ตา
commanding. I want to see dominating right now.
ไอ้ปืนมัน
here
อัน
on
นี้ไง
Lotus.
ไอ้คูเรียมันเปิดแล้วนะ
To be honest,
แชม
like
เบอร์
this
เนี่ย
is
มัน
where I'm
ของ
gonna
จริ
start
ง
to get a little bit worried-ish for Zeta Division.
บัฟไปบัฟมาจะเข้าเดิม
And that's really just because
ถ้ามันยังไงถ้าลองดูมัน
this
ไอ้นี่ก็
performance
ยัง
from
ยัง
T1,
ดี
yes. Lotus is their map. That's
โอ้
the
เฮีย
thing.
ฮันเตอร์ตัวที่สองค
The
ม
next
จัด
one
เลย
is
เมื่อกี้
gonna be
มันโหดที่
Sunset.
มันโหดที่ลองเด
And
วู
we haven't really seen Zeta Sunset
มันทำอะไรได้
before.
เหรอป้าป้า
I don't know what
เมื่อก่อนมันวาง
kind
สอง
of
จุด
tricks
ไง
up their sleeves
โก
they
ง
could have.
หลบไปทางซ้าย
Definitely know what T1 is capable of, and they are doing so much right now.
ผู้เชี่ยวชาญทางด้านเจาะกำแพง
Odin.
อ้าว
And again, man, if they try to just go heavy contact when it's X-Grid in
อยาก
front
มาก
of them, he can
หัวจิตหัว
always
ใจ
TP away.
ราวนี้มึงซื้อโอ
And
ดิ
this
น
is
มา
just
เลย
punish after punish. Zeta Division really losing,
ไม่ต้องเล่น
I think, any form of calls. They're just hoping that being aggressive, being a lot more
รู้สึกรายการนี้ทีวันพร้อมสุดละ
is gonna pay off. But
แผนวิธีการเล่นอะไร
really
แบบ
hasn't.
ทำมาใหม่หมด
เมื่อวานเป็นไงฟอร์ม DFM เจอกับ
It's a tough one.
วิจัน
Tough one to say the
ไอ้
least.
ใหญ่
Yeah.
เกือบนะ
I mean, side player in this round is
DFM
kinda like,
DFM
you
ถื
know,
อ
let
ว่า
me in on some of
ดี
the
อยู่
fun.
อะ
You guys got all the kills before. Give
มัน
me
โหด
some.
มันโห
And
ด
there you
มาก
go.
เลยนะเว้ย
Now, if we go to the next round,
เตะในซ้อม
you
ล่า
know,
สุด
เกือบโดนอยู่
3-11,
ดีก็
unless Zeta can really hunker down, pull off a
แต่เด็กใหม่
fanatic,
เอาอ่ะดิ
เอ
crazy
อแปดแบ็
combat.
คแปดแบ็ค
If
ช่วยไว้
they
เย
do
อะ
it,
จัด
that'll be amazing. But if they don't,
ยิ
you
ง
know,
โคตรเวอร์
match that point, that's it.
Ui,
Last
ui.
starts things off
Ui.
the defense.
ยิงแบบเย่
Here
อะ
on
ขวา
claps back as well for an extra.
ผมเสียดายว่ะ
Also want to say,
ไม่ให้เย
again,
เล่น
X-Grid's
เล่นดูเอ
already
ล
an
อ่ะ
operator here.
ไม่
เฮี
ทาย ลอน
กายแม่ง
I mean,
ติดตา
it's a
จัด
four
เลย
ไอ้ทารอนอะ
It's a 4 versus 2.
โกเวอร์เนอร์อย่างโห
One
ด
full minute to work with.
แม่งเหมือนเขาซื้อเฟอร์รี่มาแต่เหยียบได้แค่60อ่ะ
Could save,
Mm.
but they'll
ใช่
take a really long time.
ซื้อไปจ่ายตลาดเหรอ
จริงๆเฟอร์รี่ตัดไป300อะเอา60พอ
Nah.
ล็อกความเร็วไว้
Probably not, because Zeta's in that
แต่
mind
สกายเย
space
แม่ง
where stressed.
แม่งไม่ได้จริง
How are we gonna do this?
เฮียไม่ได้ดูใช่ไหม
กู
And
ดู
X-Grid
แวบ
got
ๆ
separated with that
ดูใน
Shadow
มือถือ
Doors.
ไง
Alright.
มันมี
The crowd
ด่าน
was
ด่าน
like,
สุดท้ายด้วย
"Yes,
ไว
we
เปอร์น่ะสูตรเท่าไหร่น่ะ
ป๊อปแฟต
Not like
แบบป๊อป
this.
แฟตไม่ได้อะเฮียกูจะบ้า
He's gonna make it over. Hidoran has sightline.
นะเว้ยไอ้เหี้ยคือแบบเหมือน
Definitely
ซื้อ
here's
เฟอร์รี่
that
มาแบบขับ
rendezvous
ไป
being placed
60อะจ
down.
ริงๆไม่โหดมากเลยไอ้แมปไอบล็อกอะ
Ayo.
น่าจะเฟอร์รารี่เติมน้ำด้วย
And X-Ray hasn't actually TP'd away yet,
ไม่ใช่
so he
น้ำมัน
can get a more forward
เอาวัต
position.
ถุดิบมาทำโมบากาเตะ
And again, just wait around the rendezvous.
โอ้โห
He doesn't even get paranoid.
ตัด
He
แล้ว
hits
ตัด
the
อีก
shot on Sugar Zero. Deb, if Deb went down to an up in that fashion, I'm already calling it X-Grid's best operator player here on Asia Pacific. The Deb swing out
ฟังเสียง
to
ฟัง
the
เสียงคนเชียร์แล้วมันส
paranoia.
ปอยเรา
Plays in the favor of Dep here though, because Izu's gonna have to get closer and closer in, and Dep just 100% defusing the spike. What a call!
เหมือ
What
น
a
จะเป็น
catch!
ฟิล
Could even save the operator coming into that next round if he wants to do so. Can
หน้า
find
แม
it.
วเฮดยูเฮดมาเลยฮอ
Keep the rifle.
นี่คือมันเล่นยากเกินไป
Also works fine, but
คิดเยอะเกินไปอันนี้
X-Curate.
Yeah, actually it was deadly. But you gotta respect and admire what Dep did at the end. I mean, that's the experience. That's the knowing that your opponent is far enough that you have enough time to really stick the defuse.
He still has money for it?
ไอตอนที่กระโดดไปดูแล้วเห็นกูจะเสร็จแล้วนี่คือแบบ
I mean,
ตาจะ
this
ไหล
is just a weapon in his hands. But it's already a weapon. You know what I mean, guys. Come on. Okay, fine. It is a paintbrush, and he's the artist.
Okay, there we go.
Right? And the map is the canvas, and shooting down his opponents is the art. I don't know. I'm not poetic at all. But
Good try.
Good try. X-Grid still.
พี่สู้นะ
Man with a plan.
อ้าวกูบอมยาวกระโดดไปคือ
I feel like as long as Zeta doesn't really give him too much, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for him. But as soon as I think that, you know, I'm recalling that round where, well, it's just a previous round, where he just waltzes up and catches Hiroran. Hiroran knew that he was up around because he heard the rendezvous, but still couldn't really react in time, and that's just accurate pre-aiming corners. A lot of sense coming in. However, this round now, maybe with Yuran and the judge and more unorthodox plays, it might be able to throw him off. Hiroran, only one on B side, supported by Depp perhaps. They're trying to fend them off, trying to buy enough time.
T1 did wait for a lot of those nades to subside before they actually start pushing in onto B. Cost them a bit of time, 20 seconds to remain, but they still get that plant regardless. Well, they will be forcing this retake from Zeta Division.
12-4
with all of them holding into the site itself.
เห็นแค่นี้ก็รู้แล้วพี่
This is looking so dicey here for Zeta Division. Again, if they don't have any flashes, which they don't, they're gonna have to go in, dry on the contacts, and T1 is just ripping them apart. There's that long flag coming in from Depp, but he's already so late. Laz, sure, he can pick up X-Grid here, but that spike is gonna explode regardless. There is the alley-oop here from Saya Player, and Depp, I don't know if he's gonna get the event horizon. He does not, but that puts us into map point. And possibly even another map 3 in this day.
นี่มันโดนตัดหมดด้วย
Nigh unstoppable on Lotus.
ไม่เป็นไร
นิ้วกุดแล้วนะหรือไม่ก็ต้องแค่แหว่งอ่ะพี่ถ้าแบบอย่างน้อยมึงชนะ
เป็นไงรอยอีกทัศนคติโอเวอร์วอตแบบว่ามีไม่มีหลีแล้วอะแล้วเป็นคัทเอาอะเป็นไงเกมส่งมาตกอะ
มันดีอยู่แล้วมันดีกว่าอยู่แล้วแต่ว่า
มันช้าไป
มันช้าไปคือลีกมันไม่ใช่เรื่องแย่แต่ค่าเข้าลีกเป็น40-30 ล้านมันไม่ใช่ไง
Came down to a 3-on-2. Saya Player had the showstopper. So a last minute timeout called by Zeta.
ถ้ามันคัด
มันไม่ทันแล้วในไหนอะพี่พูดถึงประเทศอะไรถ้าไทยไม่ทันแล้ว
ถ้าไทยไม่ทันแล้วหรอไม่มีคนเล่น
พอไม่ได้ติดคนเล่นเยอะแต่คนไม่ได้ติดเยอะไม่ได้เยอะมันกลายเป็นเกมเล่นแบบกับเพื่อนสนุก
กลับไปร้านประสบการณ์ดิถ่ายทอดประสบการณ์ให้น้องๆ
You always want to watch out for X-Grid with his lurks.
นั่นแหละเอาประสบการณ์ไง
You know who's happy in this game?
อยู่เฉยๆดีกว่าผมว่า
เหนื่อย
เหนื่อย
Because they're seeing the VODs of T1 and how they're playing with this, and they're already
ชนะเกาหลีมัน
how are we gonna deal with
ไม่ถึง
X-Grid?
10%หรอกว่า
Oh yeah, there we go.
Yeah, Chamber.
ทำไมเกาหลีมันโหดจังวะเกมเนี้ย
What's gonna be the
ลีก
counter
อยู่
to
อเม
this?
ริกาเกาหลีมันขึ้นเลยครึ่งลีกอะ
Looking
ระเบียบ
unstoppable.
เกมแบบ
วินัยเหรอ
Shows, man. Zeta Division
ผมว่าใช่เรื่องแบบแผน
ตอนแรกนึกว่าเกมยิงมันๆแบบเลยแบบเอาไปลองเล่นระบบจริงเลิกไม่ไหว
ผมเลิกเล่นตั้งแต่ตอนที่มันมีแรงสมัยก่อนมันไม่มีแรงไงพอแรงเข้ามาผมโดนเด็กด่าครึ่งวันตกเกมนิ่งเลยจิตตกเลยเอาจริงจิตตกเลย
Speaking of which, very aggressive push out from Zeta Division here on C. They were kind of hoping that maybe their commitment on Mount might have gotten them many kills, but it's only gotten them a little bit of map control.
มันทีมกันไป
If Carby doesn't push up here, well, never mind, he does. That might have been the spike dropped, but T1's not foolish enough to leave it alone, especially now that they have a site.
จากตอนเกมเปิดตอนแรกเจอโดจายุทธเจอยุทธ YUT ตัวใหญ่ NG อย่างพิวตอนนั้นอ่ะ
พี่เขายังจำไม่ได้แล้วเขาเล่นกันทีเดียวพี่เขายังจำไม่ได้เลยว่าเขาเล่นกันทีเดียวจำได้เขา
YUT ใช่ไหม
Also think about this.
เจอตอนเช้า
Hits those shots with the tour de force. That slows everybody down. Through the wall. One more in and.
จริงๆครับผม
นานไงพี่มันก็ต้องวอร์มหน่อยให้เป็นแมปนึง
Dominating performance from T1.
Lotus is their baby
โอ้ยแมปนี้ลุ้นไม่มันเลย
again ladies and gentlemen we got ourselves another game 3 for today
should have picked the chamber you gotta challenge Xcurrent but now think about Sunset T1 that's a map where they play Yoru on there's so much to break down so much to think about and of course Zeta has their work cut out for them
จำได้ตอนนั้นตอนกลางคืนซ้อมเคาน์เตอร์ถ้าอยากเล่นวอตต้องตื่นเช้ามาเล่นวอต
T1 still
ติดกับ
has
ตอนนั้นแข่งเคาน์เตอร์ไง
at putting down
แต่อยากเล่นวอตเกมใหม่กำลังเห่อ
สนุกไงยิงเยอะแต่ก่อน
เพราะว่าเพย์มันผมว่าให้เป็นเกมที่สนุกเลย
6 first bloods on
เล่นแบบ
Xcurrent
ชิวๆ
not
เพ
to
ย์
mention
ไม่
the
คิดอะไร
ACS
มาก
that you know
ตอน
our
เกม
guests
เปิด
will be looking at pretty
แม่ง
soon but
มั
not
น
to
จัด
mention
เลย
Rossi and Saya player who have been performing really
ต้
well
องเป็น
as
ทีม
well
ชาติเป็นไง
and again it's not just
Xcurrent
right?
ไม่เป็นครับพี่
back and forth thing anyways we're gonna leave it to the
มันเริ่ม
panel
เป็น
to
กันหมดเลยนะ
discuss this amazing game that
อยู่
we're
ยาก
ไม่ทีมผมพิการ
ทำไมอ่ะ
มัน
I mean, might as
ทุกตำ
well
แหน่ง
go
มัน
to a
สำคัญ
map
เกิน
3,
ไปอะ
right?
เดี๋ยว
We
นะ
already
มันไม่สามารถมี
already
ใคร
said
คน
it.
หนึ่ง
Let's do
เก่ง
it.
กว่าเราได้
นึกว่า
Here
นึก
we
ว่ามี
are.
ใคร
We
แข
are
นขาด
going to a map 3 after that
คือที่ผมไม่
dominance
มี
showing
ไม่
on
ไม่มีเมน
T1
แทง
on Lotus against Zeta.
Yeah, and I think that
ก็คือแบบ
overall
ตัว
this
แทง
was
หลักไม่มี
expected. Maybe not
มันยากสุด
exactly in the manner in
พี่
which
บูม
this
ต้องไปเล่น
happened. 13-4
ใคร
is
เล่นนะ
barely
บูม
one
บู
side
นี่
of the pair there, but
ตัว
T1
ตำแหน่ง
มัน
นี่
ไม่
ว่า
ใช่
looks
แต่
very
ตำแหน่ง
strong
มันไม่ใช่
on this
เมน
map
แทง
with this
ของพี่
roster.
บู
I
ม
mean, we saw them 13-6 versus Bleed just 2 days ago. So this is kind of
ใช่
the
ว่า
bread
วันนี้
and
บี
butter
แพ้
pick, much like Ascent is for Zeta.
Yeah, and again, they really play around that
Dirty
chamber as well,
Dirty
right? They're really
yeah.
setting up Xcurrent to kind of be free to
Paper
take
comeback
those
ป่ะผม
aggressive
เห็น
fights
ผมดู
because
แมต
there's
ช์แรกมัน
utility
ได้
behind
ไม่
him.
โดน
There's someone to
Right,
trade
right,
him. There's an
right.
Odin behind him, always there
ก็อยา
to
กได้แท
pressure
ง
the
ติดต่อ
opponents
เย
away.
ได้นะ
Meanwhile, on the side of Zeta, we started to see the OTs
วันนี้
in
เฮี
a
ยแทง
little
จัด
bit, right? It's 3 sites. It's a bit of a more complicated map
เอ
to
อหวั
operate,
งว่า
and they just didn't
จะ
have
มา
as
ถูก
clear
ไป
of a direction when they were on
ดี
either
แล้ว
side
นะ
of the map.
I love that you brought up that combination, right? Rossi and
ดีคนเดิม
Xcurrent.
หรือว่า
Xcurrent has
ค
such
นใหม่ด้วยวะพี่
aggressive
คนเดิม
operator
ดีแต่ว่า
plays,
ปรั
and
บ
you can
ปรุง
actually
กา
see
ร
him
เล่น
just like
ไง
pushing through
เพราะ
one
ว่า
side
คี
with
ย์ออ
an
ฟนี่
operator
ก็
and
เหมือน
him
แบบให้ลอง
alone,
เชิญ
right?
ก่อนดี
Sometimes
จะเริ่
without
มไง
even Rossi there because Rossi's on another side,
ลองไปน่วม
spraying through with the Odin.
มันก็
That
ดี
sometimes
แล้ว
side
สรุป
player,
คน
he
ทะเลาะ
doesn't
กับ
even
เย
have
จริง
to
ปะ
do anything.
ใครวะ
Yeah, I mean, Xcurrent,
คนทะเลาะกับเยปะ
kind of dominates this map. This
ไม่
is
รู้ว่ะ
why we were really wanting to see that chamber head
ไม่
to
ใคร
head
เขา
to see whether
มั
or
นมา
not
เอามาจากไหน
Laz
กัน
was
น่ะ
going to be able to take
ไม่
him
อยู่ใน
down
ทีมก่อนเหรอ
on
ทำไม
that
รู้จัง
agent
วะ
and also get them a win on this map that's always
งงเหมือน
been
จำไม่ได้ว่า
so
ทีมจากไหน
far
แต่ว่า
very, very
ได้ยิ
good
นมา
for
แบ
the
บ
side
ไม่
of
น่าใช่ผล
Taiwan.
น้ำผลเล่นกับเยอยู่
Unfortunately, they
หร
don't
อ
lead into it. And Xcurrent
ไม่
is
คน
free
ไอ้
reign. I
ค
mean,
น
you
ปล่อย
can see
ข่าว
how much has
ไม่อยู่
been
ทีมคนละ
invested into really enabling
อาจ
him. I
จะอยู่
mean,
เกาหลี
Carpe
แล้ว
is
แบบ
playing
บ้าน
solo
ข้าง
on
ได้
the
ยินเปล่า
opposite side of the map. Xcurrent's pushing up
ฟ้า
into
ข้างบ้าน
A.
ของจริง
He's got all this util backing him up. Whereas
ต้ม
Carpe
กิ
is
ม
just
จิอยู่แล้วได้ยิน
throwing
นะ
his C's over to see if there's somebody pushing him out. He's just off on an island. They're just trusting that everybody else can just really enable Xcurrent to come up with these kills, and more often than
เรื่อ
not,
ง
he
ภายใน
can.
Yeah, and when he is
ไม่
getting
ควรแบ
this
บว่า
many kills, you just
ออกมา
can't
สู่
ignore it as the opponent.
สาธารณชนอ่ะ เพราะบางครั้งมันเป็นแบบมันเป็นเรื่องของงานอ่ะ แล้วแบบว่าคนที่ไม่รู้เรื่องอยู่วงนอกแม่งเข้าคุกวงในมันก็พังไปหมดอะ
บอกผลเล่าเองในสตรีมแต่ไม่ได้บอกว่าใครทะเลาะกัน
เอา
right off the bat, getting that eco win, and then they go on that massive streak. So overall, just again, we're seeing the comfort that T1 has on this map. Carpe again has had several chances to practice his calling on this map. We've had a couple rough moments during the offseason, but it seems like they've really shorted up.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see here the stark difference. Depp not finding nearly as much value as he had on Ascent. He was out, into the stratosphere with his first kills. This time, it's Xcurrent. 6 first kills to his name.
หรือว่าจะเป็นเยวะหรือว่าจะเป็นเยวะมันงองแงมันได้เล่นส
เอก
า
อย ถ้าเป็นเยก็นั่นแหละงอแงโพซิชันเนี่ย
แต่พี่ต้องไปดูจริงพี่เอ็ม
เข้าไป
เยสกายอ่ะคือเทียบไม่เอาเรื่องเลยแค่ป๊อปแฟตแต่มัน
ไม่ต้องถึงเยสกายเอาเยไวเปอร์วันนี้ก่อน
เยไวเปอร์นี่น่าจะย้ำ
ไม่ผมว่าเยสกายมันหนักกว่าตรงที่แค่ป๊อปแฟตอะพี่เอ๋ยมันแค่แบบหักมุมแล้วแฟตทันทีอะ
เมามันช้า
ไม่มันนกมันเลยมุมมาอีกจนถึงแฟตอะแบบบูมบอกให้หลานมันมาหลบยังเราหลบได้เลย
เฮ้ย
เข้าแรงไป
ต้องดูช็อตนั้นมันอย่างนั้นจริงไหมพี่มันแบบมันหน่วงจัดเลยแบบเมา มันพังหัว
ติมันหลุดหรือเปล่า
ผมไม่ได้โฟกัสเรื่องมันเล่นพลาดเดี๋ยวแต่ป๊อปแฟตนั้นแม่ง
ขัดใจอ่ะ
ขัดใจไปโจเลย
can really pull up those advantageous fights. And of course, push comes to shove, he's got some of those clutch genes as well. We saw that throughout the offseason, and even today, I mean, he's making sure that he's holding down a site, or he's holding down the momentum so they can keep pushing forward when they're on the attack. Having someone like that, right, who's always just checking corners, spamming out walls, spamming out smokes, so that puts the fear in their opponents of, okay, what really is the info that we can gather? It's so valuable for a team like T1.
Ooh.
I mean, this feels cruel, but I mean, that's just
เดี๋ยวแท็บเซนเลยครับผมน่าจะไม่ไหวนะตอนนี้
บินวันไหนกันนี่พรุ่งนี้เหรอ
ต้องไปถึงสนามบินกี่โมง
6 โมงเย็นเว้ย
ฮะ6 โมงเย็นเลยเหรอ
ใช่เว้ย
บินกี่โมง
5 ทุ่มเว้ย
โอ้6 โมงเย็นเลยเหรอ
เย็นถึง6 โมงอยู่ไหนละอ๋ออยู่บ้านเหรอพี่นอนอยู่
เดินถือกล้องแบบหลอกยาวนะผมโดนหลอกตอนนี้
ใช้สตรีมจนแบตหมดไป2 รอบอะเดี๋ยวไรอะ
มันไปซ้อมมาแล้วใช้กล้อง
แต่ว่าผมชอบไอ้นี่ว่ะของอเมริกาล่าสุดอะไอคอมแอสเซนต์ของเราอะเที่ยวโหดมากเลยไวเปอร์มันดูยัง
ยังไม่ได้ดูเลย
ลาวกับเซนติเนลอะไปดูแอสเซนต์เลยผมบอกเลยแม่งมีทีมกอล์ฟแน่
เดดล็อกพี่ว่าไงพี่เอ็ม
ยังวะ
ได้ยินนะพี่ไม่รับฟังเลยพี่
ดื่มน้ำอยู่
ปลาเหรอ
พี่
เดดล็อกมันต้องเพิ่มอะไรวะมันถึงจะเล่นได้
เพิ่มตัวละครใหม่เข้ามาแทนมันไปเลย
วันนี้มัน2-1ทุกแมตช์ครับเลยดึก
ไม่ถ้าเกิดไอวอลนั้นน่ะมันเป็นทึบๆอะมันเล่นได้เว้ยมันสึกเป็นใสไง
พี่ยังเล่นสตาร์เร็วฮะ
ว้าผ่านได้สตันโดนเพื่อนได้ดึงจับขาโดนเพื่อนได้
แค่ห้ามเดินเฉยๆยิงได้อะต้องทึบกว่าทำเป็นแบบว่าทึบกว่านี้ทึบเลยอะเหมือนสโมกอันหนึ่งอะเหมือนวอลเตด
หรือไม่ก็ไอ้ถ้าจะให้ทำให้นั่งเปลี่ยนเป็นไม่ให้เดินเลยแต่นั่งด้วยแล้วไม่เดินไม่ได้ด้วยต้องบัฟมัน
ทำให้นั่งก็คือเปลี่ยนเป็นทำให้บังคับโยนปืนทิ้งอะไรไหม
โยนเลย
ยอดเลย
เก่งเลยนะ
เราต้องแบบว่าวิ่งไปเก็บไปโอ้โหสุด
โป่งไปนั้นน่ะ
หรือไม่ก็ถ้าจับขานะคือมี2 สแต็กนะ
สุริตอนคัด
จับขา2 สแต็กนี่โหดเลย
ตอนคัดโยนคือทิ้งเรารู้ว่าอยู่มุมนั้นเราปาอัดไปเลยอะ
โอ้โหคิวจัด
สู้ไง
We know that T1 is very comfortable in Lotus, but I can kind of understand why Zeta didn't exactly ban this out because previously when they did face off against T1
นี่แม่งกลัวจริง
last year they did take this
ต้องนั่งหาไลน์อัพตรงที่แบบที่ยิงที่ยิงแตกมันโดนปิดได้ด้านสปิดจะมีอยู่
อาจจะต้องปรับแค่วอลไว้ให้มันทึบเว้ยเล่นได้เลย
แอดเซนต์อ่ะปาตรงกลางลานอ่ะก็ยิงเม็ดแตกไม่ได้หรอกต้องยิงเม็ดใหญ่
ว้าผ่านมาเลยเลอะเทอะเปิดเพื่อนหรอที่นี้
แล้วอคติ
อะไรผลงานมันเห็นอยู่
เอาดีแข่งโอเพนรอบหน้าเล่นเลยสร้างคอมเด็ดหรอก
สร้างคอมใช้คำว่าสร้างคอม
ต้องสร้างดิวะ
ผมไม่มีใครเล่นมันได้เลยไงเลยต้องสร้างขึ้นมาใหม่เห็นไหมพี่เอ็มเขายังบอกอะไรพี่เอ็ม
มันก็ต้องสร้างให้ถึงจะเล่นได้
จริงๆก็เล่นได้ถ้าสร้างมาเพื่อมัน
โอ้โหอย่างนั้นมันได้หมดแล้วพี่แต่ในโลกนี้ยังไม่มีใครสร้างมาเพื่อมันเลยนะเจโก้มันยังดูแบบมีคนเป็นเหล็กทำมาไม่กล้าจับ
มันอินนี้ไงนี่มันเซนติเนลไงมันสำคัญอ่ะมันเล่นโซโล่เดี่ยวก็ยากอีกไม่พอ
ประโยชน์เดียวนั่นแหละประโยชน์ที่ผมเห็นคือมันเก่งตอนแบบวางบอมแล้วการรีเทคโคตรเก่ง
การรีเทคกันหลังอย่างเงี้ยนะ
โอ้กันหลังอะไรที่หลังสูตรระเบิดหมดอ่ะกันไม่ได้สักอย่างหลัง
แถบมันไง
โอ้แถบกลุ่มเดียวอ่ะชิดแบบพี่แม่งผ่านเลยกลุ่มเดียวพอไม่ต้องมีเคาน์เตอร์สแตทเลย
กูน้อยใจว่ะไอ้ที่เกิดมาทำไม
ชอบสุดๆเลยว่ะ
แต่ว่าข่าวเอเจนต์ใหม่เป็นยังไงนะของไทยใช่ไหม
ไม่รู้ว่าพี่อันนี้ไม่เห็นว่ะ
แพทหน้าบันไลแล้วถ้าเกิดไรออดเอาโอเมนออกอ่ะ
ออกเลยเหรอ
มันเป็นเหมือน LL ช่วงหนึ่งที่แบบว่าพอแบบ ในเนื้อเรื่องของมันนะคือตัวนั้นหายไปมันจะหายไปพักนึงเลย
ก็ดีนะ
So
โอ
far,
เมนล่า
yeah,
สุดบอกไม่
T1
ต้องตาม
definitely
หา
showing
นะ
us a lot on that Lotus map so far.
เนี่ยถ้า
But
มันเอา
then,
ออกไป
as
ทำไง
the
เนี่ย
desk
ได้เปลี่ยน
mentioned,
เมตาบ้าง
agent
เปลี่ยน
composition
เลยอ่ะ
changes up.
เอาออกไป
Shows
ออก
that
ไปเลย
T1
นะ
that
ออกจากเกมเลย
ใช่ใช่ใช่แล้วก็จะกลับมาตามเนื้อเรื่องอะไรประมาณเนี้ย
change things up definitely a lot
ในแบ
more
บ
serious, a lot
แอ
more
คไหนสักแอค
effective.
นึงอ่ะ
ก็คือแบบตัวละครเขาไม่ได้
Then
พูดเลย
again,
ว่ะตอ
Zeta
น
going in for the double initiator
เขาไม่
instead.
เปิดให้ดูเลย
This might not get flushed out by Euron at all, and there it is. Saya player finds step as well. Can even go for the aggressive peek if he wants to, because X-Ray's right there. He's going to give him the support, to give him the air.
มันวอร์มตาแรกเสร็จแล้วไง
Beyond with the
พี่
4K quickly here in the pistol.
ไอ้คู่เลนที่หล่อจริ
First
ง
round,
จะ
four
ทำเบต้า
pistols.
ไม่จะแจ้งเกิดอีกรอบ
Prowler
ใน
that
เกม
kind of
นี้
gives
คุณ
it
เล่น
off,
นี่ขนาด
or just not quite really having the
พี่เอางี้ดีกว่าพี่
utility to
ตอน
combat
ที่
some of these
หนุ่ม
positions.
ๆเลย
But
ที่สาวเยอะๆกับไอ้คู่เลนพี่ว่าใครหลอกอ่ะ
great
พี่กับไอ้คู่เลน
ก็พูดอีกเหรอวะ
ใครมันทำไมมันวิจารณ์ตัวเองวะ
You can already see that Zeta's
คิดแล้วว่าอยู่กันสองคนนะคิดแล้วว่าอยู่กันสองคน
starting to
จำได้นะเว้ยจำได้สมัยก่อนที่แข่ง
contact
ออฟไล
not
น์
just
แล้ว
the contact, but just
แข่งไอ้
lose
ซอย
the due
ไอ้เนี่ย
diligence to
มหาลัยหอการค้า
maybe we have
เวเปอร์แข่งอยู่อ่ะไอ้เหี้ยแล้วสักพักตอนขากลับอ่ะดอกไม้ช่อเบลเลอร์เลยไอ้เหี้ยได้รางวัลก็ไม่ในแบบว่าที่แบบตอนได้แชมป์เลยบอกว่าให้แค่ป้ายอะไรบอกว่ามีดอกไม้อ่ะไอ้เหี้ย
So now the guns
สัตว์เลย
อันนั้นมันไอ้นี่เดอะมอล
Zeta Division on
ดี
the
ได้
other
ด้วย
hand.
แสดงว่าหอการค้ากับเดอะมอลล์ให้คนละคน
Just
ใช่ไหม
getting a feel for how they
ไม่
are
รู้
set
ว่า
up.
นั้นนะ
Exploring mid this time.
อันแล้วสรุป
That's
ตรง
Zeta
ตรง
Division
ตรงพี่ไอ้
knocked
Kia
up
ไอ้
here
คู่เลน
by
เขาหลอกกัน
Rossi
ตอน
and
ตอนวัยรุ่น
X-Spirit.
เอ้า
X-Spirit should have his
ไอ้คุณเล่น
ultimate
ละกัน
almost
เลย
up.
ชิบหาย
Imagining that coming into the bonus, that's going to be quite
ตัวหอมตัวหอม
เหี้ยตอบตัวไหนทางไหนก็โดนไว้เหี้ย
ตอบแบบเอาตัวรอดดีกว่า
พี่อย่าลืมนะไอ้คู่เลนไม่ได้ไปถ่ายโฆษณา KFC นะ
Still pretty early.
ไม่ได้ถ่ายโฆษณาชุดว่ายน้ำนะ
Already see
ตัวซิกแพคใน3ไม่มีในคู่เลนอ่ะ
แล้วผมคิดว่าตอนนี้ไอ้คูเลตก็ไม่น่ามีซิกแพคเหมือนพี่นะ
exhaustion here.
ตอนนี้ก็ไม่มีเหมือนกัน
นี่เราเจอเอ็กซ์เลนเวอร์ชันปล่อยตัวนะแต่ก่อนแม่ง
Zeta Division,
Bang
at the
out,
very least, I
Jack.
mean, this is still
ไอ้คู่เลนไม่มี
early
เจ้าดอ
on
กไม้
in the
นะ
map.
โอ้โหโอ้ชนะแล้วพี่ชนะแล้วโอเคพี่ไม่ต้องตอบผมเข้าใจพี่
Yeah, but that said, you really got to find different ways to push through. We're expecting a lot from this full buy round now because it says a lot as to how this map will start. And again, wanting to punch that ticket through to the playoff stage.
วันเวด้านขวา
This camera is giving some really nice information here for X-Spirit. Two little shutdown. That does find him in the battle through the Cypher cage.
ไม่หล่อไม่พอตายด้วย
That's some information gathered. That's a big
พี่
player
เคยเป็นหนุ่มคีโอหรือเปล่าครับ
down.
ไม่เคย
But T1 side player and like two other players here from
มันคล้ายๆเว
T1
ลาที่บอยแอนเกิ
waiting
ร์ล
for this
พี่
big flank. You can already see Laz holding patiently while the rest of his team manages their way on A main. Hard-based start.
ไม่ได้ยินนาน
They
มาก
get scattered.
โคตรแก่
This name will it flush him out? Absolutely it will as Huron falls down. As I mentioned, two players of T1 going in for
ไม่
the
อยากจะ
flank.
ว่าแก่แต่มันไม่เก่าจัง
Has
เลย
to
ว่ะ
break
ที่ว่า
that
ยังพอๆกับตอนที่แบบว่าเขากำลังสร้างไอ้เนี่ยรายการทีวีนัมเบอร์วันไอ้เหี้ย
โอ้โห
It's gonna get punished.
ทันอยู่ดูเมื่อวันอะ
For this three-man push.
เดี๋ยวต้องทันแหละ
They
พี่
do upgrade
ถ้า
some
พี่
of
ไม่
their
ทันใคร
weapons,
ทันอะไร
so
เนี้ย
โรงเรียนไปด้วยบดินทร์
There's
อะ
gonna
ดู
be
ดี
firepower
เมื่อ
right
วัน
now
อะ
from T1. The wrist
ได้ไปปะ
push up on A main.
ไม่ไป
He's off.
ไม่อิงก็อยู่บดินทร์ไงบังคับไปไง
But that's never been a hindrance here for T1. They do line up for depth in that
เอาแล้ว
high
แม่งให้ไปดูคอน
vantage
เสิร์ต
point.
ใครไม่รู้จำไม่ได้ละ
Left by himself.
ให้ไปดูคอนเสิร์ตใครก็ไม่รู้
Probably just gonna be playing that exit frag.
Yeah, way too many
ที่
targets
แทน
right in
นี่
front
ก็
of
บ
him.
ดิน
But
3
the way that this round plays out, just a more decisive take from Zeta.
อะไรนะ
รุ่นอะไรอะ
Going in for that elbow push, T1 not really, despite having the camera for information, not really able to work off against it. So now it's just gonna be Zeta that slowly comes
เอาอย่าง
back.
นี้พี่ก็ต้องเฉียดๆต้องเคยเห็นเดินสวนแทนนี่ในโรงเรียน
on, but right now, great movements from Zeta to put themselves back
พี่
in
มอง
the
แต่ผู้
war.
หญิงอยู่แล้วหรือเปล่าเขาพี่เลย
So
ไม่
we'll
เห็
go
น
to the next round. Of course, T1 gets to buy back up. Laz maybe a bit of a half buy.
เก็บเวลเดียวช่วงนั้นอ่ะ
More interestingly enough, it's gonna be Saya player on the operator this time.
ผู้ชายเจ้าชู้
Still a very lethal force in this game, but we gotta watch
ดู
out
เฉ
for
ย
X-Curate on the other hand, playing a more ratty role as compared to what we saw in Lotus.
ไม่ได้ตั้งใจ
Similar to what we saw him
เปลี่ยนเก้าอี้ใหม่แล้วเหรอ ของ
เดิมนี่พี่แค่เปลี่ยนลายปะ
ไม่ตอนแรกเป็นซีเคทแลบเปล่า
ไม่
ต
ส
อน
กิ
นี้
ล
เป็น
เทียที่
อ๋อเป็นสกิลเทสเหรอของแพทริกกันนะ
ไอ้ที่ปีแล้วที่เขียนแล้ว
โอเปอเรเตอร์อีกแล้ว
ซีเคทแลบสิ
แล้วสกิลเทียแล้วเซนชั่นแล้วก็มายาวเนี่ย
The flash out. If he can re-peek this, they don't
อยาก
even
ได้
know
เหมือน
he's there. As you can see, his teammate is giving
ก็ผมว่า
most
ก็
of the
ทำไมมิลเลอร์
information.
พายาโดน
Arby's
ว่ะ
breaking all the
เฮ้ย
utility.
พี่ไอ้พูดอะไรไม่โดน
But
มันได้
I
ห
feel
นึ่ง
like
มัน
Zeta
โด
knows
ดกลับ
something's
แล้ว
up at this
มันดึง
point.
กลับ
เดี๋ยวมันดึงผิดเมา
We're waiting for
เมา
maybe
แปด
a push out here for T1.
ใช่ดูดิ
But it's the first one that
ดูมือ
peaks
มัน
and
โคตรสูงเลย
loses. I feel like in
เอ
all
อ
of
ว่ะ
these
ดูใน
things,
กล้องแล้วมือสูง
and
จัด
they're coaxing it with the Sova drone.
ตะกายตึกนี้
มันเป็นสไปเดอร์แมนพี่ปีชาติที่แล้วอะ
Yeah, just trying to get a feel
Yeah.
for it too. As long as Saya player can make this
ถ้าเอา
connect,
โต๊ะ
it
เอาเมาส์
should
อะไรออก
work.
พร้อมกอดเลยนะถ้า
But Zeta is definitely thinking about the paranoia to get themselves out of this sticky situation,
ซูโม่
or to at least get a pinch on the
โอ้โห
side.
เป็นไง
Wow.
เฮ้ยพี่เรียกใครวะผมเริ่มงง
Understood
แล้ว
that
พี่
he was there or
รู้เชียร์ทีวันแต่มันรู้ว่าจะเกิดอะไรขึ้นไงนึกออกปะ
was absolutely monumental. Hunt from out of nowhere. Last finds an opening. Rossi does
มัน
get
ฝื
a
น
trade.
เกินเมื่อกี้
Ultimately, Heron finds him. That means an
ผม
extra
ว่า
man
ใช่
left on an
อ้าว
island on that B site.
มาแล้ว
ไอ้หล่อสู้พี่เอ๋ไม่ได้นี่มันอยู่บิวเลยวะ
Patience.
มา
Again,
เพิ่งเดิน
first one to
โอ้โห
peak
ใจเย็น
loses.
ชื่อพี่
ชื่อยาว
โอ้โห
ด้วยนะ
เพิ่งเดินแสงเซนเฮ้ย
อยู่ดีๆแม่งมียศด้วย
Yeah, patience and
Right.
reads,
อยู่ดีๆก็มี
right?
ยศ
You know, first of all, that aftershock, you
Saveเลย
have
เซฟเลย
the
อะไรวะติ๊กต็อกอะ
paranoia that
คน
comes
ที่ห
out
ล่อ
as
แบบ
well.
นี้อะไรวะ
เป็นของคุณนะครับ
And depending on how the team operates, they're either throwing it out just to check in case,
ที่หล่อแบบนี้
or you know they're also anticipating such movements from T1. And either way, it speaks
คิด
volumes
คอนเทนต์
as
แบบ
to
ให้
how
มัน
Zeta
ดีๆหน่อย
are reading this game.
เจอกันเพลง
And
ติด
that's
ฝน
something that
นะ
they could definitely
บัตรบุ
need
มเอ๋ย
more of
ใครจะ
as
เป็น
they
อิงโก
push
พิม
through
พ์มาเบลอะไรมาเดี๋ยว
into
เลือก
that
เลย
2-1-2
ผมหาวิก
scoreline.
ให้
อย่าเลย
I mean,
Chưa đây
Depp
khởi phản rồi
just
chị.
reacting off of such an
Tip
opening
phun.
kill as
Chị biết chặt
well,
vùng Pixie
instantly
ba?
diving onto the
Tôi
site,
chặt.
giving his team a
นั่นแหละ
lot more
ที่ว่า
space
พี่
to
เอ๋หมอ
work
ไป
with
เป็นใคร
around A.
พี่
So
ฟังแต่
far,
เพล
they
งเขาดิ
haven't really seen X here at those, so
คือมัน
that
เป็น
could
เป็นแบบว่า
be
นักร้องเลยเหรอ
ใช่พี่น่ารักมาก
Sorry, that's a
น่ารัก
very,
นะ
very
ผม
early
ยาวด้วยเปล่า
timeout call.
เจอแต่
ยาวผมยาว
ผมสั้นตัดรองทรง
Yeah, we'll see. It has to.
เขาบอกไอ้พี่เป็นมาเบลอ่ะ
Yeah, it
โอ้
is.
โหตัวทีเด็ดเลย
They realize something's
โอ้
up,
โห
even though again
ขอเป็นเสื้อขอบได้ไหมจะเขียนแบบ
เอาเป็นพิมพ์ไม้ได้ไหมอย่างน้อยเสื้อมันก็ไม่โชว์เอว
you know, there's always the point where T1 is making sure, and I do like you know these kind of teams that do these type of things. I can only
ได้
assume
ติดฝนมาเบลเนี่ย
if it is.
ติดฝนหน้าไม่หน่อย
ไม่คลิปที่วันนั้นอิงให้ดูมีให้เลือกจะเป็นใครมีพิมพ์ไม้คนเดียว ชุดมันไม่ได้โชว์
คลิปไหนวะหาไม่เจอวะ
It always is this question of like,
เฮ้ยคนหลังมันเหมือนอยู่ที
what
เอ็
are
ม
some
มา
of
เลย
these
อะ
tiny gaps that are in our defenses, and Autumn is trying to right that ship. What we've seen so far is always this elbow, and although the attempt was to stick Saya player with an operator down this spot,
ไม่มันมีอยู่ที่วันนั้นอิงส่งมาคลิปนั้นน่ะ
given that much of a counter,
พิมพ์ไม้เป็นคนเดียวที่ใส่ชุด
it
ไม่
is
โชว์
a
เอวเว้ย
very, very early
อ๋อไม่อยากโชว์เอวอะ
timeout. That is the thing. So
ก็จะเอาชุดมาใครโอ้โห
very hard
ใส่
to
ชุด
really figure out
มาเบล
why
ก็กระดุมปิ้นไปดิ
called as well.
Ooh, mishap there from Depp. Either a misclick or a bit too early
อ๋อแต่ถ้าใน
on
MV ใช่ไหม
the use
ไม่รู้เหมือนกัน
with the satchel. That's all you really need to do, right, to mess up around. You kind of want that extra elevation, that extra oomph that the second satchel does bring, especially when he has that showstopper for a play here. Or not.
เฮ้ยขอบคุณน้องจัสอเลนคิดนะครับ13 เดือนนะครับเป็นคำแบ็กนะครับผม
Hoping that he can maybe break that camera too. Everybody here from T1 playing in such tight-knit positions to capitalize off of those tripwires, exposing position off of Zeta.
Very crucial.
ทำไม
The
เซต้า
next
เขามาตี
group
ไซด์
still
ที่มี
is
ปืน
just
วะ
lurking right around the corner of
อ้าวลูก
market.
ผู้ชาย
Although it is smoked off,
ลืมไปใช่
got
ใช่
Carby
ใช่
here as
ตั้งแต่
well.
ตาที่แล้ว
ตั้งแต่
ทีมนี้แม่ง
So
ทีมลูก
even
ผู้ชาย
though this is a round where Zeta has the better guns, you still want to be careful.
อย่าเควิน
That was late for Nate.
Kevin,
Side
yeah.
player already gave away his position, and he's somewhere here on market. So they're just going to be
Ooh,
holding
Dip
on to that for the moment right now.
Okay.
Depp's
มอง
going to
อยู่
be
มอง
pushing in,
มองตัวนึง
but it might actually be
แล้วที
again
ที
a
อ่ะ
bit of a risk. The separation on these smokes could be fatal.
ไอ้ตรงที่โซว่าอยู่อะตอนแรกอะ
Anyways, Triple stack in the back of Boba here. Big paranoia already. They don't know the Dep has hunkered down into the corner, so the trades are looking favorable for Zeta. Izu's 1-2 remain.
แต่ตรงที่โซวาอยู่
Spotted
มาอยู่แทน
by the C, spotted by the Hunt though. Stunned as well. TP's away. Repositions. But Dep hounds him down.
ง่ายๆที่แบบชอบลืมเช็ค
Shuts him up.
สบายรีเทลนี้โคตรส
Real
วย
quick, I mean, even though that blast back, yeah, it was a little bit lost in the start of the buy phase. As they push in, I mean, it's a very clear game plan just to smoke things off, make their way in, toss some pieces of utility to keep T1 away. And although side players spent the nade as well, I mean, it's just really not too much found. The retake coming through, everyone just walks through the smokes. Easy shots for Hirodon to land. So moving forward, this next round is the one that we've got to watch. Because Coach Autumn called the timeout for a reason.
สวย
ต้องได้แล้วนะวินนะ
You know, sometimes when you're up in the air, you can't get grounded. And boy, did he. Trigger Zero is going to use the paranoia. They're committing to get this quick take on the B side because they are afraid of how much retake power T1 has. So the more that they can play for this spot, the better it should be for Zeta Division here. But again, as I mentioned, side player, he's got the Boombayah. Nightfall going to be used for a bit of that coverage. And oh my god, this is just going to be them, Zeta Division, praying to dear God that nobody from T1 can spot them, which they absolutely are.
หมด
And they
พอเล
just
ท
get torn
โอเค
apart as that retake from T1 is
ปืนละ
absolutely flawless.
Very clean. Just give them the side, play the retake.
อีทูทูดีแม็กนี่แม่ง
Nightfall was a
บาย
good
แบบ
idea, and you can
จะไม่
see
เต็มหน่วย
Zeta trying
สอ
to
ง
be
รอบ
a little bit more decisive with how they push out. And although it does deduce that most of the T1 players will be approaching from Boba, they weren't quite able to respond to that showstopper, and that was the main thing that broke them apart. So
เดี๋ยวนะสายย่าเลื่อนไม่ลดเลย
again,
เหรอพี่
T1 just kind of
ไม่ลด
adapting to some of these changes, right? We've seen this be executed several times now. Just set up for the retake instead. It's gonna work a treat.
Yeah, and that was kind of annoying too for Dep, if you imagine that. Euron actually had an aftershock to assist him on market, but because Saya player was just boosted on market, everything that he kind of did was null and void. So unless he was just such a good shot, it would have been something, right? Dep
มันเหมือนหลงวะ
unleashed himself that showstopper of his, but yeah, Izu was able to get away with a.
รอแล้วอ่ะ
พรุ่งนี้มันไม่มีนี่
เอ๋ทุกคน
ต้องโรบี้
Anyways,
นี่ไงหาย
พรุ่งนี้ว่าจะมาช้าหน่อยเดี๋ยวอยู่กับลูก
by
ก่อน
Zeta here. Saya player into the corner and he explodes.
Big
Not
one.
sure he got himself that trade off, but Excurate doubling up, and it's trade for trade, man. They are dwindling in the numbers. Thankfully enough, that Neural Theft is going to give that information. The double kill.
หมดเอ้า
Double kill.
เอาเราได้ยินเสียงลอซี่
Opportunity, a chance, a hope, a dream.
Big Ben.
He's down to 30.
ตามกลับมา
Did he hear the noise from Rossi? Because that's going to be important. Because, ladies and gentlemen, Laz has got a chance, but he's 30 HP.
Yeah, at the very least, maybe he gets a spike plant, but then you got Rossi who's able to kind of sneak back up around. And Laz always has to wonder where he's going to
ผม
show
ว่า
up
ถ้าได้
from.
วางมัน
For all you
50-50
know,
ว่ะ
Rossi might actually
เฮ้ยไปไหนอ่ะ
such a crazy flank
เฮ้ย
push through
อ๋อ
tiles
เรา
or
ฟังเสียง
something.
เรา
Of
วาง
course,
ได้อยู่
it's going to be
เฮ้ยทอฟฟี่ได้กิน
Link that's the easier option.
หายแล้วไง
Or Alley.
ได้อยู่พี่
Either way, Laz has a lot to
ได้ยินเสียงกล้อง
consider.
ชาร์จเลย
Wow,
ครับ
Spike
ไป
might actually give up a little bit.
เห็นแล้ว
He spotted him. 10 seconds.
สวย
Now he's got
สวย
to
สวย
just
สวย
needs to land the
สวย
shot.
สวย
He has
Yeah,
a
don't
snake
go.
bite too. Rossi can play this perfectly. Rossi, he got tagged. He knows exactly where he is. What a risky proposition from both sides. But Rossi,
คือลักซี่นี่มัน
even though
มัน
he
ดู
was
แทบไม่หยุดเลย
exposed, he
ว่ะ
had
มันพูด
everything working for
พูด
him.
เยอะ
He
ไอ้เนี่ย
cornered his opponent. He had
มัน
the
สั่ง
HP
อ่ะ
advantage.
ยังแทบ
And
ไม่
he's
หยุด
Rossi.
แล้วนั่งข้างคูเลตอีกโอ้โหแย่งกันพูดตาย
Back and forth, then just
ตัดภาพไปที่คาเฟ่อะนั่ง
Rossi
เงียบ
having to land that one shot. It'll be a lot more calm, a lot more effective. But also, as you think about how this
จริงๆก็ดีนะ ไม่งั้นมันล้นอ่ะ ลองคิดดูมีคนอย่างนี้5 คนเด็ด
not really
ไม่
shooting
ไหว
the
ว่ะ
corner and anticipating some of these other plays.
ไอ้สายย่ามันก็กลาง
Laz though
ใช่แต่คา
able
เฟ่
to
อะ
fight
น่าจะเงียบ
back with those 2 frags to trade back.
อ้าวแล้วครับ
But
เขา
of
บอก
course,
คา
at the
เฟ่
end,
เป็น
it's just not
เกม
enough
อ่ะ
in terms of
ๆ ไม่ใช่
numbers.
ไอ้ลอซี่
Operator on Saya player.
ไอ้คาเป้ตอนโอวอตก็อย่างงี้ปะ
โดนสแกนกี่ตัวนะ
อย่างนี้คืออะไร
ไม่พูดอ่ะพูดน้อยอ่ะ
ผมไม่เคยเล่นแรงจากคาเป้ว่ะ
ตอนแข่งอ่ะ
ดูนิ่งๆอ่ะไม่เป็นคนที่ดูไม่ได้แบบตะโกนหน้าไม่อย่างนี้ตลอดเวลาอย่างนี้ดีกว่า
แต่โอวัตคือโหดมากเลยใช่ปะคนเนี้ย
โหด
double up onto A main. They're
มัน
kind
เค
of
ยทำ
hoping
ปฏิ
that
หารดีกว่าแบบ
maybe
ตั
with
ว
the use
วั
of
ด
this
อ่ะ
prowler they
ประมาณเทนเลยปะ
expose some bit of position.
น่าจะมาก
Probably
กว่า
still holding it
ความ
out
ดัง
here. He could get
อ๋อความดังก็
คาเป้อินเกมเหรอ
damage, which he
พ
will
อๆกัน
not
นะ
be able to do
ก็
so
คาเป้อินเกมไม่พูดด้วยนะ
trades. There's so many players
ถ้า
in
ผมมัน
T1.
สั่งปะ
They're
มันไม่เป็นต้องแบบ
challenging.
มันไม่ใช่ตัวแบบพูดเยอะปะ
Oh, Laz.
ดูแลมันสั่งไง
Can find this
เอ้ยเรานี้ลอซี่เดี๋ยวมึงสั่งนะ
quickly right soon
เรา
after.
ต่อไปคุณเลดตานี้เดี๋ยวมึงสั่งบ้าง
Players just holding an operator here. 3
ใช่
times. These are just massive reads over and over again from T1, and Zeta Division is playing into the trap of their opponents.
เอาอีกแล้ว
Not over yet, though. Laz still very much so in the game. First of all, has to make his way onto his site.
เฮ้ยบีสวัสดีครับผม
As he
โอ้โห
moves
ไม่เจอนานจัด
across,
เป็นไงบ้าง
over the tripwire. I believe Executor might have heard him.
Yeah, there's a lot of pings. Boba is the only position that
วางนี่ก็โดนเลยดิ
ว้า
give it up.
เรียกว่าเดินดมตูดดีกว่าพี่
Where does he plant the spike? Does he even check the camera? He will not because there's no time
เรียบ
left.
ร้อย
Accurate, pretty much right on his tail.
โดนจังหวะท้ายตก
T1,
แบบ
some
เรื่อยๆเลยว่ะ
decisive, controlling, defensive posture. I've used all of my words.
I think this is one of these rounds where, like, T1, you know, they're controlling the map really well, and Zeta might have to call in a timeout just to figure out a different option right now. You look at how they're really approaching this part of the map, especially up towards A lobby. It's just a clear crossfire site. And as soon as they pick up one, you know, you got T1 coming back in for those trades. And like you mentioned, it's just a bait setup because as soon as they get enough kills, they taper back. Zeta wants to rotate. And Saya players already in position to catch them as they try to
เฮ้ย
you know,
ทำเมาส์ทำเมาส์
fall back,
ใจเย็น
fall away from A. Not to mention Execute as well, is just lurking right around the corner. So it's a very good setup from T1, and Zeta has to find a way to adjust around this.
เปิดยัง
น่าจะเปิด
Question
แล้ว
is can they though? Zeta's,
เอาเลยปะล่ะ
as you mentioned, already calling this
รอกลับมา
timeout.
จากเกาหลีก่อน
เอาแล้วบอกแล้วกัน
In big trouble
เล่นอาชี
here
พ
if
อะไร
they can't deal with that operator. It worked
ว่าน่า
the
จะเป็น
first
ลิช
time. Their
มันคือ
counterplay
อะไรอ่ะในมันมีเมด
because
มีโล
they were
มีอะไร
able
เนี่ย
to
อะโคไลท์ไง
set the
ตอนเล่น
I think the rules of engagement, right? But when T1 is on even footing, it feels like they're always on that
เดี๋ยวนี้อ่านการ์ตูน
advantage.
เน็ต
And it's such
เจอ
a
แล้วแบบว่า
difficult
อิน
thing
กับ
to
พวก
fight
ฮาร์ดเมดว่ะ
ไอ้นี่ก็น่าเล่นนะฟอร์คอนอ่ะ
พอคอน
And
แล้ว
now we're seeing
อ๋อ
ธนูนก
we're
อ่ะ
seeing the fruits of that. Zeta Division though, they don't have any counter traps whatsoever. They're just gonna be brute forcing this A site once
Oh.
again.
Oh, I feel like the haunt didn't quite land correctly either.
โดนแน่ไอ้เมื่อกี้ปลาติด
So this is a little bit awkward,
ปามาพัน
but
ลูก
given how T1 is positioned straight up, they are looking for that retakes play. Doesn't
มุม
even
นี้แบบ
matter.
เอ้า
Saya
นี่ก็ปาติดเหมือนกัน
ปาติดเหมือนกัน
It's the same
ไปปาระ
angle
เบิด
and
มา
it
พัน
has
ลูก
been punished before. Zeta doesn't look very
เอามา
comfortable on this map.
บนหั
เฮ้
วย
Rolling Thunder committed though.
Damn, he's not even looking
Ow.
above it, man.
พี่วิ่งเลย
That
เลยป้าเฉย
that's a lack of judgment right
เอ
there.
อเดี๋ยวกูวิ่งน้ำลายยืดไปเลย
That was a
เมื่อ
big
กี้
ultimate use too. Laz as well as Sugar Zero. Are they going to force themselves to actually go for a swing right now? They try to give themselves a bit more positioning to play around with the smoke placed at the back of A, but it's a 5 versus 2 quack. Numbers
ฟอร์คอนเอ
overwhelming
เทียบ
here.
คืออะไรอ่ะ
They gotta
เยอะ
take
ไป
lead. It's not deep enough. It's a
โอ้โห
sick
เลือกไม่
foothold
ถู
in
กเล
the
ย
ground as 2 players of
แย่งเอา
Zeta
พันล่าง
Division buried
ไม่ต้องกด
alive on A site.
Trying to get ahead of things too to peek out, but yeah, it's just way too many numbers. So clean win for T1 on this round. And even after the timeout from Zeta, I mean, you can really see that like maybe they're not too experienced or not too comfortable on this map because some of these
อ้าวแล้ว
angles
แส
that
ดง
they
ว่าเซ
just
ต้า
walk
ก็จะคัมแบ็ก
into,
ต้องกันเหรอ
they're not like very uncommon ones.
ไปดูมันแบบ
And it just shows that
ดูไม่ค่อยมีส่ง
T1
นะ
really knows what they're doing.
มันจะไม่ได้
They've
ทั้งเฟส
practiced
เลย
this
แหละ
before. They've got a little bit more experience on this.
ทำไมอ่ะ
And
ป่ามันเทคใกล้ไปอ่ะ
yeah, Saya player doing Ord's work, Izu Karpe coming in back out for those trades towards the end of the round. Very clean stuff. Zeta really needs more because, you know, the A hit, you know, we tried that, it's been done. The Prowler can only do so much. Trip out those trap wires, maybe go up against Execute once more.
ต่อให้แล้วแทบแตกด้วย
2 for the price of 1
มันไม่
boom
เหมาะ
bot.
ตรงที่แบบเวลามัน
Gets a
ถ่าย
big
แท็บ
damage
ข
on
อง
Saya
ไซเฟอ
player,
ร์เสร็จแล้วมัน
destroy the
ถ้าใครไม่พังแท็บ
tripwire
ต่อ
on
ก็คือ
B-Main itself.
คอลเลอร์มัน
That's a
แย่
value, but you know what? You're absolutely right. It feels like Zeta Division, they're roughhousing a push on attack.
เรียกได้ว่าทีวันนี้เข้าแก๊ป
It feels like there's no finesse here.
เฮ้ยล็อกซี่ได้กินเหรอวะ
And they're kind of hoping that this
แต่ไลฟ์
shock and awe play is gonna rattle T1, but it's rallying them more than their opponents are, to be honest.
Yeah, a little bit safer on the approach this time. I like the spy cam, but Saya player peeking out into B main just calls it all clear. He knows that it's coming towards B, but Dev's got the aggression.
Izu does get the trade very quickly. TP across from Sugar Zero here, but he's alone for the moment. They don't realize that he's gone for a shot and step. Izu's by himself. Although he's pocketed into the corner here, gives himself some leeway, some breathing room, some playing space. And it's a rough house
แล้วมีอันติครับ
of the two teams. Sugar Zero, hard to go for this TP out. Saya player, he's so close. Getting a
โอ้ย
the satchel to boost him quickly into market to reposition, hit the shot, and Saya player, he's celebrating. He's got like 40 seconds to wait around. Yeah. Do it again. I didn't see it. Do it again.
เล่น
เล่นซะหน่อย
ขอให้มึงแพ้แบบเนี้ย
Can answer right half.
เคยจ้า
Dude, 7-3 scoreline. It all happens
ที่มัน
because
มา
of
ไว
his
มากเลย
quick
ว่ะ
movement. Clear as day.
แค่พอโดนว้ามันนั่ง
And
วิ่
of
งมาเลย
course,
ตรงกลาง
Dev
อ่ะ
tried to pull out
นั่งวินเลยเหรอ
พุ่งมาเลย
words
กระ
that
ตุกว่ะ
the A site, but then
แต่มันที่ตอนโรเท
it
ต
starts to
ตอนโร
fall
เทตแบบ
apart.
เซต้า
You
มัน
know,
เสีย
it's
แมป
very
เนี่ยเพราะ
clear how
เควินมันได้แมปหมดเลยได้การ์ด
T1
ได้
is
แมปหมดเลย
able to respond in kind to whatever Zeta throws.
And the problem
อันนี้คือ
honestly
แพ้ได้รอบห
here
นึ่ง
is
ใช่ปะทีมพวกเนี้ยชนะมารอบใช่ปะ
it just feels like if Zeta pushes like
อ่า
this,
ใช่ใช่
there's no sure thing.
ผมว่า
Right. As I mentioned, it's a rough house. They're brute forcing their way here and hoping that any contact
ไปแล้วครับ
to something good.
ออกมาบ้าง
But it doesn't though. I mean, look at this. Side player shuts him down. Carpe picks up one as well. 3 players left in this round. Round 11.
Cry me a river on this one, man.
ผม
Line
ได้
up.
สอง
That's a big damage
ตา
to
กหนึ่ง
Euron, even if he survives, right? He's like 4 HP. What? Did side player just hit him through a flash? Anyways, here on. From here on out, he's by himself. He's got a Nightfall. He's got the whole kit available as that Fade, so he's not going to lack anything in terms of scouting,
เขาอยู่
right?
ข้างหลัง3เลยเหรอ
The problem is, it's a 3 versus 1.
Yeah, you've got some utility, but as a Fade, it's just not really that useful. You might be able to throw out a Haunt or a Seize.
He has Nightfall.
Prowler too. Yeah, I don't know if Nightfall in a 1-on-3, right? Well, that is a great start.
Ow.
Even better.
He can throw it inside the smoke. He can throw it inside the smoke. Can he? He even sees
Yeah.
Saya player. Just throw
Man,
everything,
almost
man.
there.
Just do it right
Prowler
now.
blind him.
He's not even defusing. Come on. You already know what's happening.
And because Saya
โอ้โหคัดเฉย
that was a slight misplay with T1's protocols.
3-1
Going up
โดน
for
บ้อง
the
หูที
maybe a little bit of
นี่
overconfidence.
จะแพ้
right?
เพราะวิน
Going
นี่แหละ
straight up
จริง
for the defuse, and then Euron being able to pick up the kill like that, trying to peek into it again.
ทำไมเวลาพีคเราต้องยอ
Well
ม
played.
มันน่าไอตัว2ไม่น่าเทรดเลย
Yeah, 7-4.
น่าไปแตะมอมแล้วเล่น
The smoke separated the sight lines
ให้ซาย่า
very
ล็อกแทน
clearly here.
ไม่แตะแล้วปล่อยก็ได้ให้แบบลกหน่อย
Pretty much took advantage of that. One more
เดิน
round.
มาเทรดเฉยเลย
X-Grid stunned in. Is that
Oi!
to get him?
Ow!
Oh, even through the stun, that is huge. He
Should've.
still has his tripwires, and this is just going through the meat
Good.
grinder. Zeta Division, you know what?
They have turned into a team full on contact. I'm all for it. It is messy. It turns into a 3 versus 2. But it is fun as
ทำไมมันมาหลังไวยังวะทีวัน
Hiroron's not going to be expecting this big fight coming in from Carpe. And Sugar Zero, no TPs to get you out of this one. It's you on an island, 3 versus 1. Can you handle the pressure? Shock darts, pop shots, swing outs, everything thrown on Sugar Zero, and man just can't handle.
Nobody really can. Spying the attention from Boba and then 2 teammates swing from behind, hear those footsteps, does not feel comfortable.
ไม่เหนื่อยก็นิดหน่อยครับผมในจบนี้ก็พอดีละ
แต่มันไม่เคยแม้กระทั่งทิ้งตัว
It's actually not a bad idea. I feel like Depp should have or would have been able to at least capitalize on the kill onto was it Excurate? But then, you know, it's just because it's a Guardian, because it's you're landing off of jumping inaccuracy. How doesn't quite connect. They're obviously holding for market as well. It's just T1 having all the pieces in place to prevent or at least to deny such a spike plan from a side capture from happening. So very well played defense from T1.
ไม่น่าเล่นเกมน่าเป็นดาราเลยว่ะ
And again, it's just that double controller that gives them so much more to work with.
ที่ลืมเหรอ
There is no safe space here for Zeta Division. Everything.
I've seen that before from Zeta fans.
ชอบลืมตัว
ภาวนาแล้ววะอันนี้ภาวนาเล่นของแหละ
พระเจ้า
Really? That's a thing?
Well, I mean, last year when they really wanted to go to Tokyo.
Dang. I mean, I'm all for that, though. Everybody's hyped up for T1 here. I mean, who wouldn't be, right? They look so convincing on all of their games here, to be honest. Everything's been pretty cutthroat between the two. And again, whoever wins this series, comparing it to the series before this, it's the flip. You get into a qualified spot already. That is absolutely huge. I think it was Kilos that mentioned that. You know, the more chances for you to get higher, the more you just sit back, watch the mods, practice, and not go through the gauntlet of the lower bracket. That's the bigger part.
Chill out. Get the sunny vibes.
I love studying mods.
Depp right now going on the offensive. Zeta wanting to pick up his pistol.
ผมไม่ค่อยดีละ
dragging Carpe's HP to the floor down to 10. The division's had enough, man. They've seen too much aggression from T1. They want to dish it back out themselves. They do spread themselves a little bit thin here, even though it's a 3 versus 4 with the numbers favoring Zeta Division. They have to get some control of the sites back as well as mid, and that is no easy feat when you've lost Laz already. But because of this, T1 already push themselves up onto top mid. This could separate the position. This could isolate Hiroron, and he might not be prepared for the lurk that is about to come.
Carpe down low as well too, though.
เฮ้ย
Now they spotted him. This
ไม่ใช่อย่างนี้เลย
easily dismantleable by Zeta Division.
หมดแล้วนรกมาแล้วไง
They don't overplay their cards. They should be able to, as mentioned, but T1's so tricky that you never know what's going to happen. So I'm just healing all for it. What a flash! Hiroron just like, thanks for the help,
สวยครับ
Sugar.
สวยครับเซต้าสวยมาก
ให้ไปกระทืบเขาโดนเขากระทืบ
Good pistol round by Zeta Division nonetheless. I mean, the way that they're deciding to really do something that that's maybe slightly off book, something that T1 won't expect, and it gives them, you know, that extension in the second half, picking up the pistol. It starts off with Depp, and you know, as always, we kind of expect and require that from him.
And I mean,
แต่แกเสียตังค์โคตรเท่เลย
right? He's been put on a position, on a task where there may be no point of return. Depp should go kill, double satchel. We may or might not be there with you to help you out. So he's been pretty cool and calm under that kind of pressure, man.
Yeah, Les was there to help him
ขอบคุณน้องดอยดีนะครับ12 เดือนให้พี่ก็เดือน
Getting
5
more
ผ่านนะครับ
information as to how T1 is
เฮ้
approaching.
ย
Taking this back
ใจเย็น
in. T1 has no choice but to push forward.
Oh yeah. But the smoke's the only thing stopping them from dying through the smokes, and looks like it could be a clean round here for Zeta Division. 2
ราวนี้
swift
ต้องได้
ones.
ปืนพร้อมเล่นปืนพร้อมเล่น
แล้วปืนแม่งแบบพร้อมไปต่ออ่ะแต่คงไม่ได้ไปต่อ
They carry all these weapons forward. I think it's been a while since we actually saw a flawless, you know,
เข้ายากกว่าบีเลยเนี่ย
second round. And with
โอ้แต่
that,
เลดบีดด่านนี้
they
แม่ง
might actually be able to pick up on a bonus depending on how they play it.
อร่อยหอ
กระโดดใส่
I mean, this one, you know, they
อันกระโดดใส่ตันระเบิดใส่
you want to walk into them.
เล่นคุ
But
ม
off
กลาง
to
เล
the
ยว่ะ
next.
สแกนกลาง
T1 definitely has some ideas.
เอา
Sure enough,
เป็นมุก
everything's
เดิม
been running
Right.
rampant here.
Dep trying to get him.
Oh yeah.
That's a big catch too. He wanted to get that that aggressive control on mid, but just fumbles in front of him. X-Crit slowly creeping up onto B main here, calling in the rest of his team.
โอ้แล้วสแต็กถูกไซส์ด้วย
Use that camera to coax some
แต่ทุเรศ
kind
เกมมันตัว
of
เดียว
peek here from Laz, and works
เอ้า
favorably for them.
โอ้โห
Sugar
น่า
Zero
ได้
does
ตัว
get
เมื่
the
อกี้
trade.
เฮ้ย
Repositions around the corner. Do they
เฮ้ย
know about this? Full control. Sugar Zero, what a mad lad, actually
ต้อง
making
คิดเร็ว
that
ทำเร็วจัด
happen. Here on. Now coming in for the big flanks, only has a Guardian in hand.
เฮ้ยโดนมามอบดิ
Slowly creeping up. Rossi down. Carpe could be exposed. Gives away his position. He knows he's coming in for a market here. Sees the reposition right now and could even start to defuse that spot. Carpe quick and
เสียเยอะ
decisive
ไป
is what T1 needs, and that is what Carpe delivers.
Just enough of a tag that Hiroran cannot have enough movement to hide behind the pillar. Still though, really close round for Zeta. I mean, you gotta admire the heroics from Sugar Zero. That was a masterful play. Being able to toss out the paranoia just as soon as he feels that contact. Shrouded steps over to the other side. They did not expect it. But then again, such plays coming out from T1, knowing how to play around this B main push. The trades coming through, just bringing those numbers back in.
Kind of sucks for Hiroran there that, again, he thought that he could one up against Carpe and defuse the spike from that angle, but no, it ain't gonna happen. Carpe's too sharp for those. Speaking of which, he's still away from the Huntress Fury. Like you mentioned, Zeta Division play themselves a key hand on that bonus round, but
โอ้โหพอดีเป๊ะ
did he spot
เลี้ยวซ้ายผ่านตลอด
They're not even checking it out.
เดี๋ยวกู
What
ยิง
a
เฮ้ย
catch right now. Side player. No, the timing. Can he still
โอ้
win?
โหแม่งขันทำไมวะ
Hiroran finds
ดีๆก็คน
Carpe.
ลุก
โอ้ Summer on mid, drops the spike down.
โอ้
That's trade for two. Depp is gone. Carpe and Saya down on the T1 side.
Starting off with these crazy minuscule timings. Now it's going to be the Neuro theft though. T1 has an idea as to how Zeta are positioned. The main thing still is they might be able to get the spike down. They have to play positions well enough to work out against Zeta's numbers. I think that's why actually was thinking about going through market, but it's a little bit risky as you never know what's
มัน
lurking
โดน
around
ตัว
mid.
ไกล cover อยู่ดี
Wow, actually extending all the way through.
อุ้ยโอเค
Whoa, they don't even
เออ เอ็ด
How?
เฮ้ยไม่ได้วิงพี่อร่อยที่สุดครับ
เอ็ด
He thought his position was sneaky. He thought he could maybe
Ed.
get that
ไม่แน่น่าจะสูสี
refrag. Absolutely not.
ไม่มีทรงเลย
No ace for X-Crit here though.
หล่อยิงหล่อแต่
But
ในสองหล่อ
damage
นี่คือ
be
พี่ไอหล่อสุด
done. And everybody on Zeta be damned. As T1 is just swimming in it. There could be the half here for Laz. Gives him a little bit more time to play around things with. Even tries to go for the straight defuse. But I mean, Rossi's not gonna let that happen. He's got Izu with him. They got the numbers. And they got the advantage here and now. Double digits.
Going for the stick was a little bit
ถ้าเมื่อกี้เควินเก็บตัวสุดท้ายได้นี่คือผมว่า
apart from
สู
that,
สีเรื่อยแล้วนะ
X-Curate again.
แต่พอเมื่อกี้ไม่ได้ปั๊บแม่ง
Opting not chamber this
โอ้ยยังไง
time,
พี่เลย
but
นะพี่เลย
just able
เควินไม่เก็บไปเลย
to
วะเมื่อกี้
able to walk up front off the spike plans, right? We were kind of wondering, is he gonna go through market? Is he gonna go through Boba? He actually plays with the off timing and then pushes deeper into Boba along with his teammate. So sharp, getting all of those frags. Gets ahead of Zeta Division right before they even start the retake. So 10-6 now. Zeta calling in the timeout. Their last one in the legs.
These nooks and crannies on the Zeta defense. It just gets
pressed, prodded, and poked by T1 over and over again. And it's not stable here, Quack. It's not 100% perfect. You're absolutely right? The off timings, given to you, presented by Saya Player and Excurit. It's putting Laz and the rest of Zeta in such dire straits.
Very tough for them to, get a good read, good idea. I mean, Saya Player was even able to walk all the way up mid-courtyard to top. And, like, if not for the lucky slight timings that Euron to just turn around.
Yeah.
Standing ahead.
It's like these tiny things. Okay.
หายละ
Doesn't really see all too much.
It's like whiff
กัน
on
เดฟ
the,
โดดมาไงเพื่อ
part.
แบบเบอร์สแกนเดฟใกล้
Fair enough. Camera from Laz just to check up on mid. No tiles, no lower mid here. It's a weaker buy for Zeta Division. So they want to at least
take flight,
not lose anybody before the push happens, as they want to again, strengthen the numbers, all that good stuff.
There.
T1's well aware of this though, so again, they're just trying to compress their forces too.
เริ่มช้าๆแบบ
The better of things here are on.
โอ้โหเกือบ2
Good
เนี่ย
for one on that sheriff. Spots out the
เชอรี่มันน่ากลัวนะ
spike already. As Laz walks himself up onto A main, or A link at least.
Yeah, Zeta's effort starting to dwindle down now. Carpe even catching them on the cross. Spike should go down pretty soon as they find Laz. There we go.
Oh, he was looking at the name.
เหี้ยดูบูเฉย
Maybe see if he's exposed. I don't know. Dep. Yeah, that's not gonna turn too well for him. Euron took a while to take down Izu, so he couldn't really transfer on the Saya Player in time. And T1. These rounds are looking a little bit slower, but a lot surer. And 2 more, and they qualify, Quack.
Good little shot from Euron though. Onto the y-axis. But that's it. I mean, this round now, you're absolutely right.
น่าจะแค่ 15
จำได้ว่าเกือบพันอะ
Got some ultimates for it. Definitely still a bit of an uphill climb for Zeta Division. And T1 just really in the driver's seat.
ไม่มันอารมณ์แบบแฮก
เดียโบอะเหมือนเดียโบ
Saya Player with the showstopper. Always,
แต่เหมือนจะเทรดได้ด้วยแบบ
timings on some of these
ซื้อ
lurks
ขายได้
Zeta might be thinking about playing something like a retake scheme.
น่าเล่นตรงอาชีพ
สรุปเล่นไม่ได้เทรดนะซื้ออย่างเดียว
You might be able to allow some of these T1 players to burn out their ultimates, but that's the most you can do.
Oh no, here on.
ทำไมแย่ง
Yeah, I
บน
mean,
กอง
he was very afraid of that showstopper just being blasted in front of him, so he tries to get that value with the peek out.
GG ครับ
But ultimately, it's a lose-lose situation. Laz exposed
มองข้าม
here.
จุดนี้ไปเลย
Now
13-6
they
แล้ว
know
พี่
he's somewhere on top A
วิ
here.
นาศจนจัด
Believe that is a fresh smoke, so
ลงไป
they
เล่น
have to
สาย
wait
ล่าง
for a good chunk of time or just YOLO push through it. Yeah, there it is. They try to do something, but there's a lot of crossfires. Dep does get some damage, but again, with this elevated positioning from Izu, that is very difficult to try to go up against. And Saya Player shuts it down. Is Zeta only good for 6?
ลงไปเจอ
Is
GE
T1 gonna get this?
นี่เจนจีนี่ก็ต้องเชียร์
They're very close to making it happen here. Very close.
Match and series point, one more, and they will make it to playoffs. And with that comes a bit of a break. More training, more VODs to study. Meanwhile, Zeta are really just exhausting all their options on this
ไม่ไหวแล้วทีวันนี้
sunset
ไม่ไหว
map.
เซนเทเนลดูดี
Not
กว่า
really knowing what to do, just kind of throwing bodies into it.
แค่วันนั้นที่ถ่ายผม
Ultimates
บอก
felt,
แล้ว
and then
ว่า
Euron
เซนติเน
kind
ล
of
มันหลอก
exposed,
เด็ก
Hirodon
กะลาว
exposed. That's running through the smoke.
มันต้องลาวอยู่แล้วอันนั้นนะยังไงก็ลาว
Lost even having the sense to spray through it. Now T1 tapping brakes.
เพื่อนโอ้โห
Used very early here.
เจ็บหมดเพื่อนอะ
In the same spot that he was. If he gets spotted here, that could be just a straight up nade.
มัน
ติดได้ใช้ไหมเนี่ย Oh my god
Dude is holding
มัน
elbow
ขาตัวมัน
for the
ขา
second
ตายนะ
time
อยู่
in
ตรง
the
นั้น
same
แบบ
spot.
ไม่มีภาพ
Sure,
กลับ
there's
ได้
no
เลยนะ
showstopper to get them gutted, but it's the same thing.
ไม่
Dep's gonna be able to find an execute here. Can he press
มัน
the
ต้องพึ่งฟันได
advantage?
เวอร์สักลูกไหมมันแบบมันไม่มี
He's
อะไรที่
playing
แบบ
a safer game and just
รอดได้
backing
เลย
away. He's already gotten that contact. It's all good for him.
ว้าวกลับบ้าน
And a quick TP on spawn just to check if there's any big or
มั
long
นออกมาเล่นตรงนั้น
flankers.
มันพ
With
ยายาม
40
จะแบบ
seconds on
ถ้า
the
เอ
clock,
ง
that's
เงียบ
going to
มัน
be
จะ
very
ใช้หมา
pivotal
เช็
because
ค
at
ไง
least that
คอลเลอ
gives
ร์เช็คไง
T1
แต่กลับโดนแบบ
more options
ต่อ
to
เทค
maybe
เอ
go
ลโบ
back
อ่ะ
or at least
แต่
you
ถ้า
know
มาคือโดนเทคก็วน
to make them confident
มัน
in pushing up
มัน
into
ตาย
the
แน่น
main
อนอ่ะ
and not being afraid of
อาจ
their
จะเทได้
opponents.
ตัวนะ
Cut noise. Well, there is that flank from depth though.
Ooh, that's a stun.
Right there.
Sees the cross coming into
Hey.
a link.
โอ้ยเดฟ
Here's Depp with the flank already.
เฮ้ย
Press still happens.
โอเค
เอาดิ
Huron falls.
เอาดิ
เอ้า
เอาดิ
One more alive. It's going to be
ตรงนี้
Cyber
เดินไปไหน
10
เดินไป
seconds.
เอเซนต์มา
Shouldn't be a win here. Can make it expensive
หนี
though.
หนีหนี
He
มันวางไม่ทัน
does.
แล้วห
Finds
นี
Laz.
นักสู้เว้ยพี่
Zeta
เฮ้ย
Division
วิ่งแล้วมึงเห็นดูนี่
somehow
ดิ
manages
วิ่งหมดแล้ว
to live
ไปอยู่ก็อยู่
ไปก่อนละกัน
ใครจะหิวก็หิวกูไปละ
It's very well played with how much depth is controlling. Although T1 tries at a different strat, just trying to cut noise and then explode onto sight. It really was that flank from depth, and not to mention some of the players on site to really find that some of these trades, soften up the blows, keep T1, feeling a bit of pressure. Zeta's not out of this game yet. That said, though, got Rossi on the Viper's
เออ
pit
ทีวันผู้เล่นมัน
available
แน่นหม
now.
ดเลยนะ
Hiroran might have the Nightfall to counter that, but still
ขนาดแบบว่าเซ
a
ต้า
lot of options.
ดีทายไปแล้ว
Oh,
นะ
no, okay, well, not that, though.
อ๋อพรุ่งนี้มาช้าหน่อยครับผม เดี๋ยวอยู่กับลูกก่อนพรุ่งนี้มันไม่มีวอตอะ
into stairs.
เดี๋ยวไม่เจอลูกหลายวัน
Not sure what that was about.
My camera is.
Anyways,
เออ
step in the right direction at
เปลี่ยน
least
โอเมน
here.
กับไซเฟอร์มาเล่น
Spots
แล้
a
วว่ามุ
couple
ม
of
นั้น
shot darts.
ตายเหมือนเดิม
Laz swings out. Does have a teammate right beside him, but is this going to be a quick little chase here from T1?
Oh.
Interesting.
Laz is in a really bad spot
Huh?
here, and he fires
เฮ้ย
three kills. Dev Laz. Sugar Zero on the blink of an eye, down, down, and down.
เสกจัด
Nightfall activated here. They got to try to make something happen, right? Because of the Viper's Pit. From Rossi looking a little bit too dangerous. The hot the pistol. 1 versus 1. Rossi still hidden inside his own ultimate.
โอ้โหคาเป้จัดให้
Qualifying for putting down Zeta Division.
ปรบมือให้เลย
ตบมือเลย
All the way in through to the playoff stage.
พาแป้งเลย
Down to the end of it.
เอาละครับ F
And a rocky
นี่ไง
start
เต้
on
บอกจะ
Ascent.
ท้าให้
Zeta looked darn near good. But
อ๋อ
then
นี่
as
มี
we
การ
move
เดิ
on
ม
to
พันกันด้วย
Lotus,
เหรอเนี่ย
execute Side player.
เออ
Rossi having a good
ดี
day.
นะทาแป้งประ
Down
จำ
to
เลย
the last map, they showed that they have so many
ใคร
options,
เซต้า
so
หน้า
many
ขาวหมด
plans, and at the same time,
Don't
still
fret.
fragging out of their minds. Saya player, and now finally Carpe actually pop it off. He got some of
ไว้
those
ตอน
kills
เช้า
through smokes into
เอาหน้าพอ
elbow.
ดีโปะแป้งมา
I'm taken aback, man. I have lost all
อันไหน
of
ตอน
my
เช้าเหรอ
voice from that one
เช้า
play
เช้า
that
พรุ่ง
he
นี้
just
โอเค
did.
ตื่นมาดู
What an insane
พรุ่งนี้มีแข่งบ่ายสามฮะ
last round for
ไม่ใช่
T1.
บ่ายโมงใช่ไหม
พรุ่งนี้ยังมีอยู่เหรอ
It was a good hold, to be honest. I mean, they got Saya player already. Step in the right direction.
อ่ะแล้วบอก
Laz
ลูกไป
was
พรุ่งนี้
holding,
ว่าง
step in the right direction, and then
มีไหม
you mentioned it, we saw it. Carpe just blasting
โอ้โห
through
มีจริงด้วย
obstacles, opening
gosh.
opportunities
พูดไหน
up
บ้าง
here
น่า
for
จะมา4 โมง
T1.
พรุ่งนี้
Man is possessed. Everybody from T1 has been possessed by the gods of FPS. And these guys,
ดีโทเนชั่นทีมซีเคทแล้วก็
What a
DX คารอนโอ้โห
restructure.
DX คารอน
again, first qualified team, I believe, coming in
เอาละ
to
เจอกัน
kick
พรุ่งนี้ครับ
off.
พี่
เป็นครับ
Yeah, they're the very first ones to make it through.
ทุกคนพรุ่งนี้มา4 โมง
Although at
นะค
the
รับพรุ่ง
same
นี้มา
time,
4
you
โมง
know, we can study quite a bit
คารอน
from their
DX
Sunset.
น่าจะประมาณ
We can study
6 โม
quite
ง
a bit
ทุ่ม
from
หนึ่
their
ง
Lotus. At the very same time, because they've made it through, they now get to sit upon that winner's seat, that podium. And then to take a little break and study more for the next coming days. You know what? It's an incredible day. It's an incredible game. Let's hear it from T1 of the interview on
โอเค
Kelvin
ครับ วันนี้
on
ฝันดีทุกคน
stage.
นะครับ ราตรีสวัสดิ์ในพักผ่อนนะครับ เจอกันพรุ่งนี้ 4 โมงนะครับ วันนี้ขออนุญาตไปพักก่อนเนี่ยขอบคุณนะครับ รับชมด้วยกันวันนี้นะขอบคุณทุกคนด้วยนะครับ แล้วเจอกันพรุ่งนี้นะครับฝันดีนะครับผม
VCT Pacific
อีมียังไม่ตอบเดี๋ยวถ้าตอบแล้วเดี๋ยวดูอาจจะดูตอนที่กลับจากเกาหลีเดี๋ยวจัดให้นะ
Congratulations T1.
안녕하세요.
VCT
빨리
퍼시픽 킥오프 이제 오늘의 마지막 승리를 T1이 가져갑니다. 지금 인터뷰 저희 함께 엑스큐레이트 인터뷰 들어보시죠.